Chu Wanyin chuckled softly, full of sarcasm. Isn't it your own son after all? You are as brave as you are. When you were with the little nanny before, you didn't care who knew. You said I forced you. Your son also said the same, that I forced him. Zhang Sanqing's face had turned very pale. Now, what is Fu Jianya's position? Is your son crazy? Since you know, why didn't you stop him? Does he think he's invincible? He immediately scolded. Are you trying to ruin your son? Chu Wanyin smiled more bitterly. Isn't your son closer to you? My words as a mother are less meaningful than nothing. She wasn't in a hurry and continued, You told me before that children will have their own happiness. This is the path he chose. If he wants to ruin himself, that's his choice. Zhang Sanqing couldn't sit still and stood up angrily. After all this happened, you still sit here calmly? I knew I was right about you. You haven't cared about this family all these years. Chu Wanyin let go of her obsession and looked at the middle-aged man with a look full of mockery. She is the granddaughter of the famous calligraphy and painting master Qi Ming, and she was a talented artist at age 8. Now, one of her paintings is worth thousands, and she also studies antique restoration. She has many students outside, and everyone calls her Old Chu with respect. But in her husband's and son's eyes, she is just an incapable woman. Fu Jianya already knew everything. It's no use trying to stop him now, Chu Wanyin said calmly as she poured herself a cup of tea. Zhang Sanqing clenched his fists. Does he want to ruin my future just because he doesn't want a bright path? My reputation is about to be announced, and he does such shameful things. Why doesn't he go to Fu Jianya's shameless wife? Don't they know what kind of reputation that water lily has outside? Chu Wanyin said nothing more and just drank her tea quietly. When Zhang Chunqin returned, Chu Wanyin and Zhang Sanqing were glaring at each other fiercely. Seeing her, Chu Wanyin said gently, Chunqin, thank you for your help today. Zhang Chunqin responded politely and went into the kitchen. Zhang Sanqing looked at her and said impatiently, Who is she? I've never seen her before. Chu Wanyin sneered softly. She shares the same surname as you, Zhang. Jianya introduced her to me. Hearing this, Zhang Sanqing immediately fell silent. When he heard Chu Wanyin say that, he immediately thought Zhang Chunqin was someone sent by Fu Jianya. He didn't want to say much, fearing she might overhear something and tell Fu Jianya. Zhang Chunqin prepared 5 dishes and a soup. Ever since Zhang Sanqing learned about his son's situation, he felt restless. Eating this meal felt like sitting on nails. Before finishing, he stood up and said, No. I need to ask your son what is really going on. Chu Wanyin didn't stop him and said, I'll wait for you at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau at 2 o'clock. After she finished speaking, she started eating her meal again. When Zhang Sanqing left, she looked up at Zhang Chunqin and said, See. When I used to teach my son, he always made sarcastic remarks. Now that the problem has come to his own doorstep, he's finally worried. After dinner, Chu Wanyin asked Zhang Chunqin, Chunqin, do you want to improve further in antique work? Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin looked up happily. Old Chu, do you want to teach me? Chu Wanyin shook her head. Your repair skills are already very good, but you need to keep learning. If you want to progress, you have to study more. Some knowledge still requires theory. Then she told Zhang Chunqin, I also have classes to teach tonight. Starting in the second half of the year, I will train a group of students. If you're willing, you can come in the evening and listen. Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin nodded repeatedly. Okay. I've self-studied high school courses before. I can read and write.
Wanyin nodded.
Once I finalize the schedule, I'll let you know. Thank you. Chu Wanyin smiled and looked at Zhang Chunqin. My awakening from a failed marriage is partly thanks to you. From now on, I will be alone. My health isn't good, so you must come visit me often. Otherwise, if I die at home, no one will know. Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin's face turned pale. She hurriedly said, You're still young. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Wentao searched everywhere from the big courtyard to Zhang Hongmei and a few other aunts, but no one knew where Zhang Chunqin had gone. After searching around, he suddenly felt confused. At that moment, he realized he had never cared about his mother, what friends she had, where she went, what she thought. He knew nothing about her. Sun Ermiai waited on Yangyang Road for a long time, but didn't see anyone. She was furious inside. All along the way, she kept scolding Zhang Chunqin. When they got home, old Qin saw that Zhang Chunqin wasn't back with them. His face changed, and he asked quickly, "Where's Chunqin?" Sun Ermiai gritted her teeth and cursed. That little brat Zhang Chunqin must have taken the money and run away. We've looked everywhere, but no one knows where she is. Old Qin's face darkened at her words. He sharply looked at Qin Wentao and asked, "Wasn't it you who took your mother away yesterday? Don't you know where she is?" Qin Wentao frowned and said, "She said she was coming back, so I didn't send her away." Now Qin Wentao was full of regret. He should have sent his mother back yesterday. If he had, none of this would have happened. Old Qin's eyes grew colder as he heard Qin Wentao. He said sharply, "Qin Wentao, are you and your mother trying to cheat us out of our money? You stole 1,000 yuan from us, and your mother took another 600 yesterday. You took her away, and now you're saying you can't find her? Who are you trying to fool?" Sun Ermiai slapped her thigh and said, "Exactly. I believed it all. You took her away yesterday. How could you not know where she is?" Then she pointed at Qin Wentao and said, "Qin Wentao, your mother has nowhere to go. Her family doesn't want her, we all know that. Your aunts have their own families and strong in-laws. Your mother can't stay at their houses. She really has nowhere to go. You and your mother are just scheming to cheat us out of our money." Qin Wentao felt more wronged than even though he did have the thought of stealing money because he believed those funds belonged to them. As the eldest son, he thought he should take care of his younger siblings, so he felt he deserved the money. But he truly didn't know where his mother had gone. "Grandpa, Grandma, I am your grandson. How can you think like this of me? What do you think of me?
I steal from my own family.
Do I have no shame, or do I just not want to live anymore?" Qin Wentao said sadly. Old Qin stared at Qin Wentao and finally clenched his teeth, saying, "Qin Wentao, you'd better not know where your mother is. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." He then said to Qin Wentao, "How is the work for Guobao going? With so much happening at home, Guobao is being pointed at and criticized. You should send him to the city to work quickly." He then looked at Qin Wentao and said, "Qin Wentao, are you also blaming Grandpa and Grandma? That's why you helped your mom deceive us." Hearing this, Qin Wentao's face changed. He looked at Grandpa and Grandma and said firmly, "Grandpa, if I had helped my mom, I would have told her long ago. I wouldn't have waited until she caught her partner in bed." He lowered his eyes and said, "Do you think only Qin Guohua is shameful? Do you see him as the only grandson you care about? We are not the children of Dad." Hearing Qin Wentao's words, Grandpa's face changed. He quickly said, "Of course not. We just feel that Qin Guohua has been wronged all these years, so we care for him more. You are the most promising child in our family. You're the only worker in the family, working in the city. We rely on you. How could we favor anyone?" Qin Wentao nodded and said to Sun Ermiai and Grandpa, "Grandpa, Grandma, my mom spent the first 10 years taking care of you, and the next 10 years taking care of us. She has never traveled far. Now she's upset because of Dad and my aunt.
She might still be angry inside.
I will keep looking for her. She won't go far." Sun Ermiai, hearing this, clenched her teeth in anger. She's still angry? Over the years, her man and children have been with her. What is she upset about? Does she really think Qin family owes her? We paid to marry her, so what if she was deceived? If she had any sense, she wouldn't have been fooled for so many years. Qin Wentao listened to Sun Ermiai's words, feeling annoyed, but since he couldn't find Zhang Chunqin, he didn't say more. He told Grandpa and Grandma, "I'll go look for her again. If I can't find her, we'll go ask Grandma for help. Second aunt and my mom are the closest. Even if others don't know where my mom is, second aunt definitely does." Qin Wentao was smart. He knew about Zhang Chunqin. His mother had no sense of herself her whole life. She had nowhere to go. Sun Ermiai looked at her grandson, wanting to scold him, but Grandpa pulled her back. Grandpa glared at her fiercely. Qin Wentao looked deeply at his grandparents and said, "I'm going to see my dad." He turned and went into the room. Qin Guohua's face had been pale these days. His eyes were still dark, but he looked much better than before. Walking to Qin Guohua's bed, he looked at him and asked, "Dad, be honest with me. Do you really want to live with my mom?" Qin Guohua was stunned for a moment, then nodded, "Of course. She gave birth to 4 children for me. Even if she hasn't done great things, she has worked hard. I naturally want to live well with her." Qin Wentao quietly looked at his father and softly asked, "Have you ever thought about divorcing my mom?" Hearing this, Qin Guohua felt a bit guilty. I thought about it before, but now I think my wife is good. When I married her, I just thought she was better." Before Qin Guohua finished speaking, Qin Baoxiang, who had been eavesdropping outside, rushed in. She went straight to Qin Guohua's bed and pushed Qin Wentao away forcefully. She cried and shouted at Qin Guohua, "Qin Guohua, do you have a conscience? I gave birth to a son for you, and you say you don't want me anymore." Her fists fell like rain as she cried and yelled. After that day, Qin Baoxiang knew that if she didn't hold on to Qin Guohua, her future would be either being sold to an old bachelor or being kicked out. She had once been glad that her son was her support. When her son was young, she couldn't stand up to him. Now she had her son to back her. But in recent days, Qin Guohua no longer called her mom but hated her for bringing shame to the family. Yesterday, Qin Guohua even warned her, "Mom, you've done so many shameful things. I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. You better not let anyone find out I'm your son. If you cause trouble, I will cut ties with you." Hearing her son's words, Qin Baoxiang felt even more lost. Her son no longer cared about her. Today, hearing Qin Guohua say he didn't want a divorce, her world seemed to collapse. "Qin Guohua, your family is trying to force me to death. If you don't want me, what should I do? What will happen to me in the future?" Qin Baoxiang shouted while hitting Qin Guohua. Son Ermiai, hearing her crying and yelling, hurriedly rushed in. "Qin Baoxiang, shut up. We've already lost so much face. What more do you want to cause?" Qin Wentao looked at Qin Baoxiang's disgraceful state with disdain and disgust. Just a rural woman. No wonder his father looked down on her back then. He turned to son Ermiai and said, "Grandma, my mom still doesn't know that Qin Guohua is Dad's child. You let your sister-in-law talk nonsense like that. When my mother returned home 3 days ago, she already knew about the national treasure. Are you trying to make everyone think she is her real mother?" Son Ermiai heard this and looked upset. She reached out and pulled Qin Baoxiang outside. Soon, there were sounds of slaps outside. Before Zhang Chunqin entered, Qin Baoxiang had been living like this. Now she was back to being yelled at and beaten. Qin Baoxiang thought that if she could just drive Zhang Chunqin away, she could go back to her good life before. She didn't understand that Qin's parents treated her differently from their daughter. Once she became a daughter-in-law, her hardships would only increase. After Qin Baoxiang left, Qin Wentao told Qin Guohua, "My mom has nowhere to go. She's probably hiding somewhere. When she comes back, you should try to comfort her." Qin Guohua looked at his son and was silent for a moment. He nodded and said, "Okay." Qin Wentao was about to leave after talking to his father. Suddenly, Qin Guohua called him back. "Wentao, wait. I have something to ask you." He turned around looking puzzled. "What is it?" Qin Guohua hesitated, then gritted his teeth and asked, "Is it true that men's health isn't good? Do they need treatment?" When Qin Wentao heard this, he was furious. "Dad, because of you and sister-in-law's issues, everyone is embarrassed. Why are you still thinking about this? You're over 40. You should be worried about your children growing up, not about this stuff in bed." Qin Guohua, hearing his eldest son's words, looked anxious. "But I can't control my bathroom habits anymore. Will I be like this forever?" Qin Wentao frowned and asked, "What did the doctors say when you were discharged?" Qin Guohua's face turned pale. He shook his head. "The doctor didn't say much. Just warned that the medicine might harm my health and could affect my married life later." Since Qin Yuanyuan poked him with a clothesline, he had been feeling unwell. As for whether he could recover, that's another story. But now he couldn't control his bathroom habits. That's not good. He's only in his 40s. Qin Wentao frowned and said, I'll ask Grandma and Grandpa. Qin Guohua was anxious.
No.
Don't tell them. Qin Guohua already felt ashamed at home. Now, if he told everyone that he couldn't control his bladder he would be even more embarrassed. Qin Wentao frowned and said, maybe you took some strange medicine that hurt your health. You should rest and take care of yourself. If it doesn't get better, I will ask the doctor for you. Qin Guohua looked unhappy, but it was hard to speak about these things openly. He nodded quietly. He was very angry with Qin Baoxiang. If it weren't for that unkind woman, Qin Guohua wouldn't be so ashamed now. After Qin Wentao left the room, he asked son Ermiai, Grandma, how is Dad's health? What did the doctor say when he was discharged? Son Ermiai hesitated, then said vaguely, the doctor said the medicine used for pig breeding has side effects. Dad's treatment was stopped halfway, so it might affect his future life. Qin Wentao frowned slightly. Affect his future life? Did the doctor say how? Son Ermiai shook her head. No, just said it depends on the person. Actually, the doctor did say more, but when son Ermiai heard that it might affect the future, she caused a fuss at the hospital. Because she was crying and making a scene, the doctors didn't say much. They just told them to go home and come back if Dad felt unwell. These days, Qin Guohua had been lying in bed, unable to control his functions. Son Ermiai didn't know this because Qin Baoxiang was handling everything. Qin Guohua was just a man. He couldn't talk about these things with his parents. Qin Wentao nodded. Then maybe rest and recover will be fine. He didn't pay much attention. People can be selfish. If they don't experience it themselves, they won't care. After Qin Wentao left, son Ermiai asked old Qin, could it really be that Wentao and Zhang Chunqin are cheating us out of money? Old Qin was silent for a moment. If that's true, then we shouldn't keep that son. He knew Zhang Chunqin had nowhere to go and still let her offend her in-laws. How will his mother live in the future? Even now, the Qin family still believed that Zhang Chunqin had nowhere to go. How could she go back to her family, who wanted to sell her daughter to a family with a disease? Son Ermiai nodded, then looked toward Qin Baoxiang working nearby. She lowered her voice and asked, what should we do about that little troublemaker? Look at her constantly acting wild and flirtatious. She can't wait to stay in Guohua's bed every day. After Zhang Chunqin returns, if she keeps acting like this, there will be chaos again. Old Qin pauses and says, think of a way to send her away. If she's restless, just send her off. Son Ermiai hesitates and asks, but she's Guobao's real mother. Will Guobao resent us then? Old Qin replies, talk to Guobao and ask him what he thinks. When Qin Wentao returned home from Qin's family, he specifically visited Aunt Zhang Hongmei's house. As soon as he arrived at the door, he heard shouting and curses from inside. He didn't dare go in, so he just rode away on his bike. He was reluctant to visit Aunt Zhang because she often carried a pig-slaughtering knife and was very scary when she got angry. Zhang Hongmei hasn't fought with her in-laws every time she visits. Recently, she kept going out. Her in-laws, who are quite lively, have long disliked her, always scolding her. Zhang Hongmei endured for 3 days. Today, she gave the leftover bones to Lu Laoda next door. Now, Zhang Chunmei's in-laws have a reason to criticize her. They pointed at Zhang Hongmei and scolded, you shameless woman. I knew you were going out a lot these days. You used to be cheating on your husband. I heard your sister ran off with a man, and now you're doing the same. What a family of immoral people. Originally, if her in-laws hadn't scolded Zhang Chunqin, Zhang Hongmei might have tolerated it for a couple more days. Because their daily life was just constant arguing, and if things weren't serious enough, she wouldn't dare attack anyone. If they split up the family, life would become unbearable. But now, her in-laws scolding her sister made her go crazy. You can scold me, but if you dare to insult my sister, I will kill you. Zhang Hongmei, the fierce protector of her sister, came back online. She pulled out a pig-slaughtering knife from behind her back, raised it, and lunged at her in-laws. Old fools, I've been good to you lately, and now you dare to insult my sister. She shouted and waved the knife as she attacked. Although Zhang Hongmei often couldn't win arguments and would threaten with a knife, she always knew her limits. She aimed to scare people by pointing the knife at vital spots, and only her in-laws' family had been truly cut by her before. She understood clearly that attacking her family members was a family dispute, but injuring outsiders was considered intentional harm. Zhang Hongmei, you're crazy again. If you weren't out messing around, why are you always so anxious? My son was killed because of you. You shameless woman. You caused my son's death and still dare to go out and flirt. I will make sure everyone in the village knows what you're really like. Don't think we don't see you winking at different men every day. You've long been scheming with the men in the village. Zhang Hongmei's deceased husband was named Li Ergu. Li's parents originally wanted to give the pig slaughtering job to their son-in-law, but Zhang Hongmei took over the work herself. Ever since Zhang Hongmei started handling the pig slaughtering, the Li family became wary of her. If she hadn't been shouting and threatening every day, the old Li couple would have been worn down and given up long ago. She swung the pig slaughtering knife wildly, hacking away. The elderly couple from Li's family initially still had the energy to scold her, but after a few rounds, they realized she was serious. They dared not scold anymore and ran desperately. Zhang Hongmei, are you crazy? Are you really going to kill someone? Old Mr. Li looked at her as she kept hacking. Usually, Zhang Hongmei would scare them by shouting and threatening, but she wouldn't actually attack with a knife. Today, she was just hacking without shouting. He sensed something was wrong. At that moment, Li's mother suddenly lost her footing and fell to the ground. Zhang Hongmei grimly swung the knife toward her face. Zhang Hongmei, split the family. We agree to separate. The two elderly Li family members knew Zhang Hongmei wanted to split the family, but they didn't want to. The pig slaughtering work belonged to their son. Why should Zhang Hongmei take it? Hearing this, Zhang Hongmei sneered coldly. I don't want to split the family now. When you die, I won't have to split it anymore. The two elderly Li looked at Zhang Hongmei's terrifying smile and trembled in fear. Zhang Hongmei, killing is punishable by death. Zhang Hongmei replied, then I will kill secretly, so no one will know. Oh my God, save me. The two elderly Li finally panicked, howling and screaming. In the end, they were forced by Zhang Hongmei, who was wielding a pig slaughtering knife, to agree to split the family. They were so foolish. When she was polite, they refused. Now, holding the knife, she forced them to sign the agreement, and they did so reluctantly. Zhang Hongmei, we can't read or write, and everything in the Li family belongs to us. My son was also harmed by you. We paid 80 yuan to buy you back. Not only did you fail to give us a big, healthy grandson, but you also caused our son's death. The two old people cursed bitterly. Hearing this, Zhang Hongmei grabbed old man Li by the arm. Do you not know what kind of person your son is? He's without even his manhood. Who am I supposed to pass on the family line to? Am I going outside to find a wild man? Do I dare to have a child? Do you dare to admit it? The elderly couple from the Li family turned pale. Our son is very strong.
Don't talk nonsense, they insisted.
Zhang Hongmei didn't want to argue about her short-lived man anymore. She pointed to the agreement for dividing the family property. I still have the job at the pig slaughterhouse for you. You can give it to whoever you want. If you give me another 100 yuan, I will leave your Li family forever. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. When the old couple heard this, their eyes lit up immediately. They looked at each other and then said excitedly, Zhang Hongmei, are you serious? Zhang Hongmei sneered. I'm still young. I don't want to fight with you every day. If you're willing to sign and give me the money, I'll leave right now. If not, we'll continue to fight and love each other. Don't worry, I have a conscience. After hurting someone, I will definitely send you to the hospital. Old Lady Li's face turned pale. But she still hesitated because she didn't want to lose the money. She gritted her teeth. When we married you, we spent a lot of money. This job belongs to my son. Now that we're dividing the family, you still want us to give you money?
Dream on.
Hearing this, Zhang Hongmei threw the slaughtering knife onto the table and sneered coldly.
Fine.
Then we won't divide. I've been thinking about it and I regret it. I have nowhere to go now. I want to leave, but I can't go back to my parents' house, and I can't keep killing pigs. Staying here is better. Old man Li was immediately anxious. Wife, are you crazy? I don't want to be cut again. I've been hurt all over these years. It's no use arguing in the village. For that little money, we'll die in her hands sooner or later. Hurry up and give her the money. I want to live a few more years. Old Lady Li stomped her foot and looked at her trembling husband. After being bullied by her for so many years, do we still have to give her money to drive her away? That's 100 yuan. Old Lady Li was sweating nervously, afraid that Zhang Hongmei wouldn't leave. She urged, hurry up and get the money. If she wants to go, just send her away quickly. Old Lady Li wanted to speak further, but Zhang Hongmei said, I'm not leaving. I've thought about it, and I have nowhere to go. Here I have food and a place to stay, and I can still work on pig slaughtering. She stood up and took back the family separation letter. She folded it up and was about to leave. Old man Li was immediately worried. With tears in his eyes, he said, hurry up and get the money. Are you trying to force me to die? Look at the scars on my body, there's still a good spot left. Old Lady Li also became anxious. She turned around and went into the house to get the money, then handed it to Zhang Hongmei. Then she snatched the separation letter from Zhang Hongmei and quickly signed her name. After signing, she was afraid Zhang Hongmei might change her mind, so she ran to the village with the letter. Now, the family separation needs signatures and a village stamp. What if Zhang Hongmei denies everything? Seeing his wife move so quickly, Old Man Li felt a bit relieved. Good, let this troublemaker leave. Once she's gone, everything will be fine. Soon, Old Man Li came with the village chief. Village chief, ask Zhang Hongmei yourself. She wants to separate, and if you don't believe me, ask her. The village chief looked at Zhang Hongmei and asked, Hongmei, your husband is gone. You should stay and live with your in-laws. Before he finished, the two elders from the Li family quickly interrupted, Village chief, what are you saying? She wants to leave herself. They were anxious to have the village chief witness. They didn't expect him to try to persuade Zhang Hongmei not to leave. Zhang Hongmei, you should leave quickly. You're still working on pig slaughtering. Today, move out. Old Man Li urged Zhang Hongmei. Tears in her eyes, Zhang Hongmei said to the village chief, look, they've never accepted me. They say I've caused their family to have no children. But you know, ergo is a. She continued, I'm leaving.
Please help me speak.
I'm not unfilial. They're the ones forcing me out. Zhang Hongmei snatched the family letter and cried as she left. The two elders from the Li family watched her pretend to be sad and got very angry. This woman is taking advantage and acting innocent. She took the money and still claims they couldn't accept her. However, they didn't dare say much at this moment, afraid that Zhang Hongmei might really refuse to leave. After Zhang Hongmei left, the village chief sighed. Hongmei is so capable. Although she has a fiery temper, she can do the work of 5 people alone. You should be prepared to regret it. Old Man Li snorted coldly. Village chief, I will give the pig slaughtering work to my son-in-law. In the future, they will still respect me. The village chief didn't say anything more, just shook his head. That son-in-law of the Li family is lazy and gluttonous. It would be good if he doesn't ask them for money in the future. The village chief shook his head and left. After leaving the Li family, Zhang Hongmei went straight to Zhang Chunqin's courtyard. Big sister, I've separated from the Li family. She didn't take much from the Li family, just packed a small bag. Zhang Chunqin smiled and said, I've prepared a room for you. Once you settle down, go see the place that sells pork. Now that the small businesses are starting, if you still want to sell pork, you can find a stall. If you don't want to do that anymore, we can try other businesses. Zhang Hongmei nodded. Sister, I'll rest for 2 days and then go out to look around. Last time I went to East Street to buy things, and there's so many stalls there. I thought if I could set up a stall over there, I'd definitely make money. She then proudly added, when I separated from the Li family, I also took 100 yuan from the old folks there. Over these years, I've taken care of them. If it weren't for me holding a pig slaughtering knife to support the Li family, their relatives would have bullied them to death long ago. The second elder of the Li family had only one son, who was sterile, and he died early. The relatives didn't look down on the two old people. It was because of Zhang Hongmei's fierce reputation that she managed to uphold the Li family's dignity. Hongmei, from now on, the Li family has nothing to do with us, Zhang Chunqin said. She originally hoped her sister could have her own child, but then she thought, even if she had one, it might not be filial. It's better to focus on living well herself. Sister, when will you get divorced? Zhang Hongmei asked. Zhang Chunqin smiled. I took their money. Let them suffer a little longer. When they hate me so much they don't want to please me and try to kick me out, I'll go back and get a divorce. Qin Wentao searched around the places Zhang Chunqin used to go, but no one knew where she had gone. He also asked around at a few of his aunt's houses. This was the second time the Qin family came to ask about Zhang Chunqin. Zhang Sanmei held Qin Wentao back and asked, Wentao, Qinghe and Dahai also came to ask last time. Did something happen to your mother? Qin Wentao didn't dare say much, only chuckled and said, my parents argued, and my mom left home. Zhang Sanmei's face changed when she heard this. Did you go to your second aunt's place? My older sister gets along best with my second sister. Qin Wentao nodded. Yes, I went. Zhang Sanmei took off her apron. I'll go with you to find her. Fearing more people might find out about Qin Guohua's trouble, Qin Wentao immediately shook his head. Auntie, don't go. I have a bicycle, so it's easier for me to find her. My mom doesn't want me to bother you. If she finds out, she definitely won't want to come back home. Zhang Sanmei looked worried and told Qin Wentao, if you find her, just let me know. Qin Wentao nodded and rode off. The girls in the Zhang family, starting from the third, didn't bother giving proper names. They were just called Zhang Sanmei, Zhang Simei, Zhang Wumei. Qin Wentao made another trip to his parent house. He didn't dare go inside to ask. He just looked from outside. When he didn't see Zhang Chunqin, he left. He knew that his uncle's family was a bottomless pit. He couldn't let his grandma and grandpa find out that his mom had money. If they found out, the money would be gone. Not finding anyone, Qin Wentao finally panicked. On the way back, he finally realized his mom had been acting strangely lately. Since when did she start treating him coldly? Ever since she stopped hiring Dee to work and stopped taking care of the children, she had changed. He drifted home in a daze. When Zhang Zhaodi saw him return, she smiled and asked, Wentao, you've been going to the countryside a lot lately. You need to show your good side in front of Mom. We need to get her money out of her hands as soon as possible. The money should be in our own pockets. Qin Wentao replied absent-mindedly, I'll go back more often these days. After entering the house, he didn't even glance at his mother-in-law's baby. He returned to his room feeling lost and empty. Wei Eifen saw how Qin Wentao looked and asked her daughter, did Wentao have some trouble? He doesn't look right. Zhang Zhaodi glanced at the room and covered her mouth as she told Wei Eifen, probably arguing with her parents again when she goes back. Wei Eifen clicked her tongue and said disdainfully, your father-in-law is also shameless. Last time they stayed here, I said that little sister-in-law looks strange. She doesn't seem like a proper person. Look at this whole family. Then she said unhappily, if it weren't for Qin Wentao helping your brother find a job and giving the house to Yaozu, I wouldn't like this son-in-law at all. Zhang Zhaodi sighed. Mom, that's enough. Right now, we rely on Qin Wentao's salary. Be a little nicer to him. Wei Eifen nodded. Yes, be nicer and get the money quickly. You should move out soon. Your dad and I will sleep on the floor. Our backs are sore. After Zhang Yaozu went to the police station and came back, the room was given to their son and daughter-in-law. They didn't dare to let Qin Wentao sleep on the floor anymore. If you really can't get the money, you two should rent a place first. When we got married, Qin's family should have bought a big courtyard house. How can they live in such a tiny place? Zhang Zhaodi nodded. All right, Mom, I understand. In the room, Qin Wentao was alone, thinking about his mother's recent strange behavior. She slapped him, then withdrew his older brother from school after he repeated his studies, and even pulled his younger brothers out too. Is this still his mother? The more he thought about it, the more scared he felt. He quickly left the room and hurried outside. Behind him, Zhang Zhaodi called anxiously, Wentao, do you want to come back for dinner? Qin Wentao didn't answer her. He just got on his bike and left. He didn't go back to the countryside, but went to the library. At the gatekeeper, he handed over a pack of cigarettes and asked, Sir, I want to ask you about something. The gatekeeper looked at Qin Wentao and saw he was dressed well. He took the cigarette and asked, What's the matter? Qin Wentao asked, Do you remember the librarian Zhang Chunqin? Was she fired from the library? The gatekeeper looked around and made a gesture with his hand. Seeing this, Qin Wentao understood what he meant. He took 3 yuan out of his pocket and said, You tell me. I was so scared at the time that I almost jumped from the building. Luckily, I was okay. My son is a deputy director, and I heard that after she jumped, she sold her job to the director's niece. Normally, she shouldn't have sold such a good job. I think she was so humiliated by that suicide attempt that she was afraid her in-laws would cause trouble again. The security guard took some cigarettes and money and told Qin Wentao everything he knew. When Qin Wentao heard this, his face turned very pale. He had just gone over in his mind what his mother had done and felt something was wrong. Now he knew for sure his mother was not fired from her job. After learning about Zhang Chunqin's work situation, he left feeling lost and upset. On his way home, he almost got hit by a small car. What does his mother really want to do? When he got home, Zhang Zhaodi saw him return so quickly and asked worriedly, Wentao, what's wrong? Qin Wentao looked at Zhang Zhaodi helplessly and whispered, My mom didn't go back. She's not feeling right. Hearing this, Zhang Zhaodi's face changed, and she asked suspiciously, What's wrong? Could your mom be upset about your dad's situation? She's quite old. She probably isn't jealous of your aunt, right? Or does she still want to divorce your dad? Qin Wentao slowly looked up, pressed his lips together, and hesitated. Ever since my mom didn't want you to work, I should have noticed something was wrong.
She's so caring about me.
She used to do everything for me, but suddenly she's changed her mind? Zhang Zhaodi listened to his hesitant words and asked anxiously, Wentao, what are you trying to say? Are you worried your mom might do something bad? Then her eyes flickered, and she quickly said, You should find your mom right away. Don't worry about anything else. Just get the money first. Hearing this, Qin Wentao looked up sharply. Zhang Zhaodi, in your eyes, is it only about money? Have you ever wondered why my mom is like this? Zhang Zhaodi was stunned, and her face darkened. Why is she like this? Isn't it because your dad upset her? What does that have to do with us? Qin Wentao didn't say anything more to Zhang Zhaodi. He simply said coldly, I'm going back to my family. Zhang Zhaodi wanted to ask more, but Qin Wentao had already left. He went straight back to the countryside. When he arrived at the Qin family, the house was filled with noise and chaos. It was the voices of Qin Baoxiang and Qin Guohua. Qin Wentao rushed into the house and found the 2 elders of the Qin family. Grandpa, Grandma, my mom wasn't fired. She sold her job herself. The 2 elders of the Qin family looked up in shock. What? She sold her job herself? Qin Wentao nodded. Yes. I just went to her factory to ask. They told me my mom voluntarily sold her position to a relative of the supervisor. Sun Ermiai, hearing this, gritted her teeth in anger. That woman. She lied to us like this. What does she really want? Then she hurriedly asked Qin Wentao, Did you find your mom? Is she really just trying to scam us? Qin Wentao looked at Grandpa Qin. Grandpa, what do you think? Grandpa Qin looked upset and was silent for a long time before saying through clenched teeth, That woman. She's just plotting against our Qin family. She probably sold her job because she was worried we'd worry about her. Sun Ermiai also asked, How much did she get for selling her job? I don't know. Grandpa Qin glared at Sun Ermiai. Go to Zhang's house and ask. They're trying to trick us like fools. Qin Wentao clenched his fists and asked the 2 elders, Where are Dahai and Qinghe? I haven't seen them these days after I came back. Sun Ermiai frowned. Qinghe left. Dahai said he's working outside, and he comes home around 7 or 8 every day. He doesn't eat at home, and I don't know what he's doing outside. Qin Wentao asked again. What about the fourth child? Sun Ermiai sneered, who knows? She ran off with some wild man. She's always trying to cling to men. Qin Wentao was silent for a moment. Do they really know about Mom's situation? I need to ask. After learning the truth, Qin Wentao felt betrayed and even felt his intelligence was insulted. Especially since his mom was willing to sell her job, but refused to give it to Zhaodi. He wanted to gather his younger siblings and question Zhang Chunqin together. The two elders of the Qin family were also stunned by Qin Wentao's words and couldn't respond for a moment. Did you really ask clearly? It doesn't sound like your mom's character, Sun Ermiai muttered with doubt. Zhang Chunqin might have schemed against them, but she loved her children deeply. If she didn't want to give the job to Guobao, she could have given it to her son and daughter. Qin Wentao clenched his teeth and said, We need to find out what's really going on. I have to ask my mom. We'll go directly to her and ask. The two elders of the Qin family gritted their teeth and said, Zhang Chunqin doesn't want to live here anymore. She dares to deceive us. At this moment, Qin Yuanyuan returned. She clearly hadn't found anyone. Seeing Qin Wentao, she immediately stepped forward and asked, Big brother, have you found Mom? Where has she gone? The two elders of the Qin family saw Qin Yuanyuan and coldly scolded, Qin Yuanyuan, where have you been these days? Look at yourself. You haven't come home in days. Qin Yuanyuan immediately felt guilty and couldn't speak. Qin Wentao didn't care where Qin Yuanyuan had been staying these days. He said to her, Mom usually cares about you the most. Did she say anything to you? Qin Yuanyuan's face turned pale as she replied, If she had told me something, I wouldn't be out looking for people. Qin Wentao then rushed into Qin Guohua's room and asked, Dad, why did you suddenly come back from the boat this time? Everyone knew that Qin Guohua usually came home twice a year, once in the middle of the year and once at the end. But this time, he returned unexpectedly, not during any holiday. Hearing this question, everyone finally realized that Qin Guohua's return was very sudden. The two elders of the Qin family and Qin Yuanyuan were waiting at the door for Qin Guohua's explanation. Qin Guohua hesitated and said, It was Chunqin who called me and said something happened at home, so I came back. When I got home, I saw my parents in the hospital. Qin Wentao frowned and asked, Your grandparents decided to come back suddenly because of my mom? Why did you come back so suddenly? Qin Guohua frowned and asked, What happened to Chunqin? Did something happen? Sun Ermiai sneered mockingly and said, Your good wife. She's been lying to us from the start. She wasn't fired from her job. She sold her position herself. Who knows how many lies she told us? As she spoke, she suddenly realized something and said, Could it be that she really has a lover and wants to run away with the money from our old Qin family? When she said this, everyone's faces changed. Earlier, they accused Zhang Chunqin of running away with a man, mostly to smear her. But today, they truly believed it. This time, old Qin said coldly, We will go to Zhang's house to find her. Don't let her run away with her lover. This time, old Qin spoke and told Sun Ermiai, Go call our relatives and together go to Zhang's house to get the person. Sun Ermiai felt more confident this time and hurriedly ran out. Qin Guohua looked confused and asked his son in disbelief, Wentao, what's going on? Did your mother really run away with someone? Qin Wentao looked at his father and said quietly, I don't know. First, we need to find the person. If we can't, then she probably ran away with someone. Old Qin ignored his son and said to Qin Wentao, I'm going too. That shameless woman, Zhang Chunqin. Sun Ermiai quickly returned, but this time, she didn't bring anyone to support her. Old Qin saw no one behind Sun Ermiai and frowned, asking, Didn't I tell you to call people? Why didn't you bring anyone back? Sun Ermiai clenched her teeth and cursed, Your Qin family are all heartless. They said they already lost face last time when they went with us, so this time they won't get involved. They say our Guohua's actions make it impossible for them to go out now. Old Qin's face turned dark, and he cursed, If you won't go, we'll go ourselves. Then he shouted into the house, Go call Guobao from the fields. Our family is going. Qin Wentao didn't care about Zhang Chunqin's reputation. He only cared that his biological mother had deceived him and resented her for selling her job. He remembered that Zhang Chunqin had arranged his marriage, but he felt his own mother hadn't fulfilled his needs. When Qin Dahai returned and saw Qin Wentao there, he asked, "Where's Mom? Why hasn't she come back? Is she still angry?" Qin Wentao gritted his teeth and said, "You go with us to Uncle's house to get the person. Mom has been lying to us." Qin Dahai was stunned and asked suspiciously, "What did she lie about?" "She wasn't fired from her job. She sold it herself." "Mom has been planning this for a long time," Qin Wentao said bitterly. Qin Dahai frowned and asked his older brother Qin Wentao, "If she wants to sell her own job, why should we care? I didn't let you take advantage, so you think she deceived you." He spoke with sarcasm and coldness. "Qin Wentao, your parents had 4 children. Why do you think everything in the family belongs to you?" After saying that, he added to Qin Wentao, "I'm not very kind, but I won't join you in criticizing my mom. My second brother has left, and now I am leaving too." As he spoke, he took out $1 to give to the elderly couple of the Qin family. "Grandpa and Grandma, this is the rent for these days. Starting tomorrow, I won't come home." After saying this, he turned around and started packing his things. Qin Wentao looked at his third brother and angrily said, "Third brother, what do you mean? Do you also think I've taken all the benefits at home?" Qin Dahai, who was originally bowing his head to pack, slowly looked up and fixed his gaze on Qin Wentao's face. "Big brother, a person should act with conscience. Haven't you taken advantage of things? Since childhood, when there was something at home, Mom always let you decide. Have you ever felt responsible as the eldest brother?" Zhang Chunqin's way of raising him was to support the eldest, give him enough love and resources so he could care for his younger siblings. In the 1960s and 70s, this was quite progressive, because only by supporting the eldest could he then help support the younger ones. But this method didn't work for Qin Wentao. Over the years, Zhang Chunqin had given him too much power. He had come to see himself as the most important person in the family. So he naturally believed that his mother's efforts were deserved, and everything in the family belonged to him. Qin Wentao's face turned pale, and he clenched his lips tightly. "Mom gave me the right to decide how to share. If you think I'm unfair, why didn't you say anything back then?" Qin Dahai chuckled. "Haven't I told you? Qin Wentao, you are the most selfish and shameless person. You're nothing." After saying that, he grabbed his things and left without looking back. The elderly couple of the Qin family didn't care about Qin Dahai at this moment. Their main goal was to find Zhang's family and get the person back. Qin Wentao watched his brother's back and felt only anger inside. People who take advantage never think they are taking advantage, and Qin Wentao naturally didn't think he was. So, he couldn't understand Qin Dahai's accusations. "Big brother, Mom isn't like that. I won't go either,"
Qin Yuan said.
After speaking, she turned and left. She had her own plan. She couldn't afford to offend her mother completely. Selling her work was another way to make money. Her mother currently had a lot of money, and if she was willing to share it, it would all be hers. She didn't get involved in today's matters. The elders of the Qin family looked down on her as a burden, so she didn't bother to please them. Qin Wentao took the 2 elders of the Qin family directly to Zhang's house to find someone. Qin Dahai left the Qin house, originally, to visit his second aunt. When he arrived at Li's house, he found out they had already driven his second aunt away. He angrily shouted at the Li elders, "Where did you send my second aunt?" The Li elders looked at Qin Dahai with disdain and sneered, "How would we know where she went?" They didn't even want to say another word to him, and directly closed the door. Qin Dahai left feeling confused. He didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, his mother stopped caring about them. Before, she would ask what they wanted to eat and even buy their favorite dishes. Now, she just didn't care anymore. He wandered around the alley and met Fat Mama. Seeing Qin Dahai, Fat Mama asked, "Still haven't found your mom?" Surprised, Qin Dahai asked, "How do you know?" Fat Mama shrugged. "Your older brother came by." She looked at Qin Dahai deeply and said, "Don't rely too much on your mom. Think about how much hardship she has endured. Maybe she's just tired and doesn't want to bother anymore." Actually, Fat Mama wanted to say, You guys are not trying hard enough. If you were a bit more capable, your mom wouldn't lose hope and hide away. But seeing Qin Dahai looking so discouraged, she didn't want to say anything harsh. Fat mama, if you see my mom, please tell her I've gone north to work on a construction site. When I earn some money, I'll come back to take care of her. Qin Dahai left her these words and then carried his things away. Recently, he had been carrying heavy loads at the dock with Qin Qinghe. After Qin Qinghe went south, he went to work on a construction site. He worked for 2 days. By chance, he happened to see the boss, not understanding the blueprints. Nowadays, most bosses can't read or understand drawings. When they were arguing with the big boss, he stepped forward to help explain, resolving the conflict. The boss saw that he was clever, could read, and understood the design plans, so he wanted to take him along. In the past, Qin Dahai definitely wouldn't have wanted to endure such hardship. Although he didn't want to study, he also didn't want to suffer. But after carrying heavy loads at the dock with his second brother, he understood how hard Zhang Chunqin had worked to raise them. When he heard the boss wanted to take him to the north, he didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. He knew Zhang Chunqin's house had been taken back. His grandparents' home wouldn't hold him forever, and they would eventually have to send him away. Qin Dahai had originally planned to tell his family about going north, but when he got home, he caused a fuss because his mother ran off with a man. So he simply left. At the construction site, boss Yuan Shanshan saw him arrive with 2 sets of clothes, looking surprised. Dahai, we're working on a big project this time, and it will take more than half a year. Why did you only bring these 2 outfits? Didn't your family come to see you off? Qin Dahai smiled and said, I didn't study hard before, and my mom was angry with me. My dad has never really taken care of me. I left a message for my mom. After I finish the project in the north and earn some money, I will support her, and she won't be so disappointed in me. Hearing this, Yuan Shanshan also said, You're right. Many people want to study but can't. Your mom wanted you to go to school, which was very wise. I can't read the blueprints now, and I don't understand the words on them. Sometimes I blame myself for not being able to read. Qin Dahai grinned and said, When I earn money with Brother Yuan, I will go back and study hard. Yuan Shanshan nodded. That's right. Earning money to support your parents is definitely the right thing. Qin Wentao, along with the 2 elders of the Qin family, angrily went to the Zhang family. The Zhang family saw Qin Wentao with a serious face and said, Wentao, what's going on? Is your family finished? Zhang's father, called Zhang Baobao, saw Qin Wentao bringing the entire Qin family and looked annoyed. This time, no relatives from the Qin family came. Only the main family members arrived. To show strength, even Qin Baoxiang came along. Since that day's incident, Qin Baoxiang has been scolded by the older members of the Qin family at home. She also feels a lot of mental pressure and has become much thinner. Mother Zhang, named Su Taohua, had been unable to show her face in the village because of Qin Guohua's scandal. Now, when she sees the Qin family, she rushes over and points at Qin Guohua's nose, shouting at her. Qin Guohua, you caused such a disgrace. We didn't come to find you, but you came here yourself. Because of your affair, our family can't hold our heads up in the village. How dare you come here? Su Taohua scolds her son-in-law harshly. It's bad enough that you're useless, but now you've caused such a scandal. It makes our whole family look bad when we go out. Others also have affairs, but none are as bad as yours. If you're going to have an affair, stay far away. Do it in your own home. Son Ermiai sees her son being scolded and immediately jumps in. Zhang Chunqin ran off with my old Qin family's money to be with a man outside. And you still dare to scold my son. I think your whole family is involved in helping her. We've been taking care of her with good food and drink all these years, and now she's done this to us. Then she puts her hands on her hips and stomps her foot. Call Zhang Chunqin out now, or I won't leave today. She then sits down heavily on the ground and starts crying loudly. Come quick. Everyone come see what this shameless family has done. We paid money to marry her, and now she's run off with someone else. Shameless. She ran off with a man outside and is still coming back to cheat us. Her crying is loud and heartbreaking. In a quarrel, The one who curses the fiercest and cries the hardest is considered to win. Sun Ermiai is famous in the village for her loud curses and fierce arguments. She's never been at a disadvantage before, but today she's truly lost out. Naturally, she cries even more loudly. Su Taohua looks at Sun Ermiai without worry. She turns to her daughter-in-law and says, "Pan Fan, go call everyone from Zhangjia village. Let them see what this shameless family has done." Last time, they said Chunqin ran off with someone, but it turned out to be a child bride. What are they trying to do now? Then, Su Taohua's eyes turn sharp as she points at Qin Guohua. Everyone outside is saying that this little is yours and the outside man's child. Could this child have some other background? When Su Taohua says this, the most upset person is Qin Guohua. He has been feeling ashamed lately. When he hears this, he immediately retorts, "Nonsense." Su Taohua had only spoken casually, but when she heard Qin Guohua's words, she sneered and said, "Oh, you're angry and embarrassed now. It seems I hit the mark." Qin Guohua's face grew even uglier, and he looked fierce. "Stop talking nonsense. If you dare to keep lying, I will kill you." Sun Ermiai saw her grandson get upset and felt worried. She quickly grabbed him and said, "Guohua, don't be angry. We are here to get someone." Qin Guohua finally regained his senses and calmed down. After the embarrassing incident involving Qin Baoxiang, Qin Guohua just wanted to distance himself from her. He most didn't want anyone to know that Qin Baoxiang was his biological mother. Su Taohua looked at Qin Guohua and felt even more suspicious. She had only spoken casually, arguing was just nonsense, but Qin Guohua looked genuinely anxious. His panicked face made it clear something was not right. "Where is Zhang Chunqin? Bring her out. I know she's here. Hand her over." Sun Ermiai continued crying loudly. Su Taohua ignored Sun Ermiai's crying and kept her eyes on Qin Guohua's face. She looked at him with suspicion. Qin Guohua felt guilty under Su Taohua's gaze. The Qin family's momentum was already weakening. Qin Wentao only wanted to find Zhang Chunqin, not to join in criticizing his mother. So, he definitely wouldn't get involved in the fight. Soon, Su Panpan arrived, leading a group from Zhangjia village, looking fierce. Because of what happened last time with Qin Guohua, the villagers talked about it excitedly, and many regretted not going with them. Today, they came just to watch the show. Last time, they didn't get the full story about the Qin family, which made them uncomfortable. Some villagers also said that Qin Baoxiang was, and very wild. So when Su Panpan shouted, everyone from Zhangjia village came. Sun Ermiai was originally confident, but when she saw the crowd, she was suddenly scared and couldn't speak. She was bossy and unreasonable, but she also knew how to judge people. Her family had a disabled person and someone recently discharged from the hospital. Neither Qin Wentao nor Qin Guohua could fight, and she wasn't very strong either. With so many people, she would definitely suffer losses. So she patted her and stood up from the ground. Many people from Zhangjia village have come, and Su Taohua immediately feels more confident. She says, "Look at everyone. This shameless family is again accusing my daughter Chunqin of running away with someone. They are really both foolish and mean, using the same tricks over and over. They must have done something terrible and want to blame us unfairly." Many villagers remember the last time they accused Zhang Chunqin of running away with a man. Yes, last time, they caused trouble and said Chunqin ran off with someone, but then their own son was caught cheating in bed. Why doesn't your Qin family behave properly? Someone pointed at Qin Guohua and scolded, "Qin Guohua, how can you still have the face to talk about Chunqin running away? Do you not know what you've done? Look at him, bringing that shameless little sister along. People need face, trees need bark. You all have no shame at all." Everyone in Zhangjia village was pointing and shouting at the Qin family. Some words were really harsh. Since he was a child, Qin Wentao had gone to the city and rarely seen such loud, angry shouting. He felt ashamed and couldn't lift his head. At this moment, he truly regretted coming to Zhangjia. Finally, he took a deep breath and said in a serious voice, "We came here to find someone, not to insult my mother." My mother hasn't been home for days. She can't stay outside forever. Then he asked Su Taohua, Grandma, my mother has nowhere to go. She must have come back. Hearing this, Su Taohua rushed forward and slapped Qin Wentao in the face. Don't you know whether your mother has been in touch with her family all these years? When you got married, your mother didn't let us visit. Could she come to us? After scolding, she added angrily, she ran off with money and a man. Does your family have money to give her? Over these years, she married into the Qin family and hasn't sent a penny back to her family. Qin Wentao covered his face in anger and said, Grandma, do you know that my mother sold her job? She even stole my money and my grandparents' money. Hearing this, Su Taohua's hand suddenly lowered. She said excitedly, Your mother has money? Qin Wentao immediately realized he had said too much. Sister Sun, standing nearby, glared at Qin Wentao harshly. She thought to herself, how could such a foolish woman like Zhang Chunqin have a son like him? Sure enough, the mother was foolish and had a foolish family. She couldn't hold back anymore and slapped Qin Wentao. Wentao, ask them for the person. We're here to get someone, not to talk about money. The people from the Zhang family, hearing that Zhang Chunqin had money, became more confident. To them, Zhang Chunqin's money was their money. Qin Wentao looked at his grandmother and her family with greedy expressions, clenched his teeth, and said, Grandma, we won't break a marriage over a temple. Hurry up and hand over my mom. Sun Ermei immediately turned to signal the others in the Qin family, indicating they should ask for the person. The family quickly united. Qin Guohua was kicked in the knee by Sun Ermei and immediately knelt down with a thud. At this moment, Qin Guohua no longer cared about his dignity. He cried and shouted to the Zhang family, Mom, please, let Chunqin come out. We already have 4 children, and only Wentao is married. We can't let our conflicts delay our children's happiness. These words were taught to Qin Guohua by Sun Ermei before coming. He was initially hesitant to speak, but after kneeling smoothly, he had nothing left to hide. He even covered his face and cried when he was sad. Next to him, Qin Guohua also knelt down. Uncles and aunts, let my sister-in-law come out. Our family can't be without her. The children need her to take care of them. Su Taohua looked coldly at the Qin family and sneered. You all better stop pretending. When you were cheating, did you think about your children? Su Taohua then fixed her gaze on Qin Guohua's face. You should know about your older brother's situation, right? When your family was lying, did you ever think about your sister-in-law? People from Zhangjia village also started scolding. Qin Baoxiang watched the scene, feeling both angry and helpless. She was driven away by the Qin family, but Zhang Chunqin was begged to come back. When she heard the villagers scolding Qin Guohua and Qin Baoxiang, she finally couldn't hold it anymore and jumped out. If Zhang Chunqin had real ability, she wouldn't have been unable to stand a man. She's useless herself, so what kind of attitude is she showing? It's her good fortune to serve me as her sister-in-law. If I hadn't helped her take care of her man all these years, Guohua would have divorced her long ago. As soon as she said this, the surrounding area suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at Qin Baoxiang with complicated expressions. Su Taohua was so angry she laughed out loud. She had seen fools before, but never someone so stupid as to come and get scolded for being a flirtatious troublemaker. Immediately, she pointed at Qin Baoxiang's nose and shouted, Qin Baoxiang, do you have any shame? You've turned our family into this mess, and now you're still talking? You shameless fox, with your constant need for men, everyone knows how many men you've been with. She then turned to everyone and said, look at the face of the Qin family. They only bullied my daughter Chunqin, and now they even brought that flirtatious girl here to humiliate us. They say they came to get someone, but really, they're just showing off. Now, Su Taohua felt more confident. I support my daughter's divorce. If she doesn't leave the Qin family, I will cut all ties with her. Since Zhang Chunqin had money, she definitely wanted a divorce. Only after divorcing could she give her money to her family. Then, she glared at Qin Wentao's nose and gritted her teeth. Your mother wishes she had never given birth to you. You're such a waste, better off thrown into the toilet and drowned. It's okay if the Qin family bullies your mother, but how can you join them and insult her? Do you have any conscience? She couldn't hit the Qin family members, but as a grandmother, she could hit Qin Wentao. She grabbed a broom from the wall and swung it toward Qin Wentao. Qin Wentao, being scolded so badly, couldn't lift his head. He was overwhelmed and ran away, not wanting to deal with the Qin family anymore. Seeing Qin Wentao run, Su Taohua grabbed the broom and started hitting Qin Guohua and Qin Baoxiang. Qin Guohua cared about his reputation, so when Su Taohua rushed at him, he ran away with Qin Wentao. After driving away the two, Su Taohua turned and shouted to her daughter-in-law, "Pan Pan, get the knife. This flirtatious girl is too much. I want to die with her." Usually, people in this situation wouldn't leave the house, but she still dares to come out and embarrass us. Qin Baoxiang heard this and changed her expression. She pouted and ran away as well. By now, Su Panfan had already taken out her knife. Sun Ermiai was chased by Zhang Hongmei's butcher's knife. The Zhang family was full of crazy people. She was old, and she couldn't just be cut down like that. So, she also ran away. The entire Qin family fled, leaving only the paralyzed old Qin sitting in a wheelchair. Everyone in the family, even Sun Ermiai, forgot about the old man. Old Qin looked at the Qin family members running away and turned pale. He stared at Su Taohua and said, "Zhang Chunqin stole 600 yuan from me. If she hadn't run off with someone, why would she come back to ask for money?" Old Qin forced himself to argue. Hearing this, Su Taohua became even more excited. Oh dear, her daughter finally learned her lesson and managed to steal so much money. She must think the Qin family has no support and is giving money to Dihai. In Su Taohua's view, all of this money belonged to her son. So she stomped her foot, pointed at old Qin, and scolded, "Shameless dog. Don't you know who Qin Guohua really is? You're here causing trouble for my daughter. If you want to be a green turtle, you think everyone else wants to be one too." Her words were harsh, and she almost poked her finger into old Qin's face. Old Qin was initially a bit afraid, but when he heard the phrase green turtle, his old face immediately turned bright red. He looked at Su Taohua with bloodshot eyes and said, "Who are you calling a green turtle?" Su Taohua snorted softly. "Whoever responds is a green turtle." Old Qin was so angry he kept panting, his eyes wide open, unable to say a word. Su Taohua didn't realize her mistake and kept talking. "Old Qin, I really feel sorry for you. You've raised your own son for so many years, and you don't even know whose child he is. Others might not know if your thing works, but you yourself should know, right? For that little bit of dignity, you really can endure anything." Hearing this, old Qin couldn't catch his breath and suddenly fainted. Seeing old Qin's condition, Su Taohua took 3 steps back and said, "Old Qin, stop lying and pretending." Sun Ermiai ran all the way home and finally realized, "Where's Grandpa? Guohua, you're quick. Hurry up and push your grandpa back. How could we forget him?" Sun Ermiai was now full of regret. Oh my, she had forgotten her own grandpa. Qin Guohua hesitated, clearly reluctant to go. Sun Ermiai stomped her foot and urged, "Go now." Qin Guohua hesitated. "Dad and Mom are still here. They definitely won't leave Grandpa behind." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Guohua and Qin Baoxiang also returned. Sun Ermiai rushed over and slapped Qin Baoxiang, saying, "Why did you come back? If it weren't for your embarrassing behavior, could we have lost the argument? Such bad luck. Hurry up and go with the national treasure to bring your father back." Qin Guohua also wouldn't blame Qin Guohua. He asked his mother, "Mom, why did you come back? Since you all came back, I came with you. Why shouldn't I come back? What if Su Taohua tries to hurt me?" Qin Baoxiang said naturally. Looking at his own mother, Qin Guohua really couldn't stand her. He stomped his foot and turned to find old Qin. Qin Guohua is the most strategic person in the Qin family. He knows that only old Qin truly cares for him. No matter the reason, he must quickly bring old Qin back. Qin Guohua was a bit worried and wanted to go along. Sun Ermiai grabbed him, saying, "Wentao, you and Guobao go together. Your dad's health isn't fully recovered, and he shouldn't be so rushed. Wentao didn't want to go, but thinking about his money, he had no choice but to follow Qin Guohua. The Qin family went to Zhang's house to cause trouble, but didn't gain any advantage. After Qin Guohua and Wentao ran back to Zhang's house, they saw Su Taohua pinching old Qin's neck. Seeing them arrive, she immediately said, "This isn't our fault. Everyone saw it. I only said a few words and old Qin fainted." Qin Guohua went over and pressed on old Qin's neck. After several tries, old Qin didn't wake up. He panicked and shouted to Wentao, "Wentao, we must take him to the clinic quickly." There was chaos as the Zhang family watched Qin Wentao and Qin Guohua carry old Qin away. Su Taohua saw the Qin family leave, then turned to her son and daughter-in-law and said, "Let's go to your second sister's house. She must know where your eldest sister is. We need to take advantage of her having money now and try to get some." The Zhang family all agreed and immediately went to Li's village to find Zhang Hongmei. Zhang Hongmei finally moved into her own courtyard. She bought some things and then went to find her eldest sister. Everyone had prepared dumplings and rice balls for her, share with the neighbors, and bring good luck. Close neighbors are better than distant relatives. Zhang Hongmei suddenly hugged Zhang Chunqin and burst into tears. "Sister, I finally have my own home. I won't have to flatter my maternal family anymore, and I won't suffer from my in-laws." Women of this time are often criticized by their families and mistreated by their in-laws. Life is very hard for them. Zhang Chunqin helped Zhang Hongmei share the dumplings and reunion food with neighbors and also distributed red eggs to everyone. People were very friendly and warm to them. After finishing their work, Zhang Chunqin asked Zhang Hongmei, "Hongmei, do you only want to do business? Do you have other ideas?" Surprised, Zhang Hongmei asked, "Like what?" Zhang Chuanqiu smiled and said, "For example, do you want to remarry? Or do you want to have your own child? Or maybe you want to stop slaughtering pigs and learn something new?" Zhang Hongmei frowned and shook her head like a rattle. "I don't want to be mistreated by my in-laws again. I finally got out of a bad situation, and I don't want to marry again." Then she said to Zhang Chunqin, "Sister, I don't want children at my age. If I find someone suitable, I would adopt a child. I want to save some money for my own retirement. With money, I won't worry about being cared for. When people see I have money, I tell them, as long as they are willing to take care of me in my old age, I will give them my money. I hope there won't be too many people eager to take care of me." She then fell silent and said, "At my age, can I still learn something new? I want to learn a skill." Zhang Chunqin thought for a moment and said, "Before you married into the Li family, you worked as a seamstress for a while. The clothing industry will be good in the future. There is night school now, and you can go to school. Do you want to check it out? You could learn fashion design." Hearing this, Zhang Hongmei nodded strongly. Although she didn't know what fashion design was, she knew her sister would never harm her. Her sister had never hurt her all these years. The sisters in the Zhang family were lively and beautiful, but Zhang Hongmei was the least outstanding. The old parents who had syphilis actually arranged her marriage. Later, her eldest sister found out and took her in. She said that as the eldest sister, she had to get married first so that the second sister could marry afterward. She knew her eldest sister wasn't perfect, but she was the person who loved her most in the world. So, she believed her sister would never deceive her. "Tomorrow, I'll take you to see it. You can do business during the day and go to school at night. Now we don't have to serve anyone, and we have free time. You can do whatever you want," said Zhang Chunqin. Hearing this, Zhang Hongmei nodded again, "Okay." After the sisters had a hearty meal, Zhang Chunqin took Zhang Hongmei to explore the nearby area. They reached an intersection, and Zhang Chunqin pointed to a house there. "Hongmei, when you have money, we should buy several more of these courtyard houses. Houses are our roots. The more we have, the less we'll worry in the future. Life will be better." Zhang Chunqin couldn't tell her sister that these houses would become very valuable in the future, so she used different words to persuade her to buy property. At this moment, Zhang Chunqin didn't know that because of her words, her sister Bao knew. Zhang Hongmei bought dozens of houses and shops. They continued walking, and Zhang Chunqin started explaining the surroundings. Suddenly, a doubtful voice called out to Zhang Chunqin from behind. She recognized the voice as Qin Yuanyuan's. She leaned close to Zhang Hongmei's ear and said, "Don't let her know where we live." Zhang Hongmei immediately understood her sister's meaning and nodded. Zhang Chunqin turned around. Qin Yuanyuan saw Zhang Chunqin and was so excited that tears came to her eyes. Today, she had been driven out by the Hong family. Her mother-in-law called her shameless for living in their house before marriage. Hong Xian forced her to marry and demanded a dowry and a job. She felt helpless and wanted to borrow some money from her former classmates, but unexpectedly, she saw Zhang Chunqin on the street. Overcome with emotion, Qin Yuanyuan ran up to Zhang Chunqin and said, "Mom, I'm pregnant. I must get married. You have to help me." Zhang Chunqin heard Qin Yuanyuan's words and doubted her ears. "What did you say?" Qin Yuanyuan, who still had a sense of shame, felt guilty and said, "Grandma and Grandpa don't like me. If you don't help me, I can only go to Hong Xian. You've been gone so long, have you asked about me?" Hearing Qin Yuanyuan say she was pregnant, Zhang Chunqin almost couldn't hold back and slapped her. She took a long time to calm herself. In her previous life, because of her interference, Qin Yuanyuan was only beaten by her family. Later, she got pregnant and was forced to have multiple miscarriages by Hong Xian. In this life, she was pregnant with Hong Xian's child before turning 18. When Zhang Hongmei heard Qin Yuanyuan's words, her hot temper couldn't be contained. She reached out and slapped her. "Qin Yuanyuan, are you shameless? You're not even married and you're pregnant. You're so irresponsible." Qin Yuanyuan naturally said, "Anyway, I am going to marry Hong Xian. I will only marry him in this life. If I become his wife earlier, he won't go looking for other women outside. There's nothing wrong with that." She then stopped pretending and directly reached out to Zhang Chunqin. "Mom, I heard from my older brother. Your job wasn't actually fired. You sold it yourself. You also took money from my older brother and tricked money from Grandma and Grandpa.
You have several thousand yuan.
I mentioned this before. You need to prepare my dowry." Zhang Chunqin's mood calmed down, and she looked at her daughter with the eyes of a stranger. "You did something so unloving, and now you want me to give you dowry?" Qin Yuanyuan confidently said, "It's not about giving or not giving. I live with him, and my family is better off than his. Isn't it normal to have a little extra? You also suffered from your own family problems. Do you want me to be mistreated by my in-laws too?" Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin was so angry she laughed. "Mistreated by in-laws? You got pregnant before marriage. Isn't that you rushing to be mistreated by your in-laws? Today's times are not as open as in later generations. People who get pregnant before marriage are often pointed at and criticized." Qin Yuanyuan stomped her foot. "If you gave me money, I could get married earlier. No one knows about my pregnancy. After I get married and have the baby, who will care when I got pregnant?" She spoke without waiting for Zhang Chunqin to reply, already counting on her fingers. "I've calculated it. You have at least 3,000 yuan. I don't want much. Just give me 2,000 yuan to take to my in-laws. The things I asked for earlier, like the bicycle, you can give me money to buy myself. Also, tell my brother to find a job for Hong Xian. A temporary job is fine for now. Hong Xian is capable. He can become a regular employee himself." Zhang Chunqin looked at Qin Yuanyuan as if she were a fool. Seeing that Zhang Chunqin didn't speak, Qin Yuanyuan urged, "Mom, did you hear what I said? Your own misfortune. Do you want me to be like you? Look at what kind of family you've turned this into. Maybe you don't know yet. Yesterday, Grandma and Grandpa went to Grandma's house to cause trouble again. You took so much money and Grandma and Grandpa won't let you go." Qin Yuanyuan's tone was full of schadenfreude. Although she was the daughter and should be the one most empathetic to her mother, her tone was full of mockery and glee. Zhang Chunqin took a deep breath and swung her arm, slapping hard. "No money, but I can give you more slaps. Qin Yuanyuan, you really have no shame. I'll beat you to death, you shameless girl. I wish I never had you, this ungrateful thing. Hong Xian is my treasure, decorated with gold, and you insist on him. Not only did you get pregnant before marriage, but you also want money to marry him. Is he so useless that he needs money from his family? If he's so useless, he should just die. If I have to support his family, I will. Zhang Chunqin was so upset, she seemed to go crazy. She was furious and out of control. She knew Qin Yuanyuan wouldn't die without a man. But she didn't expect her to actually bring someone home. In her past life, she was just love-struck. Now, she felt utterly shameful. She was proud of doing such disgraceful things. Qin Yuanyuan covered her face and said angrily, "Mom, no wonder Dad doesn't want Qin Baoxiang. Look at you, you're so wild. What do you want with all that money? You don't care about me or second and third brothers. Are you really planning to run off with some man?" Then, she suddenly remembered something. "I remember when we lived in the big yard, I saw you being picked up by a small car. Was your lover that man with the car?" Zhang Hongmei, the older sister who had been silent, couldn't hold back anymore. She had always thought her sister's children weren't promising. Now she saw they really weren't. They were just a bunch of good-for-nothings. She searched herself for a moment, wanting to grab a butcher knife, but remembered she hadn't used one in a long time. She rushed forward and slapped Qin Yuanyuan again. "Qin Yuanyuan, if you like that man so much, marry him. You're the one chasing after him, dragging the whole family into it. I tell you, if you dare say another word about how much your mother loves you, I'll tear your mouth apart." She kept hitting her, slapping her twice.
Are you going to say nothing?
Zhang Hongmei, who had fought for over 10 years and had never lost to the Li family, was relentless. Qin Yuanyuan couldn't escape this beating. Zhang Hongmei's slaps were much harder than Zhang Chunqin's. After a few hits, her lips swelled. She covered her face and stepped back.
You.
"Mom, I'm your daughter. I'm pregnant now. How can you hit me like this?" Zhang Chunqin sneered. "Do you think getting pregnant before marriage is something to be proud of? Forget it. We forced you to have an abortion. When you enter the Hong family, your life might get better. But if you go in pregnant, just wait for Hong Xian to beat you to death." Qin Yuanyuan loved Hong Xian very much and couldn't listen to her own mother speak badly about him. She angrily said, "Zhang Chunqin, just wait for my dad to kick you out. You're over 40, a selfish woman who doesn't care about her children. Hong Xian doesn't want you, so what good days do you think you'll have?" Then she yelled at Zhang Hongmei, "My second aunt's husband was killed because of you. You two sisters are no good. My mom is abandoned by everyone and you have no children. When you grow old, you'll just rot away at the wall." After shouting, she turned and left. Zhang Hongmei was so angry she wanted to rush over. "Big sister, I want to beat that dead child. Has that mouth of hers been poisoned? She's so toxic." Zhang Chunqin looked at Qin Yuanyuan's back, took a deep breath, and calmly said, "She chose her own path. She has to walk it to the end, even on her knees. No one will support her anymore in this life." When Zhang Hongmei heard her older sister's words, she felt something was strange, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. However, Zhang Chunqin didn't say more. She already knew how selfish her daughter was. In her past life, she supported her daughter through everything. And what did Qin Yuanyuan say about her? She said, "Mom, you should mind your own business about my marriage and family. If it weren't for you, Hong Xian and I wouldn't have divorced. In this life, she wouldn't interfere anymore. She was waiting for her own happy marriage. Big sister, what should we do about Yuanyuan's pregnancy? That will surely make her in-laws look down on her. Who knows how they will treat her in the future?" Zhang Hongmei worriedly mumbled. Zhang Chunqin was silent for a moment, then softly said, "That child might not be born." Hearing this, Zhang Hongmei asked suspiciously, "What do you mean, big sister?" Zhang Chunqin just smiled and shook her head. The father of Qin Yuanyuan's partner is famous for hitting his wife in Hongmei village. If the father is like that, his son probably isn't any better. In her past life, Qin Yuanyuan insisted on marrying Hong Xian. She had looked into Hong family's affairs. Hong family was very poor, but they had a lot of scandals. For example, Hong Xian isn't his biological son. Hong Xian's biological mother ran away several times, and her grandmother was also known for many scandals in the village. Then, why didn't you stop her? Zhang Hongmei asked quickly. Zhang Chunqin shook her head.
She's like this now.
I can't stop her. She's chosen her own path and the man she likes. She deserves whatever hardship comes her way. Zhang Hongmei looked at her older sister silently and continued walking together. Her sister truly was very different from before. Zhang Chunqin led Zhang Hongmei along the street, walking around a few more times before slowly taking her to a nearby guest house. Let's stay at the guest house for these next few days, Zhang Chunqin said. Zhang Hongmei hesitated and looked at her sister with doubt. Sister, why do we need to stay at a guest house? Zhang Chunqin sighed. We can't hide forever. The time is almost right. Qin Yuanyuan saw us. If she didn't get money from me, she will definitely tell the elders of the Qin family. Does Zhang Chunqin not understand others or herself? Hearing this, Zhang Hongmei clenched her teeth in anger. Big sister, are all children like this? I'm glad I didn't have any. Zhang Chunqin smiled helplessly. That's not it. I just didn't raise these children well. I loved them in the way I thought was right, cared for them, but in the end, I only raised selfish and greedy kids. Hearing this, Zhang Hongmei hesitated and said, Actually, among the 4 children, the oldest and the youngest are most like the Qin family. The second and third, it's hard to say. After so many incidents, Zhang Hongmei saw that the most troublesome member of the Qin family was Qin Wentao, who caused the most trouble. Qin Yuanyuan was only focused on getting money. Forget it. Not having hope for them is the best hope, Zhang Chunqin said calmly. Then she told Zhang Hongmei, Hongmei, you don't need to stay with me at the guest house. I just didn't want the Qin family to bother me where I stay. Zhang Chunqin knew Qin Yuanyuan would definitely follow them. She couldn't be on guard against being followed every day, so she chose to stay at the guest house. Later, the Qin family would surely cause trouble again. Sure enough, Qin Yuanyuan pretended to leave, but then sneaked back from another side to follow Zhang Chunqin. She followed all the way to the guest house before leaving. She had her own plan. She wanted to get money from her mother. If she really can't get the money, she will tell her grandparents to ask for it. Then she will make conditions for them. She wants to get married in a grand way. She knows her grandparents look down on her and always call her a burden. She doesn't ask for much, just that they do something. She reaches out and touches her belly. Now she really has no other choice. She is pregnant. Hong Xian says it's not that he doesn't want to marry her. He has tried several times to propose to the Qin family, but their family is always busy with other things, and nothing is settled. Qin Yuanyuan blames her parents. Why are they causing trouble at their age? Wise parents wouldn't make their private matters public, but her parents have made everything so embarrassing. She returns to the Hong family. At the door, Hong's mother sees her and looks unhappy. Qin Yuanyuan, do you have any shame? An unmarried woman following a man out and eating and drinking at my house. Are you eating less at home or drinking less? You insist on staying here. Hearing her future mother-in-law's words, Yuanyuan feels very wronged. She hadn't told the Hong family about her pregnancy yet. Now she can't hold it in and says directly, Auntie, I'm pregnant. Hong's mother is stunned for a moment, then becomes excited. You shameless girl. You're not even married yet, and you're pregnant. Who knows who the father is? Your family has so many messy affairs with your brother and sister involved. Who knows whose child it is? Hearing her words, Yuanyuan's face turns pale. Auntie, you can't talk nonsense. I only slept with Hong Xian, just him. Hong's mother sneers. I haven't branded you, so I don't know how many men you've been with. Let me tell you, not everyone can marry my son. If you want to marry him, bring some dowry. There are plenty of women who want to marry my son. We don't need someone like you trying to cling. After cursing, she slams the door. Hong Xian listens silently inside as his mother insults Yuanyuan. He doesn't say a word. In the past few days, Hong's mother has been hitting and scolding Yuanyuan, but she just won't leave, like a persistent stray dog. He can see that Yuanyuan is just being foolish. Yuanyuan, feeling wronged and angry from the scolding, says, Exile. No one knows who I am. Don't you know? I love you so much. Please say something for me. Finally, Hong Exile opened the door and said, Didn't you go home to get the dowry? Didn't you say your mother had several thousand yuan? Did you bring the money back? If you can't get the dowry you bragged about before, then get out. Qin Yuanyuan's face turned even paler, and she said in disbelief, I'm pregnant with your child. How can you say such things? Hong Exile sneered. If you hadn't said you had so much dowry before, I wouldn't look at a woman like you. I, Hong Exile, can find any woman I want. Why would I want someone as ugly as you? Qin Yuanyuan felt even more wronged. Hong Exile, how can you say that to me? Didn't you say that your feelings for other women are just for fun? The woman you love is me, right? Hong Exile was annoyed and impatient. Stop talking about love or not love. I have many women. Today I love Ah Hong. Tomorrow I love Ah Green. Who cares? Hurry up and get the money. If you lied to me and slept with me, but can't get the money, then don't get married. After saying that, he slammed the door shut again. Qin Yuanyuan stood at the door, tears streaming down her face, feeling wronged. Zhang Chunqin didn't wait long. After Qin Yuanyuan was locked outside by Hong's family, she came to find Zhang Chunqin. Seeing her, Zhang Chunqin wasn't very surprised. She asked coldly, Why are you here? Qin Yuanyuan rushed forward and grabbed Zhang Chunqin's hand, crying emotionally, Mom. Hong Exile said if I don't bring the dowry, he won't want me. What should I do? I'm already pregnant with his child. She looked at her mother with tears all over her face. Zhang Chunqin looked at Qin Yuanyuan, thinking of the domestic violence she experienced in her past life, the repeated miscarriages, and the bruises all over her body. She took a deep breath and decided to say a few more words. How can I help you? If Hong Exile doesn't want to marry you, then you should abort the baby. Before Zhang Chunqin finished, Qin Yuanyuan angrily shouted at her, No way. She touched her belly and said with resentment, It's obvious that as long as you give me the money, everything can be solved. Why do I have to abort the baby? Basically, it's because you don't want to spend the money. Is this money yours? Zhang Chunqin calmly asked, If it's not mine, then is it yours? She immediately became fierce. Zhang Chunqin, if you want to acknowledge me as your daughter, give me the money. Every family gives bride price for a wedding. You always say that life is for your children. Since it's all for your children, what's wrong with you giving me some money for a dowry? Zhang Chunqin sneered mockingly. I never wanted you as my daughter. You can be with whoever you like. After speaking, she pointed at the entrance of the guest house. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Hurry up and leave. Do you think being pregnant before marriage is something to be proud of? No one knew about your shameful secret, but now, because of your fuss, everyone knows. Qin Yuanyuan originally wanted to act pitiful, but Zhang Chunqin was completely indifferent. For Zhang Chunqin, if Qin Yuanyuan decided not to marry Hong Exile, she might help her a little. But she knew very well what kind of person her daughter was. This man is her life. If she doesn't marry him, she would die. Mom, do you really have to be so cruel? Qin Yuanyuan looked at Zhang Chunqin with resentment, as if she were her mortal enemy. How could she not be her enemy? She only needed to give some money, and she could marry Hong Exile. But Zhang Chunqin refused to spend any. Because of the tug-of-war between Qin Yuanyuan and Zhang Chunqin, some people nearby started watching. Some heard about Qin Yuanyuan's pregnancy before marriage and pointed fingers. In this era, the bride price usually consisted of a few quilts. Only wealthy families paid a large dowry. Ordinary families like Qin Yuanyuan's had to bring a lot of money for the wedding. There was no way her family could afford such a big dowry. Zhang Chunqin didn't compromise. She simply said, You said you and Hong Exile are truly in love. True love doesn't need money or a dowry. I can't tarnish your love with my petty money. Qin Yuanyuan felt the stares and whispers around her. She clenched her teeth and turned to leave. After Qin Yuanyuan left, Zhang Chunqin went to eat something near the guest house and then returned to sleep. Only when she was full and rested could she fight this tough battle. As for Qin Yuan, if she didn't get the money today, she would definitely go to her grandparents' house. She was her own daughter. She knew her own character well. After returning to the guest house, she thought for a moment and then went to find Zhang Hongmei. Red Plum, tonight Qin Yuan will definitely tell the Qin family where I live. By tomorrow at the latest, they will come looking for me. You should bring a big knife tomorrow. Is that big knife still available? Zhang Chunqin asked Zhang Hongmei. She thought for a moment and said, No, I also need to buy a kitchen knife. I can eat anything, but I must not be at a disadvantage. Hearing her older sister's words, Zhang Hongmei frowned and said, Sister, what can the Qin family do to you? Tomorrow, hide behind me. I've fought with the Li family for many years. I can't be beaten by a house full of old, weak, sick, and disabled people. She patted her chest and said, Don't bring a kitchen knife. What if you hurt yourself? I can handle it. The Li family has so many people, and they've never hurt me. You're still worried I can't fight back. Zhang Chunqin smiled and said, I'm not bringing the kitchen knife to fight. I'm using it to scare them, or in extreme cases, to threaten them. Her sister, Zhang Hongmei, looked pale and said, Sister, don't scare me. Zhang Chunqin patted her and said, I cherish my own life. If I really wanted to die, I wouldn't need to prepare these things. Zhang Hongmei still wanted to stop her, but seeing her sister's expression, she knew she couldn't persuade her. Her older sister was very determined and wouldn't be convinced. She sighed helplessly. Sister, should I go with you? Seeing Zhang Chunqin ready to leave, Zhang Hongmei asked worriedly. Zhang Chunqin patted her and said, No need. They can't kill me, right? Sister, you should divorce early. Zhang Chunqin sighed. Qin Guohua doesn't agree to the divorce. Even if I hold a knife to his neck, it won't work. I can only wait for them to agree to the divorce. If it really can't be done, we can give them some money. Whatever demands the Qin family has, we'll give it to them, Zhang Hongmei said, genuinely confused about why her sister insisted on waiting for the Qin family to initiate the divorce.
She would go to talk to them herself.
If they had any requests and if she could agree, she would just agree. Zhang Chunqin was silent for a moment and then said, Hongmei, the Qin family doesn't give up easily. They managed to hide Qin Baoxiang at home and raise their children under their own names. There's nothing they wouldn't do. If you take the initiative to divorce and let them make demands, maybe they'll agree at first and you'll give in. But they won't let go easily once they know I can still manipulate them or take advantage of the situation. She was very clear about the good and bad behavior of the Qin family. In her past life, after Qin Guohua died, this couple still argued over her providing living expenses. At first, she didn't give money on time because she was busy taking care of her children, working for Zhang Zhaodi, and sending 3 kids to school. Life was very hard for her. When she was a few days late, the elderly couple would go to the big courtyard to ask for money. They would tell everyone at the courtyard gate that she wasn't giving them money. She cared about her reputation, so even though she had no money, she borrowed some to give to them. Later, afraid they would cause trouble again, she made sure to give money on time. Now, thinking about it, she felt angry and unfair. Qin Guohua faked his death and left her and the children. She suffered so much alone, and in the end, these 2 old people still expected her to take care of them. Thinking of these things, Zhang Chunqin felt deep resentment and couldn't calm her mind. How could they still ask for more now? Just asking the Qin family to divorce was already enough to make her feel she had suffered so much over the years. As Zhang Chunqin guessed, after returning from the guest house, Qin Yuan went straight back to the Qin family. Seeing that she couldn't get money from Zhang Chunqin, she wanted the Qin family to pay her for her wedding. Anyway, she needed to get some money from one side or the other. When she arrived at the Qin house, only Qin Baoxiang was home. Since Qin Yuan learned about Qin Baoxiang, she no longer looked down on her little sister-in-law. Qin Baoxiang, where are Grandma, Grandpa, and my dad? Qin Yuan asked her. Qin Baoxiang looked at Qin Yuan and vented her anger at Zhang Chunqin on her. You little brat, who are you calling? My name is not something you can call. Say it again, and I'll slap your mouth. Recently, Qin Baoxiang had suffered a lot of grievances at the Qin house. She was a coward who bullied the weak. She thought Zhang Chunqin was easy to bully, and Qin Yuanyuan was also a punching bag at the Qin house, so she felt she could bully her too. Without waiting for Qin Yuanyuan to speak, she rushed up and slapped her. Qin Yuanyuan, you and your mother are just trash, as lowly as your shameless mother. You've served me for so many years and still refuse to divorce. Won't she die without a man? Qin Yuanyuan, hearing Qin Baoxiang's words, fought back. Qin Baoxiang, if you dare to hit me, I will kill you. The two started fighting. When Qin Wentao was pushing his bicycle to pick up Sun Ermiai, he happened to see them fighting. He watched the scene and shouted at Qin Yuanyuan, what are you doing? Qin Yuanyuan and Qin Baoxiang were pulling each other's hair, neither willing to let go. Qin Wentao was really fed up with the chaos at home. Endless fighting. Grandpa fainted and was taken to the clinic. When told it couldn't be treated, he was taken to the county town. Grandma was crying and causing a scene at the hospital. Finally, when Grandpa woke up, they went home. He thought he could eat something and then go back because he had to work tomorrow. But when he got home, he saw his sister and Qin Baoxiang pulling each other's hair. Are you two done? Can't you behave? We've already lost face in the village. Our family can't lift our heads, and you're still fighting. Qin Wentao shouted at them, then scolded Qin Yuanyuan, let go. She's your elder. Qin Yuanyuan spat at Qin Baoxiang, saying, she's not an elder. She's just a troublemaker who broke up our family. If it weren't for her and my dad's issues, my mom wouldn't be upset with the family. My mom has been acting strange lately. She must have already figured out what she and my dad did. She then said to her Aunt Sun, Mom, I want to get married. Take me to find my mom. Aunt Sun didn't want to get involved in Qin Yuanyuan and Qin Baoxiang's fight, but hearing Qin Yuanyuan's words, she got excited. Yuanyuan, do you know where your mom is? Qin Wentao also got excited. Fourth brother, did you see Mom? What's going on with her? Qin Yuanyuan looked at both of them without speaking. Aunt Sun urged her. Quick, tell me. Did that woman run off with some man? Does she still have the money? If she dares to use our family's money to support some man, I will kill her entire family. Qin Yuanyuan still didn't speak. Aunt Sun was anxious. Hurry up. Why are you holding back? Qin Yuanyuan told Aunt Sun, Mom, I want to marry Hong Xian. You need to pay for my wedding. Also, give me a dowry so I can marry happily. Then she said to Qin Wentao, Big brother, find a temporary job for Hong Xian. I don't need him to have the same job as you, just something easy with good pay. Qin Wentao looked at Qin Yuanyuan as if she were a fool and asked her back, Why not give him my job? Qin Yuanyuan immediately raised her eyebrows. If Big Brother is willing, I wouldn't mind. Second sister Sun spat at Qin Yuanyuan and cursed through gritted teeth. You little brat. You dare to make demands of us.
Say what you want.
Do you really think I don't know where you've been these days? You've gone to the Hong family. You practically threw yourself at them, and now you want me to arrange your marriage? Our Qin family can't afford to be embarrassed like this. Qin Yuanyuan sneered at her words. Then go find someone yourself. She turned and walked away. Qin Wentao chased after her and grabbed her arm. Fourth sister, take me to find Mom. She has so much money, it's not safe. Qin Yuanyuan looked at him with a mocking smile. Big brother, don't think I don't know. You've been helping your brother-in-law find a job. You haven't actually found a job for Guobao. You've lied to the grandparents. If they find out, you're dead. Hearing this, Qin Wentao clenched his teeth. Qin Yuanyuan, the family is already in chaos. Can't you stop? What exactly do you want? Qin Yuanyuan took a deep breath and said, Big brother, even you are messing around in the chaos. What right do you have to criticize me? She sighed.
No wonder Mom feels disappointed.
You're the most favored. Mom loves you the most, but you're helping the grandparents. Mom spends so much money on you, and you only bring back a few hundred yuan, and that makes you anxious. Then she added, Big brother, Guobao's job is the hope of the grandparents. The family has lost face, and they're worried about Guobao being unable to lift his head in the village. They probably want him to work in the city. If they find out you haven't actually found him a job, do you think they won't be furious? She continued, I have an idea. You find a job for Hong Xian in my family. Tell them that this job was arranged by you for Guobao, but we took it away. I've already married, so I'm not afraid of the grandparents causing trouble. You know how they are. If they find out you lied, they might cause trouble so serious you won't be able to stay. After saying this, she waited calmly for Qin Wentao to speak again. Qin Wentao was silent for a long time before finally saying, Take us to find Mom tomorrow. If you can get the money back, you won't lack a dowry for your marriage. As for Hong Xian, he's my brother-in-law. We're siblings. If he's useless, I'll definitely find him a job. I lied to my grandparents to find the treasure, because he is not my biological brother from the same parents. You are my real younger sister born from the same mother. Qin Wentao started to flatter and coax Qin Yuanyuan and again. Qin Yuanyuan was most easily convinced by men's flattery, even if it was Qin Wentao's words. Hearing this, she immediately believed him. Big brother, you promised me, you can't go back on your word. Qin Wentao continued to comfort her. I am your real older brother. If others can run away, can I? I also want you to have a good life. Qin Yuanyuan nodded right away. Okay. Tomorrow, I will take you to find my mom. I counted. With the money my mom made from selling her work, she has quite a lot of money. As she spoke, she stomped her foot. Brother, you're just a big mouth. Mom's selling her job can't be let grandparents know. Now, grandparents will definitely ask for that money. Qin Wentao was silent for a moment and whispered, I have a way. That night, Qin Wentao did not go home. Zhang Zhaodi felt something was wrong when Qin Wentao didn't return. Before, Qin Wentao and she never kept secrets. He always told her everything. But recently, when she asked about the Qin family, Qin Wentao was always hesitant. At night, when she was comforting the children, next door, Wei A Fen came to knock on the door. Zhaodi, why didn't Wentao come back tonight? Is there trouble at his house again? Wei A Fen was not worried about Qin Wentao himself, but about when Qin Wentao could gather enough money to buy a house. Now she felt that her son's job was settled, and she needed to quickly confirm the house situation. Zhang Zhaodi comforted her mother. There are many things going on in the Qin family lately. It's ultimately the parents' matter. It will get sorted out. Don't worry. She said this, but inside, she felt very uneasy. Since Zhang Chunqin came to take the money, Zhang Zhaodi always felt things were getting worse. That night, she couldn't sleep at all. The next morning, she was so worried that she gave the children to her parents, borrowed a bicycle from the neighbors, and rode to Qin village. Zhang Zhaodi was dressed very stylishly. Although she was now a rural woman, living with Qin Wentao, life had been quite good. When she reached the entrance of Qin village, a group of elderly women sitting there chatting asked her, Are you the granddaughter-in-law of old Qin? So pretty. Such a good family, and you don't cherish it. Exactly. She's out there causing trouble. Young lady, you need to watch your man. The upper beam is crooked, so the lower beam tilts. Yes. You should keep a close eye. When Zhang Zhaodi heard this, she felt her face flush with embarrassment and couldn't lift her head. She quickly pedaled her bicycle. When she arrived at the Qin family, Qin Wentao and second sister's son were already up cooking. The family had decided to go to the guest house to visit Zhang Chunqin, but since old Qin was in the hospital, they needed to send some food and drinks first. Wentao, is something wrong at home? Why didn't you come back yesterday? Zhang Zhaodi called out as she stood at the door. Qin Wentao heard her and turned around. Seeing Zhang Zhaodi coming, his expression changed. He didn't want her to know that Zhang Chunqin had taken the money. In the past, he had truly cared for his wife, but now many people were whispering that Zhang Zhaodi was after his house and job, and he started to worry. Grandpa wasn't feeling well yesterday, so I took him to the hospital. I came back late, so I didn't return home. Why are you here so early? Riding such a long way on your bike, Qin Wentao said as he stepped outside. He subtly told Zhang Zhaodi, Everyone in the village knows about my dad's situation. If you come, you'll get stared at. Don't come again. The people here aren't kind. Zhang Zhaodi looked at Qin Wentao and asked, "Where's Mom?" Before he could answer, she added, "Grandpa is in the hospital. I need to see him." "Is Mom there taking care of him?" Zhang Zhaodi really disliked old Qin. But she felt Qin Wentao was hiding something from her. She wanted to go to the hospital and find out what was really happening with the Qin family. Qin Wentao frowned slightly. "Go home and take care of the kids. I'll take my grandma to the hospital later and then go to work. You should hurry back." Hearing this, Zhang Zhaodi felt something was wrong. "Wentao, are you hiding something from me?" she asked. Qin Wentao grew impatient. "What am I hiding? Don't cause trouble. Our family has a lot going on, and you're making a fuss." At this moment, second sister's son came out. She mocked Zhang Zhaodi and said, "Zhaodi, what are you afraid of? Are you worried that Wentao doesn't want you, or that my family will run away? You never come to your in-laws' village during festivals or holidays. What brought you here today?" Zhang Zhaodi blushed and said, "Mom, what do you mean by that?" I am just worried about Wentao." Son Ermiai snorted coldly, "Worried that Wentao can't support your family anymore?" Hearing this, Zhang Zhaodi stomped her foot and said to Qin Wentao, "Wentao, won't you say something for me? Am I really that kind of person?" Qin Wentao didn't want Zhang Zhaodi to keep arguing, so he said, "There are many things at home, and everyone is in a bad mood. She is my mom. Can't you be a little more patient? Do I have to argue with you and the elders? You should go back first. I won't be home for lunch. I am going to the hospital to see my grandpa." Zhang Zhaodi had always been coaxed by Qin Wentao. Today, after hearing his words, she turned around angrily and left. Son Ermiai watched Zhang Zhaodi's back and said to Qin Wentao, "Wentao, wives at home need to be firm. Look at your mom. She's almost tearing the family apart. Your wife is still holding on to her family and brother. Mom, she's not just stirring trouble. You'll be exhausted later." She also sneakily glanced at Qin Wentao and continued, "Their family is just leeching off you. We are family, and you are my grandson. Of course, I care about you." She then took her lunchbox and went to serve food. Qin Wentao didn't say anything, but he was selfish and listened to some of her words deep inside. After serving the food, Son Ermiai looked at Qin Wentao's pale face with some satisfaction. Zhang Chunqin was just foolish, raising her son in someone else's family. If it were her and her son was unfilial, she would make sure he couldn't live comfortably. No man can stand constant nagging. Just telling him how much she cares, then criticizing his wife. That's how they tear their small family apart. There's no need to prioritize parents when choosing a wife. Son Ermiai was planning to make Qin Wentao and his wife grow apart so that the house could be given to their precious grandson later. After Zhang Zhaodi left, Qin Yuan also got up. She had just heard Zhang Zhaodi's voice. She didn't like her sister-in-law and didn't want to come out to greet her when she heard her voice. Yuan, after we go to the hospital, we'll look for your mom. The Zhang family has made your grandpa so angry that he's sick, and your mom still dares to cause trouble. Qin Guohua and Qin Guohua were both at the hospital with Qin Laotu. Actually, they didn't need both of them to stay. But Qin Guohua and Qin Guohua didn't want to go home. The two of them were not as tough as Qin Baoxiang. The villagers pointed and gossiped, and they didn't want to come back at all. Okay. Qin Yuan agreed. After the family finished eating, they all went to the hospital together. At the hospital, Son Ermiai told Qin Laotu about Zhang Chunqin. Qin Laotu angrily slapped the bed and scolded, "That irresponsible woman tricked us out of money to stay at a guest house. How much does it cost per night? She's trying to ruin me." He then said to Qin Guohua, "Guohua, what do you think? Do you still want this woman?" Qin Guohua looked confused. "Dad, I am not feeling well. I don't want a divorce." Son Ermiai frowned. "After all this trouble with Zhang Chunqin, do you still want to stay with her?" Qin Guohua lowered his head and didn't speak. He had been timid all his life, and the bravest thing he ever did was marry Zhang Chunqin. But after marrying her, he ended up deceiving her for his whole life. Deep down, he actually wanted to keep things the way they were. Having two women taking care of him felt very comfortable. But now he dared not say that aloud. He just kept his head down and stayed silent. Qin Laotu looked at his son and said firmly, "Get the money back and divorce her." Qin Guohua was stunned for a moment, then hesitated and said, "Okay." Son Ermiai nodded happily. Guohua, she'd rather sell her job than give the money to Gubao. Her heart is no longer at home. Gubao is your son, and with that job, he can support you in old age. Just think about how evil Zhang Chunqin is. Hearing son Ermiai say this, Qin Guohua immediately got caught up in the thought. He believed Zhang Chunqin had betrayed them because she was unfaithful. Qin Wentao stood nearby, watching coldly. He didn't speak. He no longer cared whether his parents divorced or not. He just wanted to get the money from his mother. There were 4 siblings in total. Anyway, he wanted to get the most money. Whether his parents divorced or not, or how his younger siblings felt, didn't matter to him. The family discussed at the hospital how to trick Zhang Chunqin into giving up her money, then divorce her. Qin Guohua originally didn't want a divorce, but his parents pressured him, and in the end, he felt he had to do it. After the family finished talking, Qin Yuan took son Ermiai, Qin Guohua, Qin Wentao, and Qin Gubao to the guest house. When they arrived at the guest house, Zhang Chunqin had just bought a knife. Son Ermiai saw Zhang Chunqin and rushed toward her. "Zhang Chunqin, I finally found you. You shameless person. You stole my money and ran away. And your job because you didn't want to give it to the national treasure. You even sold it." Zhang Chunqin dodged the slap son Ermiai swung at her. Son Ermiai staggered and nearly fell, but Qin Guohua caught her. Qin Guohua looked at the now rosy-cheeked, healthy Zhang Chunqin and suddenly felt a bit confused. At that moment, he felt that the Zhang Chunqin in front of him seemed a little unfamiliar. After all these years of hardship, Zhang Chunqin looked worn out and thin, with no energy or spirit left, only the defeat and gloom of old age. But now, seeing her again, she seemed to have regained some vitality and spirit, making her look 7 or 8 years younger. Qin Guohua's emotions swelled in his eyes. Thinking of Qin Baoxiang, he suddenly didn't want a divorce anymore. Zhang Chunqin wasn't interested in what Qin Guohua was thinking. She frowned at son Ermiai and said calmly, "Stealing money? Weren't you all willing to give me that money? Did I steal or rob it? The money you handed to me, how can that be considered me stealing?" Then she looked at the Qin family and said, "If you think I stole money, go to the police. Why are you bothering me?" Qin Wentao also spoke up. "Mom, why are you being so unreasonable now? If you still want to live with Dad, then give back the money. You and Dad already have 4 children. Why do you do such shameful things?" He then glanced at the guest house behind Zhang Chunqin. "You used to be the most frugal, spending only half a penny. We have a place to live at home, but you choose to stay at a guest house." Qin Wentao scolded her angrily. He was convinced that the money belonged to him. So, Zhang Chunqin staying at the guest house was using his money. Zhang Chunqin sneered mockingly, "What? You think this money is all yours now? The money I spend is yours?" Qin Wentao's face turned red with anger. You're talking nonsense. Mom, how did you become like this?" Zhang Chunqin looked at Qin Guohua with a blank expression and said, "Qin Guohua, over these years, you've watched me work 3 jobs alone to raise the children, suffered so much. Do you feel any guilt? I am exhausted, working so hard, while you stay at home and fool around with Qin Baoxiang. Do you think that's funny?" Qin Guohua's face also turned red. Finally, Zhang Chunqin walked up to son Ermiai and said, "You really think I don't know who Qin Gubao is?" She chuckled softly. "Qin Gubao, if the villagers knew you were the shameless child of Qin Baoxiang, could you still hold your head up?" Then she laughed wildly. "Qin Wentao, I heard you know full well that Qin Gubao is someone's child, yet you still found him a job. Your family is so close and loving. How nice. You're all family, and I'm just an outsider." Hearing this, Qin Wentao's face turned pale instantly. No wonder his mother had lied to him about money. No wonder his most caring mother suddenly stopped caring about him. He realized she had known everything all along. "Mom, I just found out too. I didn't mean to lie to you," Qin Wentao hurriedly tried to explain. But Qin Yuan said softly, "Big brother, I've told you before. Don't you feel guilty for helping your little uncle find a job? Because of Qin Baoxiang, our family has fallen apart. And you still found a job for her son. Have you forgotten you have 2 younger brothers and a sister?" Then she turned to Zhang Chunqin and said, "Mom, I really don't know anything." Qin Wentao sneered at Qin Yuan's words. "You don't know? Weren't you the one caught cheating with them? Didn't you ask us to keep it a secret from Mom? It's her good fortune. She doesn't know." Qin Yuan had wanted Qin Wentao and Zhang Chunqin to fight and turn against each other. Her mother was disappointed in her eldest son, so she could take the chance to get some money. "Qin Yuan, aren't you ashamed? You're only saying that for Mom's money. I tell you, you're a married daughter. You won't get a single penny." The siblings immediately started arguing. Sun Ermiai sneered at Zhang Chunqin and said, "Zhang Chunqin, look at your own children. 4 kids, and none of them are successful. The eldest only cares about supporting his wife's family, and the youngest daughter only cares about her in-laws." Zhang Chunqin smiled at them, but didn't reply. Instead, she asked, "Are you here to take me back today?" Sun Ermiai spat at her and said, "Bring out the money you stole from us, and the money you earned from selling work. From now on, get out of the Qin family. You and your ungrateful children all get out of my Qin family." Zhang Chunqin immediately looked angry. "You have done so many wrong things to me, and now you want to drive me out?
Dream on.
Divorce is impossible." Before she finished speaking, several men holding iron rods swaggered over. The Qin family, afraid of the bullies, quickly made way when they saw the men with iron sticks and tattooed arms. "Who is Zhang Chunqin?" Sun Ermiai pointed immediately. "She is." Then, the fiercest man among them said to Zhang Chunqin, "Pay back the money. You still owe us 5,000 yuan. You said you would pay today, remember?" Zhang Chunqin quickly pointed at Qin Guohua. "He is my husband. He said he would help me pay the debt. You should go to him." When she said this, everyone's face changed. Qin Guohua looked pale and backed away in fear. I have no money." The men surrounded Qin Guohua with their iron sticks. "Pay back the money." Qin Guohua saw the tattooed men approaching and hurriedly said, "Don't come near. If you're owed money, go find the person. I don't know about Zhang Chunqin's debts." The men raised their iron sticks and pointed at Qin Guohua. "You are her husband, and she owes money. Isn't it right for you to pay?" Next to them, Qin Wentao and Qin Guohua watched silently, like obedient children hiding behind. Qin Yuan was even more unable to speak and moved behind Qin Wentao. Sun Ermiai rushed forward to stand in front of Qin Guohua. "My son is already planning to divorce Zhang Chunqin. She also tricked us out of money. We haven't spent a penny of her money, and we don't know how she owes so much." She protected Qin Guohua like a mother hen. Then she cursed Zhang Chunqin angrily. "Zhang Chunqin, you shameless woman. How much money do you owe outside? Where did all that money go? You didn't sell your job, and also tricked us out of quite a bit of money. Why do you still owe so much?" They all thought Zhang Chunqin had at least 2,000 or 3,000 yuan, so how could she owe so much? Zhang Chunqin looked innocent. "I've been raising 4 children all these years. As a woman, I only earn a little money. For children need food and education. Even if I work 4 jobs alone, I can't earn that much money. Guohua only gave 5 yuan. Naturally, I had to borrow. Over the years, with interest accumulating, I just owe this much." Sun Ermiai looked at Zhang Chunqin in disbelief. "All the money you've spent on raising the children has been borrowed from outside. You don't work multiple jobs, so where is your money?" Zhang Chunqin looked serious. "It's not enough. You've earned only a little in your whole life. As a woman, I can't earn that much. We can only borrow. High-interest loans keep accumulating. 5,000 isn't a lot, and they saw that I, a woman, was struggling, so they didn't charge me too much interest. 5,000 yuan is a huge amount for the Qin family. Qin Guohua's salary over 20 years for the 2 elders in the family was only a little, yet Zhang Chunqin owes 5,000 yuan. Why didn't you say you had no money? Why didn't you borrow from high-interest lenders? Sun Ermiai gritted her teeth angrily. Zhang Chunqin looked at Qin Guohua and asked him coldly, "Ask Qin Guohua. Didn't I tell him? Every time he comes home, I argue with him about wages. I said 5 yuan isn't enough. I said the children need to go to school, need food and drinks, and 4 children need to live. Did he care?
You.
But you can't borrow that much money. The interest is deadly." Sun Ermiai was so angry she felt sick. Then Zhang Chunqin stopped arguing with Sun Ermiai and said to Qin Guohua, "Qin Guohua, all this money is for the family. If you give me your wages, I wouldn't have to borrow so much. You should pay me back." A few people gathered around Qin Guohua and started to hit him. Today is the final deadline. Since this man won't pay, then beat him. Hit him hard. Sun Ermiai was anxious. She turned and shouted at Qin Guohua's 3 children, "Didn't you hear them trying to hit your dad? Why are you just standing there? Come over and stop them." Qin Wentao turned to look at Zhang Chunqin. "Mom, what happened to you? Please tell them to stop." Qin Wentao kept saying, "Mom, why have you changed like this?" Zhang Chunqin shrugged. "Do you think I sold my job because I wanted to? No, I did it to pay off debts. I didn't go home because I was afraid they would come after me for money. If you come looking for me, what can I do?" Zhang Chunqin made it clear. "I've been avoiding you. If you insist on coming after me, whose fault is it?" Qin Guohua then shouted to the group surrounding Qin Guohua, "Give us 3 more days. We will find a way to borrow the money. In the past, our family didn't know about the debt. Now we do, and we are all trying to find a solution." A few men turned to Zhang Chunqin and said, "Zhang Chunqin, we'll give you 3 days. If we can't gather the money by then, don't blame us for being rude." They then smirked at Qin Wentao and said, "Your name is Qin Wentao, right? You work at the match factory. If you don't gather the money in 3 days, we'll come to your factory to ask for it." After that, they pointed at Qin Guohua and said, "You're Qin Guohua from Chunqin." Finally, they looked at Qin Yuan and said, "You're Qin Yuan. Your boyfriend is Hong Xian. Speaking of Hong Xian, he's one of our regular customers. He still owes us 500 yuan. He said he'll pay us back with your dowry after you get married." Hearing these debt collectors talk about their situation as if they knew everything, the group was too scared to speak. At first, they didn't want to believe that such a caring person like Zhang Chunqin could owe so much money. They hoped it was a trick or a lie. But seeing the situation now and hearing what they said, everyone felt both surprised and afraid. They didn't dare to speak anymore. Finally, the debt collectors looked at Qin Guohua and said, "You're her man. As long as you're involved with her and she's alive, I will come to ask you for the money." After saying this, they hurriedly left with sticks in hand. Zhang Chunqin watched their backs and smiled faintly. Yesterday, she first went to see Zhang Hongmei, then she visited old Zhang. Old Zhang was leaving for Hong Kong tomorrow and said he would be back in 10 days. She asked old Zhang if he knew the debt collectors and if they really wanted money, so she could tell them to come to her. Old Zhang patted his chest and promised to handle it. After they left, Sun Ermiai grabbed Qin Guohua and shouted, "Guohua, divorce her immediately. We haven't spent a penny of her debt." Qin Guohua still didn't want to believe that Zhang Chunqin owed so much money. He asked, "Did you really borrow that much? Why did you borrow the money?" Zhang Chunqin looked at Qin Guohua with a blank stare and said, "No money, no problem. I just borrowed it. I asked you for money, and you gave it to me. If you hadn't, I wouldn't have borrowed it." Over the years, as the children grew up, the conflicts between Zhang Chunqin and Qin Guohua increased. One reason Qin Guohua increasingly disliked seeing Zhang Chunqin was because she always asked for money as soon as she saw him. "You don't have money?
Just say so."
Qin Guohua shouted desperately at her. Zhang Chunqin smiled mockingly. "I've told all of you before, do you control my life or not?" She found their behavior very funny. They kept saying no money?
Just say so.
She had been saying that for 20 years. Did they ever give her any? Before, when she didn't ask them for money, they didn't care and thought it wasn't their business. Now that she asked for repayment, they angrily questioned why she hadn't said anything earlier. "So, all these years, you've been deaf?" Every time Qin Guohua comes back, isn't it about money? Qin Wentao, I told you to give a monthly allowance, isn't that money? Zhang Chunqin sneered. If you all think it's none of your business, then you can all help pay it back. Sun Ermiai couldn't listen anymore. She grabbed Qin Guohua and said, divorce her. We won't pay a single cent of her debt. At this moment, the Qin family had forgotten their original purpose. They were now only thinking about how to cut ties with Zhang Chunqin. Qin Wentao and Qin Yuanyuan wanted to end their relationship with Zhang Chunqin to avoid being involved in her debts. Qin Guohua wanted a divorce, but didn't want to support her financially. Sun Ermiai deeply regretted agreeing to let Zhang Chunqin move in. Divorce. Zhang Chunqin, we're getting a divorce today, Qin Guohua said through gritted teeth. Sun Ermiai nodded. Yes, let's quickly get a certificate from the village and divorce today. Zhang Chunqin shook her head when she heard this. With so much debt now, I can't possibly divorce. It's only 5,000 yuan. I've been using that money for the family all these years. We're a big family all together and we can just pay it off as a family. She spoke confidently. Qin Guohua, I won't hold you responsible for you and Qin Baoxiang's matters. You two can sleep together every night and I won't care. Qin Wentao, I won't interfere with your wife and mother living in my house. Yuan, if you want to marry Hong Xian, I support you. You're already pregnant. Once your baby is born, I'll help take care of your postpartum confinement. As a family, we should live well. That's more important than anything else. She immediately said to Sun Ermiai, I won't tell outsiders that Guobao is the child of Guohua and Qin Baoxiang. After they were caught in bed together, everyone would know Guobao is Qin Baoxiang's son. Then Guobao wouldn't have a good life in the future. Sun Ermiai's face darkened with anger. She was used to being shameless, but what Zhang Chunqin said was even more shameless and disgraceful. How could she say such a brazen thing? Zhang Chunqin, you're dreaming. I want a divorce, and I will get one. Sun Ermiai yelled, clutching her chest. This time, she was truly furious. Mainly, the Qin family was eager to ask for money, but when they found out Zhang Chunqin owed so much debt, they were unprepared. Zhang Chunqin immediately took out a prepared knife and said, Don't push me. I won't divorce Guohua. We've been married for so many years, and we have 4 children. How can I just divorce him? She used the words Sun Ermiai and Old Qin had told her before. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th children are not married yet. How many people get divorced? It's so shameful. How will the children find partners in the future? Everyone stared at Zhang Chunqin, wishing they could see through her. Zhang Chunqin, if you want to die, just do it. When you're dead, the debts will disappear. Someone like you is better off dead outside. You've lost so much money. You should have died long ago. Sun Ermiai spat venomously. Zhang Chunqin held the knife to her neck and shouted, Impossible. I won't divorce. If I do, what about my debts? I can't possibly pay so much alone. Sun Ermiai coldly told her, Then go die. Dying clears the debts. Hurry up and die, so you won't harm us. But before Sun Ermiai finished speaking, Qin Wentao shouted at her, Grandma, high-interest loans won't leave us alone. Even if my mom dies, they will come asking for money. As long as we still have a relationship with her, they will find ways to collect debts. They will go to Qin's village, to my house, or to Yuan's partner's family. Everyone was shocked when they heard Qin Wentao say this. Zhang Chunqin was still shouting at them, I won't divorce. Sun Ermiai looked at Zhang Chunqin with even more hatred. Are you trying to drag the whole family to death with you? So much money. Why don't you just die? Sun Ermiai was so angry she couldn't speak, only cursing a few words. Zhang Chunqin watched Qin's family fall into despair, feeling secretly happy. At this moment, Yuan spoke up and said to Zhang Chunqin, Mom, I won't pay you back. If you can't support us financially, that's fine, but you still owe so much money. If you really see us as your children, you should divorce Dad and cut ties with us. Don't let your debts drag us down. When it comes to being cold-hearted, Yuan is the harshest. It seems the most loved children in the family are often the most unkind. Qin Wentao, the eldest son, was raised by Zhang Chunqin all his life, but he is selfish, greedy, and lacks compassion. Yuan was also raised by Zhang Chunqin to live the life she wanted when she was young, and she is equally selfish and unkind. Qin Wentao also spoke. Mom, it's not that we don't want to help you. You went too far this time. If you truly see us as your children, you shouldn't burden us. Qin Guohua also said, Zhang Chunqin, if I had known you couldn't manage life, I wouldn't have married Ah Xiang. I was tricked by you back then. After weighing their options, the family quickly made a decision. They clearly understood that only by completely cutting ties with Zhang Chunqin could they escape these debts. None of them wanted to pay her a single cent. They no longer remembered Zhang Chunqin's past sacrifices. All they saw now was her disgusting debt-ridden face, and they hated her deeply. Zhang Chunqin remained angry, clenching her teeth. I won't divorce. All the money I owe is for this family. You must pay back together with me. Zhang Chunqin knew that if she stubbornly refused to divorce, the Qin family wouldn't suspect her. But if the Qin family agreed to divorce, she would immediately accept, and then they would become suspicious. Owing so much money, normal people would want someone to help pay it off. The Qin family members exchanged glances, then stomped their feet and left. Zhang Chunqin shouted after them, they know about Qin's village and Qin Wentao's workplace. If you don't help me, they'll definitely cause trouble at Qin Wentao's factory and in Qin's village. Hearing this, they quickened their pace. When Zhang Hongmei arrived with a slaughtering knife, Zhang Chunqin had already driven the Qin family away. Seeing only Zhang Chunqin alone, Zhang Hongmei immediately asked anxiously, Where is sister? Are they not here yet? Zhang Chunqin pointed in the direction where the Qin family had left. They've gone. Zhang Hongmei was stunned.
Gone?
Did they cause a fuss? Zhang Chunqin smiled mysteriously. How could they cause a fuss? No way. Sister, I bet you 3 days from now, Qin Guohua will find a way to divorce me. Qin Wentao and Qin Yuan will do everything they can to cut ties with me. Hearing this, Zhang Hongmei frowned and muttered, Sister, what did you say to them? Zhang Chunqin smiled. I just told them I owe a lot of money and want to pay it back together. They're afraid of losing out, so they'll naturally want to distance themselves from me quickly. At this moment, old Zhang, along with a few men with tattooed arms, came over. Big sister, how is it? These brothers are pretty good at acting, right? Zhang Chunqin looked at the men and smiled. Thank you, brothers. You worked hard today. I'll need to trouble you a few more times. She then handed a few bills to old Zhang. Take these to treat the brothers to a meal. The rest is your fee. Old Zhang didn't refuse. He smiled and said, I'll give them the address so they can come to collect the money. You don't need to show up. Just call me Brother Zhang. I'll make sure your divorce is clear and straightforward. He then said to Zhang Chunqin, I'll be back in Hong Kong for a few days. You and your sister don't need to worry about that shop. Soon, the government will support individual businesses. It won't be a black market anymore, and you won't have to sell secretly. We're aiming to be the first to succeed. Panjiayuan is a private black market where antiques are bought and sold secretly. The people in the central courtyard of Beijing are well connected, so this place is known like the black market. But the police don't usually come to raid. When Zhang Chunqin first visited old Zhang's shop, he noticed she didn't seem like a first-time visitor. Because only a few people know about their shop's antique and painting dealings. Only insiders. Yes. I also need to settle my own matters before continuing with business. Zhang Chunqin nodded. She knew that around the end of 7 or 8 years ago, the government started supporting individual entrepreneurs. That's when she bought the courtyard with the shop. After old Zhang left, Zhang Hongmei suddenly grabbed her. Brother, show me too. I want to have a shop as well. I don't have any money right now. I want to rent a shop near People's Bridge first. Is it possible to rent one? Since the government announced support for small business owners, there are already many stalls near People's Bridge. In the past, they were chased by red armbands, but recently there has been news, and the red armbands are no longer chasing. Wait for my brother to come back and show you. Old Zhang nodded. Old Zhang waved goodbye to Zhang Hongmei, then turned and left with a few big guys with tattoos. Zhang Hongmei watched old Zhang's back and asked Zhang Chunqin's sister. That big brother Zhang also has the surname Zhang. Does he have a wife? Zhang Chunqin shook her head. I don't know. It seems he has children, but I don't know if he has a wife. Zhang Chunqin frowned and looked at Zhang Hongmei. Are you interested in him? Zhang Hongmei shook her head. I was just asking. Zhang Chunqin nodded, but didn't pay much attention to her sister's words. Sun Ermiai went straight from the guest house back to the hospital. When they arrived, everyone's faces looked unhappy. Old Qin looked at their expressions and asked quickly, "What's wrong? Why do you all look so upset?" Sun Ermiai didn't wait for anyone to speak and cursed through gritted teeth, "That troublemaker Zhang Chunqin. I wonder how she not only sold her job, but also refuses to come home. Turns out she owes a lot of debt outside." Hearing this, old Qin's face turned dark, and he gritted his teeth. What? She's been quite caring for the family all these years. Is she trying to scam money again? Sun Ermiai stomped and cursed. The debt collectors have already found the guest house. They have tattoos all over, holding iron sticks, and 5 men came at once. Surely, she didn't hire these people herself. Those 5 are fighting at Guohua. Guohua nodded too. Dad, those people said Zhang Chunqin owes 5,000 yuan these years. Old Qin was stunned. How much? Guohua said clearly, 5,000 yuan. Old Qin's face turned pale, clutching his chest, almost fainting again. Most families can't save 5,000 yuan in a lifetime. In Qin's village, 5,000 yuan could build a small house. How could she borrow so much money? Where did she spend it? Old Qin couldn't believe it. He had never seen debt collectors before. Sun Ermiai gritted her teeth. She said over the years, the children's expenses, schooling, and living costs. She's a woman trying to raise 4 children alone. Old Mr. Qin was silent for a moment, and then asked Qin Wentao, "Wentao, what do you think?" Qin Wentao was quiet for a moment, and then said, "Grandpa, I really believe it. Over the years, my mom has raised us alone. Going to school, eating, and daily needs, 4 children are not enough. Even if a woman washes clothes and carries heavy bags, she can only earn a little money. Her salary is about the same as Dad's." Actually, Qin Wentao wanted to say that his mother also paid for his marriage, bought a house, gave bride price to Zhang Zhaodi's family, and bought a bicycle. The Qin family didn't give any money. It was all his mother who took on the debt. When he was in college, his younger siblings were in middle and high school, living away from home and needing money for living expenses. Most families don't support all their children through school. They usually support the smartest or the best students. But Zhang Chunqin believed that studying could change her fate. She herself became a librarian through her education, so she was willing to sell everything to send her children to school. This made the family very poor. Old Mr. Qin was silent for a moment and then said to second sister Qin, "I'll leave the hospital first. We'll talk about this at home. The hospital isn't the place for talking." Then he turned to Qin Wentao and said, "Wentao, you go pay the bill." Qin Wentao's face changed a little. He wanted to refuse, but he remembered that he still needed his grandfather's advice for what to do next. He hesitated and then went to settle the bill. After old Mr. Qin was discharged, Qin Wentao told them, "Grandma, Grandpa, I didn't go home last night. I need to check on things at home. I only took half a day off work, so I'll come back after work. If you have anything, wait for me to return." The elderly couple waved their hands. "Hurry up and go to work." Qin Wentao left his bicycle for Qin Guohua, saying, "You take Grandma and Grandpa back." As he was leaving, he suddenly remembered what Zhang Chunqin had said and asked Qin Yuanyuan, "Did Mom say you're pregnant?" Qin Yuanyuan's face changed, and she felt guilty. "Don't listen to Mom's nonsense. I'm still a pure girl." Qin Wentao frowned. "Qin Yuanyuan, you can't do something shameful like that. Our family already has issues with Dad and Auntie. We can't have another problem with an unmarried pregnancy." Qin Yuanyuan nodded nervously. "If Mom does something like that, how can you believe her words?" Actually, Qin Yuanyuan felt scared and anxious inside. She originally thought that if she just asked her mom for money, her and Hongxin's problems would be solved.
Now,
her mother owes so much money that she definitely can't get any from her mother anymore. She is now pregnant with Hong Xian's child, and Hong Xian doesn't want to marry her. What should she do? She feels nervous and uneasy, but doesn't dare to show it in front of her family. In this situation, she absolutely cannot let her grandparents and older brother know that she is pregnant. When everyone heard Qin Wentao and deny it, they didn't believe her. After all, in the 1970s, few people dared to be pregnant outside of marriage. However, Qin Guohua listened to Qin Wentao's words and looked at Qin Wentao and thoughtfully. Seeing her guilty expression, Qin Guohua already understood what was happening. Zhang Chunqin thought that Qin Wentao's pregnancy was probably true, but he didn't expose her and had other plans in mind. After meeting the Qin family, Zhang Chunqin moved back to her courtyard. Just as she arrived at her door, Shuifu, wearing sunglasses, came again. She leaned on her car waiting, and when she saw Zhang Chunqin approaching, she took off her sunglasses and said to her, "Zhang Chunqin, have you thought it over? I told you as long as I want to." Before Shuifu finished speaking, Zhang Chunqin smiled and nodded. "Good. How much will you give me?" Shuifu didn't expect her to agree so quickly. She looked at Zhang Chunqin for a moment and asked, "How much do you want?" She made a gesture of 5. Shuifu frowned and said unhappily, 50? Zhang Chunqin, it's just a matter of saying a few words to Fu Jianyu. Before she finished, Zhang Chunqin interrupted directly, 500. Shuifu's face changed repeatedly. She gritted her teeth and said, "Zhang Chunqin, you shouldn't be too greedy." Zhang Chunqin looked at Shuifu with a calm expression. "Comrade Shuifu, you've already cost me my job. At my age, I can't find much to do. Just for Fu's position, I might take some risks by lying casually."
Fine.
Shuifu hesitated for a moment and finally nodded reluctantly. Zhang Chunqin nodded. "Thank you, Comrade Shuifu. When the time comes, tell me what I need to do. You should also give me a deposit first." Shuifu stared at Zhang Chunqin's smiling face for a long time, then snorted coldly and turned back to her car. In the car, the man in the driver's seat asked her, "Did she agree?" Shuifu gritted her teeth and said, "She wants 500 yuan. This woman is really greedy." The man in the driver's seat snorted softly. "She'll find out soon enough that our money isn't easy to take. When that happens, just make her take the blame." Water Lily smiled and said, "You're so clever." Then she frowned and said, "My and Tingwei's immigration applications were rejected. I thought that after my divorce from Fu Jianya, our immigration would be approved." In the car, the man whispered, "Fu Jianya's status is too important. He won't approve yours. Stay in the country and behave." Water Lily bit her lip and said, "Life abroad is more carefree than here. And you know about Tingwei. I'm worried it will be found out sooner or later." The man was silent for a moment, then said to Water Lily, "Stop bothering Fu Jianya. He cares because of your family. He's emotional, but if you keep provoking him, he might hurt you. He's in his position because he's strong. Don't forget that." Water Lily said nothing. Not far away, Zhang Chunqin watched Water Lily's car drive away. She gently shook her head and turned to go inside. After work, Qin Wentao first went home. Zhang Zhaodi saw him return and stepped forward with a cold face. "Qin Wentao, you still remember to come back?" Since Qin Wentao knew Zhang Chunqin owed a lot of debt, he felt upset. He ignored her words and only said, "Give me some money. I need to go back to the countryside." Zhaodi was furious. Not only did Qin Wentao not come for her, but he also asked her for money. She pointed at him and scolded, "Qin Wentao, do you even want to live? Your mother just took a few hundred yuan, and now you're back asking for money. How much did you bring home? You said you could get money out of your mother's hands, but where is she? Don't forget, you have 4 siblings." Qin Wentao suddenly looked up, his eyes cold as he stared at Zhaodi. "When I ask you for money, just give it to me. All you do is ask me for money for my family. Your brother and parents live here too. Why don't you ask them? Your family eats my food, uses my things, and always orders me around, treating me like a fool." He pointed at Zhaodi and said, "Your whole family is just eating and drinking here for free, and you keep climbing on my back and making trouble." Do you really think all of us in the Qin family are dead, so your family can just take everything? Zhang Zhaoti's face turned pale after Qin Wentao scolded her. She looked at Qin Wentao in disbelief and asked through clenched teeth, Qin Wentao, what do you mean by that? Qin Wentao didn't answer her but urged, hurry up and get the money. Zhang Zhaoti looked at Qin Wentao's impatient expression, feeling her heart sink. She took a deep breath, turned around, and went to get the money. She handed Qin Wentao 10 yuan. Qin Wentao took the money and was about to leave. Zhang Zhaoti quickly grabbed his arm. Wentao, is something happening at home? You've never cared about family matters before. Your grandparents didn't really care about you and your sisters either. You don't need to worry about their things. Just take good care of your mom. For these years, only your mom has been supporting you and your siblings. Zhang Zhaoti knew that Qin Guohua only gave Zhang Chunqin 5 yuan for household expenses. Qin Guohua was just a simple-minded man. She really looked down on this incapable father-in-law who only cared about his own parents. Hearing this, Qin Wentao suddenly raised his head, his face twisted with anger. Zhang Zhaoti, what do you mean by that? I am the eldest grandson of the Qin family. I don't care about family matters? Who does?
What?
You married out and now you want me to support your parents and your brother's family? I manage my own family, and it's not your place to interfere. Zhang Zhaoti looked at Qin Wentao in disbelief. Qin Wentao, you really are unreasonable. I do all this for you, for our family. You're always angry at me, taking your frustrations out on me every day. Qin Wentao pushed Zhang Zhaoti away and turned to leave. Zhang Zhaoti had never been treated like this before. She burst into tears, crying loudly. In the past, whenever Qin Wentao heard her crying, he would come and comfort her. But now, seeing her cry like this, Qin Wentao didn't even look back. Next door, Wei Eifen heard the noise and came to see what was happening. She saw her daughter crying on the bed. She frowned slightly. What's going on? You two never argued before, and now you're fighting 3 times a day? She then urged Zhang Zhaoti, hurry up and get Qin Wentao to get the money from your mother-in-law. Men need to be coaxed. Be gentle with him. Once you get the house and your brother starts working, then you can argue with him. Hearing this, Zhang Zhaoti looked up with tears in her eyes. Am I the one causing trouble? Look at him these days, he's never home. When I ask him a few questions, he says I'm making trouble. Wei Eifen rolled her eyes and said to Zhang Zhaoti, no, Mom will go with you tomorrow to Qin's village to find out what's going on. Zhang Zhaoti pursed her lips and said, I won't go. Everyone in the village knows about my father-in-law's bad deeds. When I got to the village entrance yesterday, people were gossiping and pointing at me. I won't accept this unfair treatment. Wei Eifen scolded while patting her daughter's head. Since we were young, people have been gossiping about us, saying our family is descended from traitors. But we still got through it. Do you think we came to the city for fun? I've had enough of this life. People will talk no matter what, so it doesn't matter. You need to understand your husband's family situation. Your husband is out every day, probably busy with something. Mom will go with you to see what's happening. She added, and I want to tell you, Qin Guohua likes to have affairs. The household is not well run. You need to watch out for Qin Wentao. Hearing her mother's words, Zhang Zhaoti immediately stiffened and was reminded. She nodded and said, okay, let's go to Qin's village together and see. After the Qin family elders arrived home, they eagerly called Qin Guohua and Qin Guobao to discuss divorce. Qin Baoxiang wanted to listen in secretly, but was told by son Ermiai to go feed the pigs. Although she was sent away, Qin Baoxiang lingered by the window with a broom, listening in secretly. Inside the house, old Qin asked son Ermiai, what exactly happened? Tell me everything clearly. Zhang Chunqin has been the wife of the Qin family for over 20 years. We know what kind of person she is. Qin Guohua was silent for a moment and then said to old Qin, Dad, on the way back, I was calculating how much Zhang Chunqin has spent over the years. It's really not enough. We have 4 children. She also bought a job for Wentao, and for Wentao's wedding, she needed a house, a 3-turn 1 sound, a bicycle, and the bride price for Zhang Zhaoti's family, All these costs amount to thousands. Over 20 years of my work, how much have you saved for Guobao? When he said this, everyone in the Qin family fell silent. Over the years, no one had managed Zhang Chunqin's expenses or even cared about her life. Their understanding was that since she gave birth to their children, it was her responsibility to raise them. If there is no money, why buy a house for Qin Wentao? Without money, there's no point in getting married, and I even bought a job for Qin Wentao. She ended up like this, and she deserves it, Sun Ermiai said without any sympathy, speaking confidently. She never considered Zhang Chunqin's children as her grandchildren, so Zhang Chunqin suffering for her children was only right. She isn't suffering for our Qin family, she's suffering for her own children. Everyone goes through this way, Sun Ermiai said as if it were obvious. Qin Guohua was silent for a moment. Tomorrow, I will divorce Zhang Chunqin. But I wonder if the debt collectors will still come looking for us. Old Qin fell silent.
No.
She stole our money. We can't just divorce like that. All the money she owes is hers alone. It has nothing to do with us. The money she took from us must be returned. Qin Guohua hesitated. Dad, with Zhang Chunqin's situation, she probably can't divorce. She has paid off her debts. If we insist on getting the money back, she might refuse to divorce even more. Qin Guohua was scared by those muscular men. He was hit a few times on the back and still felt the pain. He knew the pain from hits, felt scared, and wished he could divorce Zhang Chunqin immediately. Now he regrets it. If only he had married Qin Baoxiang earlier. Qin Baoxiang was originally his childhood bride. Living with Qin Baoxiang would have prevented all these problems. Sun Ermiai also expressed her worry. Old man, those men really are debt collectors. Guohua was beaten and that money. Before she finished, old Qin coldly said no. That money is for Guobao's marriage. If we don't get it back, how will Guobao marry? It must be recovered. In the family, old Qin always made the decisions, and no one else spoke. Qin Guobao didn't interrupt. He knew very well that his grandparents wouldn't make Zhang Chunqin pay back the money, and they wouldn't pursue the debt against him.
So what does it matter to him?
Tomorrow, tell Zhang Chunqin to come back. Our family won't pay her debts. She did such shameful things. Don't expect anyone to cover for her. She should give half of the money she took from us and also the money she owes. I don't care about anything else. As long as she returns the money, Guohua will divorce her, old Qin said confidently. Next to her, Sun Ermiai heard her husband's words and held back her urge to argue. Her husband's attitude was really frustrating. He wanted everything his way. She sighed quietly and signaled to Qin Guohua to leave first. Since entering the hospital, Qin Guohua felt his health was declining. Not only was his manhood affected, but even his ability to hold his and stool was weak. When he just stepped out of the room, he suddenly felt an urgent need and soiled his pants again. Sun Ermiai and Qin Guobao were still inside talking to old Qin. Seeing his wet pants, Qin Guohua shouted to Qin Baoxiang, who was hiding by the window, "Go change my pants." Startled, Qin Baoxiang came over and saw Qin Guohua had wet himself again. She hesitated and asked, "Guohua, why aren't you better yet?" Qin Guohua stared at her with a fierce look, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. "If you hadn't drugged me, would I be like this?" His dignity as a man felt crushed and trampled. Qin Baoxiang dared not speak. She mumbled, "Don't pigs eat everything? Why are they all fine?" She muttered as she took his pants to wash. Meanwhile, Qin Guohua didn't know that his young wife already disliked him. Qin Yuan also returned to the Hong family with a heavy heart. As soon as she arrived at the door, she heard heavy breathing from inside. She kicked open the door. Hong's mother was in the middle of rough intimacy with an old village man. Startled by her, the man let out a cry and immediately lost his strength. Hong's mother had been beaten half to death by Hong Xian's father when she was young. Later, she ran away with a man from the same village, but he also beat her badly. She returned home, now with no shame, just relying on casual relationships with different men to earn some money for her family. Hong Xian knew what his biological mother was doing, but he didn't care. As long as there was money, it didn't matter what she did. Seeing Qin Yuanyuan's determined look, the man ran away quickly, clutching his clothes. Hong's mother put on her clothes and rushed at Qin Yuanyuan, pulling her hair and shouting, "You little! How dare you ruin my plans? You're just a gold digger. My son Hong Xian doesn't want you, and yet you still dare to come here." Qin Yuanyuan was angry inside. In the past, Mother Hong had beaten her down on the ground. Today, because of Zhang Chunqin, her temper flared. Mother Hong slapped her, and she ran out immediately. "If you don't let Hong Xian marry me, don't expect to have a good life." She ran to the village entrance and cried loudly, "Come quickly. Everyone, come see my shameless mother-in-law. She's always with men in her bed." Mother Hong didn't expect Qin Yuanyuan to run to the village and act out. She wasn't afraid of gossip, but she couldn't stand her actions being exposed publicly. She dragged Qin Yuanyuan back. "Go home. Stop talking nonsense here." Qin Yuanyuan continued to shout, "I want everyone to know that my mother-in-law is just a..." Before she could finish, Mother Hong gritted her teeth and said, "Tonight, I will make Hong Xian marry you. Tomorrow, we will go get the marriage certificate." Qin Yuanyuan happily followed Mother Hong home. She thought she had finally succeeded, but she had no idea her hard days were just beginning. The next day, the Qin family decided to go to the guest house to find Zhang Chunqin. Before they left, several men with tattooed arms rushed to the village entrance. They asked the women gossiping there, "Who is Qin Guohua?" The villagers looked at these men and didn't dare to speak. Finally, two people who had a grudge with Qin family pointed the way. "Big brother, what are you looking for Qin Guohua for? Did he cause trouble outside?" One of the tattooed men sneered, "Qin Guohua owes us 5,000 yuan. We're here to collect the debt." They didn't say it was Zhang Chunqin who owed the money, only that Qin Guohua owed it. Hearing this, the villagers sighed. Qin's kid used to seem honest, but now he's always causing trouble and owing debts. The tattooed men didn't explain and headed straight to Qin's house. When they arrived, Qin Guohua and his family were about to leave. Seeing the familiar tattooed men, Qin Guohua's face turned pale. Why are you here?" Qin Guohua backed away in fear and hurriedly said to old Qin, "Dad, I told you today I'd divorce Zhang Chunqin. Look, they're causing trouble at our door again." Old Qin was also surprised that the debt collectors came to their village. He mustered his courage and shouted, "Whoever owes money, go find who you're looking for. Zhang Chunqin asked to borrow money from you. You should ask her for it." Several men holding iron rods slowly approached Old Man Qin. They said, "I don't care who borrowed the money. Zhang Chunqin has no money, so I will come to you. She said her husband is rich and will pay her back." Hearing this, Old Man Qin was instantly furious. That shameless, wicked woman Zhang Chunqin. She owes debts and wants to drag the whole family down. She plans to ruin us all. Then he raised his head and told the men, "We have no money. We have nothing at all." The 5 tattooed men sneered at Old Man Qin. "No money? Then give us what you have." They turned to the others behind them and shouted, "Brothers, this family is so arrogant. We must teach them a lesson." Before the Qin family could react, the 5 men started smashing things. Old Man Qin widened his eyes and screamed in fear, "Don't smash. We're not the ones who owe the money. You're acting lawlessly." These 5 tattooed men were debt collectors from the streets, not kind-hearted people. Yesterday, when Zhang Lauda had dinner with them, he briefly mentioned Zhang Chunqin's situation. Hearing about the family's shameful actions, they were very angry. So today, they smashed things without mercy. This family was like animals, and they wanted to give them a lesson. Clearly, they had no intention of stopping. Sun Ermiai sat on the ground crying loudly, too scared to step forward and stop them. The men with iron rods swung them at heads, risking death. After smashing for a while, the 5 men approached Qin Guohua. "Qin Guohua, in 3 days, we will come every day. Today we're just smashing things. If you don't pay back in 3 days, we'll cut off your arms and legs. The total is 5,000 yuan. Each arm costs 500.
Count your people, enough to pay?
While speaking, they surrounded Qin Guohua. Don't come any closer. At first, Qin Guohua only shouted for them to stay back. But when the 5 men closed in on him, he hugged his head and shouted, "Please, don't hit me. I will pay back the money. I will find a way to pay." He covered his head and shouted desperately, already soaked with sweat. He was so frightened he wet his pants. Seeing Qin Guohua in such a state, the men looked at him with disgust and said, "Listen carefully. We only ask the men in the family for money. Zhang Chunqin still owed money, and we're looking for you." Qin Guohua nodded nervously. At this moment, Qin Guohua was hiding behind old Qin, watching the men with tattooed arms surround Qin Guohua, but he didn't try to help. Old Qin sat there, too afraid to say a word. Son Hongmei couldn't stand seeing her son being bullied. She grabbed Qin Baoxiang and rushed toward the men. "Don't hit my son." She turned around, grabbed a broom and from the wall. "I will fight with you." In the morning, after Qin Wentao went to work, Zhang Zhaodi took her mother out. Along the way, the two stared at the bicycle as they headed toward Qinjia village. "Mom, when we get to Qinjia village, should we ask around?" Zhang Zhaodi asked her mother as they rode. Wei Panner scolded angrily. "How did I give birth to such a foolish daughter? Of course, we ask around in the village. We can't just ask the Qin family." Zhang Zhaodi was silent for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, "If the villagers know I am Qin Wentao's wife, will they tell me?" Wei Panner sneered. "Last time you married Qin Wentao, no one from the village came. Can't you see the signs? The Qin family probably doesn't have good relations with the villagers." Hearing this, Zhang Zhaodi seemed to understand and softly said, "Mom, I get it now." When they reached the entrance of Qinjia village, the villagers saw that the men weren't easy to mess with, so no one dared to watch the commotion closely, only observing from afar. Zhang Zhaodi and Wei Panner arrived at the village entrance. Some nosy villagers said to them, "You're Qin Wentao's wife, right? Hurry and go see what's happening at your house." Hearing this, Zhang Zhaodi's face changed. She quickly asked, "What happened?" The woman at the entrance didn't say much, only told Zhang Zhaodi, "You'll find out when you go." Zhang Zhaodi didn't bother to ask further and hurriedly pedaled her bike toward Qinjia village. When she reached the gate of Qin's house, she saw several tattooed men gathered there. Wei Panner sat in the back seat. Seeing the scene, she quickly said, "Zhaodi, don't go over. Let's watch from afar. This has nothing to do with us." Zhang Zhaodi also kept her distance, watching from afar. They saw the tattooed men smashing Qin's house and frightening Qin Guohua, who looked so scared he wet his pants. They also saw Sun Hongmei and Qin Baoxiang holding brooms and hoes, fighting the tattooed men. 2 women fighting would definitely not end well. In the end, they were pushed to the ground by a man with tattoos on his arms. The men then pointed at Qin Guohua and cursed a few words before leaving. After the tattooed men left, Zhang Zhaodi hurriedly went forward to ask, "What happened? Who are those people?" Sun Hongmei, covered in dirt and tears, sat on the ground crying loudly. "Zhang Chunqin, that wicked woman. Why did she provoke these people? Oh no, how will we get through the days ahead?" When Zhang Zhaodi heard this, her face changed. She quickly stepped closer and asked again, "Did Mom cause this? Why did they fight?" Qin Baoxiang wanted to make Zhang Chunqin look bad, so she quickly added, "Zhang Chunqin owes a lot of debt outside. Now, the collectors have come." Hearing this, Zhang Zhaodi's face changed again. "What? She owes money? How much?" Qin Baoxiang was afraid others would find out about the debt, so she loudly shouted, 5,000 yuan. Zhang Zhaodi was stunned upon hearing 5,000 yuan, doubting her ears. Wei Fen, who was nearby, also got anxious. Why does she owe so much? Is she crazy? Qin Baoxiang continued to add fuel to the fire. Who knows? Maybe she ran off with some lover. She said she spent the family money. She also said Wentao used money to buy a house and get married, so even if she borrowed a little, 5,000? I've never seen so much money in my life. Qin Baoxiang became more and more excited as she spoke. Qin Guohua, standing nearby, snorted and scolded Qin Baoxiang. Big sister, stop talking nonsense. Zhang Zhaodi, clearly very upset, muttered, no wonder Wentao has been hiding everything from me lately. She staggered and ran away. Qin Baoxiang looked at Zhang Zhaodi's back with some pride. Zhang Chunqin, you married so happily back then. Now I want to see if your wife knows you owe a lot of debt. Will she still want to stay with you and your son? Wei Aifen, hearing that Zhang Chunqin owed money outside, was stunned for a long time. How much was it? It wasn't until Zhang Zhaodi pulled her away that she came back to herself. The Qin family members at this moment didn't care about Zhang Zhaodi's feelings. Everyone got up to see the broken things. Sun Ermiai gritted her teeth and cursed bitterly. Zhang Chunqin, that wicked woman. What are we going to do now? The items at home are not valuable, but everyone is going through hard times. Suddenly losing so many things feels like a deep cut in Sun Ermiai's heart. Old Qin didn't see how aggressive these men were that day and still wanted to get the money back. He is naturally unwilling to suffer losses. But seeing how these people acted today, if they come to destroy things again, their family might be ruined. Old Qin looked at the broken belongings and gritted his teeth, saying, Guohua, divorce her. Hurry up and divorce today. We won't pay any of her debts. Qin Guohua hadn't gotten up from the ground yet, and his pants were soaked. He couldn't stand now, his legs were weak, and he was trembling. After several shocks, his body couldn't take it anymore. Seeing his son unresponsive, old Qin shouted again, Guohua, did you hear me? Go to the village and get a divorce certificate. Divorce Zhang Chunqin now. Qin Guohua looked dazed at his father, mumbling, don't hit me. I will pay back the money. Sun Ermiai saw Qin Guohua was truly frightened, kicked Qin Baoxiang, and together they helped Qin Guohua to stand and supported him. Help him inside. Guohua must be scared. Qin Guohua was already timid and helpless, and today he was thoroughly frightened. Old Qin stroked his face tiredly and shouted to Qin Guohua, Guohua, push me inside. The family had been exhausted physically and mentally lately. Things used to be good, but recently, problems kept coming one after another endlessly. The Qin family's reputation was ruined, money was being drained, and the family was falling apart. Qin Guohua watched everything with a cold gaze, acting as if he was unaffected. Before, he envied Qin Wentao, thinking he didn't have a mother like Zhang Chunqin who cared so much for him. But now, deep inside, he felt a bit of schadenfreude. His mother was helpless, but she wouldn't go out causing trouble or owe so much debt. After pushing old Qin into the room, old Qin suddenly asked softly, Guohua, your dad was just beaten. Why didn't you help? Qin Guohua was stunned but then answered naturally, Grandpa, I can't fight. If I go over, I'll just be another person getting beaten. Hearing what his beloved grandson said, old Qin felt a chill in his heart. That's your dad. Are you just going to watch him get beaten? Old Qin asked questions carefully, word by word. Qin Guohua realized old Qin's displeasure and explained, Grandpa, I was just scared and didn't react in time. I grew up in the village and have never seen anything like this. Old Qin nodded and told him, go outside now. Grandpa needs to think carefully. Qin Guohua looked at old Qin deeply, answered obediently, and quietly left. Old Qin stared blankly at Qin Guohua's back as he left, lost in thought. After Zhang Zhaodi got home, she hid the remaining money in a drawer. Ever since Wei Aifen learned that Zhang Chunqin owed a lot of debt, she kept talking about it nonstop. Now, seeing her daughter sit down, she immediately started urging her again, Zhaodi, don't forget why you married Qin Wentao. Now that the Qin family has no money, ask them for the house. She looked at her daughter and said, we don't care how you and Qin Wentao live, but this house must go to your younger brother. If you hadn't promised to get a house for him, I wouldn't have asked for such a low bride price. Zhaodi felt annoyed. Hearing her mother chatter on, she impatiently looked up. Mom, I understand. I'll ask Qin Wentao to give the house to Yazu today. Is that okay? Wei Aifen got what she wanted and didn't say more. She raised an eyebrow and replied, okay. Wentao will finish work soon. When he comes back, talk to him properly. After saying that, she got up to find her son. She needed to tell him and her daughter-in-law about this. Not long after, Qin Wentao finished work. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Zhaodi sitting in the hall. He asked tiredly, "Why are you sitting here? Is dinner ready? Make me something to eat. I want to go back to Qin village." Zhaodi seemed not to hear him and sat there expressionless. Qin Wentao saw her face was cold and frowned. "Zhaodi, did you hear me? I've been very tired lately. Don't cause trouble again." Hearing this, Zhaodi sneered lightly. "Cause trouble? Qin Wentao, do you want to talk about whether your family really has trouble, or am I the one causing trouble?" Qin Wentao's face changed when he heard this. He looked up at her and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Zhaodi sneered coldly. "I see you've been worried lately. I'm worried about you. Afraid you're hiding things from the family and want to find out from your grandparents." As soon as he arrived, he saw the debt collectors smashing at his house. When Qin Wentao heard this, his face turned pale. He quickly asked, "What? How do they know my family? Have they come to Qin village? Didn't they say we had 3 days?" Qin Wentao's first thought was that they wouldn't come to his house to cause trouble, right? But Zhang Zhaodi's focus was not on that. "Qin Wentao, you said your mother has a few thousand yuan. You said these money are ours in the future. Now, she owes 5,000. Do you know how much 5,000 yuan is? How will we live after this?" Zhang Zhaodi shouted at Qin Wentao, breaking down. Qin Wentao looked at Zhang Zhaodi calmly and said, "I didn't tell you to pay it back. Why are you so worried?" Zhang Zhaodi looked even more upset. "If I don't pay it back, why haven't you been home these days? Why didn't you tell me?" She couldn't wait any longer and directly said to Qin Wentao, "Qin Wentao, we can't live like this. If you don't want to divorce me, give this house to Yaozu. Otherwise, my parents won't agree for us to stay together." Qin Wentao was already annoyed inside. When he heard Zhang Zhaodi's words, he sneered mockingly, "Divorce? The house? So you really are eyeing my house?" He looked at Zhang Zhaodi with sarcasm. "Your family really thinks I'm a fool? After we got married, you said your parents would come to take care of us. I let you bring your parents over. You said your parents were worried about your younger brother's family, so they came too. When they arrived, they slept in the room, and we slept on the floor. I worked during the day, come home at noon to cook for your family, pay money, and do chores. Turns out you all planned to use me even to get the house?" Hearing this, Zhang Zhaodi's face darkened. "Qin Wentao, I told you when I married you that I wanted to help my family and support my younger brother." Qin Wentao snorted coldly. "I knew you were eager to get my mother's job. You want to help your brother, right? So your help is taking my job and house? You really know how to help." Zhang Zhaodi's plans were exposed by Qin Wentao. She stopped pretending and directly said, "Qin Wentao, I married you because your family is employed. You're willing to support my family. Otherwise, the men chasing me would be lined up outside the city. Why should I choose you?" Qin Wentao heard Zhang Zhaodi's words and sneered. "Regret it? Quickly rushing to divorce to find another partner? Still thinking of getting your brother a house? Do you even realize your worth? You think everyone in the world is as gullible as I am. You're no longer a pure young girl. You've been married and had children. Even if you sell yourself again, you won't get a good price." Qin Wentao mocked with a cold laugh. Zhang Zhaodi, hearing this, crazily rushed toward Qin Wentao and shouted, "Qin Wentao, I didn't know you thought this way about me. I'll tear your mouth apart." She slapped Qin Wentao. Qin Wentao slapped, touched his face, then grabbed Zhang Zhaodi's hair, slapped her twice, and pressed her face against the wall. "Zhang Zhaodi, do I look like I'm giving you face?" As he said this, he swung another slap with his other hand. Zhang Zhaodi had been spoiled by Qin Wentao since they married. Even after having children, Qin Wentao would get up at midnight to change diapers. She had never been treated like this before, and she was stunned by the sudden violence. Qin Wentao ignored Zhang Zhaodi's bleeding lips. He grabbed her hair and gritted his teeth, saying, "Zhang Zhaodi, it seems I've given you face, making your family think I can be a good provider for you all." After saying this, he pushed Zhang Zhaodi away, went to the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife, and directly kicked the door. Zhang Zaidi's parents and family were eavesdropping inside. When Qin Wentao kicked the door, Zhang Yaozu couldn't hold back and rushed out. "Qin Wentao, how dare you hit my sister?"
I'll fight you.
Zhang Yaozu shouted, fists raised. Then he saw Qin Wentao holding a kitchen knife. Qin Wentao, with a fierce face, brandished the knife and gritted his teeth, telling Zhang Zaidi's family, "Get out of my house." Zhang Yaozu, hearing this, his eyes turned red. "You dare to chase us away? I will make my sister divorce you." He shouted at Zhang Zaidi, "Sister, divorce him and take the children. Let the Qin family be childless." Qin Wentao sneered at this. "Your Zhang family only has one son. Our Qin family has many sons. I don't lack one. Besides, the most common thing in the world is women who can have children. You think children are gold nuggets, and taking them away will bring you wealth." Immediately, Qin Wentao sneered, "You're just a woman who had a child and then divorced, taking care of the kid. No one would want to buy you even if you were sold. If you like to bring her back and raise her, then just go ahead and do it." The Zhang family members immediately understood what Qin Wentao meant. Zhang Zhaodi was no longer a young girl. If they let her leave with the child, she would have no job and no support. Their family would be left to survive on their own. Right now, their life depended on Qin Wentao's salary. Although life wasn't easy, it was much better and more comfortable than living in the countryside. Wei Eifen was a sensible woman. She quickly grabbed her son and said, "Yaozu, you're my son-in-law. What right do you have to interfere in your sister's and brother-in-law's affairs?" She then said to Qin Wentao, "Wentao, you shouldn't hit Zhaodi just because you're arguing. Look at how you've hurt her." Qin Wentao looked at them with a blank expression and coldly said, "Pack your things and get out of my house." Yaozu still wanted to raise his fist and argue with Qin Wentao, but Wei Eifen held him back. She gently shook her head at her son. She looked at Zhang Zhaodi and made a subtle signal. Zhaodi, who was just hit and crying with her hands over her face, didn't notice Wei Eifen's plea for help. Qin Wentao saw they didn't want to leave. He remained expressionless and said, "It seems you really want this house and want to take everything from me." Wei Eifen's eyes moved as she thought about her son's job not being secured yet. She immediately said to Yaozu, "Yaozu, pack your things. Let's go." Yaozu wanted to speak, but seeing Wei Eifen's and her signals, he hesitated. Frustrated, he packed his things and left. Outside the house, Yaozu gritted his teeth and said, "Mom, why should we leave? We're really giving Qin Wentao face. We should look at ourselves in the mirror. If it weren't for what he has, why would my sister marry him?" Wei Eifen comforted her son, "Your job isn't secured yet, and we don't have a house or money. Your sister doesn't have a job either. If they really divorce, who will support us? How will we manage the family expenses? Once you have a job, we won't be afraid of him." Hearing this, Yaozu clenched his teeth and said, "How did my sister end up with such a person? She's really useless." Wei Eifen looked at her son and said, "Yaozu, stop talking. You still need your sister to help you find a job and a house. The bride price, the wedding gifts, and all the other things, all are from Qin Wentao." Zhang Yaozu confidently replied, "Every family is the same." Then he looked at Wei Eifen with dissatisfaction and said, "You gave birth to fewer children. If you had 5 or 6 sisters for me, my life would be so much better. I could rely on a few sisters to help me live well." Hearing this, Wei Eifen looked disgusted. At home, Zhang Zhaodi also calmed down and went to comfort Qin Wentao. "Wentao, don't be angry. Today I just found out that your mom owes so much money. She lost her temper completely. That much money. We'd have to save for many years." Qin Wentao looked at Zhang Zhaodi with a dark face and said nothing more, only coldly, "I'm going to see my grandparents to see what the house looks like after being broken into today." After saying this, Qin Wentao turned and left. Zhang Zhaodi watched his back with mixed feelings and started to think of other plans. Qin Wentao returned to the Qin family home, and seeing the mess and broken things on the ground, his face turned grim. Inside, he asked the elderly couple, "Grandpa, Grandma, what happened?" Sun Ermiai, who had been holding back her emotions, suddenly burst out when she saw Qin Wentao. That wicked Zhang Chunqin and those debt collectors destroyed our home. How are we supposed to live like this? That woman, I wish she'd die sooner.
Living is just a disaster.
She cursed and pointed at Qin Guohua lying on the bed. Today, they scared your dad so much he couldn't even stand properly. Look at how they've worn your dad out. What kind of sin have I committed? If anything happens to Guohua, I swear I'll kill Zhang Chunqin. Hearing this, Qin Wentao frowned and asked, wasn't it agreed yesterday that Dad would divorce today? Now we must cut ties with Zhang Chunqin as soon as possible. Sun Ermiai clenched her teeth at his words. Your grandpa doesn't want to give up that money. We thought we'd get back the money Zhang Chunqin tricked from us before divorcing, but those debt collectors can't wait. They said they'd give us 3 days. Qin Wentao looked at the old man and said in a serious voice, Grandpa, my mom owes so much money. The money she took before is probably gone. If she had any money left, they wouldn't be causing so much trouble. My mom cares about her reputation. Over the years, Zhang Chunqin has silently endured everything just to protect her pride. She doesn't want others to laugh at her, so she bites her lip and bears it all. Old Qin smokes his pipe slowly and says, leave. Just leave today. When your dad recovers, take him to get a divorce. Our Qin family must have done something bad in a past life to marry a woman like Zhang Chunqin. At this moment, Qin Guohua asks Grandpa, what about the money? Do we not need it anymore? In Qin Guohua's mind, that money is his. His grandpa already gave Qin Wentao 1,000 yuan before, and now Zhang Chunqin has taken another 600. Old Qin looks at him and says, things have gotten so bad, just divorce first. Later, when Zhang Chunqin has money, go ask her for it. Aren't you worried she might run away? Her family and children are still here. She might just hide, but she won't run away. Qin Guohua wants to say more, but seeing his grandpa's unhappy face, he dares not speak and stays silent. After the family agrees on the divorce, they all look at Qin Guohua. Qin Guohua is so frightened he seems a bit crazy. Sun Ermiai looks at her son with concern and says, today, Guohua was really scared. I'll go to the village to get a divorce certificate and let your dad rest. Everyone listens and doesn't say anything more. Qin Wentao tells Qin Guohua, Dad, I'll come tomorrow to pick you up to see Mom. Qin Guohua seems lost and nods unconsciously. Qin Wentao looks at his father and then turns to leave. After Qin Wentao leaves, Sun Ermiai goes to cook, while old Qin continues smoking his pipe, deep in thought. Qin Guohua watches all this indifferently. Qin Baoxiang, however, is very lively-minded. Once Guohua and Zhang Chunqin divorce, she can marry him. Her whole family is the happiest about this. After Qin Wentao returns home, he doesn't pay much attention to Zhang Zhaodi. When he hears Zhang Zhaodi say she wants him to give the house to Zhang Yaozu, his feelings for her are halved. The heart he once poured out to be good to his wife is gone. It turns out everyone was scheming against him. His mother was plotting against him, and even Zhang Zhaodi was scheming. That night, after Qin Wentao came home, he waited for her to come and comfort him, but she waited all night and never came. She had already made up her mind. As soon as Qin Wentao came to comfort her, she would follow him down the stairs and then share a tender moment with him. That way, everything would be over. She kept whispering to him, asking him to give the house to Yaozu. However, Qin Wentao didn't even look at her, let alone comfort her. The next day, she heard that Qin Wentao had gone out again, so she rushed out after him. When she chased after him, Qin Wentao was already riding his bike to work. Today, Qin Wentao needed to ask for leave at the factory. He had to quickly divorce Qin Guohua. After his father's divorce, he also needed to cut ties with his mother. After he asked for leave at the factory and arrived at the gate, he saw a few men with tattoos wandering around the matchstick factory. He had seen these men before at the guest house entrance. Seeing their pale faces, he pushed his bike and ran in another direction. But it was clear they had seen Qin Wentao. They quickly approached and surrounded him. Looking at these men, Qin Wentao asked nervously, What do you want? We're trying to find ways to gather money in 3 days. The men smiled at him and said, We're not here to collect debts. We just want to confirm if you really work at this factory. So, we can come back later to ask for money. They said they wouldn't do anything, but they still surrounded Qin Wentao and showed no intention of leaving. Qin Wentao was very scared. His hands holding the bike trembled nonstop. Now we live in a society governed by law.
You
can't just act recklessly, he said bravely to them. They circled around him a few times, then sneered mockingly. I heard from your mother that most of the debts she owes are used on you. Your job was also paid for by her. And your marriage and house purchase, since all the money was spent on you. If you don't pay us back, we'll keep coming back. After saying these words, they left. Qin Wentao saw them leave and collapsed to the ground, his legs weak. His bike fell nearby. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Once he calmed down, he immediately rode his bike back to Qin's village. He couldn't take it anymore. He had to quickly cut ties with Zhang Chunqin, this troublemaker. He couldn't afford to keep her, and he still owed the money. At this moment, his disgust and hatred for Zhang Chunqin reached their peak. On the way to Qin's village, he had already decided to cut ties with Zhang Chunqin. At first, he hesitated, feeling sorry for his mother's hardships over the years. But when he saw the group of tattooed men, he quickly made up his mind. When they arrived at Qin's village, Sun Ermiai saw him and hurried over. Wentao, your dad can't get out of bed. What should we do? The debt collectors came early again. This morning, your dad wanted to go outside to use the toilet. As he was about to pull down his pants, he saw 5 men surrounding him. He was so scared he ran back home without even finishing. Now he's hiding inside and won't come out. Hearing this, Qin Wentao looked even more worried. They also went to the matchstick factory today. They warned me that if I don't pay back the debt, they'll come to my factory every day to ask for money. Sun Ermiai cursed angrily. Zhang Chunqin is a troublemaker. She's going to ruin our family. Then she asked Qin Wentao, Wentao, what should we do now? Qin Wentao asked Sun Ermiai, Mom, has the divorce certificate been issued? Sun Ermiai took out the divorce certificate and handed it to Qin Wentao. Yes, everything is ready. But your dad just can't get out of bed now. We're going to carry him over today, no matter what. Qin Wentao said through clenched teeth. Qin Guohua went to the toilet and saw the debt collectors. When he came back, he hid inside the house and didn't dare to open the door. Qin Wentao knocked on the door. He was so scared he hid under the blankets and didn't speak. He called out from inside, Dad, they've already left. Open the door. I'm taking you to get a divorce from Mom. They only gave us 3 days, and today's the 2nd day. If we don't divorce, I don't know what they'll do. Qin Guohua heard his son's voice and finally calmed down. Did they really leave? Will they come back? Qin Wentao reassured him, they've gone. They just caused trouble at my factory entrance. They won't come back so far, and they definitely won't cause trouble today. Hearing this, Qin Guohua finally relaxed and opened the door. Seeing his pale, frightened face, Qin Wentao urged him, Hurry and come with me. We're going to find Mom and get the divorce. Qin Guohua, worried, asked, Will your mom really agree to divorce like this? Qin Wentao looked at his timid father and clenched his teeth. I have a way to make her agree.
Come on, let's go now.
I only took half a day off. Qin Guohua was still trembling. When he stood up, he lost control again. A strong smell filled the room. Qin Wentao looked at his father in disbelief. Dad, why can't you hold it in normally? Qin Guohua, with a red face, admitted in front of his son. I asked you last time. Ever since I came back from the hospital, I can't hold it anymore. Qin Wentao, also a man, sensed that something was wrong with his father. He initially thought it was a problem with his father's health in that area. Since he was getting older, he thought it might be normal and hoped it wouldn't cause embarrassing situations anymore. But now, it seemed the problem was more serious than he had imagined. Dad, hurry and change your clothes. After you and Mom divorce, I will help you see a doctor about this incontinence, Qin Wentao said casually. Qin Guohua nodded and went to change his clothes. Qin Wentao covered his nose and left the room. Sun Ermiai looked at Qin Wentao coming out and asked with a frown, "What's going on? Did your dad have an accident again?" Qin Wentao didn't want to deal with his father's situation and replied impatiently, "It's not urgent. We should focus on my mom's matter first. After they divorce, I'll take him to see a doctor." Yes, divorce first. Sun Ermiai nodded. Then she couldn't help but curse. Those debt collectors are so mean. They scared him while he was in the bathroom. Since your dad was hospitalized last time, he's not fully recovered. Their actions are just cruel. They don't see him as a person. Qin Wentao listened silently, not bothering to respond to Sun Ermiai. He was too worried and confused right now. He definitely couldn't let those people go to the matchstick factory again. If the factory found out he was involved with such people, they would surely fire him. At this moment, Qin Guohua had changed into clean clothes and came out. "Let's go," he said, already unable to lift his head. When Qin Wentao took his father out, many people suddenly gathered at their house entrance. Seeing everyone crowded outside, Qin Wentao had a bad feeling. Sun Ermiai saw the villagers gathered at the door and, with a worried face, shouted, "Why are you all blocking our door?" Several unkind ants, who did not get along with Sun Ermiai, happily said, "Sun Ermiai, tell us, who is Guobao's real father?" When Sun Ermiai heard this, her face turned pale.
What do you mean by that?"
At this moment, a relative from the Qin family stepped out of the crowd and came to Sun Ermiai, holding her arm. He said, "This morning, when the people came to collect debts from your family, they went around telling everyone that Guobao is the illegitimate child of Qin Guohua and Qin Baoxiang." Sun Ermiai was stunned and didn't respond immediately.
"What? Who said that?"
The relative, who had been feeling ashamed because of the Qin family's scandal, repeated impatiently, "Everyone in the village now knows that Guobao is the son of Qin Guohua and Qin Baoxiang. This can't be hidden anymore." Sun Ermiai finally understood. Hearing this, she staggered a few steps and almost lost her balance. Her voice trembling, she whispered, They're just talking nonsense. Guobao is my child." Someone at the door sighed and said, "Oh dear, Sun Ermiai. We didn't even know in the village that Qin Baoxiang had a baby. Your family really keeps secrets." From what I remember, Sun Ermiai was pregnant and wandering around the village for 10 months. Your family sure has a lot of secrets. Exactly. A child bride is just that, a child bride. What are you all up to? Hearing the villagers' gossip, Sun Ermiai's mind was buzzing. She knew these things could no longer be hidden. Instinctively, she turned around to ask old Qin for help, but he was nowhere to be seen behind her. Qin Wentao, faced with the villagers pointing and gossip, also felt embarrassed and angry. Then someone saw Qin Wentao and asked with sympathy, "Wentao, your grandparents tricked your mother into thinking she was fooling everyone. Are you helping your mother or your father?"
"Yeah."
"You don't even know that Qin Guobao was raised by your mother. She was pregnant with you and still had to take care of Qin Guobao for your grandparents. After giving birth, she also had to take care of her little uncle from the Qin family. But it turns out he's not a little uncle, he's the illegitimate child of a man. Oh, I feel sorry for Chunqin. This family is so disgusting and shameless. Aren't you afraid of retribution?" Qin Wentao was named and pointed at directly. At this moment, the village chief also stepped out from the crowd, pointing at Qin's family and scolding, "You tricked people like this. Yesterday, they came to me asking for a divorce certificate, claiming Zhang Chunqin owed a huge debt outside. But it's probably not Zhang Chunqin who owes the money. You guys persuaded her to borrow it and want to push the debt onto her." Because so many things had happened to Qin's family, Zhang Chunqin was seen by the villagers as a big fool and a simple-minded person. And everyone who knew her for many years knew she was caring for her family, hardworking, taking care of her parents-in-law and younger sister-in-law. Suddenly, when they said she owed money outside, no one believed it. Surely, they persuaded her to borrow money. The whole family are vampires, trying to drain her dry.
Yeah.
Otherwise, why don't the debt collectors ask Zhang Chunqin for money? They only ask Qin Guohua. The money must have been borrowed by Qin's family. A group of people chattered loudly. When Sun Ermiai heard this, she immediately jumped in anger. You're talking nonsense. It's Zhang Chunqin who owes the debt. The matter of Guobao is Guobao's business. Owing money is owing money. At this moment, Qin Guohua returned from the fields. Seeing a bunch of people at the door, he felt uneasy but couldn't avoid going home. He walked back slowly. When everyone saw him, they immediately asked, Guobao, do you know that you are the illegitimate child of Qin Guohua and Qin Baoxiang? Hearing this, Qin Guobao's face turned pale. He looked blankly at Sun Ermiai. Mom, what? What are they talking about? At this moment, Qin Guohua felt both scared and confused. The villagers knew his background. How did they find out? Then, some nosy women from the village teased Qin Guohua. Guobao, your mom is Qin Baoxiang. I always said your face looks exactly like Qin Baoxiang's. I thought you were siblings, so it makes sense. Turns out, she's your real mother. Have you ever seen Qin Guohua and Qin Baoxiang having an affair at home? Did you know who you really are? When you called Qin Baoxiang big sister, didn't you feel awkward at all? The people around kept teasing Qin Guohua with unclear looks. Qin Guohua didn't want to admit it at all. He shook his head and said, No, you're talking nonsense. Qin Baoxiang is my older sister.
Oh, stop pretending. Everyone already knows about this, they said.
Qin Baoxiang looked at everyone again, and they all looked at Qin Guohua with strange expressions.
No.
I am not Qin Baoxiang's son. After shouting, he ran away. The people around watched the scene and looked down on the Qin family even more. Actually, there are many families that bully their wives, but few that bully their family members so badly. They took care of the younger brother-in-law, only to find out he was a troublemaker. They took care of the younger sister-in-law, only to discover she was involved with someone else. The Qin family boasted that all their son's salary went to their parents, but it was really to support a troublemaker and a mistress. Qin Wentao looked at the villagers watching and scolding, clenched his teeth, and shouted, This is none of your business. He no longer cared about what the villagers thought of them. All he wanted was to quickly divorce Zhang Chunqin and leave. He didn't want those people to go back to the match factory. Finally, the Qin family realized what was happening. Other things didn't matter. First, they had to divorce and find Zhang Chunqin. Qin Wentao pushed his bicycle and said to Qin Guohua, Dad, get in the car. I'll take you to the county to find Mom. Qin Guohua nodded and got into Qin Wentao's car. People were still pointing and talking, but Qin Wentao had already left with Qin Guohua. After Qin Guohua and Qin Wentao left, Sun Ermiai couldn't stand the gossip anymore. She pulled Qin Baoxiang into the house to hide. The villagers in Qin still stood at the door, talking about the Qin family. Some relatives related to the old Qin family looked down and went back home. Qin Wentao pedaled his bike to the guest house. He asked at the front desk, Does a comrade named Zhang Chunqin stay in which room? The clerk looked it up and replied, She has already checked out. Hearing this, Qin Wentao was confused. Where could she have gone? When did she leave? How did she leave? Qin Wentao asked the clerk. The clerk, impatient, looked at Qin Wentao and said unkindly, How should I know? You ask her yourself. Stop blocking the way.
Do you want a room or not?
If not, leave quickly. Qin Wentao walked out of the guest house feeling lost. Seeing Qin Wentao come out alone, Qin Guohua hurriedly asked, Wentao, where is Mom? Why didn't you bring her out? Qin Wentao clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, Dad, they said Mom checked out. She no longer lives here. Now, where can we find someone? Today is already the second day. Those debt collectors come every day to cause trouble. How are we supposed to live like this? Qin Wentao was immediately overwhelmed. Recently, he has been so busy that he feels dizzy. Every day there's something new happening. He and his wife are almost getting a divorce. He also lost the chance to get promoted at the matchstick factory. In Qin's village, he is constantly being pointed at and criticized. During this time, everything in Qin's family seems cursed, with one problem after another. Where can we find your mother now? Your mother has nowhere to go either, right? Qin Guohua was already helpless. Now he was even more confused, like a headless fly. Will those debt collectors come again tomorrow? Wentao, what should we do now? Why does your mother owe so much money? Qin Guohua kept muttering to himself. Qin Wentao looked at Qin Guohua with dislike. All you do is ask questions. How should I know? The father and son stood outside the guest house for a while. Finally, Qin Wentao spoke. Let's go find Aunt Air and ask Grandma's family. If we really can't find anyone, then we'll think of something else. After visiting Qin's village and the matchstick factory, those big guys with tattoos went to Panjiayuan to find Zhang Chunqin. That day, when they had dinner with old Zhang, he told them to go look for someone in Panjiayuan. When Zhang Chunqin saw the tattooed men, she politely bought a pack of cigarettes and shared them with them. We went to Qin's village again today. Your son's matchstick factory was also visited. Should we go again tomorrow? Do we have to push so hard? One of the big men asked Zhang Chunqin. She nodded. Today I told them that you know their family and where Qin Wentao works. There's no need to rush now. Let them come to me first. She also gave each of them 2 yuan as a thank you. The men really liked Zhang Chunqin's straightforwardness and generosity. Sister, if you have anything else, just tell us. We're at the warehouse over on Anjie Road. We're professional debt collectors. We're not afraid of trouble, only of having no trouble at all, they said to Zhang Chunqin. She smiled and nodded. All right, thank you for your hard work. After they left, Zhang Hongmei bought some lunch. Seeing their figures walking away, she asked in surprise, Sister, are you sending those people to collect debts again? Zhang Chunqin shook her head.
No.
Next, we will wait for the Qin family to come to me themselves. Zhang Hongmei hesitated and asked, Can they find the person? Zhang Chunqin smiled and said, I'll go to Qin's village in a few days. No need to rush. Don't agree too easily. If I agree too quickly, the Qin family won't be happy. Only if I hide and delay will they be forced to push me to divorce. Based on Zhang Chunqin's understanding of them, she thought they would try to ask her for money before today. While the sisters were talking, a man in a suit and a broker were speaking. Boss, look at this painting. I'll sell it to you for 8,000 yuan. It's a good deal. This is a genuine tangyin. It's from my family's inheritance. Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin looked up and glanced at the 2 people talking nearby. It was the broker and a well-dressed man. The man looked very refined and elegant, seeming to be from Hong Kong. Because most men in the country don't dress so fashionably. Zhang Chunqin looked at the man and felt he looked familiar. The broker saw the man hesitating and continued, Boss, I got this painting from the black market at a high price.
You.
Zhang Chunqin stared at the suited man from afar for a while, then turned to leave, but suddenly remembered who that man was. She thought he looked familiar, and it turned out to be. The man in the suit was still looking at the painting. After a moment, he compared with the broker and said, 6,000. The broker stared at the painting, his eyes circling.
All right.
I'll sell it to you at cost price, just as a friend. The broker nodded and rolled up the painting. Just as the man was about to take out the money from his wallet, Zhang Chunqin walked over. She immediately said, Broker, let me see that painting. I want it too. I'll give you 6,500. The broker knew Zhang Chunqin. Originally, he was the one who introduced Qin Wentao's house, and he also helped buy Qin Wentao's job. Can you afford it? The broker sneered at Zhang Chunqin. Zhang Chunqin smiled and said, If it's real, I'll definitely buy it. Hand over the money, and I'll give you the goods. Because Zhang Chunqin was an experienced dealer, Wang broker also wanted to raise the price in front of a Hong Kong client. He was sure that Zhang Chunqin wouldn't recognize the real artwork, so he started to act. Zhang Chunqin only glanced at it and immediately said, Wang broker, we've done business together before. I asked you about buying a house and a job. Why are you giving me this fake-looking painting? Hearing this, Wang broker's face changed. What are you talking about? This is the real deal. My grandfather left it to me. How could it be fake? He then said to the Hong Kong man, Mr. Chen, this person doesn't understand. We agreed on 6,000. I'll take care of it for you. The man looked deeply at Zhang Chunqin, then said to Wang broker, I'll think about it some more. He turned around and left. Wang Broker saw the Hong Kong boss leave and angrily pointed at Zhang Chunqin. Are you doing this on purpose? I finally negotiated a good price, and you come to cause trouble. Zhang Chunqin looked at him seriously. Wang Broker, this is an old deal.
I really want to buy it.
But this painting is fake. Wang Broker glared at her fiercely. You dare. Just wait and see. After saying that, he grabbed the painting and turned to leave. As he left, he looked back at Zhang Chunqin with a fierce gaze several times. This Hong Kong boss was someone he brought over from the scenic area. Hong Kong businessmen traveling to the mainland are easiest to deceive. If he sells this painting, he won't have to work anymore this year. But Zhang Chunqin came over to cause trouble. He didn't know that Zhang Chunqin was also planning to do antique business now, and he just thought she had met him by chance. Zhang Chunqin watched his back and was thinking about finding a time to deal with him. In the 1970s, many brokers were involved in shady activities like pimping. In her past life, she was tricked by Wang Broker several times before meeting old Zhang. At first, she bought Qin Wentao's house and job through him, using his channels. Later, Zhang Chunqin thought he was very capable and kept seeking him out. Later, she found some treasures while collecting trash, but Wang Broker tricked her out of all of them. This time, she needed to find the right moment to report him. Otherwise, if she messes up his plans today, he would definitely seek revenge later. Zhang Hongmei hesitated for a moment and asked, How did you figure that out? Zhang Chunqin pointed to her eyes and said, I saw it with my own eyes. As she spoke, she turned her head to look in the direction where the merchant had left. She originally didn't want to get involved, but she recognized the merchant and decided to speak. She thought she could say a few words, but he just left without stopping. Fine. Let him go. Let's go home for dinner. After eating, we'll continue cleaning the shop. In the afternoon, I'll go with you to Renmin Bridge to see how the stalls are doing, Zhang Chunqin said casually, not making a big deal of it. The sisters chatted together. At the intersection, the merchant was waiting for her. Comrade, thank you just now. He took out a few large notes from his pocket and said, I really like what Tangin said. When I heard he had it, I came over. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have bought it. Although he had money, being scammed out of 6,000 in this era was a lot. Zhang Chunqin glanced at the man in front of her and said, That person is a middleman. In your fashionable Hong Kong slang, he's an agent. If you want to buy antiques, you should go to places that specialize in collecting antiques. Panjiayuan has several good shops. You can look around more. Then she added, Look carefully and buy cautiously. Popular items won't be sold here. You can only find bargains here. After saying this, she didn't talk more with the merchant and took Zhang Hongmei away. The merchant watched their backs and looked thoughtful. He had indeed been tricked by that agent Wang, but he wasn't there to buy paintings. He was looking for someone. The crowd at the entrance had already dispersed. Qin Guohua stayed inside, not coming out. Qin Baixiang had long lost face and didn't care what the villagers thought. Guohua, open the door. Dinner is ready. Qin Baixiang knocked several times, worried about her son. Son Ermiai and old Qin also stayed inside, not coming out. They were upset and troubled by various things.
Guohua, don't ignore me.
Mom is worried. Open the door. Qin Baixiang called anxiously at the door. Finally, Qin Guohua couldn't hold back anymore, rushed out, and shouted at her, Stop shouting. Do you have nothing else to do all day? Either you're calling my dad for dinner or me. Besides, all you do is chase after men. Do you have anything else to do? Qin Baoxiang was startled when her son shouted at her. Guohua, I'm worried about you. Before she could finish speaking, Qin Guohua interrupted coldly. Now everyone in the village knows I am your son. How can I live in the village in the future? Hearing this, Qin Baoxiang looked at her son in disbelief and asked, Is it shameful that I am your mother? Qin Guohua was so angry he laughed. Do you think being your son is something to be proud of? That day when you were caught cheating in bed, how many people saw you? Do you know what they said about you? Qin Baoxiang's face turned red. When they rushed in, I managed to block them. They couldn't see anything. They're just talking nonsense. Hearing this, Qin Guohua grew more annoyed with her. She could never focus on the main point. Is it about how many people saw her? Qin Guohua, whether you admit it or not, I am your mother. I tell you, once your dad and Zhang Chunqin divorce, our family can be together openly. No one will bother us anymore, Qin Baoxiang said. Qin Guohua sneered. You think marrying my dad is a good thing? Just calling her an idiot. His mother never understood the difference between being a daughter and being a daughter-in-law. At that moment, Qin Wentao returned with Qin Guohua. Hearing the noise, Qin Baoxiang excitedly ran out. Your dad is back. I want to see if they've divorced or not. Inside the house, Sun Ermiai heard the noise and hurried out. Before anyone entered, she rushed to hold Qin Guohua. Guohua, did you get divorced? What did Zhang Chunqin say? Qin Guohua looked downcast. No. Sun Ermiai was anxious. Zhang Chunqin doesn't want a divorce? Qin Wentao spoke in a deep voice. My mother is missing. Hearing this, Sun Ermiai screamed. What do you mean missing? A living person can't just disappear. Qin Wentao said quietly. We went to the same guest house as last time to look for her, but she had already checked out. I just went with my dad to Grandma's house, and she wasn't there. Aunt Air's place isn't there either. We don't know where to find her now. Qin Baoxiang heard this and said, she just doesn't want a divorce and is intentionally avoiding us. I think she just wants to keep us from paying off the debt and is hiding from us. Qin Wentao said to Qin Guohua, I'll go look for her again. I'm leaving now. He was anxious inside but couldn't find Zhang Chunqin, which made him feel helpless. He was hungry and tired. Because he kept running around looking for her, he hadn't eaten anything yet. Sun Ermiai was worried and asked, what if we can't find her? What if those people come to our house tomorrow? Qin Wentao replied impatiently, I've already said I would go look for her. After saying that, Qin Wentao rode away on his bicycle. He was more worried than they were. Sun Ermiai was afraid those people would cause trouble at their home, but he was even more afraid they would cause trouble at the factory. If they caused trouble at his family housing area, Qin Wentao wouldn't be so worried. He could just move. But if they caused trouble at his workplace and it got serious, he might get fired. On the way, Qin Wentao kept thinking about where Zhang Chunqin might have gone. He racked his brains but couldn't think of where her mother could have gone. When he got home, Zhang Zhaodi saw him and came to greet him. Wentao, how did it go? Zhang Zhaodi asked anxiously. Qin Wentao looked at her and glanced around his house. His mother-in-law's family hadn't come back today. He thought they might come back during the day when he was not at home. Zhang Zhaodi saw Qin Wentao looking around and quickly said, Wentao, I've thought it over. Living with my parents isn't good. I told them to rent a place outside. You didn't find a job for Yaozu? We were planning to wait until Yaozu started working before renting a place. Now I've told them to rent a place directly. Zhang Zhaodi's family had indeed rented a house, but she used the money Qin Wentao had left her to pay for it. She took over 300 yuan and gave it to her parents for the rent. She naturally didn't dare to tell Qin Wentao about this. When Qin Wentao heard her, he nodded and said, that temporary worker will leave next month, and Yaozu will start work next month. After saying that, he leaned tiredly on the sofa. Zhang Zhaodi looked at him and quietly asked again, does your mom not want a divorce? Qin Wentao clenched his teeth and said, we still can't find my mom. When Zhang Zhaodi heard Qin Wentao's words, she frowned slightly. Have you gone to look for mom at the place where you picked her up last time? Doesn't she have a friend living nearby? Qin Wentao nodded. I just checked. No, I even went to the courtyard. He sighed tiredly. What does she really want? There are debt collectors at the matchstick factory entrance today. If I don't pay, they'll cause trouble at my factory. I might lose my job. Qin Wentao felt a deep sense of helplessness. Other people's moms support their children. Why does my family have so many problems? How am I supposed to live like this? He gritted his teeth in anger. Right now, Qin Wentao only blamed Zhang Chunqin. He had forgotten that his mother had helped him find a job, get married, and go to school. He didn't see her efforts before. Now that something has gone wrong, he feels upset and forgets all the good things she did. Zhang Zhaodi, hearing this, asked hurriedly, "What should we do now?" Qin Wentao shook his head tiredly. "I don't know." Zhang Chunqin was completely unaware of the family's worries. In the morning, she visited the Pan family, hoping for a lucky find, and in the afternoon, she cleaned the house she bought. In the evening, she went with Zhang Hongmei to cook at Chu Wanin's house. Chu Wanin had already divorced and was living a happier life than before. Before the divorce, she was alone and often sad because her husband didn't come home. Now that she's divorced, no one points fingers at her, and she doesn't feel as ashamed as she used to think. At dinner, Chu Wanin handed a student ID to Zhang Chunqin. "Night classes start tomorrow. You must come on time. Even though you cook for me every day, I treat you just like the other students." Zhang Chunqin smiled and nodded. "Okay, Teacher Chu." Chu Wanin looked at Zhang Hongmei again and asked, "What about you? Do you have plans for your future? We can live without marriage or children, but we need goals and plans." Zhang Hongmei nodded.
I want to learn fashion design.
"I want to open a shop on Renmin Bridge to sell clothes." Chu Wanin thought for a moment. "I'll ask if there are fashion design courses. You need to learn that too." Zhang Hongmei nodded. "Okay, but I only went to elementary school for a few years. I'm not as literate as my sister." Chu Wanin said, "Go ahead and attend the class first.
See if you can understand it.
You have a good foundation, so you should be able to understand what is taught." After they finished eating, they played for a while at Chu Wanyin's place before leaving. On the way home, Zhang Hongmei asked, "Sister, why didn't old Master Chu agree to divorce before?" Zhang Chunqin smiled and said, "She was trapped by her obsession. As intellectuals, they care about face. I used to think that not striving for success was shameful, and I wanted to keep my dignity. But later, I realized that face doesn't matter. What matters is the outcome." Hearing this, Zhang Hongmei asked, somewhat confused, "Is that how I am? At first, I was bullied by the Li family, but then I refused to care about face and fought back. They became afraid of me." Zhang Chunqin smiled and nodded. "That's probably what it means." Zhang Hongmei nodded. "Sister, you're really different now. You've suddenly changed. Is it because of the incident with Qin Guohua?" Zhang Chunqin paused quietly. "Maybe so." She could only say that. She couldn't tell her sister that she had been reborn. They had talked about this topic several times. Perhaps because her change was so great, Zhang Hongmei found it strange and brought it up again. Zhang Hongmei nodded again. "Sister, what if those children become better? Would you go back to take care of them and support them?" Zhang Chunqin chuckled softly. "What do you mean by better?" Zhang Hongmei frowned. "They stop being so selfish and become more filial." Zhang Chunqin nodded. "If they become filial, they definitely wouldn't want me to suffer or to take care of them." Hearing this, Zhang Hongmei understood her meaning. It meant that no matter how they changed, she definitely wouldn't go back to take care of them. When they reached the door, a familiar figure was standing there. "Why are you here?" Zhang Chunqin asked as she saw the person approaching. At the door, Fat Mama was waiting. "Chunqin, Wentao came to the courtyard again today. He said you owe a lot of money outside. I'm worried, so I came to check on you," Fat Mama said, showing her concern for Zhang Chunqin. Today, Qin Wentao came to the courtyard, asking around if anyone had seen Zhang Chunqin. He was everywhere saying that Zhang Chunqin owed a lot of money outside, and the debt collectors came to her house. Only then did he start looking for people. Zhang Chunqin brewed a cup of sweet water for Fat Mama. "Don't pay attention to him. They're just trying to trick me into going back."
Fat Mama nodded.
"I'm worried about you. I kept wondering how you, working so hard alone, could owe so much money." As she spoke, she remembered Qin Dahai. "There's one more thing I forgot to tell you. Dahai said he's going to the Northwest to work on a project. He said he'll earn a lot of money to support you." Fat Mama was still thinking about what Qin Dahai had asked her to pass on last time. Zhang Chunqin nodded. "That's good. Since I stopped interfering with them, they've become more sensible." Fat Mama looked at Zhang Chunqin, hesitant to speak. Some words she wanted to say didn't come out. Before she left, Zhang Chunqin advised her, "Children and grandchildren have their own happiness. When it's time to let go, you should let go."
Fat Mama sighed heavily.
My life has been so chaotic. I feel that if I keep going like this with my son and daughter-in-law, I might lose my son someday. She reached out and rubbed her eyes. I help take care of the children, do laundry, and cook, but they all say I favor one over the other. My hands and back are sore, and I'm just one person. I think I've already done enough. No matter what I do, my children still say I haven't done enough. In the end, I haven't gained anything. Chunqin looked at her softly and said, "Fat Mama, if your children think you haven't helped enough, then stop helping. Let them live their own lives." Fat Mama was silent for a while, but ultimately did not nod. She still couldn't let go of her children. Chunqin didn't press her further. If someone had advised her like this in her past life, she might not have been able to truly let go. Only when people are betrayed do they truly understand. The next day, after cooking for Chu Wanin, Chunqin went to class with her. Having lived 2 lives, Chunqin sat in a classroom for the first time. She had studied on her own before, but this was the first time she truly sat in a classroom and attended lessons. After 3 hours, Chunqin felt like she had been reborn. Since her rebirth, she had been trying to change everything from her previous life. But at this moment, she truly felt her destiny had been changed. In her past life, she would never have sat in a classroom because she had 4 children to take care of, work, and earn money. Now, she is truly sitting in the classroom, genuinely changing her destiny. After class, she greeted Chu Wanin and went home. It was already past 10 p.m. when she finished class. She didn't have a bicycle, so she had to walk home with a flashlight. Passing through a small alley, a drunken man suddenly rushed out and bumped into her. Chunqin staggered, and her flashlight fell to the ground. The drunk man looked in her direction and saw she was a woman. His eyes lit up. A woman. He wobbled toward Chunqin. "Big sister, you bumped into my chest. Come, rub it for me." Chunqin looked at the drunk man in front of her and kept retreating. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll call someone," she said, while glancing around for something to defend herself with. Her flashlight was knocked away by the drunk man. She only had a bag with her. At that moment, she realized she should keep a knife in her bag for safety during night walks. The drunk man suddenly lunged at her. "Big sister, come into my arms." Chunqin grabbed her bag and hit the drunk man with it. There were only books inside, so it didn't hurt much. While they struggled, distant car headlights shined on them, and a horn beeped. The drunk man turned his head, blinded by the light. Taking advantage of his confusion, Chunqin ran quickly. She didn't run far before feeling like someone was still behind her. She suddenly turned around and threw her bag at the follower. "Comrade Chunqin, it's me." A deep voice stopped her. She looked carefully and saw it was Fu Jianya. No wonder there were car lights and honking earlier. His car was nearby. She put down her bag and finally relaxed. "Comrade Fu, thank you for helping me." I thought it was the same drunk man again. Fu Jianya looked at her. "Are you okay? I had a little drink today and stepped out for some fresh air. I didn't expect to see you here." Chunqin shook her head. "I'm fine. Tomorrow, I'll keep a knife in my bag." Fu Jianya asked, "Let's walk together. I need to sober up a bit." Chunqin nodded and lowered her head, walking behind Fu Jianya. Fu Jianya noticed that she kept walking behind him and asked with a frown, "Comrade Chunqin, was I walking too fast?" Chunqin heard this and quickly caught up, walking alongside him. Since learning about Fu Jianya's identity, she felt a bit scared, like ordinary people fear officials. After she caught up, he asked, "Shui, Fu came to see you?" Chunqin was silent for a moment and replied, "Yes, she did. I agreed to her request. I took 500 yuan. Fu Jianya chuckled softly when he heard her say, 500 yuan. "You really dare to say that?" Chunqin lowered her head and said nothing. Seeing her like that, Fu Jianya frowned and asked, "Are you afraid of me?" Chunqin responded quietly, "A little. You're an important person, and I'm just an ordinary citizen."
Fu Jianya laughed lightly.
"You weren't like this before." Chunqin replied, "I knew you were an official before, but I didn't realize you were such a high-ranking official."
Fu Jianye smiled.
I'm about to retire soon. I won't be an official for much longer. So you don't need to be so afraid. Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin was surprised. You're retiring so soon? You look quite young. Fu Jianye didn't explain but said, my security guard also passes by this road after work. Next time, I'll ask him to give you a ride. Zhang Chunqin shook her head to refuse. No need. I'm living with my sister now. In a while, she'll start night classes, and I can go with her. Once I get familiar with my classmates, I can find someone to go with. Fu Jianye listened and didn't say more. He nodded and said, all right. After he took Zhang Chunqin to the alley near her home, Fu Jianye turned and got into the car. Zhang Chunqin watched the small car drive away and finally relaxed. Knowing Fu Jianye's identity made her feel pressured and even afraid to speak freely. She was worried about saying the wrong thing. In the car, the guard respectfully asked Fu Jianye, Mr. Fu, are you feeling better? Should I drive more slowly? Fu Jianye looked at Zhang Chunqin going into the house and nodded. Yes, drive slowly. He leaned tiredly against the back seat with his eyes closed. The guard looked back at Fu Jianye with concern. Seeing that he was asleep, he finally relaxed. These past few days, Qin Wentao and his family have been very worried. His family fears that debt collectors might come to damage their home, while Qin Wentao worries they might cause trouble at the match factory. But surprisingly, everything has been calm lately. They are all looking for Zhang Chunqin, but she seems to have disappeared completely. No one knows where she has gone. On the third day after coming home, he urged Zhang Zhaodi to cook quickly. Zhaodi, why haven't you cooked yet? Hurry up and make some food. After eating, I need to go find someone. Zhang Zhaodi held her child silently. Qin Wentao looked at her silence and asked suspiciously, what's wrong? Feeling guilty, Zhang Zhaodi replied, there's no rice at home to cook. Hearing this, Qin Wentao frowned. If there's no rice, why don't you buy some? Zhang Zhaodi lowered her head again and said nothing. Qin Wentao looked at her and guessed what was happening. Is it because we have no money? Zhang Zhaodi, holding her child, dared not speak. Recently, Qin Wentao has been overwhelmed by debt collectors. Seeing her like this, he suddenly raised his voice. Where's the money? There can't be no money at home. Don't we still have a few hundred yuan? He said this and stormed into the room, opening the drawer to look for money. But no matter how much he searched, he couldn't find any. He turned around and grabbed Zhang Zhaodi. Where's the money? The money at home? Zhang Zhaodi knew she couldn't hide it anymore. She hesitated and said, my parents rented a house and don't have money. I gave them the money. Qin Wentao's eyes widened as he questioned her. You gave them all that money? Even if they rented a house, they don't need to take all of it. Zhang Zhaodi lowered her head again and said nothing. Seeing her like this, Qin Wentao completely lost control. He snatched the child from her arms and placed him on the bed, then grabbed her hair. My mother advanced me a year's salary. If we don't get that money, this will be our year's expenses. You gave all the money to your parents. What will we eat? What will we use? Zhang Zhaodi lowered her head and softly said, Wentao, we had to send them away, but we still need to comfort them. I already gave them the money. We can't let them take more. You should go to the factory and ask for an advance on your salary. Before you find your mother and ask her to give you the money, just wait. Before Zhang Zhaodi could finish speaking, Qin Wentao slapped her across the face. Zhang Zhaodi, my mother owes so much money, and you still want me to ask her for it? Do you think my family is just a money tree for your family? Our family is already in trouble, and now you want us to give you money? Hearing this, Zhang Zhaodi got angry too. Qin Wentao, what does my family's debt have to do with me? You said you didn't want us to pay back the money. I don't ask for anything else, just that you return the money your mother owes us. Why can you take money from your mother, but I can't take money from my parents? Qin Wentao was so angry, he was trembling all over. He slapped her again. That's my money. It's Qin family's money, and it's not for your parents. Zhang Zhaodi, go get the money now, or don't blame me for being rude. Qin Wentao threw Zhang Zhaodi to the ground and said with disgust. Zhang Zhaodi covered her face. Qin Wentao, you hit me again. You've hit me several times for your mother. I can't live like this anymore. Let's get a divorce." After saying that, she turned and left without looking back. At this moment, the child on the bed started crying. Qin Wentao looked at Zhang Zhaodi walking away, feeling annoyed and impatient. He turned to the child and shouted, "Stop crying. Why are you crying? Are you mourning or something?" The child was frightened and stopped crying, but then started crying even louder. Seeing the child's face turn red from crying, Qin Wentao reached out to cover his mouth. "So annoying! Stop crying!" He vented all his anger on the child. The child's crying gradually weakened, and Qin Wentao finally realized what he was doing. He quickly let go of the child and hurriedly picked him up. The child kept coughing, his small face turning red. In that moment, Qin Wentao suddenly realized he almost suffocated his son. Looking at his crying, wailing child, he didn't want to chase after Zhang Zhaodi anymore. That night, seeing the child crying so hard he turned pale, he could only carry him on his back to Qin's village. When they arrived at Qin's village, Qin Wentao handed the child to Sun Ermiai. "Auntie, I drove Zhang Zhaodi's family away today. I also hit Zhang Zhaodi. She ran off, and now the child has no one to take care of him. Please help me watch the child for a few days." Sun Ermiai initially wanted to refuse, but when she heard Qin Wentao say he had driven Zhang Zhaodi's family away, she hesitated and took back her refusal. They're still thinking about Qin Wentao's house. At first, they planned to wait until Guobao's work was settled, but now he has already taken the person away himself. They no longer need to bother. Your wife, who favors her family, is going to get hit. Women need to be hit to listen. Which man doesn't hit his wife? You leave the baby here with grandma. She will take care of him. Zhang Zhaodi has already had a child. She's just a troublemaker. She still thinks she's a young girl and that men will chase after her. Don't look for anyone. In a few days, she'll come back, Sun Ermiai urged strongly. Because Zhang Chunqin was in debt and their house was broken into, Sun Ermiai was dreaming of insulting Zhang Chunqin. She hates Zhang Chunqin so much, yet she still cares about her children. Before, they didn't consider Zhang Chunqin's children as part of the Qin family. Now, they are being nicer to Qin Wentao, hoping he will help find a job for Guobao. They are also thinking about Qin Wentao's house and want to persuade him to divorce Zhang Zhaodi. If they divorce, the house would be easier to get. Not to mention that Zhang Chunqin knows their true nature. With a shameless Qin family, even if you follow the proper process to get a divorce, they wouldn't agree, no matter how much you kneel before them. They can only use the most underhanded methods to deal with them. Qin Wentao placed the diapers and other small items for the children behind the Qin house, then rode his bike back home. After Qin Wentao left, Qin Guohua looked at his grandson. He didn't feel much affection for this grandson. After glancing at him, he went back to his room. The most anxious person these days was him. He was so worried that even when using the toilet, he was afraid that when he looked up, he would see those men standing in front of him. Qin Baoxiang, come and take the child. Sun Ermiai rarely took care of Qin Guobao when he was young, let alone Qin Wentao's son. Qin Baoxiang heard this and reluctantly took the child. She picked up the child and pinched his bottom. Immediately, the child opened his mouth and started crying loudly. "Mom, this child cries every time he sees me. It must be that we're not meant to be. If you don't want me to take care of him, let someone else do it." Sun Ermiai coldly looked at Qin Baoxiang. "Your son's work and house depend on Qin Wentao. If you don't want to take care of him, don't expect anything. When Guobao resents you, don't regret it." Hearing this, Qin Baoxiang could only obediently carry the child and leave. After Qin Baoxiang left holding the child, Old Man Qin said to Sun Ermiai, "Tell Guobao and Guohua to come here. I have something important to discuss." Sun Ermiai immediately asked, "Have you already decided about Guohua's fake death?" Old Man Qin didn't answer but urged, "Call Guohua and Guobao over. Stay at the door and watch so Qin Baoxiang won't eavesdrop." Qin Baoxiang was playing with a child in the yard. She saw Sun Ermiai call Qin Guohua and Qin Guobao into the house again. She guessed they were hiding something from her, but she didn't dare ask. After Qin Guohua and Qin Guohua went inside, Sun Ermiai also came out. She walked over to Qin Baoxiang and asked, "Have you finished the chores at home? The house was broken and many things were destroyed. Are you not going to fix it, or should Guobao and Guohua fix it?" Qin Baoxiang pointed to the child and said, "Mom, I still need to take care of the child." Sun Ermiai sneered. Who doesn't do chores while taking care of children? Even Zhang Chunqin worked and took care of her children when she was pregnant. Are you more precious than her? Qin Baoxiang felt wronged and angry inside, but she didn't know who to blame. Things had been better before, so why are they back to how they were before Zhang Chunqin got married? She didn't dare argue with Sun Ermiai. She went inside, grabbed a rope, carried the child on her back, and went to cut pig grass. After sending Qin Baoxiang away, Sun Ermiai returned to her room. In the room, she heard old man Qin asking Qin Guobao, "Guobao, what do you think? I see you're unhappy lately, and don't want to go out." Since the matter of Qin Guohua and Qin Baoxiang's children became known in the village, he hadn't gone out and stayed in his room, sulking every day. Qin Guohua looked down and said tiredly, "Grandpa, I just want to go to the county to work. I can't stay in the village anymore. Also, I can't find a wife here. Our family has a bad reputation, so no one wants to marry into us." Old man Qin was silent for a moment. "Guobao, originally, our grandparents wanted you, your father, and your mother to take some money and move to another province. Our family has a bad reputation in the village, so it would be hard for you to find a wife. Then a lot of things happened and it turned into this mess." Hearing old man Qin, Qin Guohua asked excitedly, "And now?" Old man Qin sighed. "We can't find Zhang Chunqin to divorce. Your father is so scared every day, he doesn't dare to go out. We're also worried about debt collectors coming again. Your matters have also caused trouble in the village. We need to find a good time for you and your father to leave together. I used to think you would take Ah Xiang with you, but now it seems she is not suitable. If she comes along, she will only hold you back." They originally planned to trick Zhang Chunqin out of some money and sell Qin Wentao's job to cover their expenses, using the money they had saved for Qin Guohua to start a new life. Now, the only option is to leave quickly. Who knows when the debt collectors will come back? Qin Guohua immediately agreed, saying, "Let's go quickly. I can't take this anymore. I keep dreaming about those debt collectors with tattoos coming after me. Not just sleeping, he's even afraid to go to the bathroom now." Qin Guohua was silent for a moment and asked Qin Laotu, "Grandpa and Grandma, what about you? When my dad and I leave, who will take care of you? I'm worried about you." Qin Guohua understands Qin Laotu well. Although he has decided to leave, he still cares about them. Over the years, he has relied on being seen as a filial son to be favored by the older couple in Qin's family. But in reality, he has never earned a penny. He's always asking the Qin couple for money, and they just think he's filial. Hearing that his grandson doesn't want to leave him, Qin Laotu feels happy and comfortable, and he chuckles softly. "Let your mom stay and take care of us. If she can't find Zhang Chunqin, then let her children take care of me in old age. Later, they can say Zhang Chunqin forced me to kill Guohua. You go and save your father, and if you die, no one can blame anyone. Make them pay 5 yuan each month. I'll save all this money for you, and it will all be yours someday." When Qin Guohua heard this, he held back his happiness and said, "Grandpa, I can't bear to leave you. I've never been away from you since I was little. I don't want to leave you." Qin Laotu, hearing this, knew he had agreed. He looked out the window and said to Qin Guohua, "In these next few days, you go out and find someone. Follow Qin Wentao and go out together, then come back and pretend to be normal." Qin Guohua nodded, "Okay." After Qin Laotu finished speaking, Qin Guohua hesitated for a moment and asked, "Grandpa, what about the job Qin Wentao found for me?" Qin Laotu patted Qin Guohua and said, "When something happens, I will ask Qin Wentao for money. Because of Zhang Chunqin, I lost a son and a grandson. If Qin Wentao doesn't pay me back, I can make sure he loses his job." Hearing this, Qin Guohua felt both happy and proud. Look, Grandpa and Grandma only care about him. They don't care at all about Qin Wentao's life or death. When Qin Guohua heard Grandpa say he wanted to cause trouble at Qin Wentao's factory, he hesitated. Dad, are we going too far? Wentao has had a hard time too. Before Qin Guohua finished speaking, Grandpa interrupted coldly. Hard times? Among the 4 children, Qin Wentao has had the easiest life. Most of the money owed by Zhang Chunqin was spent on him. Shouldn't he take on some responsibility? If it weren't for him, would Zhang Chunqin owe so much money? Because of debts, you all had to leave Qin village. Who is more pitiful? Qin Guohua's little bit of fatherly love was completely crushed by Grandpa. Qin Guohua and Zhang Chunqin's 4 children, Qin Guohua cared most for Qin Wentao because he was their first child. He loved him a little but not much. After the family finished discussing, Grandpa warned them again. Be careful, don't let anyone see what you're up to. They quickly nodded. After they agreed, Qin Guohua seemed to come back to life, his eyes shining. Qin Guohua also let out a sigh of relief. In the past, he still thought about having a woman to serve him. But now, he couldn't even hold in his or stool, let alone think about other things. He had lost interest in women altogether. As soon as they left the house, Qin Yuanyuan ran back crying. She burst into tears as soon as she entered. Dad, Mom, when are you getting divorced? The debt collectors are coming to Accusations place to ask for money. I can't go on like this. This morning, Accusations came back and slapped her twice, saying she was lying. He said he knew about Zhang Chunqin's debts from the lending side. And he even said that if Zhang Chunqin can't pay back the money, he would come to Accusations. Qin Guohua was surprised to hear this. They are asking the son-in-law for money too? Sister Sun, who was nearby, coldly interrupted. They haven't even gotten married. What son-in-law? She's the one who threw herself at him. Then she looked at Qin Yuanyuan's belly. People from Hongmei village say you wash clothes and cook for them every day, and now you're pregnant. Qin Yuanyuan's face changed, and she immediately stiffened her neck to argue. I just don't want to eat at home. I will marry into Hong someday, so I might as well go straight to Hong's to eat. Sun Ermiai clearly understood Qin Yuanyuan's intentions and snorted coldly, saying, if you want to flirt, go ahead. Just don't use our money to do it. Qin Yuanyuan changed the subject. Dad, how can we solve Mom's problem? Do you want to divorce her? Qin Guohua frowned. I can't find your mom right now. I want a divorce, but I can't find her. Qin Yuanyuan's eyes spun around. Dad, give me some money. I'll ask Accusations from my family to help find her. Accusations is very capable. He'll find her within 3 days. Sun Ermiai spat at her. What wine blew you back? So you're just coming back to ask for money? Did Accusations' family stop supporting you, so you came home to ask for money? Sun Ermiai saw through Qin Yuanyuan's little tricks. During her stay at Hong's house, they let her stay because she was the one taking care of their daily needs, doing laundry, cooking, and even giving them money to buy meat and fish. Qin Yuanyuan never cooked a meal or washed a single piece of clothing at home, but at Accusations' house, she bought groceries, cooked, washed clothes, and even cleaned the toilet. Qin Yuanyuan was basically doing chores at her in-laws' house because she had no work at her own home. Grandma, I really know where Mom is. Give me some money, and I'll take you there. Qin Yuanyuan reached out to them. I heard debt collectors are already in Qin village. If you don't find her quickly, they'll keep coming to break things. How much money do you need? Take your dad to find Zhang Chunqin. I'll bring him back to you. Sun Ermiai coaxed Qin Yuanyuan. Qin Yuanyuan struggled a bit and nodded. Dad, come with me. I'll take you there. Zhang Chunqin, following her usual routine, took vegetables to Chu Wanin's house today, but there was an unfamiliar elderly man with her. He saw Zhang Chunqin and turned to ask Chu Wanin, is she the one? Chu Wanin smiled and nodded. Yes, that's her. Zhang Chunqin looked at Chu Wanin with some doubt and greeted the elderly man. Comrade, hello. I am a student of Old Chu. The old man, looking cold and aloof, nodded at Zhang Chunqin. All right, go cook. Old Chu said you're a good cook. I want to try. Zhang Chunqin didn't ask more and turned to the kitchen to prepare food. Once in the kitchen, she glanced back at the two still talking in the hall. She recognized that old man. In her past life, she often saw this elderly man on TV, the famous cultural relics expert, Gu Kongwen. Zhang Chunqin didn't think much of it and prepared 3 dishes and a soup for the 2 of them before serving. After placing the food on the table, she took off her apron and said, "Old Chu, you eat first. I have to go now." Chu Wanyin pointed to the seat opposite her. "You eat with us. Today you have no class, sit down and eat with us." Zhang Chunqin hesitated and glanced at Gu Kongwen. Gu Kongwen looked into her eyes and said with a frown, "What's wrong? Do you think I am a mean old man? I let you cook, but I don't even let you sit down to eat." Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin could only obediently sit down. During the meal, Gu Kongwen filled his bowl 3 times. Zhang Chunqin secretly wiped her sweat, thinking, "Luckily, I cooked extra because we have guests. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough food." After finishing his meal, the old man said to Zhang Chunqin, "It's very tasty. From now on, you can come to my house to cook. Comrade Chu is young and can cook himself. I am an old man and can't do it anymore. You should come and cook at my place." Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin was stunned and didn't understand what he meant. Wanyin reminded her, "He is Gu Kongwen, the famous cultural relics master. He just retired this year and is at home with nothing to do. He wants to take a disciple to teach." Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin was so surprised she couldn't speak for a moment. Wanyin knew she was stunned by this unexpected opportunity and added, "Go pour some water and serve tea to the teacher. You're usually pretty good at this." Only then did Zhang Chunqin realize and happily turn to the kitchen to pour tea. Because she was excited, she kept spilling the cup. He is a master in the field of cultural relics. He is a renowned expert, and his students later became masters themselves. She took several deep breaths to calm down before carrying the tea out. She knelt in front of Gu Kongwen and offered the tea. "Teacher, please have some tea." Gu Kongwen, holding himself upright, coughed and said, "If I weren't bored and saw the painting you repaired last time, I wouldn't bother myself. Your talent isn't high, but I can see you have a lot of patience." Zhang Chunqin respectfully replied, "Yes, sir." Wanyin smiled and said, "Old Gu, you should thank me. I not only introduced you to a student, but also arranged someone to take care of your daily life." Gu Tongwen never married in his life. He dedicated all his thoughts and passion to cultural relics. He made great contributions to his work, but in daily life, he was quite clueless. In the past, he could tolerate some things, but now that he's older and his stomach isn't good, he wants to find a student to help him. The director of the Cultural Relics Bureau is worried about this. They need to find a student who satisfies Gu Kongwen and can take care of his daily needs.
All right.
When the time comes, you can come with him to my house for dinner. We can also discuss cultural relics, Gu Kongwen said proudly. If someone didn't know him well, they might feel annoyed listening to him. At this moment, Zhang Chunqin was still kneeling there. Gu Kongwen said to Zhang Chunqin, "Hurry up and get up. It's not ancient times where students bow to teachers. If the teacher says no, you just keep kneeling." Zhang Chunqin stood up and immediately poured Gu Kongwen a glass of water. Gu Kongwen waved his hand, "No more. At my age, I dare not drink water at night. If I drink too much, I won't sleep." Their words made the 2 women smile secretly. While they were talking and laughing, there was a knock at the door. Chu Wanyin looked at the time and was a bit surprised. "It's so late. Who is it?" Zhang Chunqin had already stood up. "I'll go open the door." When Zhang Chunqin opened the door, she saw Water Fu standing there. She paused for a moment. She thought Water Fu had lost face and wouldn't dare to see Chu Wanyin again, but unexpectedly, she still had the courage to come. "Is Teacher Gu here?" Water Fu saw Zhang Chunqin and spoke arrogantly. Zhang Chunqin subtly frowned and nodded, "Yes." Hearing this, Water Fu pushed the door and entered. She saw Gu Kongwen and immediately greeted him with a big smile. "Teacher Gu, do you remember me? My name is Water Fu. My father is the president of Qingbei University. You used to teach there." Gu Kongwen looked at Water Fu after hearing her words, frowned, and examined her from head to toe. Then he asked in a harsh tone, Are you the ex-wife from Jianya who causes trouble all the time? Hearing this, Water Fu's smile froze on her face. She said harshly, Did Fu Jianya say that? He really hates me as his ex-wife. He spreads rumors about me everywhere and doesn't give me any face. Gu Kongwen frowned and said, Fu Jianya would never gossip about others. You have gained a lot of fame over the years. Even though I am an older person and not social, I have heard about you. Water Lily's smile on her face couldn't hold up anymore. At this moment, her smile looked worse than crying. Teacher Gu, you misunderstood. I'm not like the rumors outside suggest. Ask Sister Chu. I am as passionate about cultural relics as you are. Water Lily tried to flatter him with her smile. She is very proud. Not many people can make her so eager to please. 10 years ago, she wanted her father to ask Gu Kongwen to take her as a student. Gu Kongwen didn't notice her. Now, she heard from the Cultural Relics Bureau director that he was going to accept another close disciple. She started to inquire about his news, wanting to become his student. Gu Kongwen glanced at Water Lily and sneered, I want a hard-working student, not someone waiting for me to serve them. Actually, Water Lily has a high talent. But working with cultural relics is a tough and dirty job. If you want to succeed in this field, you have to do it yourself. Years ago, Principal Water introduced his daughter to him. He visited Water Lily, a princess kept in the palm of his hand. He dared not want her. Teacher, I will definitely. Water Lily said quickly. But before she finished, Gu Kongwen interrupted her. I already have a student. I'm getting old now and can't take care of you. Find someone else. Hearing this, Water Lily immediately asked anxiously, Yesterday, my father called you to ask if you accepted a student. You said no. Do you not want me and are just making excuses? What is wrong with me that makes you look down on me so much? Gu Kongwen looked at Water Lily impatiently. He had endured a lot and finally controlled his temper. He said, I just accepted one today. Is that okay? Water Lily still didn't believe it and asked unwillingly, Then tell me who it is. As long as you tell me, I won't bother you anymore. Xu Wanyin looked at Water Lily with a faint smile and explained to Gu Kongwen, The student Gu Lao accepted is Chunqin. I introduced her. I showed him the paintings from your shop and Old Lin's shop. He was very satisfied. She just finished her apprenticeship tea. When Water Lily heard that Gu Tsungwen's new student was Zhang Chunqin, she was excited and said, What kind of person is she? What right does she have to be Gu Lao's student? She spoke and suddenly challenged Zhang Chunqin, saying, Zhang Chunqin, I wondered why you come every day to be Sister Chu's helper. Now I see you have other plans. You're quite clever. Water Fu is used to being pampered and everything going smoothly. Today, Gu Kongwen directly refused her, leaving her embarrassed and upset. Zhang Chunqin heard Water Fu's words and slightly frowned. Comrade Water Fu, I cook for Teacher Chu because she has low blood sugar. I worry she might faint if she doesn't eat on time. I don't have a job now, so I have time. As for being Gu's student, he is willing to let me learn from him, and I see it as a blessing. You're probably aware that Teacher Gu's temper isn't easy, and flattery doesn't always work. If flattery really worked, why don't you try it? Zhang Chunqin said seriously. Water Fu sneered at Zhang Chunqin's words and said sarcastically, Zhang Chunqin, you're successful now, so you talk like that. Then she angrily looked at Gu Kongwen and said, Teacher Gu, I have always respected you, but I didn't expect you to be like this. After speaking, she left angrily. Gu Kongwen frowned as he watched her back, snorting coldly. Principal Xue is good at teaching, but how did she raise her daughter to be like this? Aren't her other children sensible?
Qin Wentao smiled coldly.
She probably thinks she's beautiful and knows her own strengths. She's used to being spoiled since she was young, so she naturally believes everyone will give her special treatment. Water Fu had gained many advantages because of her beauty all along her life. She believed all doors should open for her. She told Gu Kongwen, Old Gu, it's getting late. Let Chunqin and me take you home. It's a good chance for her to get familiar with the way. Starting tomorrow, let her cook for you. You can't let her be taught for nothing. Gu Kongwen nodded happily.
All right.
On the way back, Qin and Zhang Chunqin discussed his eating habits. Old Gu has high blood pressure, diabetes, and stomach problems. Be careful when you take care of him. I don't mean to boss you around, but old Gu really needs someone to look after him. You're his student and can get close to his study, Qin explained to Zhang Chunqin. Your teacher also has some bad habits. He doesn't let the helper get near his study or tidy his things. His previous documents and belongings all need students to go to his house to organize. Because he said he was worried the housekeeper wouldn't understand and might throw away his important belongings. Zhang Chunqin listened carefully and took notes one by one. After sending Mr. Gu back, Qin said to Zhang Chunqin, "Don't worry, the Cultural Relics Bureau will pay you a salary. You won't be caring for Mr. Gu for nothing." Just as Zhang Chunqin was about to refuse, Qin guessed what she wanted to say and told her, "It's fine. This is what you deserve. Mr. Gu has made great contributions to the country. This money is from the government, so don't refuse." After discussing Mr. Gu, Qin suddenly asked Zhang Chunqin, "Have you seen Janya recently?" Zhang Chunqin was surprised and said, "On the first day of night school, we met on the road, but we haven't seen each other since."
Qin nodded, looking worried.
Seeing Qin's concern, Zhang Chunqin asked carefully, "Did Mr. Fu have any trouble?" Qin paused silently and replied, "He was recently removed from his position for investigation. He's probably quite upset." Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin was surprised and asked, "Is it because of Comrade Shui Fu?"
Qin nodded.
Knowing it involved politics, Zhang Chunqin didn't feel qualified to ask further. She changed the subject and told Qin, "That day I went back, I met a drunk man being rowdy. He helped me.
He seemed pretty drunk that day.
Later, he walked with me for a while, and after sobering up, he left." Qin didn't ask more, and simply nodded. After Qin Yuan returned that day, she originally wanted to come back and scam some money. So, she said she knew where Zhang Chunqin was. If she really knew, she would have gone directly to find her. She took the person halfway, and then ran away. Sun Ermiai knew Qin Yuan was just playing tricks to get money, so she was so angry she almost went to Hongmei village to find Qin Yuan. Of course, they still couldn't find Zhang Chunqin. Qin Xiangbao took care of the child for 3 days, and her eyes looked swollen. She looked at the child in her arms with resentment and was even more annoyed with Zhang Chunqin. Qin Guohua had been busy these days looking for people with Qin Wentao. He went out during the day and also followed Qin Wentao at night to find someone. When he returned, he looked sad and tired. Qin Baoxiang saw how Qin Guohua looked and felt very sorry for him. "Guohua, if you can't find anyone, just stop looking. I haven't seen any debt collectors in the past few days. Maybe they won't come to collect anymore." Qin Guohua ignored Qin Baoxiang and went straight into his room. Sun Ermiai saw Qin Baoxiang trying to follow Qin Guohua into the room. She grabbed Qin Baoxiang's ear and said through clenched teeth, "Are you trying to get into Guohua's bed again? You get restless if you don't sleep with a man every day. Even with a child, you can't stay calm." Qin Baoxiang kept begging, "Mom, I see Guohua looks sad every day.
I'm worried."
I didn't mean to get into Guohua's bed." Sun Ermiai gritted her teeth and cursed, "Take your child away." Talking about the child, Qin Baoxiang looked sad and asked, "Mom, when will Qin Wentao take the child back? I've never seen such a troublesome kid. He wants to be held all day and looks like someone else." Sun Ermiai looked at Qin Baoxiang with a cold stare. Qin Baoxiang immediately shut up. While they were talking, Qin Wentao, who hadn't been back to Qin village for days, finally returned. Seeing Qin Wentao, Qin Baoxiang threw the child at him and said, "Qin Wentao, take the child away now. Don't expect me to take care of him again." Qin Wentao looked coldly at Qin Baoxiang and said in a sinister tone, "My mom helped you take care of Gubao until he was 8. When Gubao was little, my mom was pregnant and still took care of him. How come you can't handle a 2-year-old? Hearing this, Qin Baoxiang felt guilty and said, "Qin Wentao, I am your elder. How can you talk to me like that? Also, it was your mom who willingly took care of the child. I didn't ask her to." She turned and left without looking back. Today, Qin Wentao came to pick up the child. Zhang Zhaodi was brought back by him today. It wasn't that he insisted on bringing his wife back. He knew very well that the grandparents wouldn't take care of the child for long. He and his siblings and the grandparents had never taken care of a child before, so how could they do it now? Qin Wentao carried the child into the house and told the two elders of the Qin family, Grandma and Grandpa, "I'll take the child back now." He and the two elders exchanged a few words and then left with the child. The two elders of the Sun family watched Qin Wentao's back and thought about Qin Guohua's possible suicide. After Qin Wentao left, Sun Ermiai said to old Qin, "Old man, he's been looking for this person for so many days. What if he can't find him?" Old Qin replied coldly, "Just pretend to look a few more days. Otherwise, no one will believe it." Sun Ermiai nodded and angrily cursed Zhang Chunqin. That wicked woman doesn't know where she's hiding. She dares to borrow money, but has no courage to come out. Old Qin said to Sun Ermiai, "Tomorrow, go and take out the money we saved to give to Guobao. He and Guohua are out there living, they definitely need money." Hearing this, Sun Ermiai winced and said, "Old man, all of it? Shouldn't we keep some for our retirement? Later, Zhang Chunqin's children can still help. Just give everything to Guobao." When Qin Wentao brought the children home, Zhang Zhaodi held her child and kissed him for a long time. At this moment, whether it was the caring sister-in-law Zhang Zhaodi or the mother Zhang Zhaodi, she knew deep down that she was trapped for life. In her heart, her son was more important than her family back home. Tears filled Zhang Zhaodi's eyes as she looked at her child. She seemed to understand a bit more about how Zhang Chunqin supported her children. "Wentao, my parents paid us back 100 yuan. They said the rest, they will pay back slowly." Zhang Zhaodi held her child for a while and placed the crumpled money in Qin Wentao's hands. Qin Wentao happily took it. After accepting the money, he didn't let Zhang Zhaodi handle the finances anymore. He had thought it over these past few days. From now on, he would never let Zhang Zhaodi manage the money again. "Zhaodi, I'm not unwilling for you to help your brother, but we also need to live our lives. You said we should make our own days better." He reached out to try to hug Zhang Zhaodi, but she dodged away. Qin Wentao looked awkward. "Zhaodi, are you still angry with me? About before?" Qin Wentao wanted to rekindle their feelings, but Zhang Zhaodi had already gone inside with the child. At this moment, Qin Wentao didn't notice the purple bruises on her neck and arms. The money had already been taken by Zhang Yaozu, so how could it still be here? He hadn't asked where Zhang Zhaodi had been these past few days, nor did he think about what she had gone through. "Zhaodi, I'll go buy some vegetables," Qin Wentao called out to Zhang Zhaodi from outside. Zhang Zhaodi responded coldly. Inside the room, Zhang Zhaodi was changing the child's clothes. When she opened the diaper and saw it, her eyes instantly turned red. On the child's back, shoulders, and bottom, there were various purple bruises and pinch marks. She stared at the marks with intense focus, holding the child as tears streamed down her face. When Qin Wentao happily came out after buying groceries, Zhang Zhaodi looked up with cold eyes. "Qin Wentao, what did you do to the child?" Qin Wentao was stunned. He placed the groceries on the table and asked confusedly, "What's wrong?" "I've been leaving the child with my grandparents these days. I just brought him back." Zhang Zhaodi lifted the child's clothes, revealing bruises all over his body. "Who did this?" Qin Wentao was also shocked to see the bruises. He hesitated and said, "Recently, Qin Baoxiang has been taking care of the child." Zhang Zhaodi's tone turned cold and fierce. "Take me to Qin Baoxiang right now." Qin Wentao hesitated for a moment, then tried to persuade her. "The child is fine now. I brought him back. She took care of him for so many days, so let it go." Zhang Zhaodi stared at Qin Wentao and said clearly, "Qin Wentao, I'll say this one last time. Take me to Qin's village, or we will divorce tomorrow. You can hit me, but no one is allowed to hurt my child." For the first time, Qin Wentao saw Zhang Zhaodi, usually gentle and weak, show such hatred and anger. Even when she hit her, she had never looked so fierce. He hesitated but finally decided to take Zhang Zhaodi on his bicycle to Qin's house. At Qin's house, Zhang Zhaodi handed the child to Qin Wentao and stormed into the house. Seeing Qin Baoxiang, she slapped her across the face. Wicked woman. Qin Baoxiang was caught off guard by the sudden slap. Zhang Zhaodi grabbed her hair like a thief, pulling her roughly. You dare to abuse my son? I will kill you. Qin Baoxiang immediately understood why Zhang Zhaodi was acting like this. She struggled and said, I took care of your child. I am willing to do whatever you want. Zhang Zhaodi slapped her again. In her furious rage, she used extraordinary strength, and Qin Baoxiang couldn't break free for a moment. Sun Ermiai, Qin Guobao, Qin Guohua, and others heard the noise and came out. They saw Zhang Zhaodi pulling Qin Baoxiang's hair and acting crazy. Sun Ermiai, who already disliked Zhang Zhaodi, scolded her angrily. Zhang Zhaodi, you said you would leave a few days ago, and leave the child behind. These days, Xiang has been taking care of your son. She's been doing her best, but you come here and act crazy. If I come back a few days late, will she try to hurt my son? She lifted her clothes, revealing the child's body covered in bruises, which looked very shocking. Sun Ermiai was also startled by the bruises on the child's body and looked at Qin Baoxiang in disbelief. Qin Baoxiang, I only let you take care of the child for 3 days, and you've turned him into this. Qin Baoxiang was unhappy and said, It's all your fault. Whose child sleeps with their arms in their hands all day? I don't want to do chores. If he's disobedient, I hit him. When he's tired of crying, he just sleeps. That's how I used to take care of children. Zhang Zhaodi looked at Qin Guobao and then sneered, Qin Baoxiang, it seems your mother-in-law raised your wild child, so you wouldn't have to suffer taking care of him. Now you dare to say such things. Hearing this, Qin Baoxiang suddenly got very angry. My Guobao is the easiest to take care of. He eats and sleeps, and I don't have to worry. Unlike your son. Qin Wentao also coldly said to Qin Baoxiang, Really? Then why did I hear from my mother that Qin Guobao was born with jaundice and hernia and almost died? She rushed him to the county town overnight. Later, he got measles, and she stayed up for days and nights to care for him. When Qin Wentao said this, everyone fell silent, because they finally remembered how troublesome Qin Guobao was as a child. Finally, Zhang Zhaodi pointed at Qin Guobao and said, You all mistreat my son and want my husband to find a job for Qin Guobao. If I'm still alive, don't even think about it. Even if Qin Wentao finds him a job, I will still carry the child and scold him every day. Anyone who mistreats my son, I will kill her. Zhang Zhaodi looked at Qin Baoxiang and Qin Guobao with a fierce gaze, then left with her child. Before she could walk far, Sun Ermiai slapped Qin Baoxiang in the face. You wicked woman. You're so lazy. You only took care of the child for 3 days, and you already mistreated someone else's son. Qin Baoxiang felt wronged and said, I just pinched him a few times. Who knew he was so fragile? That's not just a pinch. Look at the child's body. Are there any good patches of skin left? Sun Ermiai gritted her teeth. Even though Sun Ermiai was harsh, seeing the bruises all over the child's body made her feel heartbroken. Old Qin looked at Qin Baoxiang with a cold gaze and suddenly said, Qin Baoxiang, are you venting your anger on the child because of us? We've raised you for so many years, and you have such a big grudge against us. You say you can take care of us in old age? In the future, you might do the same to us. At this moment, Qin Baobao said coldly, Didn't Zhang Zhaodi say she wouldn't find me a job? The people in the Qin family finally realized what was happening. Qin Baoxiang was stunned, then her face turned pale. I didn't mean to. I just find the kids annoying. Sun Ermiai raised her hand and slapped Qin Baoxiang again. You shameless woman. I think you and Zhang Chunqin are cut from the same cloth. The sounds of hitting and insulting echoed through the Qin family. Zhang Chunqin had been very busy these days. She wanted to take care of Gu Songwen's daily needs, and after finishing, she was worried about Chu Wanyin. She would also check on her again at night. Tonight, as she passed by, she saw that the lights at Wanyin's house were off, which made her feel uneasy. She took the key and went inside. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Wanyin leaning on the sofa. Hearing the noise, she muttered, Quick, bring me some candy. I have low blood sugar again. My hands are trembling, and I can't stand up. This time, Wanyin was not unconscious, but she just couldn't get up to get the candy. After eating a piece of candy, Wanyin looked a bit better. Chunqin frowned and looked at her. Teacher Wanyin, didn't I tell you to keep candy in your pocket? Wanyin helplessly said, I did. Today, a colleague from work brought her grandson over. I liked him, so I took some candy to tease him. I forgot to put it back. Chunqin sighed. Old Wanyin, you really shouldn't underestimate low blood sugar. She found it hard to tell her that in her past life, she had died because her low blood sugar wasn't treated in time. She kept reminding her like a mother, but Wanyin never listened. Wanyin nodded. I understand. I now cherish my life. I'll keep more candy from now on. Chunqin got up and said, Are you just back? I'll cook some noodles for you. Wanyin nodded. Yes. There's a meeting at the bureau today. Please add an extra egg for me.
I'm starving.
Chunqin cooked some noodles, added 2 soft-boiled eggs, chopped some scallions, and put in a bit of lard and soy sauce. The aroma was tempting. After serving the noodles to Wanyin, she ate eagerly, drinking all the soup. I tried to cook it like you, but mine isn't as tasty as yours. Chunqin pointed to the small cupboard beside the stove. I boiled some lard for you. You can add some when you make noodles or cook dishes. Lard makes it more fragrant. When you eat noodles, you can also dig in a spoonful. Wanyin nodded like a child, unable to stop. At the door, Zhang Feng didn't know when he had been standing there. He looked at the mother, who was so ungraceful and childlike, listening to Zhang Chunqin's instructions. The mother he remembered was elegant and calm, never like this scene. But this kind of mother seemed very happy.
Mom.
Since Wanyin found out about him and Shui Fu, he had never come back. Hearing his son's voice, Wanyin looked up coldly. Is there something? Her tone was distant and cold, no longer warm or joyful. Zhang Feng hesitated, waiting for Wanyin to tell him to come in, but she said nothing, only coldly. Are you here to talk to me about Shui Fu? This is the director's decision. I can't help. Zhang Feng hurried forward and squatted in front of his mother. Shui Fu is innocent. She didn't think that much. And she agreed to return the stolen artifacts. Wanyin looked at her son coldly. Zhang Feng, do you even know what you're saying? Look at yourself in the mirror. What kind of person are you? Do you have the right to guarantee Shui Fu? She used a fake to swap the exhibit. Tell me, what was her purpose? Zhang Feng's face turned pale, terrified. She just wanted to sell for money.
Guohua sneered. Yeah.
Did she get the stolen items back after selling them? She's breaking the law. Things have gotten so complicated. Do you think there's still a chance? Zhang Feng suddenly stood up, pointing angrily at Wanyin. Mom, did you report her? You're just revenge for her and me. Wanyin, I tell you, don't try to control me. Shui Fu and I are truly in love. After saying this, Zhang Feng angrily ran away. Wanyin looked at her foolish son's back and sneered. You think she truly loves you? She just uses you as a stepping stone.
Fool.
She thought to herself that her son couldn't catch Shui Fu's eye. Turns out, she just wanted her son to cover her shame. Chunqin quietly listened nearby, not asking much. This was an internal matter of the Cultural Relics Bureau, and she had no right to interfere. She looked at the time and said to Wanyin, no class today. Rest early. I'm going back first.
Guohua nodded tiredly.
Go ahead. When Chunqin left, Wanyin said, Old Gu is very knowledgeable about cultural relics, antiques, and archaeology. You should learn from him carefully, work hard, and do more. You can learn a lot. He doesn't have many students, but each one becomes a big figure. Chunqin nodded and said, Old Chu, I understand. I know you've been supporting me. What Chunqin didn't say was that Wanyin was flattering her in a subtle way, which made the strict Gu Kong when willing to teach her. In her past life, Gu Tsungwen's last student was Wanyin's son. She paved this path for her son. In this life, she was too disappointed in her son. As soon as Chunqin left Wanyin's house, a graceful figure blocked her way. Shui Fu was wearing a light, flowing dress, fluttering in the wind, looking very charming. When she saw Zhang Chunqin, she straightforwardly said, "Zhang Chunqin, I already had someone investigate you. Someone like you from the lower class of society can't learn or get involved with cultural relics and antiques. Just tell me, how much money do you want so you won't have to be Gu Tsungwen student?" Zhang Chunqin looked at Shui Fu's confident attitude and frowned. "Do you think that as long as I don't become a student of the teacher, this matter will be yours?" "Comrade Shui Fu, where do you get your confidence from?" She didn't expose Shui Fu's investigation. Actually, she guessed that Shui Fu was eager to become Gu Tsungwen's student, not just to learn from him, but because she urgently needed a powerful person to support her. Gu Kongwen had made great contributions to the country and held a high status in the field of cultural relics and archaeology. Since he was supporting Shui Fu, this investigation might be suppressed. "Zhang Chunqin, do you know who I am? Fu Jianya's current position is also thanks to my family's backing. Otherwise, after all these years of my reckless behavior, how come he hasn't divorced me? I advise you to be sensible." Shui Fu stepped closer to Zhang Chunqin. She looked at her arrogantly and spoke with a very disdainful tone. "People like you just want to change your fate on your own, right? I can help you change it, but you can't block others' paths." Zhang Chunqin looked at Shui Fu and asked back, "I heard that 10 years ago, your father stepped in and wanted you to become a student of a teacher. But why didn't my teacher accept you back then?" Shui Fu's face turned pale. Zhang Chunqin slowly said, "Water Fu, since your family's power is so overwhelming, why do you still make fake antiques to exchange for real ones? Are you short of money?" Water Fu's face turned a little paler. Her art collection was discovered, and now she needed to fill the gap. If she couldn't, she would be finished. So she stole antiques from Fu Jianya's family to raise money. "Zhang Chunqin, just wait and see. I won't have an easy time, and I won't let you have one either." Water Fu dared not say much more to Zhang Chunqin, afraid she would reveal her hidden secrets. After leaving Chu Wanin's house, Water Fu went straight to Fu Jianya's home. She started banging on the door as soon as she arrived. She had drunk quite a bit on the way to Fu's courtyard and kept cursing Fu Jianya. If Fu Jianya had given her the life she wanted, would her days be like this? Water Fu believed love was everything. Since Fu Jianya was too busy, she could only buy things to satisfy herself. Although her family was well off, they couldn't afford such wastefulness. When people have a hole in their life, they try to fill it. Over time, these gaps lead to many reckless ideas. Water Fu was banging wildly on the door, shouting, "Fu Jianya, open the door. Open it for me." The door remained shut for a long time before opening. Water Fu saw Fu Jianya raise his hand and slap her. She shouted at him, "Fu Jianya, I am Water Fu, the favored daughter of the heavens. Those who like me are waiting abroad. I married you, which was a blessing from your past life. If not for my family's support over the years, could you have reached your current position? Don't you feel grateful? Why are you hurting me?" Fu Jianya did not hit her back. He simply reached out and pushed her away. Water Fu pointed at Fu Jianya and said, "You reported me, didn't you? Now, I'm under investigation. Are you happy?" Fu Jianya replied calmly, "Don't worry. The entire Fu family is under investigation, all because of you. If this is confirmed, your son will have no future." Water Fu's face turned pale, then she laughed wildly, "My Water Fu's son will never have no future." Fu Jianya stared at her silently and said, "Over the years, because your father was my teacher and your mother saved my life, I have tolerated you again and again. Over the years, I have repaid you enough." Shui Fu angrily said, "Not enough. Everything you have is given by my family. You still hold this position and stay in office now, so you haven't repaid enough. You were just a poor boy from the countryside, and you only have today because you married me. You clearly got the woman that all men desire. Why don't you treat me well?" Fu Jianya looked at the woman in front of him with disdain. Shui Fu was indeed a very beautiful woman, but she was toxic. Your life is full of romance and leisure, while mine is just about chores and daily needs. We are not from the same world, Fu Jianya said calmly and coldly. Actually, he and Shui Fu had some good times together. But he was a man, a politician. He had to socialize, handle affairs. He couldn't always stay with one woman to enjoy the scenery or write poetry and paintings. But Shui Fu wanted her man to have power, time, and money to meet her lifestyle needs. Shui Fu, do you really think I don't know the child isn't mine? During the first 3 months of your pregnancy, I was on patrol in the Northwest and never came back. I was willing to raise him all these years to repay your mother's life-saving kindness. Fu Jianya finally revealed what he had kept secret all these years. The Shui family had been very kind to him. Before she died, the matron of the Shui family held his hand and said, Jianya, I know I've spoiled my daughter. I can't protect her anymore, but can you protect her because I saved your life? He promised then, as long as I can protect her, I will. Because of this promise, he protected Shui Fu for 20 years. You knew all along and never told me? Shui Fu looked at Fu Jianya in horror and shock. Fu Jianya didn't look at her again. He turned and called the housekeeper. Did you call Mr. Shui? The housekeeper nodded. Yes, sir, I already called. Fu Jianya turned and went inside. After Fu Jianya closed the door again, Shui Fu finally snapped out of her shock. She rushed to the door like a madwoman, knocking and shouting. Fu Jianya, did you ever love me? If you did, why don't you care if the child is yours? You haven't divorced me all these years not because you don't love me, but because you want to repay your kindness. Shui Fu was completely crazy. She had always been proud of herself, but now she realized she was completely mistaken. Like Shui Fu, a woman who values love more than life itself, she always believed that Fu Jianya didn't mention divorce because he loved her. Later, when she asked for a divorce, she arrogantly told Fu Jianya, I don't want you anymore. But it turned out that all these years, she was just a joke. 5 minutes later, the Shui family's car arrived. Her older brother pulled her into the car. She went crazy inside, shouting, Brother, he doesn't love me. He doesn't love me. Shui Hao looked at his sister coldly. Shui Fu, you're over 40, and you keep obsessing over love. You're dragging both the Shui and Fu families into trouble, and still, you're obsessed with whether he loves you or not. Because of Shui Fu's actions, the Fu family was investigated, and the Shui family was also scrutinized. But the main troublemaker was still here, causing trouble over love. Finally, Shui Fu caused such a fuss in the car that he slapped her. Shui Fu, we've spoiled you too much all these years. We've made you into a troublemaker. Shui Hao looked at his sister with hatred, grinding his teeth. Qin Yuan has been having a hard time recently at the Hong family. She went to the Qin family to borrow money, but failed. She had asked all her close friends for loans, but there was nowhere left to turn. Everyone is a student, and they don't have much money. Now, Qin Yuan has no money left, but her family needs to eat, and she feels anxious and restless. Since she came to the Hong family, she has been buying groceries, doing laundry, cooking, and taking on all the chores. Even Mrs. Hong asks Qin Yuan for money when she goes out to play cards. Qin Yuan has become the Hong family's cash cow. Today, she went to dig some vegetables in the field. As soon as she reached the door, she heard voices inside. She thought it was her mother-in-law causing trouble again. She kicked open the door and saw Hong Xian and a stranger woman in bed, acting intimately. She screamed in anger, Hong Xian, what are you doing? I'm pregnant and taking care of your family, and you're cheating on us at home. Then she turned around, grabbed a broom from the wall, and swung it at the woman, shouting, Wicked woman! How dare you, my man? I'll make you regret it, you shameless woman. I'll beat you to death, you shameless. However, when Qin Yuan was hitting the woman on the bed with a broom, Hong Xian grabbed Qin Yuan and slapped her across the face. Qin Yuan, you shameless girl. Who are you to criticize others? Who do you think you are to accuse me of cheating? He then slapped her twice more and pulled her hair, dragging her outside. You little brat. You were the one who came to my house to stay. Our family kept trying to chase you away, but you're shameless and refused to leave. Just because we didn't succeed in kicking you out, you think you can control me. Even my mother can't manage me, so what are you trying to do? Hong Xian was in a bad mood and was about to continue hitting her, but Qin Yuan, worried about her pregnancy, begged him urgently. Xian, I'm carrying your child. Please stop hitting me. The baby might be hurt. But you, who came to a man's house without marriage, and who knows if the baby is yours or not, Hong Xian said coldly, showing no concern for her pregnancy. He ruthlessly kicked her belly. Earlier, she had tricked him into bringing gifts, money, and jewelry, but now she was stubbornly staying at his house. He had thought that marrying Qin Yuan would be a good deal, otherwise, he wouldn't have been interested in her. Xian, stop. It hurts so much. Qin Yuan clung tightly to Hong Xian's leg, blood already flowing from her below. Hong Xian was completely out of control when he hit Qin Yuan. He kicked her belly like a madman until Hong's mother came back and saw Qin Yuan nearly fainting from the beating. She rushed forward to stop Hong Xian. Only then did Hong Xian come to his senses. Xian, she's pregnant with your child. Even if you want to hit someone, you shouldn't beat her to death, Hong's mother, who was used to being beaten herself, said. Seeing her son hitting Qin Yuan heavily, she didn't think it was right, but only felt that the beating was too harsh. Hong Xian pointed at Qin Yuan. This girl has been lying to me from the start. If I hadn't wanted her dowry, I wouldn't have touched her. Now she's just like a leech, stuck to me and impossible to get rid of. Hearing her son, Hong's mother frowned. She's living here, eating and drinking with us. What's wrong with that? Just think of her as a helper in the house. Why do you want to drive her away? Hong's mother helped Qin Yuan onto the bed. Qin Yuan held her belly, blood flowing from below. Originally, Hong's family didn't want to take her to the hospital. Seeing Qin Yuan bleeding more and more, they became nervous. Qin Yuan hasn't even married into their family yet. If she dies now, what will the Qin family do when they come looking for trouble? Hong Xian also became scared. Mom, why is Qin Yuan bleeding so much? She might die. If I hurt someone, will I get into trouble? Hong mother looked at Qin Yuan, lying on the bed. She saw blood still on her, and her face was very pale, as if she could die at any moment. Hong mother told her son, you two aren't married yet. We can't let her die. Hurry and find a barefoot doctor to check on her. She then said to Hong Xian, after we save her this time, you must marry Qin Yuan. Once she's your wife, even if you hurt someone, no one will bother you. Hong Xian frowned and said unhappily, she lost the dowry she promised to give. I don't want to marry her. Hong mother tapped his head. If you like women outside, keep looking. Qin Yuan will stay here and serve me. Besides, her family is better off than ours. Her older brother works in the county town. Tell her to go back and ask her brother for a job. Things are like this now. If you don't want her, people might accuse you of being a troublemaker and you'll end up in jail. After discussing, the mother and son hurriedly urged Hong Xian, hurry and call the barefoot doctor. If something happens, we won't be able to explain. Reluctantly, Hong Xian went to find the barefoot doctor. At the door, he told his mother, we don't have money to pay for her treatment. Hong mother urged him, hurry up. Isn't she rich herself? We can't pay for her treatment. Qin Yuan on the bed had already fallen into a coma. She was completely unaware of their plans. Qin Guohua had been pretending to look for someone outside, following his parents' instructions. He didn't want to keep pretending. But old Qin said that only if the villagers saw him suffering every day from searching for someone and paying debts could they later blame Zhang Chunqin when something happened to him and Guobao. Because now everyone thought their family had deceived Zhang Chunqin. He planned to act for a few more days. Qin Guohua didn't actually go out to find anyone. Recently, he had become obsessed with playing cards. A few days ago, he saw people playing cards on the street, watched for a while, then joined in and played a few rounds. His luck was surprisingly good. He has been winning for 5 or 6 days. He has always been a disappointment in life. Everything from his childhood was arranged by his parents. Now in his 40s, Except for the day he gets his paycheck, he never has more than 5 yuan on him. In the past few days, he won about 20 or 30 yuan playing cards. He feels both proud and floating. Hey, big brother, you're here again. Do you come to work here every day? You win money from us every day, and we're all afraid of you. A group of people cheered, lifting Qin Guohua high. Today, his luck seemed bad. He lost most of the 28 yuan he had won a few days ago. After playing 2 rounds and nearly losing everything, he stayed calm, patted his pants, and got up to leave. Today's bad luck, I'm not playing anymore. I'll come back tomorrow, Qin Guohua said as he left. The men watching his back exchanged glances. The big fish is about to bite. Be careful. Don't worry, big brother. I think this guy is just greedy. If he weren't greedy, he wouldn't come here every day. Exactly. If we lose a couple more rounds tomorrow, we can keep him hooked. When he gets completely addicted, we can take everything, the men whispered among themselves. Qin Guohua had no idea these men had set a trap for him. Today, after losing money, he felt unhappy and wandered the street. Not long after, he looked up and saw a familiar figure across the street. He paused for a moment, then rushed toward the figure. A bicycle on the roadside nearly hit him, but he ignored it. Seeing the figure about to disappear, Qin Guohua dashed madly after her. It was Zhang Chunqin's back. He finally found Zhang Chunqin. He ran toward her back. After walking a bit, he lost sight of her. He felt discouraged and wandered around. Zhang Chunqin didn't notice Qin Guohua at all and had no idea he was following her all along. Old Zhang had returned to the mainland yesterday. After he came back, he looked for Zhang Chunqin. Old Zhang said he had found a way to access underground auctions in Hong Kong. When they have good items, he can personally deliver them for auction. Since Zhang Chunqin saw that Lu Laoda, who lent money at high interest, was respectful to Old Zhang, she knew that Old Zhang was not an ordinary person. However, she also knew that since he was unwilling to reveal his identity, he probably didn't want others to know. Yesterday, Old Zhang came to see her. He talked about the situation in Hong Kong and showed Zhang Chunqin a few pictures. He said there were people over there interested in these items and asked her to find them. Rare antiques with specific targets are usually easy to find and expensive, but it depends on your ability to get them. After Zhang Chunqin received the pictures, she recognized one of the ceramic cups. She had seen that cup at Wang's place, but she wasn't sure if his was real. Wang can help you find houses or jobs, but finding antiques is different. There are many fakes. Zhang Chunqin had previously offended Wang, so today she didn't dare go alone. She arranged to go with Old Zhang. Wang is still wary of Old Zhang. In her past life, Wang dared to steal any business and do anything, except he was afraid of stealing from Old Zhang. That shows how much he fears him. Zhang Chunqin and Old Zhang met at the entrance of Panjiayuan. She waited there for a while. When Old Zhang arrived, suddenly a man rushed over, angrily shouting at Zhang Chunqin, "Zhang Chunqin, I told you not to go home. You owe so much money outside, and now I find out you really gave money to your lover. You shameless woman, come back with me." Qin Guohua had already lost sight of her and was looking around at the corner. He looked around for a moment, then saw Zhang Chunqin talking and laughing with a man. He went crazy and rushed over. Zhang Chunqin wanted to solve Qin Guohua's problems, but she was too busy lately. She hadn't had time to deal with Qin family's matters. During the day, she studied repairing antiques and archaeology with Gu Kongwen. At night, she attended night school. She also took time to care for Gu Tsungwen's daily needs. She was extremely busy. For the past few days, she almost forgot about the Qin family. However, Qin Guohua refused to let go. He kept pointing at Old Zhang and said, "You spent all the money on that mistress. You don't care about your son at home, and now you're chasing after this outsider." Then he continued, "That's why I thought I raised such a girl like Qin Yuan. Turns out she's just following your example." Qin Guohua was furious and cursed without restraint. Over the years, he had an affair with Qin Baoxiang, which he thought was justified. Because Qin Baoxiang was arranged for him as a child bride, he never felt guilty. He even thought being with Zhang Chunqin was her good fortune. But now, seeing Zhang Chunqin laughing and talking with another man, he couldn't stand it. Today, he lost money, and, convinced that Zhang Chunqin was cheating, he lost control. Usually a coward who often wet his pants, he suddenly raised his fist and swung at old Zhang's face. "I'll beat you, shameless mistress," Qin Guohua shouted as he swung his fist. Zhang Chunqin hurried to stop Qin Guohua. It wasn't because she was afraid old Zhang would get hurt. It was because old Zhang had been in Panjiayuan for a long time, and with Qin Guohua's slander, she felt sorry for him. "Qin Guohua, stop making trouble." She tried to hold him back, but he waved her away and pushed her to the ground. Seeing Zhang Chunqin fall, old Zhang also stepped in. The two men started fighting right outside Panjiayuan. People around knew old Zhang and some even knew his background, so no one helped. Those who knew old Zhang's background knew he wouldn't suffer any loss. Those who didn't know dared not interfere. In a moment of rage, Qin Guohua was beaten to the ground by old Zhang, begging for mercy with tears in his eyes. A man who could be scared into wetting his pants didn't have much courage. Finally, amid his begging, Zhang Chunqin told old Zhang, "Brother Zhang, there's still an important matter today. Go find Wang the broker. This is my family matter. I will handle it myself." Since things have gotten complicated, Zhang Chunqin clearly understands that her issues with Qin Guohua also need to be resolved. Old Zhang knows that Zhang Chunqin is a very resourceful person, so he doesn't say much and turns to find Wang Qianke. It's important to resolve Zhang Chunqin's problem soon. Dragging it out only causes delays. After old Zhang leaves, Qin Guohua looks at his back with resentment. He covers his hurt face and asks, "Zhang Chunqin, tell me clearly, who is that man? Do you have a relationship with him? Since the day at the guest house, our family has been looking for you. Are you living with him?" Zhang Chunqin looks at Qin Guohua and doesn't want to explain these relationships. She remains expressionless and asks, "You're looking for me? What do you want?" Hearing her question, Qin Guohua suddenly falls silent. Earlier, he was eager to find Zhang Chunqin because reporters were pressuring her to divorce. But now, things are different. He wants to fake his death, and he relies on Zhang Chunqin to clean up the mess. He hesitates for a moment and tries to coax her. "Chunqin, I've talked with my parents. You've been taking care of the family all these years. You're not someone who spends money recklessly. We understand your hardships. We're a family, and when we face difficulties, we work together to get through them." Zhang Chunqin initially thought Qin Guohua was trying to divorce her. But hearing this, she suddenly becomes interested. Is the Qin family planning something again? At this moment, Zhang Chunqin hasn't yet figured out their true purpose. So, she follows Qin Guohua's words and asks him, "Are you looking for me just to talk about divorce?" Qin Guohua smiles and says to Zhang Chunqin, "Of course not. We're a family. The money you borrowed was used for the family. We will definitely pay it back together, so you won't have to face everything alone." Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin smiles with interest. "Can you really forgive and accept me? I thought you all would blame me. I thought you wanted to divorce me, so I've been hiding outside for a while." Qin Guohua immediately shakes his head. "Come back home with me. We'll work hard as a family, and we'll pay everything off." He reaches out to take her hand. Zhang Chunqin subtly avoids his hand and nods. "Okay, I'll go back with you." Qin Guohua then asked Zhang Chunqin again, "Chunqin, have you really not been with that man lately? What is your relationship with him?" Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin looked hurt. "He was my former coworker. I just said hello to him when I saw him today. I didn't expect you to rush over and attack him." Qin Guohua suspiciously asked, "Really? He doesn't look like a librarian. How is he so skilled?" Just moments before, Qin Guohua had been pressed to the ground and beaten by old Zhang. Zhang Chunqin looked unhappy. "You still don't believe me after all this?" Then she softly said, "I never cared about you and Qin Baoxiang. Now you're holding on to a coworker. What do you mean? You did something shameful, and now you want me to find a lover too?" Qin Guohua remembered that his parents had told him to comfort Zhang Chunqin, so he was very annoyed. But he was afraid she would leave if he let her go, and then he wouldn't be able to find her again. So he quickly tried to soothe her. Let's go home first. You haven't been home for many days.
Everyone is worried about you.
Zhang Chunqin nodded with a smile. Okay, let's go home. Qin Guohua frowned and asked, Do you have anything with you? Zhang Chunqin replied calmly. The debt collectors took it. Qin Guohua thought of the men with tattoos on their arms and shivered. Then let's go home. Qin Guohua and Zhang Chunqin returned home, but the Qin family was unprepared. When Qin Baoxiang saw Zhang Chunqin, her face couldn't hide her emotions. Guohua, did you find her? Are you going to divorce her tomorrow? Then she proudly said to Zhang Chunqin, you troublemaker. Because of you, our family is falling apart. Guohua won't want a woman like you. Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin turned to Qin Guohua and asked, Guohua, didn't you promise to marry me off? Qin Guohua's face froze. He replied perfunctorily, My parents are finding someone for her. Things between us are a bit complicated now. I need to find someone further away. She's not very pretty, and she knows about her own issues. People might not want her. His words were blunt and openly showed disdain. Qin Baoxiang heard Qin Guohua's words and blushed with anger. Guohua, is that how you see me? I have been faithfully following you all these years, and Hearing this, she covered her face and ran away crying. Inside the house, the two elders of the Qin family heard the noise and came out to see. When they saw Zhang Chunqin, both of them lost their composure. They hated Zhang Chunqin very much, thinking about how their home was damaged and looted because of her. But they could only keep calm around Zhang Chunqin because Qin Guohua's death and Qin Baobao's death would be blamed on her. Chunqin, you're back. Where have you been these days? Old Qin quickly calmed his anger, as he was a man. Son Ermiai couldn't do the same. She stared fiercely at Zhang Chunqin and couldn't say anything nice for a long time. She didn't rush over to confront Zhang Chunqin physically. That was already a mercy. Zhang Chunqin looked at the Qin elders with a big smile. Mom and Dad, I owe so much money. I'm afraid you'll kick me out, so I didn't dare come back. Before she finished speaking, Qin Baoxiang, who had been crying and running away, returned. Why didn't you dare come back before, but now you do? Zhang Chunqin turned and smiled at her. Because Guohua said we are all family. A family will help me pay back the money. She said this lightly and casually. Hearing this, Qin Baoxiang doubted her ears and looked at the Qin family in disbelief. Mom and Dad, is this true? Are we really going to pay Zhang Chunqin's debt? Didn't you tell Guohua to divorce her before? Son Ermiai coldly interrupted Qin Baoxiang. You're just an outsider. What right do you have to interfere in our family matters? Qin Baoxiang was scolded by Son Ermiai and didn't dare to get angry. She pointed at Zhang Chunqin with resentment. Zhang Chunqin, why don't you divorce? If you leave, I can marry Guohua. She said this and then turned to run away. Zhang Chunqin watched her back and frowned. What does Qin Guohua have that makes Qin Baoxiang so determined to marry him? Is it his unclean habits or his uselessness and macho attitude? Old Qin exchanged a glance with Son Ermiai and said to Zhang Chunqin, Chunqin, Wentao has been looking for you these days. He's a good kid. When the time comes, you and he can talk properly. Zhang Chunqin nodded. Okay. The Qin family was especially friendly toward Zhang Chunqin. If Zhang Chunqin hadn't already seen through their true nature, she might have thought they genuinely wanted to live peacefully with her. In the evening, shortly after Zhang Chunqin returned to the Qin family, 5 men with tattooed arms and iron rods rushed to the house. Seeing debt collectors, the Qin family turned pale and pointed at Zhang Chunqin, saying, Zhang Chunqin is here. If anyone owes money, they should find the person they owe. Zhang Chunqin realized these men were probably sent by old Zhang, worried she couldn't handle the matter with the Qin family, to come and intimidate her. When they saw Zhang Chunqin, they didn't ask her for money, but pointed at Qin Guohua, saying, You're her man. If she could pay, she would have already. Now we're only looking for you. Then, the leader of the men sneered, You told us before that you two were getting a divorce and had nothing to do with each other. If that's true, Why is Zhang Chunqin still here? We've given you enough time. You can't think that just because we didn't come a few days ago, the debt is forgiven. The men then surrounded Qin Guohua tightly. Seeing their aggressive stance, Qin Guohua instinctively crouched down and covered his head, saying, "We came to get Zhang Chunqin to divorce him. She said she would pay her own debts. If you're looking for someone who borrowed money, find that person." The leader sneered at his words. "You're the man of the house. We're looking for you." Sun Ermiai watched these thugs, but didn't dare to speak. At this moment, Qin Baoxiang quickly stepped forward and blocked Qin Guohua, saying, "They will divorce tomorrow. Tomorrow they will be divorced. Look at me. I am Qin Guohua's partner. We've been together for a long time. He has a child with me. We agreed that once he divorces Zhang Chunqin, he will marry me. Don't believe it? Ask Zhang Chunqin." Then she shouted at Zhang Chunqin, "Zhang Chunqin, tell her, am I telling the truth or not?" Zhang Chunqin stood silently, without speaking. At this moment, Sun Ermiai took the divorce papers stamped by the village chief from inside the house and handed them to Zhang Chunqin. "Zhang Chunqin, you troublemaker, life is impossible now. Tomorrow, you and Guohua will get divorced." The Qin family originally wanted to blame Zhang Chunqin for Qin Guohua's death. Looking at Zhang Chunqin's situation, as long as she still has a connection with the Qin family, these debt collectors probably won't give up. Even if Guohua and Guobao leave, Zhang Chunqin remains here, and they come to cause trouble every day. The two elderly people can't handle this constant disturbance. Zhang Chunqin looked at the Qin family members with a mocking smile and said, "Didn't you say you wanted to pay the debt with me?" Then she shook her head firmly and said, "I won't get a divorce. I have no home. If I leave, I have nowhere to go. I won't divorce Guohua." The man with the tattooed arm, hearing her words, quickly agreed, "Since you're not divorcing, then find her husband." She said her husband doesn't take his salary home, so he must have money. He can definitely pay the debt. When he said this, everyone in the Qin family looked shocked. "Zhang Chunqin, this marriage must end. You didn't ask us before borrowing money, and now you want him to pay it back." Sun Ermiai was furious when she heard that Guohua was really going to pay the debt. In the past, they had no money, and when these people broke into the house to smash things, they only caused damage. But recently, they had money at home. If these debt collectors broke in and stole things, what if they took the money hidden under the pillow? Yesterday, Sun Ermiai already took all the money from the bank book. They planned to use it after Guobao faked his death. Just then, Qin Wentao, returning home on his bicycle after work, saw many people at the door from afar. Though uneasy, he still rode closer. As he approached and saw the situation clearly, his face changed. It was too late to turn back. Sun Ermiai rushed out and grabbed Qin Wentao. "Big brother, these people are here for money. He's Zhang Chunqin's son, and he's working in the county town. We're all from the countryside. We don't have that much money, but he does." Hearing this, Qin Wentao's face turned pale. "It's not my fault. I have no money. My mother already advanced me a year's salary some time ago." The group pushed and argued, each unwilling to pay back the debt. Zhang Chunqin wasn't in a hurry. She watched the Qin family struggle and knew that today, Guohua would definitely divorce her. But today, she didn't just want a divorce from Guohua. She also wanted to sever ties with Qin Wentao and Qin Yuanyuan. She has no more expectations for her two children. The Qin family members all directly pushed Qin Wentao forward. "Wentao, your mother's money was all spent on you. Your job, your house, your wife, all paid for by your mother. Think about it honestly. How much has your mother spent for you?" Qin Wentao's face turned pale instantly. He hurriedly shouted at Zhang Chunqin, "Mom, you're my mother. You do this willingly. How can I pay you back? Aren't you the one who loves me most? Do you want me to live with so much debt?" Zhang Chunqin looked at her selfish and shameless son with a sneer. She remained coldly silent, watching the family, without saying a word. "Mom, do you really have to push me like this? If you insist, don't blame me for cutting ties with you," Qin Wentao said through clenched teeth. This was the decision he had made in recent days. He had long decided to sever his relationship with his biological mother. Since she owed so much money, he couldn't be responsible for paying it off. That's why he had been planning to cut ties with Zhang Chunqin. Zhang Chunqin seemed to have expected Qin Wentao's decision. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she told the few muscle-armed thugs, "Come back tomorrow to collect the debt. Let's settle the family matters first." The thugs looked deeply at Zhang Chunqin, then pretended to smash some objects. Sun Ermiai immediately stepped in front of the house, blocking them. "Don't go inside. There's nothing valuable in the house." She looked guilty, almost as if it was written on her face. Seeing Sun Ermiai's reaction, Zhang Chunqin guessed she had hidden money at home and was afraid these people would find it. After smashing a few things, they left a message for the Qin family. "You wait for us. We'll come back tomorrow. If you don't pay us back, we'll keep coming every day to smash things." One of them even pointed at Qin Wentao. "And you, we'll come to your factory to ask for money too." After saying this, they turned and left. Qin Wentao and Qin Guohua looked pale as paper, their eyes full of resentment as they stared at Zhang Chunqin. After they left, Sun Ermiai pointed at Zhang Chunqin and said, "Guohua, divorce her. I can't live like this anymore." Zhang Chunqin looked at them with a sad face. "Guohua, didn't you say you wanted to share everything with me? We are a family?" She then looked at Qin Wentao and said, "Wentao, I found you a job, arranged your marriage, and bought a house for you. Even if you consider all I've done for you, you can't say you want to cut all ties with me." Qin Wentao felt a bit guilty and said to Zhang Chunqin, "We should bring Yuan back. Dahai and Qing here not here, so they can't get involved. Yuan is in Hongmei village. Let's go find her. If she also wants to cut ties with you, then you should think about whether you're a good mother." Zhang Chunqin covered her chest in pain and said, "Fine." Then Qin Wentao turned around and went to Hongmei village to find Qin Yuan. When he arrived at Hongmei village, he looked into the house and saw Qin Yuan, who had had a miscarriage and was covered in injuries. He was shocked when he saw her. Yuan, what happened to you?" Hearing the voice, Yuan looked up and saw Qin Wentao. She struggled to get up from the bed, weakly saying, "Big brother, why are you here?" Qin Wentao stared at Yuan and asked in a serious voice, "Yuan, what happened to you?
Be honest with me."
Yuan's eyes flickered. Then she said to Qin Wentao, "Big brother, did I fall by myself?" Qin Wentao frowned and asked, "Fell? Tell me, how did you get like this?" He had also beaten Zhang Zhaodi, so he could tell that Yuan's injuries were caused by someone hitting her. He looked at Yuan closely and asked again, "Tell me clearly, how did you get these injuries?" Yuan's eyes flickered again. Then she looked at Qin Wentao and softly said, "Brother, I fell myself. I'm fine now. I can get out of bed. Hongxian is very kind to me. He even found a barefoot doctor for me. Now I'm not allowed to do any housework." Qin Wentao looked at Yuan for a while, then said nothing. He felt he had done his duty as a big brother. He had asked Yuan how she got hurt, but she had lied to him. Although he didn't really want to get involved in Yuan's affairs, he still pretended to care. "Mom is back. I came to take you home." Today, the debt collectors came again. Dad wants to divorce Mom. Mom refuses and wants us to help her pay the debt together, Qin Wentao said, trying to stir up Yuan's emotions with words. "Your second and third brothers don't know about this. They're smart and have run away. Only I and you are left to stay with Mom. If we are to pay back the money together, only you and I can do it for Mom," Qin Wentao said while watching Qin Yuan's expression. When Qin Yuan heard that she had to pay back the money, she immediately became excited. "She didn't give me a single penny of her dowry, making me look down on in-laws. Now, she wants me to pay her back."
Impossible.
She said this and quickly sat up from the bed. She had been beaten badly by Hongxian. After her miscarriage and the beating, she hadn't been able to get out of bed for 3 days. Today, when she heard about paying back the money to Zhang Chunqin, she endured the pain and got out of bed. She was willing to willingly support her husband and the Hong family, but she refused to pay a single penny to Zhang Chunqin. In her mind, Hong Xian's love needed her to give something in return, but Zhang Chunqin's love was unconditional and didn't require her to give anything. She was used to asking for things, and suddenly being asked to give, she simply couldn't agree. Big brother, we're just her children, not her tools. She borrows money everywhere, and who knows what she's doing outside. I don't want this kind of mother who doesn't care about the family anymore. She doesn't care about our lives or deaths, so why should we care about hers? Qin Yuan said coldly and mercilessly. She was always spoiled and fearless. Both she and Qin Wentao were favored by Zhang Chunqin, so they were especially unfeeling. So you also agree to cut ties with Mom? Qin Wentao asked cautiously. Qin Yuan nodded. Big brother, she forced us. A mother like her will only hold us back. If we don't cut ties, who knows how much she will owe outside in the future. Come on, let's ride my bike and go cut ties with her together. When the Qin family saw Qin Yuan, covered in injuries, sitting on Qin Wentao's bike, they were all shocked. But among the Qin family, only Zhang Chunqin truly loved her. In the past, Zhang Chunqin would definitely have taken her in her arms and asked about her well-being. If she knew Qin Yuan was beaten by Hong Xian, she would have pulled her aside to argue. But now, even Zhang Chunqin, who loved her and cared for her, had become cold-hearted. Everyone in the Qin family saw Qin Yuan covered in wounds, but no one asked her how she got hurt. At this moment, Qin Yuan felt relieved that no one was asking about her injuries. She discreetly relaxed her expression. Zhang Chunqin watched Qin Yuan's small movements and felt very sarcastic. See, her daughter will never understand things clearly. No one cares about her. No one feels sorry for her. Yet she still feels relieved. She was afraid others would find out about Hong Xian hitting her, worried that her family wouldn't let her marry Hong Xian. She looked at Qin Yuan and said calmly, "It's hard for you too, coming back to cut ties with me like this." Her words made Qin Yuan's pale face look even worse. She was still weak, but tried to stay strong and said to Zhang Chunqin, "Mom, the family is in chaos because of you. The debt collectors come often. Don't you want to live a good life? Can't you let others live theirs?" At this moment, son Ermei also spoke, saying, "Zhang Chunqin, look at yourself, such a failure. You owe a lot of debt outside and your children want to cut ties with you. You've wasted your life. If I were you, I might as well just die." Then she urged Zhang Chunqin, if you still have a conscience, quickly agree to divorce Guohua. Zhang Chunqin remained silent, calmly watching them. Qin Guohua also hurriedly said, "Zhang Chunqin, we've been married for over 20 years. Besides the issue with Qin Baoxiang, I have nothing to apologize for. You've had a better life than Ah Xiang these years. Now, it's because you don't want to live well that we're in this situation. I will only divorce you if I have to. If you could live a good life, I wouldn't be forced to divorce you." Qin Wentao also spoke, "Mom, if you really see us as a family, don't hold us back. You have a grandson. Let us all live a good life." Qin Yuan added, "Mom, once I recover from my injury, Hong Xian has agreed to marry me. You can't give me a dowry anymore, and I've lost faith in my husband's family. Please don't burden us anymore." Zhang Chunqin looked at these people. Though she had long lost hope in them, her numb heart still felt very sour. She believed she hadn't wronged any of them, but no one thought she had a hard life. She took a deep breath and said, "Fine. Since you don't want me to be a burden, I will agree to everything. Divorce is something you forced, cutting ties is also your doing. I hope you won't forget what you said in the future." Most people didn't really listen to Zhang Chunqin. When they heard she was willing to divorce, everyone felt relieved. "Since you're getting a divorce, you shouldn't stay at home tonight. The debt collectors will come looking for you. Tomorrow, when they come, tell them clearly that your debts have nothing to do with us or your children. You alone will pay them off," Qin Guohua said coldly to Zhang Chunqin. Zhang Chunqin nodded and said, "Okay." After she spoke, she turned and left. Behind her, Qin Yuan and Qin Wentao watched her walk away so easily, and suddenly they hesitated. "Mom, are you really so quick to agree to divorce and cut ties?" Qin Yuanyuan asked cautiously. Zhang Chunqin sneered inwardly. She thought about how greedy the Qin family was. She agreed so easily because she knew they would feel they lost out. So she immediately showed a surprised look and said, Yuanyuan, I knew you couldn't bear to part with me. I also can't bear to part with you. Maybe we shouldn't cut ties after all. Then she smiled and said to Qin Guohua and Qin Wentao, Guohua, Wentao, let's not separate as a family. We will work together to pay off the debt. It will be done quickly. Everyone's face turned pale at her words, and they looked terrified. Zhang Chunqin, divorce tomorrow. Qin Wentao rolled his eyes at his sister. Qin Yuanyuan hurriedly said, Mom, if you really love us, cut ties and pay off the debt yourself. Once you finish paying, we will still take care of you. Zhang Chunqin didn't say another word and turned to leave. Qin Yuanyuan chased after her, still wanting to say something. Mom, don't blame us for being harsh. It's because you don't want to live a good life. Zhang Chunqin looked at her daughter, who was acting so confident and independent, and sneered inwardly. She looked steadily at Qin Yuanyuan and said, If someone hits you, you can call the police. This was Zhang Chunqin's final advice to her daughter, who had come from her own. In her past life, Qin Yuanyuan was beaten by her family, and she tried to seek justice. They said she ruined their marriage. In this life, she wouldn't interfere anymore. She just hoped her daughter wouldn't get hurt or killed. Remember, whatever you go through in the future, it is the path you chose. Zhang Chunqin finished her last words to Qin Yuanyuan. As she reached the door, she remembered something and told the Qin family, Bring your household registration book tomorrow. Since I want to cut ties, I will move out of the Qin family. After saying this, she never looked back. Qin Wentao and Qin Yuanyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. They no longer have to be involved. It's really good. Qin Guohua also felt happy. He wouldn't be chased for debts anymore. Qin Baoxiang was happy inside. Guohua was now his. Everyone in the Qin family was joyful. Only old Qin looked thoughtful as he watched Zhang Chunqin walk away. After everyone couldn't see her back, old Qin cleared his throat and said, Wentao, take Yuanyuan to Hong's house. Qin Wentao nodded. Big brother will pick you up tomorrow. We'll go with Mom to get a divorce. Qin Yuanyuan nodded. Big brother, do you think Mom will change her mind tomorrow after agreeing today? Qin Wentao frowned. We forced her to divorce and cut ties. She can't change her mind now. Qin Yuanyuan got into Qin Wentao's car. After their figures disappeared into the distance, old Qin said to second sister son and Guohua Qin, Wife, you and Guohua go inside and get the household registration book. Qin Guohua knew old Qin definitely had something to discuss with him, so he nodded and went inside with her. Baoxiang knew that Qin Guohua and Zhang Chunqin were really going to divorce this time. She was so happy she almost went crazy. She ran out wildly. She wanted to tell Guobao in the fields about this. From now on, their family could live happily and peacefully together. Inside the house, old Qin asked second sister son to give Guohua Qin the household registration book. After receiving the book, old Qin finally said, Let's wait a bit on the fake death matter. First, we'll divorce Zhang Chunqin. Second sister son asked anxiously, What about the fake death? No one will take the blame. Old Qin was silent for a moment. If Zhang Chunqin is gone, only Qin Wentao can take the blame. He paused and said quietly, Someone has to take care of us in old age. Qin Wentao is an employee. If they give us some money, it's not a big deal. He's willing to support his wife's family, and we are his closest relatives. That money is rightfully ours. Exactly. Once he gives us the money, he can't be considered part of his mother-in-law's family. We're helping him get rid of that family. All right, then let's get a divorce. The next day, Zhang Chunqin didn't go to the Civil Affairs Bureau right away. She knew the Qin family's nature very well. If she was too eager, they would think she was at a disadvantage. So she waited until after 2 p.m. before slowly heading to the bureau. Qin Guohua saw Zhang Chunqin coming and was clearly impatient. He stormed over, glaring and shouting, Zhang Chunqin, do you know how long we've been waiting for you? Why are you only coming now? Zhang Chunqin looked at Qin Guohua, showing reluctance. Guohua, I've thought about it, and I don't want to divorce you. I've given you 4 children. Hearing this, Qin Guohua's face stiffened. Hurry inside. Then he signaled to Qin Wentao, take your mother inside. Divorces are quite simple now. After a few questions from the staff, they stamped the papers. Once the divorce was finalized, Qin Wentao urged Zhang Chunqin to go to the police station. After the divorce, Zhang Chunqin refused to pretend to be friendly with Qin Wentao and Qin Yuan anymore. She quickly moved her household registration out and left. When she left, she didn't even glance at Qin Wentao or Qin Yuan. Qin Guohua looked at the divorce certificate in his hand, feeling dazed. He had actually divorced Zhang Chunqin. He had thought about divorcing her countless times, but now that it was done, he suddenly felt empty, as if he had lost something. Qin Wentao saw his father looking absent-minded and hesitated to ask, "Dad, are you okay?" Qin Guohua looked up at his children and muttered, "Wentao, I didn't want a divorce. It was really your mother who forced me. If she hadn't done this, I wouldn't have divorced." Qin Wentao looked at his father and nodded perfunctorily. Yes. It was my mom who forced you. Otherwise, if you had a child with Qin Baoxiang and you married my mom, you definitely wouldn't want to divorce her. Hearing this, Qin Guohua's face stiffened. "Wentao, do you blame me too?" Qin Wentao shook his head. "Dad, I understand you. That's why I support your decision to divorce." Qin Guohua felt he was not gaining recognition from Qin Wentao and went to see Qin Yuan. "Yuan, can you understand Dad?" Qin Yuan was in pain. She had waited outside all day and just wanted to go home quickly. She replied perfunctorily, "Dad, we all understand you. You should go back now. It's late. Grandpa, Grandma, and little aunt are waiting for you." Hearing her last words, Qin Guohua found them very harsh. Children really don't understand him. Qin Yuan no longer wanted to pay attention to Qin Guohua. She urged Qin Wentao, "Big brother, I have injuries. Please take me home quickly. I hurt a lot." Qin Wentao nodded. He greeted Qin Guohua and then took Qin Yuan away. Qin Guohua wandered on the road in a daze. He was suddenly stopped by a charming woman. "Big brother, are you alone? Feeling lonely?" Qin Guohua was in a daze and unknowingly walked toward the area where he often played cards. Earlier, when he pretended to look for Zhang Chunqin, he was bored and wandered this street. This street was a dark alley. At the entrance, someone would pretend to walk back and forth. Another alley was a red light district, with women trying to attract customers. Today, Qin Guohua unknowingly walked into the dark alley. He was pulled by someone and, half pushed, followed her inside. The woman was skilled and clever, making Qin Guohua think he might be able again. He felt proud. It's just that Qin Baoxiang looks too ugly. "Look, isn't this working?" However, Qin Guohua didn't feel happy for long, less than 3 seconds. It didn't work. The woman looked at Qin Guohua and finally spat at him. "It's your own problem, not my lack of effort. My hands are sore. You're too old for this. I really feel sorry for your wife," she said, then told Qin Guohua, "Even if you can't, you have to pay me. I can't work for free all this time." While speaking, the woman had already put on her clothes. Qin Guohua originally wanted to come in and see if he was only bad with Qin Baoxiang, or if he was bad with all women. Today, he realized it was just himself not being good enough. His face turned red as he threw down 3 yuan and ran away. The woman muttered disdainfully, "You're not even that old. Why can't you do it?" Qin Guohua staggered out of the woman's house and was then pulled by another man. Qin Guohua was about to break free, but when he looked up, he saw a familiar face. It was the man known as Denyo who had been playing cards with him recently. Denyo smiled and said, "You just had a good time. Later, my friends will take you to see more of the world. You won quite a bit of money earlier." Qin Guohua had just gone through a divorce and had been disappointed in love. At this moment, he needed to vent. Hearing Denyo's words, he hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. Denyo raised an eyebrow and pulled Qin Guohua into a small room. "Try this game. It's more fun and exciting. If you win, The money is yours. If you lose, it's mine.
Give it a shot.
The man said, pointing at the cards on the table. Qin Guohua hesitated briefly, then sat down to play. After about 10 rounds, he had already won over 100 yuan. He had played for several days before, winning only 20 or 30 yuan each day. Today, in just a short time, he had won over 100 yuan. He was so caught up in winning that his eyes turned red. He wanted to keep playing but was stopped by Daniel, who said, "Bro, you can't play like this. We've won enough for today. Let's go." Qin Guohua looked at the money on the table, feeling reluctant but still rational. He stood up and left. He pocketed over 100 yuan and felt energized as he walked. "Bro, isn't this game more fun?
Come back when you have free time.
I tell you, after a few rounds, you'll get hooked. No matter if you win or lose, don't play too much or you'll get hurt," Daniel said, acting like he was a good brother, gently persuading him.
Qin Guohua nodded, "I understand."
Daniel didn't say much more. He told Qin Guohua, "I'll be here. If you want to play again, come find me. We're all brothers at the card table, and I won't cheat you." Qin Guohua kept nodding. After Qin Guohua left, the man turned to look at the dark room and called out, "All right. Big Fish has mostly been caught. He didn't play enough today, but he'll come back. Let him win a few more times and he'll get addicted." This group of people was skilled at tricking others. When they encountered a big fish, they would test him first. They would assess his worth, as well as test his willpower and courage. Once gambling started, it was easy to become addicted. At first, they let him win a few times, and he would lose himself completely. After Qin Guohua won the money, his feelings of sadness and defeat disappeared completely. After Zhang Chunqin divorced Qin Guohua, she finally felt free from her heavy burden. Once she saw Qin Wentao and the others leave, she took her prepared household registration book and registered her new residence in the house she bought. Now, her household registration only listed her alone. When she got home, her sister Bao girl, Zhang Hongmei, hurried over to ask, "Big sister, is it over?" Zhang Chunqin took out her household registration book and divorce certificate. "Yes, it's over." Zhang Hongmei hugged Zhang Chunqin. "Big sister, from now on you belong to me. They all treated you badly, but I will treat you well. You only need to treat me well. We sisters will make a good life together, better than anything else." Zhang Chunqin said to Zhang Hongmei, "Come on, let's call old Zhang and go to Jiangwo restaurant to have a good meal, celebrating that I am no longer a burden." Zhang Hongmei nodded eagerly and turned around to find old Zhang. Old Zhang was about to come over and ask Zhang Hongmei if she still wanted to deal with Qin's family. On the way, he happened to meet Zhang Hongmei. "Little sister, has your sister's problem been solved?" Zhang Hongmei nodded. "Yes, it's done. The marriage is over, and her household registration has been moved." Old Zhang smiled. "I couldn't understand before why your sister went through so much trouble to divorce her husband. Recently, I visited Qin's village with some brothers and found out that your sister got involved with the most difficult family there. No wonder she did so many shameless things." Zhang Hongmei nodded.
"My sister was also forced back then.
Our parents wanted to sell her to an old, sick man. She had no choice but to find a man nearby and marry him casually." Old Zhang patted Zhang Hongmei on the shoulder. "Little sister, from now on, you and your sister will have good days. Let's make money together." Zhang Hongmei nodded. "Yes, we'll make money together and have a good life." After Qin Guohua won the money, he changed from his previous sadness and proudly returned home. Many people in Qin's village knew that Qin Guohua had divorced today. A few gossiping women at the village entrance watched him. They had been talking about it all day. That Qin family is full of unkind people. They finally got a good daughter-in-law. Now they're divorcing. Just wait and cry. Exactly. Who could do such shameless things like them? You don't know, do you? Qin Guohua is getting a divorce, and Qin Baoxiang is waiting at the door today dressed in red. Do you know what shameless word she said? She claimed that tonight is her wedding night with Qin Guohua. A few women felt so disgusted they kept gagging. At this moment, they saw Qin Guohua humming a tune as he walked home from afar. One woman, lacking manners, asked Qin Guohua, "Guohua, you're back from the divorce. Are you happy? Of course I am. Before, he and Qin Baoxiang were sneaking around, but now they don't have to hide. Even in broad daylight, no one can catch them. Guohua, you should take fewer medicines. Your face looks so pale. You must be exhausted. Exactly. Don't take those crazy pills meant for animals. Take some normal medicine for people. There's a big difference between humans and animals. You should think of yourself as a person. Guohua, your wife Baoxiang is waiting for you at home. From now on, you should treat your lovely young wife well. Stop sneaking around with others. Hearing these words, Qin Guohua's good mood vanished instantly. He quickened his pace and hurried home. When he reached the door, he saw Qin Baoxiang standing there in a red dress. He was so startled his body trembled. What is this thing? Today, Qin Baoxiang was dressed up specially. She bought snow cream and lipstick when she went to the county. When she bought them, the seller applied some on her, saying that city folks all use it. Today is the day Qin Guohua and Zhang Chunqin are getting divorced. She put on a dress she had bought when she was young, the one she planned to wear at her wedding. Then she applied lipstick, braided 2 pigtails, and looked like Zhang Chunqin in her youth, standing there. Seeing Qin Guohua, she shyly said, "Guohua, you finally came back. I've been waiting for you all day." She turned around and twirled in front of him, then swayed her plump waist. "Guohua, does this dress look good? I bought it when I was young, just to wear for you. I didn't get the chance back then, but now I finally can." Qin Guohua looked at Qin Baoxiang, who was painted to look almost ghostly, and at her red dress, and was so frightened he almost peed his pants. He trembled as he pointed at her face, which was painted whiter than a corpse. Did you put on flour or putty? What's on your face? It looks terrifying, like a ghost coming back to life." Qin Baoxiang saw Qin Guohua trembling and pointing at her, and she felt even more shy. His family member Guohua trembled every time they were close, probably because they thought he was handsome. Qin Baoxiang blinked with small eyes and said, "Guohua, I bought this in the city. The girl from the supply and marketing cooperative said everyone in the city uses it. And this red lipstick, young girls in the city like it. Look and see if it looks good." Qin Guohua trembled even more. "People said it's for young girls. Are you young? You're wearing all red, looking so dead, like you've come back from the dead. It's getting dark outside. Why are you standing there scaring people?" Because Zhang Chunqin was delaying time, and Qin Guohua went to find a woman and gamble, it was already dark when he got home. A few women at the village entrance were waiting to see Qin Guohua's joke, so they could mock him. But Qin Baoxiang, in the dull sky, wearing a red dress, with her face as pale as plaster, standing there. Without mental preparation, it was really frightening. Hearing Qin Guohua's words, Qin Baoxiang stomped her foot like a little girl. "You good for nothing." Then she turned around and went inside. Qin Guohua took a deep breath and said to Qin Baoxiang, "Hurry inside. Don't scare others." He had already gone in. On the way home, he was planning, before pretending to be dead, he wanted to play cards a few more times. Each time betting over 100, playing 10 or more times, enough to support his parents' old age. After entering the house, Sun Ermiai and Qin Laotu hurriedly asked, "Why so late? Is Zhang Chunqin refusing to divorce?" Qin Laotu also asked, "Did she change her mind again?" Qin Guohua took out the divorce certificate. Divorced. She also took her name off the household register. The 2 elders of the Qin family finally relaxed. Good. No more people coming to smash our house. These anxious days are finally over, Sun Ermiai said to herself. Then she asked, "What about Qin Wentao and Qin Yuanyuan? Have they cut ties with Zhang Chunqin?" Qin Guohua nodded. "Yes, they've all divorced." The 2 elders took a deep breath. That useless woman Zhang Chunqin, I wonder what good days she'll have in the future. She owes so much money, she can't even sell herself to pay it back. Then Sun Ermiai looked at Qin Guohua and said, "Guohua, you must not feel sorry for her. I know you're soft-hearted. If you feel sorry for her, then don't acknowledge us anymore." Qin Guohua nodded, then looked outside and lowered his voice. He asked Mom and Dad, "What about the fake death thing?" Old Qin looked at Qin Baoxiang not being there and said, "There's no more debt collection now. We don't need to rush. We need to find a good reason later. Qin Wentao doesn't visit us often, so we need a solid excuse to push him." Then, second sister Sun's eyes twitched, and she said to old Qin, "Since we don't need the fake death for now, let Qin Wentao decide on our treasure work. The house must belong to us." Old Qin had been thinking about this recently, so he nodded and said yes, both the work and the house. When the treasure goes to the city, he can find a city girl to marry. If his background affects his marriage, we can think about leaving then. Old Qin waved at second sister Sunday. She moved closer, and he whispered a few words in her ear. She nodded in response. At this moment, Qin Baoxiang, looking like a ghost, floated in. Second sister Sun looked around nervously, trying to enter the house, but saw a terrifying white face. She screamed loudly, "Mom, there's a ghost." Her scream was piercing and sharp. Qin Baoxiang, who had just entered, also screamed in fright. The two women's screams pierced the sky. Meanwhile, Qin Guohua, returning from the fields, heard the screams and hurried over. "What's wrong? What happened at home?" He reached the door and was so scared by Qin Baoxiang that he dropped his.
Mom.
Qin Guohua quickly pushed old Qin outside. "Guohua, what ugly thing scared me to death?" Second sister Sun immediately grabbed her son. At this moment, Qin Guohua calmed down and looked carefully. Sure enough, it was his own mother. He grimaced and said, "Mom, what are you doing to scare us like this?" Second sister Sun looked at Qin Guohua after hearing this, glancing at the ghost. Her face was as white as if painted with putty. She didn't wear lipstick, so her face was dirty, and she had bright red blush on her cheeks, making her look funny and frightening at the same time. "You wicked woman, you're always making a scene like this. Look at yourself. Do you even look like a person?" "I thought some ghost had come out." Second sister Sun grabbed a broom from the corner and swung it at Qin Baoxiang. Qin Baoxiang urgently said, "Mom and Dad, didn't you promise me that as long as Guohua and Zhang Chunqin divorce, I can be with Guohua? I've never been married. Today I wore a red dress to make myself happy. Isn't that okay?" Qin Guohua looked at Qin Baoxiang and said, "Baoxiang, what are you thinking about all day? We're at our age. Don't always think about those things in bed. Think about your son's marriage." Qin Guohua felt tired of seeing Qin Baoxiang's behavior. He used to be not very capable, but he wasn't completely useless either. Now, he felt he had lost all his dignity as a man. Qin Baoxiang finally managed to get through the divorce of Qin Guohua and Zhang Chunqin. Today, she was sure to get close to Qin Guohua. Qin Guohua looked at his embarrassing mother and felt ashamed and annoyed. Why did he have such a mother? He felt very sad inside. The elderly Qin couple looked at Qin Guohua and Qin Baoxiang and waved at Qin Guohua, saying, "Guohua, come to the grandparents' room.
We want to talk to you."
Qin Guohua quickly went into the grandparents' room. Old Qin gave his grandson a look. Son Ermiai took some money out from under her pillow. "This is the money we prepared for your wedding. We already gave Wentao 1,000 yuan, and this is what's left. Usually we save a little ourselves, and now it's all for you. Your dad and Zhang Chunqin are divorced now. The debt collectors aren't coming anymore. Let Qin Wentao find you a job in the city. People there don't know your background, so maybe no one will point fingers at you. You can marry a girl in the county. This money is for your wedding." The elderly Qin couple are selfish and shameless, taking and eating a lot, but they truly care for their grandson. They are willing to give him all the good things they have. Qin Guohua's eyes lit up when he saw the money. He had been waiting for this money. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have pretended to be so obedient to these old people for so many years. At this moment, Qin Guohua still wanted to act. "Grandma and Grandpa, you don't need to give me this money. Keep it for your retirement. I'm still young. I can earn my own money." Old Qin frowned.
"Keep it.
It's your dad's salary, and he owes it to you." Qin Guohua pretended to refuse a little, then half accepted the money. After receiving the items, son Ermiai said, "Tomorrow, Grandma will take you to the county town to find Qin Wentao. If he doesn't arrange your work, You can stay at his place until your job is settled. She thought for a moment and added, that house will be yours in the future. Once it's settled, you won't leave. Qin Guohua was so happy hearing this that he almost couldn't close his mouth. From now on, he would have a job in the county, a house there, and money. He believed he could change his life. At this moment, Qin Guohua was full of confidence. The elders of the Qin family were also very happy about their grandson's future. They believed that Guohua would not only succeed in the county, but also find a wife from the city and establish himself there. Just then, loud screams and wails came from the next room. Sun Ermei and Qin Guohua immediately ran to see what was happening. They saw Qin Baoxiang dressed in a red outfit, looking like a ghost woman, crawling into Qin Guohua's bed. Qin Guohua kicked her off the bed. Qin Baoxiang fell to the ground and angrily shouted, "Guohua, you used to call me baby all the time. Why won't you let me get on the bed now? You divorced Zhang Chunqin. Are you still thinking about her?" Seeing his mother making a scene again, Qin Guohua hurried over and pulled her up. "Mom, stop embarrassing yourself here." Qin Baoxiang looked at her son sadly. "Guohua, I am your mother. How can you say that to me? If it weren't for Zhang Chunqin, your dad, and I would have been married long ago." Qin Guohua ignored her and dragged her back to the room. After he brought her inside, he gritted his teeth and said, "Mom, stop embarrassing yourself. Wash off the makeup on your face. It looks terrible." He spoke clearly and firmly. "Don't try to imitate Zhang Chunqin. You don't look like her. Maybe you should be reborn in your next life. If you're ugly, don't wear fancy dresses. Beautiful people look nice in dresses, but you look like a ghost in them." After saying this, Qin Guohua turned and left. Hearing her son's words, Qin Baoxiang was heartbroken and cried loudly on the bed. Even her son thought she was ugly. The next day, Sun Ermei took Qin Guohua to the county town to find Qin Wentao. They got up early, worried that Qin Wentao might have gone to work and they wouldn't find him. Qin Wentao just stepped outside and saw Qin Guohua and Sun Ermei. His face changed slightly, and he quietly asked, "Grandma, Guohua, why are you here? Did something happen at home again? Did the debt collectors come back?" He was most worried that the debt collectors wouldn't leave them alone. Sun Ermei looked at her grandson and said, "You took our 1,000 yuan, and you promised to find a job for Guohua. Before, we were upset because of your mom's issues, but now those problems are over. Where is Guohua's job?" When Qin Wentao heard this, his face changed again. He really hadn't gotten the money, and now he was in trouble. He had used the wages his mother had received early, and the money he gave her twice, all taken from the money he had tricked from the older members of the Qin family. But now he couldn't say he hadn't arranged a job for Guohua. He had previously told them that the job was almost settled. He took a deep breath and said, "Next month, a temporary worker will leave, and after that, Guohua can start working. You all go back first. When he starts work, I will come home and tell you." Sun Ermei stared at Qin Wentao and gritted her teeth, saying, "Qin Wentao, you're not fooling us, are you?" Qin Wentao frowned. "We're all family. Why would I lie to you?" Sun Ermei's eyes rolled as she said, "Then let Guohua stay here with you. Your wife's family has already moved out. You and your wife share one room, and Guohua can have his own room here." Hearing this, Qin Wentao immediately lost his temper, his face turning pale. "Grandma, Guohua doesn't have a job. He's just at home during the day. My wife's sister is also at home taking care of the children. Do you think it's reasonable for a single man to stay here with my wife?" Sun Ermei saw Qin Wentao get upset and said awkwardly, "We're all family. In our countryside, everyone lives together. Only kind-hearted people think everything is dirty." Then she said to Qin Wentao, "Let us come in and sit. Let your wife cook us something. We haven't had breakfast yet." Qin Wentao didn't want to send them away directly, so he let them in. "Grandma, I need to go to work. You and Guohua go back first. When everything is settled, I will tell you." Sun Ermei replied casually, "You go to work first. Guohua and I will leave after we've eaten." A few days ago, Qin Wentao took too many days off work. He was worried it would look bad, so he couldn't take more leave. As the workday was about to start, and he didn't have time to talk much with Sun Ermei, he hurried off to work. After Qin Wentao left, Sun Ermiai looked around the room. She nodded in approval and said, "Now that everyone has moved out, the house feels much emptier. It looks more comfortable. Guobao, you should just accept it and stay in this small room here." Qin Guohua secretly glanced at Zhang Zhaodi and replied softly. Qin Guohua had only seen Zhang Zhaodi a few times. He actually admired Qin Wentao very much. In his rural view, Zhang Zhaodi was quite beautiful, and she had attended a technical school. To him, she was like a goddess in his dreams. But Zhang Zhaodi seemed to look down on him and never looked directly at him. He often had romantic dreams where her face appeared. Zhang Zhaodi sensed Qin Guohua's gaze and felt annoyed and impatient. She still remembered how Qin Baoxiang had mistreated her son. Sun Ermiai was busy looking at the house and didn't notice the tension between Zhang Zhaodi and Qin Guohua. After a while, Zhang Zhaodi brought out some porridge she had prepared.
Here, Grandma.
Since Mom prepaid my salary, we don't have much money at home. Please bear with it and eat a little. She then started to complain. Mom prepaid Wentao a year's salary. Things won't be easy for us in the future. Sun Ermiai ate her porridge and pickled vegetables silently, not saying a word. Zhang Zhaodi felt bored and didn't say anything more. When Sun Ermiai and Qin Guohua were almost finished eating, someone knocked on the door. Zhang Zhaodi got up to open it. It was Zhang Yaozu. Seeing Zhang Zhaodi, Zhang Yaozu spoke directly, "Sister, give me some money. I have no more to spend. You kicked us out, so you don't want to take care of us anymore? You said you'd send us money, but it's been days, and I still haven't received anything." He pushed the door open and entered. Then he saw Sun Ermiai, the main person responsible for his imprisonment. "Wow, you old fool. You're here too." Zhang Yaozu looked at Sun Ermiai and remembered the hard times he had spent in jail. Angrily, he pointed at Zhang Zhaodi's nose and cursed, "Zhang Zhaodi, I knew you would kick us all out. Turns out, you let this old woman move in." Then he pointed at Qin Guohua and said, "Is it him? You said brother-in-law is comforting him, saying he found him a job, but in fact, he didn't find any job for him at all." Zhang Yaozu looked at Qin Guohua provocatively and said, "My brother-in-law found me a job, and I can start working next week. He didn't find one for you. Is he lying to you? Do you know he took 1,000 yuan just to please me, his little brother-in-law?" Zhang Yaozu spoke proudly and confidently. Sun Ermiai and Qin Guohua heard this and suddenly stood up, angrily questioning Zhang Zhaodi. "Zhaodi, what's going on? Is what your brother said true?" Zhaodi didn't have time to cover her brother's mouth. These words were spoken after Qin Wentao kicked them out, to comfort her brother and parents. She thought that in the future, her family wouldn't have any contact with Sun Ermiai's family, so she said harsh things. She never expected that Zhang Yaozu would openly challenge them like this. She hurriedly said, "Yaozu, stop talking nonsense." Zhang Yaozu, hearing Zhaodi scold him, got angry and said, "Sister, all these words are from you and us. Tell them which one is false. You also said Qin Wentao doesn't care about the Qin family at all. He only cares about our family. And Qin Guohua isn't even your brother-in-law's real brother. He's just a stray kid. How could your brother-in-law find a job for a stray kid?" Zhang Yaozu became more and more proud as he spoke. Hearing her brother's words, Zhaodi almost lost her mind. To stop him from saying more, she suddenly slapped him in a panic. "Yaozu, you can't just say anything." Zhang Yaozu, spoiled and pampered by his parents since childhood, always looked down on Zhaodi. His parents never hit him. Now, after being slapped by Zhaodi, he was furious and resentful. "Zhaodi, how dare you hit me? You'll regret this." After saying that, he covered his face and left. He left full of resentment, leaving a mess behind for Zhaodi. After Zhang Yaozu left, Zhaodi hurriedly explained to Sun Ermiai and Qin Guohua, "Grandma, Wentao has already found a good job for my little uncle. Don't worry, he said he can start next month. Next month he will definitely start working." Sun Ermiai looked at Zhaodi with a cold smile and said, "So, your brother is just talking nonsense. Did Wentao say he bought a job for Guohua with 1,000 yuan? Maybe he bought a job for your brother instead?" At her age, Sun Ermiai could clearly see what was really going on. She had always found it strange that every time they mentioned work with Qin Wentao, he would hesitate and keep making excuses. Today, Zhang Yaozu finally told the truth. Sun Ermiai looked at Zhang Zhaodi coldly and said, "I'll ask Qin Wentao myself. If he dares to cheat his family's money, I will skin him alive." As she spoke, she pulled Qin Guohua and said, "Guohua, let's go to the matchstick factory to ask about Qin Wentao, and also see who the temporary worker is that's leaving next month." At this moment, Zhang Zhaodi felt like her heart had stopped. How did things become like this? It's all because of Zhang Yaozu's careless words. She truly didn't know what to do now. If this gets out of control, Qin Wentao might be harmed by his family, and she might also be in danger because of him. She knew Qin Wentao was no longer the same. Now, he could hit her anytime. Plus, the 300 yuan she gave her parents has already been spent by Zhang Yaozu. Now her brother and parents are asking her for money again. Qin Wentao is also asking her for money, wanting to know when her parents will pay back the rest. While Zhang Zhaodi was panicking, Sun Ermiai and Qin Guohua had already left. She suddenly realized what was happening, rushed into the room, picked up the child, and hurried after them. No matter what it took, she couldn't let this matter up, or everything would be lost. She ran out, but Sun Ermiai and Qin Guohua were already gone. She quickly put the child on her back, borrowed a bicycle from the neighbor, and pedaled quickly to explain everything to Qin Wentao. When she arrived at the matchstick factory, Sun Ermiai and Qin Guohua were already causing trouble there. Zhang Zhaodi's mind went blank. She threw down her bike and rushed toward them. When Zhang Zhaodi reached them, Qin Guohua and Sun Ermiai were already struggling with Qin Wentao. Qin Guohua grabbed Qin Wentao, while Sun Ermiai pulled his hair and slapped him, shouting, "You liar, just like your mother, stealing money from the family. Your mother cheated us, and you're cheating us too. I say you and your mother are in this together." Qin Wentao was weaker than Qin Guohua and couldn't break free from his grip. He was being pulled by the hair and slapped repeatedly. Normally, the security guard should have stopped him, but he really couldn't agree with Qin Wentao's character. He also overheard Sun Ermiai crying, shouting, and hitting, saying he took 1,000 yuan from the family to find a job for his brother-in-law. He still remembered the last time Qin Wentao's mother came to cause trouble, complaining that her son was supporting his wife and her family, and that they didn't care about their own relatives' lives. So, when he heard Sun Ermiai say she used her grandparents' money to find a job for her brother-in-law, he thought it was normal. This kind of person, who eats inside and out, cares only for himself, is a scoundrel. He wouldn't help. He watched from the side, pretending to be anxious, clapping his hands and jumping around, but he didn't intervene, just shouting to cheer them on. Qin Wentao was dazed from the beating, shouting, "Grandma, who told you that? I will find a way." At this moment, the security guard softly spoke again. "Ma'am, he is just trying to find a job for his brother-in-law. He will start work next week. Our factory doesn't have many temporary workers, just one." Hearing this, Sun Ermiai, who had already let go of Qin Wentao, grabbed his hair, pulled it, and slapped him repeatedly. How could Sun Ermiai not be furious? All this money was saved over 20 years. In the countryside, they only managed to save 20 or 30 yuan a year, squeezing it out of their teeth. If Qin Guohua's salary hadn't been sent back home, they wouldn't have so much money. Qin Wentao suddenly took 1,000 yuan, and Zhang Chunqin took 600. In an instant, half of their 20 years' savings was gone. This was the fate of these two old folks.
Grandma, who told you that?
Who's lying and talking nonsense to you? Qin Wentao's heart was also filled with hatred, gnashing his teeth. He had been so well behaved, so how did they suddenly find out? Your wife and your brother-in-law told you. Your brother-in-law even mocked me in front of me. Qin Wentao, you're quite something. If Sun Ermiai could tear off Qin Wentao's scalp now, she would peel his skin alive. When Zhang Chunqin borrowed money from them, she could still tell herself that she had worked hard for the Qin family all these years. She owed a lot of debt outside, half of which was used in their old Qin family. But what kind of person is Qin Wentao? Half of Zhang Chunqin's debt was spent on him, and he still had the nerve to cheat their money. Grandma, let go first. Listen to my explanation. Qin Wentao was being beaten and cursed at the factory gate, but he couldn't fight back. He would lose face. He has already lost face at the factory. Today's incident has completely humiliated him. At this moment, his biggest regret isn't cheating the Qin family out of money, but promising to find a job for Qin Guohua. In his mind, that money was originally his. When Zhang Zhaodi came over, they were fighting fiercely. Grandma, let go. Guohua is your grandson. Isn't Wentao your grandson too? Please let go. This is the entrance of the matchstick factory. It's so embarrassing, Zhang Zhaodi said as she tried to pull Sun Ermei away. Qin Wentao's face was flushed red, with marks from slaps, and he urgently shouted at Zhang Zhaodi, "Zhaodi, what did you say to Grandma? Why is she so angry?" Feeling guilty, Zhang Zhaodi replied, "Yaozu came today. He's upset because Grandma and Grandpa sent him to the police station last time and said some harsh words." Hearing this, Qin Wentao felt very bitter inside. Why is everyone trying to hurt him? Grandma, let go of me. I'm trying to find a way for Guobao's job. If you get famous here, how will Guobao work in the future? Qin Wentao tried to comfort Sun Ermei. When Sun Ermei heard this, she loosened her grip. At this moment, the security guard, worried they weren't fighting hard enough, spoke softly, "Qin Wentao, my son-in-law is the factory director. How come I don't know it's so easy to get someone into the factory? I heard you spent a lot of money trying to get your brother-in-law a job." The guard's anger, which had been fading, suddenly flared up again. Sun Ermei continued hitting. Seeing this scene, the security guard first called the factory's security team, then hurried off to find the police. Qin Wentao is like a parasite in the matchstick factory. He must remove this parasite from his son-in-law. Zhang Zhaodi felt both anxious and angry. What should she do now? Things have gotten so bad. She's most worried that her brother might lose his job too. Grandma, what do you want me to do to let go? Zhang Zhaodi asked. The old lady looked at Zhang Zhaodi and said, "You tell your brother to give the job to my family's Guobao. We paid 1,000 yuan for that job." Hearing this, Zhang Zhaodi immediately said anxiously, "No, that's our Yaozu's. All your money was stolen by Zhang Chunqin. We didn't get a single penny." After hearing this, Sun Ermei hit Qin Wentao even harder, shouting, "You're her biological mother and son. She took what you took. There is no debt. I believe it was you two who set up the scheme. You two are both liars." Sun Ermei stared at Zhang Zhaodi with a fierce, cold smile. "Zhang Zhaodi, you used our family's money to support your own family. Zhang Chunqin told you to do that, but I won't. If we can't get this job for our treasure, then no one will get it." Hearing this, Zhang Zhaodi's tone changed. Do you know how much Wentao spent to get this job? What are you trying to do?" Sun Ermei sneered coldly. "If your brother can keep working at the match factory, I won't be Sun Ermei. If our treasure loses the job, I won't let your brother work at the match factory either." Zhang Zhaodi, hearing Sun Ermei's words, let out a loud cry and joined the fight, fighting with Sun Ermei. Qin Wentao looked on in despair as Zhang Zhaodi also started to go crazy. He felt hopeless, extremely hopeless. Is Zhang Zhaodi a fool? At this moment, instead of comforting her mother, she provoked her and even talked about Zhang Yaozu's job. For the first time, he felt that Zhang Zhaodi was hopelessly stupid. He gave up struggling, resigned to his fate, and was pulled by the hair, insulted, and beaten. He numbly watched Sun Ermei and Zhang Zhaodi fighting each other. Finally, the fight was so intense that security from the match factory came and detained them. Not long after, the police arrived. It was because they were fighting outside the match factory which caused a bad influence, so the police took all 4 of them away. When they arrived at the police station, the police informed Qin Guohua and Old Qin. When Old Qin found out that Qin Wentao hadn't actually tried to find a job for the treasure, he almost stood up from his wheelchair. "Qin Wentao, you really are Zhang Chunqin's son. Both of you are shameless. You even dared to steal our money," Old Qin said angrily, pounding his wheelchair. Old Qin had always taken advantage of others, and now, almost 70 years old, he was being tricked by his own people. Qin Wentao was still trying to think of ways to comfort the two elders, but today's events caught him off guard. He hadn't prepared his words. He glared fiercely at Zhang Zhaodi. "Grandma and Grandpa, I will find a job for the treasure. Although the money was stolen by my mother, I will find a way." He just wanted to tell the two elders that the money was taken by Zhang Chunqin, which is why he hadn't found a job for Qin Guohua. Old Qin didn't listen to these words. He sneered and said, "Qin Wentao, either you give your job to the national treasure. Anyway, your mother and son owe the national treasure." Qin Wentao heard this and doubted his ears. "Grandpa, do you want to hear what you're saying?" Old Qin sneered. "You can do this job, so how can't we take care of the national treasure?" Qin Wentao sneered. "Does he know how to read?" If I remember correctly, he didn't finish elementary school. When he said this, Old Qin and Guobao both fell silent. Guobao actually had the chance to go to school. But at that time, Old Qin thought studying was useless and a waste of money. Also, Guobao didn't want to go to school, thinking it was too hard, so he only attended school sporadically. Back then, boys were naughty, and no one forced them to go to school. They often skipped classes. Only Zhang Chunqin's 4 children went to school because she constantly scolded and whipped them to make them cry and go. Guobao was, in name, Zhang Chunqin's younger brother-in-law. She could force her own children but couldn't whip her younger brother-in-law. So, Zhang Chunqin's children all went to high school, but Guobao didn't finish elementary school properly. Seeing that Qin Wentao and Guobao weren't speaking, Qin Wentao immediately found their weakness. "Grandpa and Grandma, I'm not refusing to find Guobao a job. It's just that jobs in the city require education. Jia's younger brother has a middle school diploma. Guobao didn't finish elementary school, so I can't do anything about it." Qin Wentao finally made an excuse. When talking about education, Guobao's eyes dimmed. Actually, he resented his grandparents. If they had forced him to go to school like Zhang Chunqin, he wouldn't be stuck in this awkward situation now. Anyway, blaming others was the biggest trait of the Qin family. When life isn't going well, they blame others. When what they want isn't achieved, they blame others. Old Qin listened and stubbornly said, "I don't care. You took our 1,000 yuan and you must find Guobao a job in the city. If you can't find one, return the money to me. I'll find someone else to buy it." Qin Wentao immediately said, "Grandpa, I'm trying to think of a way." The money wasn't in Qin Wentao's hands. He couldn't give them 1,000 yuan. He just wanted to temporarily stabilize the situation with the two elders of the Qin family. Qin Wentao finally managed to keep the situation under control. Zhang Yaozu's reckless voice rang out from the police station entrance. "Who said I only have a middle school education? Brother-in-law, you forgot, you bought me my middle school diploma. You said the temporary worker job at the match factory required a middle school diploma, so you bought me one." As soon as he said this, the family, which had just started to get along again, fell into another fight. "Qin Wentao, do you have a single honest word?" Sun Ermiai shouted and lunged forward. Zhang Yaozu still held a grudge against the Qin family elders for betraying him and also resented his brother-in-law for driving his family away. He heard they had stormed into the police station just to stir trouble. Zhang Zhaodi, already furious after her brother's slip-up, turned black with anger again. Hearing Zhang Yaozu's words, Qin Wentao's eyes darkened with despair. He was utterly hopeless now, feeling like he just wanted to die, then everything would be over. Zhang Yaozu challenged the Qin family. "What if you kick us out? My sister rents us a house, and she promised to cover our expenses. From now on, she and brother-in-law will raise any children I have." He deliberately looked at Zhang Zhaodi. "Sister, are these words from you?" His sister dared to hit him. He felt terrible. Everyone else looked away, wishing it would all end. Zhang Zhaodi's vision blurred, her body went limp, and she fainted. Was Zhang Yaozu trying to push her to her death? "Zhang Yaozu, what do you want? Why are you here? Do you want me to die? Do you think if you force me to die, you'll have a good life?" Zhang Zhaodi trembled as she pointed at Zhang Yaozu. Zhang Yaozu felt the fire burning inside him was enough. He shrugged at Zhang Zhaodi. Sister, aren't these words all from you? Don't blame me. After saying this, he turned to the Qin family. My brother-in-law even promised my mom and dad that he wouldn't care for his parents in old age, but would take care of my parents. He said we could marry my sister to him because he's like a father to us. After finishing, Zhang Yaozu shot a glance at Zhang Zhaodi and turned to leave. The family, which had just started to get along again, suddenly erupted into chaos once more. The police worked hard to separate everyone. You're at the police station. What are you fighting about? Do you think this is a vegetable market? The group was beaten up and covered in injuries before the police finally separated them. While Qin's family was tangled up at the police station, Zhang Chunqin was busy searching for various antiques. Old Zhang was renovating. They had simply painted over their shop. Now, selling these antiques is not allowed in public. They are kept inside a courtyard, and only those with connections can find a place. Without connections, you can't even get in the door. Zhang Chunqin and old Zhang suggested, Big Brother Zhang, maybe we can open a door here. Then people passing through this alley can see our shop. When new policies come out, we won't have to hide anymore. If our shop is more noticeable, more people will come. Old Zhang frowned slightly and disagreed. Antiques are originally not meant to be seen openly. Many items have unclear origins, and selling them openly is too flashy. Zhang Chunqin smiled and said, Big Brother Zhang, we should try to sell legal antiques. Although some illegal ones make more money, we want to run a long-term business. Illegal antiques often come from tomb raiding. In the 70s and 80s, tomb raiding was not strictly punished, but they want to keep their business going long-term. As laws become stricter later, they could get caught. Zhang Chunqin really doesn't want to deal with antiques obtained from tomb raiding. This also includes artifacts taken from tombs and teeth or bones of protected animals. Even if laws are not strict now, once they are stronger, these items can be traced back. Old Zhang is from the underground world. He is tired of that life and came to the inland to escape it. He originally came to Panjiayuan to do business, so he wouldn't have to do illegal activities anymore. When Zhang Chunqin mentioned these things, he hesitated for a moment and then nodded. All right. We won't do illegal business. Zhang Chunqin nodded back. She turned around and took out the items her old Zhang had asked her to find earlier. I've found everything on the pictures you gave me these past 2 days. Old Zhang was surprised when he saw what she brought out. Where did you get these? Zhang Chunqin smiled and said, You forgot I am now a student of Gu Kongwen. There are 2 items I don't recognize, but my teacher knows them. He is very interested in antiques and cultural relics. Some antiques are things he specifically searches for, and he knows who owns most of the famous ones. I asked him about it. Actually, it's not as simple as Zhang Chunqin said. She also went to the black market a few times and bought a lot of cigarettes in Panjia to gather information. Because this was their first business, she had to do it well. They needed to build a good reputation, so people knew they could find anything wealthy Hong Kong buyers wanted. Only then could their business continue and grow. Now, Zhang Chunqin and old Zhang have clear roles. She finds the sources and old Zhang sells. As long as it's not illegal, Zhang Chunqin doesn't interfere with how he sells. So, Zhang Chunqin explained that she asked her teacher, and old Zhang didn't ask any more questions. Old Zhang knew it wasn't that simple. They cleaned up the house, and then Zhang Hongmei brought over some food. Big sister, brother Zhang, dinner is ready. Zhang Hongmei pushed the lunchbox in front of Zhang Chunqin. When she opened it, she had added extra meat for her big sister. Sister, eat more. You're too thin. From now on, as long as I'm here, I'll make sure you get meat every day. When Zhang Chunqin was young, she was truly a beauty in the village. After marrying Qin Guohua, she was worn down and became thin and tired-looking, with a face full of exhaustion. In her 40s, she looked like she was in her 50s. Since moving into this courtyard with Zhang Chunqin, she finally gained some weight, but she was still very thin and looked heartbreaking. Old Zhang looked at how protective Zhang Hongmei was of her, smiling and saying, I knew Hongmei was protecting your lunchbox. Turns out she was giving you extra food. Zhang Hongmei blushed. My big sister used to not have enough meat to eat. Now she can finally eat some. Let her eat more. She's too thin. Clearly, she had selfish motives. Old Zhang envyingly said, "Are you only two sisters? You have such a good relationship." Zhang Hongmei shook her head. "I have many sisters. But my big sister suffered the most because she's the oldest. Our parents are traditional and prefer boys. We have many children, and my sisters were all raised by her. Our family is poor, and she did all the work. I was raised on her back. Among all the sisters, I have the best relationship with her." She spoke with pride, like a child showing off. How impressive that is. Her big sister raised several sisters on her own and changed her own fate. If the older sister had been appointed, her life might have ended long ago. The sick old bachelor had died years earlier, and later a girl from another village married into the family. He also contracted syphilis and died even sooner. If her older sister hadn't gone to find Qin Guohua, she would have been the one to die. My older sister is very strong. She reads books herself, goes to school, and works hard to move from the countryside to the city. She became an employee on her own and even got a house. If she didn't have 4 children, she would be even better, Zhang Hongmei said to old Zhang. It's the 4 children that kept her older sister busy. Her sister was willing to leave the countryside, willing to endure hardships, and eager to keep up with the times and fight for a better life. The only problem was, she felt she had suffered too much. She wanted her children to be happy, so she kept giving and spoiling them without end. In her past life, Zhang Chunqin worked very hard and was lucky, with many opportunities. But she was stuck in her own stubbornness. She wanted to support her children and sacrifice herself for their happiness. In the end, she ruined herself, and her children didn't necessarily thank her. But everything will be better now. They won't hold my older sister back anymore, Zhang Hongmei said proudly. Old Zhang looked at the 2 sisters and felt a bit lost. Just then, a voice came from the door. "Old Zhang, I finally found you." Zhang Chunqin and the others looked up at the sound. They saw the person at the door was the businessman she had helped last time. Old Zhang's face changed when he saw him. Then he looked distant and cold. "Big brother, I won't go back." Under the mediation of the police, Qin Wentao and others finally made peace. How could they not? If they didn't reconcile, Qin Wentao would return the 1,000 yuan to the Qin family elders, and from then on, he would cut all ties with Qin Guohua and the elders. Qin Wentao was very clever. He knew they might not help him much, but he didn't want to cut off his future options. So, in the end, the elders of the Qin family demanded that Qin Guohua stay at Qin Wentao's house until he found a job for Qin Guohua. As for Zhang Zhaodi, it was her younger brother causing trouble, so she had no choice but to accept it. The elders of the Qin family were not badly beaten. Zhang Zhaodi was only slightly scratched when she tried to stop the fight. Qin Guohua was used to farm work, strong, and didn't suffer much. The most badly injured was Qin Wentao, whose hair was pulled out in patches, his face was swollen like a pig's head, his neck was full of scratches, and he was punched a few times. He was in a lot of pain and felt very hopeless. Because it was late and the commotion had gone on for a while, the 2 elderly members of the Qin family stayed at Qin Wentao's place for now, while Qin Guohua and Qin Baoxiang went back to Qin village. That evening, after such a big fight during the day, the family sat together for dinner. Son Ermei asked Qin Wentao, who looked like a pig's head, "You bought a diploma for your brother-in-law. Why don't you buy one for Guobao too?" Qin Guobao also looked up and stared at Qin Wentao. He didn't even know that diplomas could be bought. "You bought your brother-in-law a middle school diploma, but you want me to buy a university degree for Guobao, all at once?" Son Ermei said, as if it was obvious. Qin Wentao's eyelids twitched sharply when he heard his mother say that. "Mom, if university degrees were so easy to buy, they wouldn't be valuable. Why do people pay to take college entrance exams? Just buy one directly, and it's done. I only have a high school diploma myself," Qin Wentao explained patiently. Son Ermei continued, "Then a high school diploma." Finally, Son Ermei gritted her teeth and said, "Junior high school is enough. Hurry up and find one for Guobao. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you." Qin Guohua, happy with the result, got up to serve the food. As he stood up, he suddenly saw Zhang Zhaodi in the corner of the living room feeding the baby. In that moment, Qin Guohua's blood seemed to rush to his head. His face turned red, but his eyes were fixed on Zhang Zhaodi's chest as she fed the baby. He swallowed nervously. He felt some part of himself being awakened. At that moment, Zhang Zhaodi seemed to sense something. She looked up just in time to meet Qin Guohua's gaze, and sparks flew. Zhang Zhaodi was angry and hated the Qin family deeply, especially because Qin Guohua's mother had mistreated the children. The injuries on the children caused by Qin Baoxiang's rough handling still hadn't healed. Seeing Qin Guohua staring at her chest, she clearly understood what he was thinking. Qin Guohua was 2 years older than Qin Wentao and still unmarried, so he must be craving a woman. So, she didn't glare back, but instead smiled gently at Qin Guohua, using the same calm approach she used with Qin Wentao. Qin Guohua saw Zhang Zhaodi smile at him and felt as if something hit his chest. He stared blankly, lost in thought. At this moment, second sister's son sensed something unusual and called out to Qin Guohua, "Guohua, what are you looking at?" As soon as she spoke, everyone's eyes followed where Qin Guohua was looking. On the sofa, Zhang Zhaodi had already pulled up her clothes and was playing with a child. Second sister's son thought Qin Guohua was worried about Zhang Zhaodi making things difficult for him, so she said, "Wentao's wife, my Guohua lives here. You don't mind, right?" Zhang Zhaodi smiled at them and said, "Of course. Guohua can stay comfortably at home." Hearing this, even Qin Wentao couldn't help but look up. This wasn't something his wife usually said. But then he thought she wouldn't say anything else. Today's trouble was caused by Zhang Zhaodi's brother. If she didn't want Guohua to stay, the grandparents would be furious and punish her. No one noticed anything strange. Qin Guohua also looked away awkwardly, but his heart was pounding. A woman who has been to school is beautiful and knows how to express feelings. Her gaze is full of light. He was captivated by Zhang Zhaodi's look, feeling restless and itchy all over. Zhang Zhaodi watched Qin Guohua's back as he walked away and sneered coldly. What kind of people are from the Qin family? She flirted with Qin Wentao back then, just smiled at him, and he followed her everywhere. And Qin Guohua is even worse. Just a glance, and look at his pathetic state. During the 3 days she left the children, Zhang Zhaodi had already done something inappropriate. Once a person crosses a line, there's no going back. In the past, Zhang Zhaodi was proud, thinking she was beautiful and deserved to be spoiled. But after those 3 days, she lost her pride. They're all the same. Qin Wentao used to love her dearly and listen to everything she said.
Now?
He often hits her. Right now, Qin Wentao was still happy that Zhang Zhaodi was sensible and that she didn't cause trouble today, but he didn't realize that soon he would lose his wife. Actually, if Zhang Zhaodi didn't really care about the children, she wouldn't have come back. That night, Qin Guohua dutifully looked after the elderly in the Qin family. Zhang Zhaodi watched from the living room, sneering coldly in her heart. No wonder these 2 old folks like Qin Guohua. Look at Qin Wentao's behavior, almost like that of an ancestor. When seeing Qin Guohua giving a massage and washing her feet, she also liked Qin Guohua. After Qin Guohua finished washing the feet of the 2 elders, he looked up and met Zhang Zhaodi's gaze. Zhang Zhaodi clearly knew where her charm lay, so she quietly looked at Qin Guohua with eyes full of flirtation. Qin Guohua blushed deeply under her gaze. The next moment, Zhang Zhaodi pretended to open her clothes as if to feed the baby. Qin Guohua turned his head and ran away. Zhang Zhaodi snorted coldly and took the baby into the room. Sun Ermiai and Qin Laotu were unaware of the strange atmosphere in the house. That night, Qin Wentao and Zhang Zhaodi lay in the same bed, and he became restless. Zhang Zhaodi pushed him away. "You're hurt like that, and you're still not behaving properly." Qin Wentao felt that Zhang Zhaodi was no longer as gentle and sweet as before. He tried to coax her. "Are you still upset with me?"
I was too angry last time.
"You know how much I love you. For you, I am willing to risk everything." Hearing this, Zhang Zhaodi felt disgusted but still smiled gently. "The past is the past. I don't blame you anymore. I just want us to live a good life. Now that we have children, we should take good care of them. Qin Wentao reached out and held her. I'm in pain, so you should use other ways. Zhang Zhaodi looked annoyed, but still did as he asked. The room was not well soundproofed, and Qin Guohua, who was heated up by Zhang Zhaodi, could clearly hear the sounds from the next room. His night became even longer. His hand unconsciously reached toward the blanket. Because they only stayed one night, the two elders slept in the living room. They whispered, "Is this job settled?" Qin Laotu lowered his voice. "It has to be. If Qin Wentao dares to go against us again, I'll mess up his job too." Sun Ermiai also said with dislike, "I thought he was a good person, but it turns out he's just like Zhang Chunqin." Qin Laotu sneered. What kind of good thing can come from Zhang Chunqin? Look at how she used to teach the children. With her, what good can come out? Our Guobao is the most filial. The two elders whispered a few more words and then went to sleep. After the Hong Kong businessman came to find old Zhang, he left with him. This afternoon, Zhang Chunqin and Zhang Hongmei tidied up. The shop was completely cleaned and organized. Zhang Hongmei peeked outside, looking around. Zhang Chunqin asked with a smile, "What are you looking at?" Zhang Hongmei said, "Do you think Brother Zhang ran off with that trader from Hong Kong?" Zhang Chunqin laughed and said, "Where would he run to?" Zhang Hongmei replied, "To Hong Kong?" Zhang Chunqin shook her head. "He went back to Hong Kong a few days ago. He's probably there handling some business. Plus, he just invested so much money here. Would he just give it up?" Zhang Chunqin didn't know what kind of relationship old Zhang had with the trader from Hong Kong, but in her previous life, old Zhang never returned to Hong Kong. In this life, she had changed many things, but old Zhang's views probably wouldn't change. His reluctance to go back to Hong Kong must have his own reasons. "Big sister, I feel like Brother Zhang isn't an ordinary person," Zhang Hongmei said with a pout, still feeding her sister meat. "Sis, you should eat this pork shoulder. I especially cooked it for you. You're so tall, you should eat more." Our sister-obsessed girl was still feeding her sister. She had a goal. Recently, she checked her sister's weight. Only 85 Jin. Her sister, who is 1.76 meters tall, was so thin she looked like a bamboo pole. If she gained to 120 Jin, her goal would be achieved. "I can't eat anymore." "You eat yourself," Zhang Chunqin said, genuinely unable to eat more. "You should eat too. Later, your big sister and you will go to Renmin Bridge to see the view. Your fashion design class is already registered, and your classes will start soon." Zhang Chunqin handed her sister some pork shoulder. The two sisters got along very well. After finishing their meal, as Zhang Chunqin prepared to close the shop, old Zhang returned. Zhang Hongmei looked behind him and asked with curiosity, "Hey, Brother Zhang, where's your friend?" Old Zhang smiled and said he's gone back. Then he happily told Zhang Chunqin, "Chunqin, soon we'll be able to sell at a Hong Kong auction house." Old Zhang worked as a ticket seller in Hong Kong, and most of the people he knew weren't very reputable. So he could only find some underground auction houses. Now that they could sell through a legitimate auction house, that was even better. Zhang Chunqin smiled and said, "That's good. Business will keep getting better." Zhang Hongmei pushed a prepared lunchbox in front of old Zhang and said, "Brother Zhang, you should eat. My sister and I are going out." Old Zhang nodded and said, "Okay." When Zhang Hongmei was leaving, she pointed to the lunchbox and said, "Today, I added meat for you." Old Zhang looked at Zhang Hongmei and couldn't help but smile. After Zhang Hongmei and Zhang Chunqin left, the Hong Kong businessman came over from a distance. Living the glamorous life in Hong Kong, and now doing small business with these two middle-aged women? The businessman looked around, clearly not impressed with this small shop. Old Zhang smiled and said, "It's safe here. No risk of losing my wife. In Hong Kong, she might be in danger." As soon as he said this, the businessman's smile froze, and he whispered, "You really blame me?" Old Zhang looked at him coldly and said, "If you feel guilty, help me more with my business. I won't do small business forever. When I grow bigger, I hope you can help." The businessman nodded and said, "All right. If you don't want to go back, then forget it." He glanced at the aluminum lunchbox on the table and smiled. I see you're doing well here. I'm also at ease in Hong Kong. Old Zhang nodded and said, people like you shouldn't come to the mainland often. The businessman shook his head and turned to leave. At the intersection, he saw Zhang Chunqin and her sister walking. He rolled down his window and asked, do you want to get in the car? Zhang Chunqin looked at him and shook her head. No need. We're just taking a walk to digest. He didn't insist, closed the window and drove away. Zhang Chunqin knew him. Now he's Hong Kong's richest man, Mr. Lin. She recognized his face earlier and went over to help him. It wasn't because she wanted to get close, just to be familiar. Big sister, look at that. Zhang Hongmei pointed to something nearby. The two were taking a shortcut through an alley from Panjiayuan towards Renmin Bridge. They were walking through the same dark alley where Qin Guohua used to gamble. Today, they saw Qin Guohua being led into the underground yard to gamble, caught in a conspiracy. Zhang Chunqin knew exactly what kind of place this alley was. She was shocked to see Qin Guohua involved in gambling. At that moment, her first thought was Qin Guohua also involved in gambling in her past life, and that's why he faked his death? She didn't investigate further and told Zhang Hongmei, don't worry about him. It's none of our business. Zhang Hongmei looked toward Qin Guohua's direction and frowned. She asked, should we follow and see what he's doing? Zhang Chunqin shook her head directly. No need. I know what that place is. It's a small underground casino. That's where they cheat honest people. If Qin Guohua goes in, he won't come out without losing everything. Hearing this, Zhang Hongmei was surprised. Not only does he have a mistress, but he also gambles. That guy is so bad. Luckily, they divorced, or he dragged the whole family down. Gambling is hard to stop once you start. People like Qin Guohua, with little self-control and no ability, will make the Qin family's future difficult. Zhang Chunqin and Zhang Hongmei bypassed a dark alley and went straight to Renmin Bridge. Because the policy supporting individual businesses was about to be announced, everyone already knew the news. Things were lively at Renmin Bridge. Zhang Hongmei had been there twice before, always in the morning. It was less busy in the afternoon. In the past, this area was like Panjiayuan, with courtyards and street vendors. Now, it was very lively. Vendors no longer hid or peeked around. They were more open. The people with red armbands catching others were not as active anymore. Big sister, do you think I should set up a stall first? A few days ago, I asked Brother Zhang about rent prices. It's too expensive. I bought a courtyard, but I don't have much money left. Brother Zhang said that after setting up a stall, no one will chase you away. Just pay a small fee, said Zhang Hongmei. Zhang Chunqin nodded. Good idea. You should go to Guangqing and check it out. Guangqing is close to Hong Kong, and their clothes are the most fashionable. Zhang Hongmei nodded. Then I won't need a shop. I was worried about a storefront, but now I save a lot of money. Zhang Chunqin took Zhang Hongmei for a walk nearby. After walking a bit, they saw several small stalls selling all kinds of things. It seemed to have become instinctive. When they saw people approaching, they acted like they wanted to run away. Zhang Hongmei followed Zhang Chunqin around, and they bought everything they liked. Business is really good here. Zhang Hongmei looked at the surrounding stalls. Zhang Chunqin also looked around and nodded. It will get even better. In the future, Renmin Bridge would be the busiest area in this part of the city. Later, clothing sales here boomed, and then the area became famous for selling snacks. In the previous life, until Zhang Chunqin died, this place was still in the city center. Start by setting up a stall, and once you have more money, buy another shop. If you're not doing business, you can rent shops. When you're older, the rent from these shops can support you. Zhang Chunqin planned a future for Zhang Hongmei. Zhang Hongmei's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. Yes, make more money. Then we won't lack money to rent shops in the future. The two of them wandered around nearby, ate a bowl of wonton, and then went home. On the way back, they ran into Qin Guohua again. He was coming from another alley. As Zhang Chunqin and Zhang Hongmei passed by, they overheard the man leading Qin Guohua gambling saying, Guohua, you don't win every time. Sometimes you lose, sometimes you win. We'll come back tomorrow. Today's luck was bad, but tomorrow it will be better and you'll win money. Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin gave a mocking smile. Zhang Hongmei peeked at Qin Guohua's back. Big sister, last time Qin Guohua was caught cheating in bed and vomited blood. Do you think he has any aftereffects? I heard he took too much of that pig breeding medicine. If you take so much, won't it harm your health? Zhang Hongmei had heard villagers say that Qin Guohua was not capable and relied on that medicine to sneak into Qin Baoxiang's bed. Zhang Chunqin patted Zhang Hongmei.
Don't worry about that.
Are you worried about Qin Guohua? Zhang Hongmei made a dismissive sound. If he's not doing well, I'll be happy. Zhang Chunqin shrugged. I don't know. I haven't asked around. But with Qin Baoxiang's personality, when you have time, buy some sugar and peanuts, walk around the village, give them a few candies. You can find out everything. Zhang Hongmei nodded.
I should ask about him sometime.
The sisters joked and returned home, feeling very carefree and happy. Qin Guohua stayed at Qin Wentao's house. When Sun Ermiai and Qin Laotu left, they were worried Qin Guohua might suffer here, so they told him, if they don't treat you well, tell Grandpa and Grandma. They will come to deal with Qin Wentao. These elders really cared about Qin Guohua. Having their grandson close by was different from others. After watching his grandparents leave, Qin Guohua returned to his room. When he entered, he felt shy and scared. Facing Zhang Zhaodi, he didn't know where to put his hands. Qin Guohua grew up in the countryside and had been arranged for a match by Sun Ermiai. Sun Ermiai saw Qin Wentao marry a beautiful wife and wanted to find a better match for Qin Guohua. Their beloved grandson should naturally be better suited than Zhang Chunqin's son. Because of Sun Ermiai's attitude, Qin Guohua remained single. Qin Guohua didn't have a proper job, wasn't handsome, was not tall, and looked like Qin Baoxiang. The Qin family was known in the village for their quarrelsome wife, Zhang Chunqin, who was often bullied, and everyone saw it clearly. Good men didn't want to marry Qin Guohua, and the less desirable one Sun Ermiai didn't like. Because of this, Qin Guohua was delayed. Until now, since leaving his family, Qin Guohua hadn't interacted with young women outside. He stood awkwardly in the living room. Zhang Zhaodi looked at Qin Guohua's shy appearance and smiled, saying, Guohua, just treat this place like your home. Qin Guohua shyly nodded and then found a seat to sit down. Not sure if Qin Guohua did it on purpose, but he sat directly opposite Zhang Zhaodi. Seeing the children, he remembered how his mother mistreated them. He said to Zhang Zhaodi, Zhaodi, I was raised by Zhang Chunqin. My mother never took care of children. She doesn't know how. When the kids cry, she gets impatient and sometimes hurts them. We really didn't know she did this. As he spoke, he took a big piece of money from his pocket and said, this is to buy some good food for the kids. Zhang Zhaodi's eyes lit up when she saw the money. She smiled even more brightly at Qin Guohua. Bao, you don't have to be so polite. You are you, and your mother is your mother. I know you're a good person, Zhang Zhaodi said with a warm smile, looking very beautiful. Qin Guohua looked up and saw Zhang Zhaodi smiling happily, and he was stunned. How could Qin Wentao marry such a beautiful wife? Why can't I meet someone like her? The girls in the village were all dark and thin, and looked plain. Qin Wentao used to love his wife very much. You could tell because he would come back at noon to cook, showing how much he cared for Zhang Zhaodi. So Zhang Zhaodi was kept fair and tender, and she was naturally good-looking. Now, because she had just given birth and was still breastfeeding, she looked curvy and attractive. Zhang Zhaodi saw Qin Guohua staring at her absent-mindedly and felt a bit annoyed inside, but she still smiled and said, Have you been around the county town? I can take you to the nearby supply and marketing cooperative. Would you like to buy something? Qin Guohua originally didn't want to go out, but seeing Zhang Zhaodi's smiling face, he unconsciously nodded. Zhang Zhaodi carried the child and went with him to the supply and marketing cooperative. Whether to show off or to please Zhang Zhaodi, Qin Guohua bought quite a few things for the child. When they were about to leave, Qin Guohua was lost in thought looking at the dress on the model. Zhang Zhaodi came over and looked at the dress. Guohua, what's wrong? Actually, according to the family hierarchy, Zhang Zhaodi should call Qin Guohua her little uncle. But based on their relationship, Qin Guohua is the eldest brother. Now, the family ties are all mixed up, so no one follows the proper titles and everyone just uses names. Zhaodi, this dress is really beautiful. Try it on. Qin Guohua was already imagining Zhang Zhaodi wearing the dress. Zhang Zhaodi used to be spoiled by Qin Wentao, and she bought many dresses and clothes. But since Zhang Chunqin changed, life at home hasn't been as good as before. She hasn't bought new clothes for a long time. Seeing the pretty dress now, she liked it very much. She hesitated for a moment, handed the child to Qin Guohua, and then turned around to change into the dress. Not long after, Zhang Zhaodi came out wearing the new dress. She looked at Qin Guohua, her eyes twinkling, and waved her hand. Guohua, come here. Qin Guohua obediently went over. Zhang Zhaodi took the child and said to Qin Guohua, help me zip up. Qin Guohua was stunned. Then his hands trembled as he reached out to zip her up. His hands were shaking badly, and his rough fingers touched Zhang Zhaodi's back. A silent tension grew between them. Zhang Zhaodi wanted that dress and deliberately asked Qin Guohua to help her zip it up. She was very good at reading men. Back in school, many men were behind her. Marrying Qin Wentao was a calculated decision. After marriage, she still knew how to control Qin Wentao. If it weren't for the many things happening recently, Qin Wentao would still be handing over his salary and obediently supporting her family. Over time, Zhang Zhaodi even managed to get Qin Wentao to give her brother a house. She was very skilled at handling Qin Wentao, not to mention Qin Guohua, who had little contact with women. After zipping up, Zhang Zhaodi turned around and asked Qin Guohua, do I look good? Qin Guohua looked at her bright smile and froze, nodding slowly, very pretty. Zhang Zhaodi smiled and nodded. I think so too. But the dress is too expensive. As she spoke, she was about to take it off. Qin Guohua suddenly grabbed Zhang Zhaodi's hand. Zhaodi, you look great. Don't take it off. I'll buy it for you. Zhang Zhaodi quickly covered her mouth exaggeratedly and shook her head to refuse. No, this dress is too expensive. I can't take it for free. Qin Guohua stared at Zhang Zhaodi affectionately and softly said, I live at your house, eating and drinking for free. Buying you a dress is nothing. We're all family. He immediately went to pay the bill. When paying, Zhang Zhaodi saw several large banknotes in Qin Guohua's pocket and started to think of other plans. Recently, her parents asked her for money every day, and Zhang Yaozu was also constantly demanding money. She had a child to take care of and couldn't go out to earn money. Anyway, going out was just to meet men, so she might as well focus on her family. The 100-something yuan she once asked a man for during a disagreement with Qin Wentao was just her asking for money. Once she had done it once, there would be many more times. Now, Zhang Zhaodi was using this method on Qin Guohua, and it was working perfectly. Guohua, let's go home. Zhang Zhaodi put on her new dress, smiling even more sweetly. Qin Guohua's whole body stiffened, and his eyes fixed on Zhang Zhaodi. He stared at her with longing, feeling even more restless. He was already jealous of Qin Wentao, and now he was even more jealous. Both of them were sons of Qin Guohua, but why could Qin Wentao live such a good life, while his own son had nothing? Qin Guohua had been having a tough time recently. He lost a lot of money gambling. At first, he was winning. He had good luck and won nearly 500 yuan over 3 days. But later, his luck turned bad, and he kept losing hundreds of yuan every day. You might wonder where this money came from. Some of his brothers who played cards with him had connections, and they helped him borrow money and even guaranteed it for him. But these days, as his losses grew, Qin Guohua finally started to feel scared. So much money. How could he pay it back? Sun Ermiai also noticed her son's recent worries. She thought it was because of his divorce and that he was unhappy. Guohua, if a woman like Zhang Chunqin wants a divorce, then let her go. Don't feel sad, my son. Sun Ermiai comforts her son. Then she looks at Qin Baoxiang, who is outside feeding the pigs. Do you not like Qin Baoxiang? If you don't like her, I will say it out loud and find someone else for you. This was just Sun Ermiai comforting Qin Guohua. Everyone in the village knows about the trouble in the Qin family. No one wants to marry into their house. When Qin Guohua hears this, he immediately shakes his head. Mom, I am already the father of 5 children. Wentao's child calls me grandpa. I won't find anyone else. He pauses and then says to son Ermei, and my health is damaged because of Qin Baoxiang. That medicine hurt me. Son Ermei is surprised and excited. What do you mean, hurt you? Qin Guohua's face turns red, and he looks embarrassed. Seeing her son's reaction, son Ermei quickly understands. She picks up a broom and rushes toward Qin Baoxiang, who is feeding the pigs. Qin Baoxiang, you wicked girl. Causing trouble, making a fuss, and ruining your man's health, she yells, swinging the broom. Qin Baoxiang is confused and dodges. Mom, why are you hitting me? What did I do wrong? Giving Qin Guohua that strange medicine. You made him sick, son Ermei says angrily. Qin Baoxiang stops and looks at Qin Guohua, who is blushing deeply. She asks Guohua, are you really unable to do it? Actually, since Zhang Chunqin and Qin Guohua divorced, Qin Baoxiang has tried many times to get close to Qin Guohua. But each time, he either pushes her away or is unable to perform. She thought maybe Qin Guohua was just too tired lately, but now she realizes he really can't do it. Qin Guohua looks at Qin Baoxiang coldly and goes into the house, ignoring her. Qin Baoxiang looks at him, then turns to son Ermei and says, Mom, don't worry. I have a way to make Guohua work. He's only in his 40s. How can he just refuse? I have a plan. Son Ermei, seeing her confident face, glares and says, Qin Baoxiang, stay away from my son. If you cause any more trouble, I will kill you. Be careful with your skin. After saying this, she throws down the broom, turns around, and goes into the house to ask her son what is really wrong with Qin Guohua. Her old man was not well before, but a home remedy helped him. In the yard, Qin Baoxiang was also making plans. She needed to go to the county town to find some things that Qin Guohua liked and buy some picture books she used to read. As long as she worked hard enough, she could help Qin Guohua regain his strength. Zhang Chunqin and old Zhang had already gathered some goods. Old Zhang looked at the items and said to Zhang Chunqin, I'll send these to Hong Kong first. I know you don't have much money now. Indeed, Zhang Chunqin had no money left. She had used her little savings to buy a courtyard house and a shop. Many of the items she collected were bought at high prices from the black market. Items bought from the black market cost one price, but sending them to Hong Kong and auctioning them would cost another. Be careful and stay safe, Zhang Chunqin said politely. Old Zhang asked her, is there anything you want me to bring back from Hong Kong? Zhang Chunqin thought for a moment and said, Big brother Zhang, please bring some magazines from Hong Kong for Hongmei. Hong Kong is ahead in fashion, and if Hongmei sees them, she'll know what's popular in the country soon. Old Zhang nodded with a smile. You two sisters really think of each other all the time. Zhang Chunqin helplessly said, my other sisters all have children and husbands, but Hongmei is alone. Now I am also alone, so we naturally support each other. Suddenly, old Zhang asked, do you remember Comrade Fu's ex-wife, Sister Shui Fu? Zhang Chunqin was surprised and looked up immediately. Old Zhang chuckled. It seems she was investigated. So the shop we used to run has probably closed for now. Luckily, I haven't been doing business with my old friend anymore, or I would be in trouble too. Zhang Chunqin asked in surprise, can their business still go on? Old Zhang shook his head. I don't know if Shui Fu is safe, but I think my friend can't escape. He was backed by the Shui family. Now that something has happened, someone has to take the blame. If old Zhang didn't leave now, he would be the one blamed. Zhang Chunqin was shocked but didn't ask more. She recalled the antique shop from her past life. Back then, she was still being tricked by Wang the broker. It was only after being deceived several times by Wang that she finally found old Zhang. Before that, Zhang Chunqin didn't know about the old Zhang shop from her past life. She shook her head and decided not to think about her past anymore. No matter what, she had already changed everything. She said to old Zhang, Brother Zhang, if they can't keep their business, can we take over that shop? We don't want the stuff inside, just the shop itself. Old Zhang smiled and said, I knew you'd have this idea. I'll go to Hong Kong first to sell the goods. When I return, I'll find out how things are on their side. Zhang Chunqin nodded. Old Zhang's flight was scheduled for tomorrow. That evening, Zhang Hongmei insisted he come over for dinner. Zhang Chunqin sent something. After old Zhang left, she asked Zhang Hongmei, Are you interested in old Zhang? Hearing this, Zhang Hongmei blushed. No. I just think it's nice to do business together and share a meal. Zhang Chunqin, knowing her sister's straightforward nature, smiled and said, He's a good person. I just don't know much about him. You should think carefully. Zhang Chunqin and old Zhang had known each other for 2 lifetimes, but she still didn't know much about him. Such a man either has a difficult past he's unwilling to share or is wary of them and doesn't want them to know his history. Either way, he's cautious around them. But Zhang Chunqin knew her sister's honest personality. If she had questions, she would ask herself. She didn't need to worry. She was no longer a child. Sis, tomorrow I'll visit Mom and Dad to find out how Qin's family is doing, Zhang Hongmei said. Zhang Chunqin smiled and nodded. All right, go ahead. Don't buy too much stuff. Let them see you're having a hard time, so they don't think your life is easy. Dress a bit worn out. You know what kind of people our parents are. Zhang Hongmei nodded. I know. The next day, when Zhang Hongmei left, she also took Zhang Chunqin to the supply store. Zhang Chunqin bought some candies, peach pastries, and a piece of meat. That's enough. Too much, and they'll start to get ideas. Zhang Hongmei covered her mouth and said, If they say anything, I'll borrow money. I'll tell them I'm having a tough time outside. Just a little help to get by. Zhang Chunqin smiled and nodded. Good. Don't rush back today. I plan to visit the teacher and old Chu later. After hearing old Zhang's words, Zhang Chunqin wanted to ask Chu Wanyin about Shuifu's situation. She had heard some news about Shuifu. Most likely, she was caught stealing and replacing items. She heard from old Zhang that someone would take the blame, and in the end, Shuifu would probably be demoted and have her money restored. Zhang Chunqin sighed inwardly. People in power commit crimes differently from ordinary people. When Zhang Chunqin and Zhang Hongmei left the supply and marketing cooperative, they saw an acquaintance. Not far away, Zhang Zhaodi was holding her child and talking with Qin Guohua. Even more surprising was that Zhang Zhaodi and Qin Guohua were chatting happily. Zhang Hongmei pulled Zhang Chunqin and said, Sister, is this world so strange? When did Qin Guohua start hanging out with Zhang Zhaodi? The Qin family really got Qin Guohua to work in the city. Zhang Chunqin was also very surprised. Having been a mother-in-law for 2 generations, she knew how proud her daughter-in-law was. She looked down on all the Qin family members equally. Although she was also from the countryside, she thought the Qin family were just rustic folks, and she considered herself a city girl. Zhang Chunqin looked at their backs, thoughtfully watching Qin Guohua's unruly hand. Something was off about these two. Zhang Hongmei also seemed to notice and covered her mouth in shock. Sister, your son might be in trouble. I see Zhang Zhaodi is very proud and aloof. So why does she like Qin Guohua? This news shocked the sisters so much they couldn't react for a while. Zhang Chunqin snorted coldly anyway. They're all Qin family members. It doesn't matter anymore. It's not important. Zhang Hongmei covered her mouth and smiled. Yes, cutting ties now. They're all Qin Guohua's sons. No matter which son Zhang Zhaodi is with, she's still a daughter-in-law. Someone was following Zhang Chunqin. Qin Guohua was happily at Qin Wentao's house. He had money, given by the 2 elders of the Qin family. Zhang Zhaodi saw that Qin Guohua was not short of money, so she didn't refuse his friendliness. Qin Wentao was completely unaware of the underlying tension between Zhang Zhaodi and Qin Guohua. There was trouble at the matchstick factory. Today, Zhang Yaozu went to work at the matchstick factory and had an accident on his first day. Zhang Yaozu got into a fight with someone at the factory. Because he injured someone and sent them to the hospital, the factory started investigating Zhang Yaozu. Without checking, I didn't realize anything, but once I looked into it, I found out that Zhang Yaozu's education credentials were all fake. This matter was brought to the factory manager's attention, and the investigation led to Qin Wentao. Now, things got serious. Zhang Yaozu was fired, and Qin Wentao received a formal warning. After the incident, Zhang Yaozu left the factory with Qin Wentao, still cursing loudly. That person says I do everything poorly, calls me lazy. I won't stand for it. On my first day, I could do anything, so why does he complain? Zhang Yaozu was fired but still believed he was right. Then, he ordered Qin Wentao, brother-in-law, find me another job. Find me one where I don't have to work. This job is exhausting, and I don't earn much in a month. Ideally something like yours sitting in an office drinking tea. Qin Wentao, already annoyed, looked up at him and said, should I ask the factory director to give you his position? Hearing this, Zhang Yaozu frowned and replied angrily, Qin Wentao, how can you talk like that? You married my sister, so isn't it your job to find me a job? What's your problem? You ended up with some lousy job, you're useless. If you had any ability, you wouldn't have found me such a terrible job. After cursing, Zhang Yaozu turned and left. He was spoiled by his family since childhood. Zhang Zhaodi's family treated him like royalty. He wouldn't do any work, and even sitting in an office all day might be too much for him. Qin Wentao was fed up with Zhang Zhaodi's family. He spent a lot of money and effort to get that job, only for Zhang Yaozu to ruin it in a day. The factory manager was already unhappy with him, and now he had a formal warning too. Fuming with anger, Qin Wentao stormed home. He kicked open the door and saw Qin Guohua joking and chatting with Zhang Zhaodi. His anger grew even more. He pointed at Zhang Zhaodi and scolded, Zhang Zhaodi, your brother ruined his job in just one day. Do you still have time to joke around with Qin Guohua here? Zhang Zhaodi's smile froze on her face. She quickly asked what happened. Qin Wentao sneered and said, he can't do any work. His trainer told him off, and he beat the trainer so badly that he ended up in the hospital. The factory investigated him and found out his diploma was fake, so they fired him. Now, I was questioned about it. I paid to get him in, and I also received a punishment. Zhang Zhaodi turned pale and said, how did he cause trouble on his first day? Then she quickly grabbed Qin Wentao's arm. What kind of job did you find for him? He's spoiled by his family. If you find him a job that requires work, he definitely won't be able to do it. Hearing this, Qin Wentao grabbed Zhang Zhaodi's chin with a cold smile. Is there a job that doesn't require work, like being a factory manager? I also want a job where I get paid without doing anything. You find me one. Zhang Zhaodi's chin was almost dislocated by Qin Wentao's grip. She stammered, Wentao, speak nicely.
Don't hit me.
Didn't you promise you wouldn't hit me? Hitting one's wife happens once in a while, or countless times. Since Qin Wentao hit Zhang Zhaodi, he couldn't control his temper anymore. Every time there's trouble at Zhang Zhaodi's home, he wants to beat her to death. It's always about her family's mess. They are such useless people, yet their family treats them like royalty. Zhang Zhaodi, if I give this job to Guohua, he might even thank me. As for your brother, he complains that I found him a job that requires work. Why not find him a job where he gets paid without doing anything? What kind of family are you all? Always picky about jobs. Qin Wentao was so angry, he wanted to slap Zhang Zhaodi. Recently, Qin Guohua and Zhang Zhaodi were very close. Seeing Qin Wentao start to hit, he rushed over to stop him. Wentao, calm down. There are other jobs. This isn't Zhaodi's fault. Qin Wentao finally calmed down, shook off Zhang Zhaodi, and pointed at her. Zhaodi, don't mention your useless brother in front of me anymore. After saying this, he slammed the door and went into his room. Zhang Zhaodi sank to the ground, covering her face in pain. She didn't understand how Qin Wentao, who used to listen to her, became like this. She cried loudly, covering her face. Qin Guohua looked at Zhang Zhaodi and felt sad. He squatted down to comfort her. Zhaodi, it's not your fault. If your brother really can't do any work, don't force him to go to work. Hearing this, Zhang Zhaodi wiped her tears and said, I told my parents that he's not cut out for work at all. He wouldn't even help if the oil bottle spilled at home. How can he do any work? She painfully covered her face and said, What should I do now? I really can't go on. I've done my best. Zhang Jiadi was also very tired. She had been supporting her family, giving them everything she had, but they always thought it was not enough. Qin Guohua wanted to reach out and hug her, but he was afraid. He just softly comforted her, saying, I will talk to Wentao. No need, Zhang Jiadi replied after a while. You focus on your work. I'll cook dinner. She said this while placing the children on the sofa, then turned to go cook. During dinner, the finger marks Qin Wentao had made on Zhang Jiadi's face were still visible and looked shocking. Qin Guohua looked at the finger marks on Zhang Jiadi's face and finally spoke. Wentao, you and your wife should talk nicely. Don't fight, it hurts your feelings. Qin Wentao also saw the finger marks on Zhang Jiadi's face. He just frowned coldly. The first time he hit Zhang Jiadi, he regretted it immediately. The second time he felt guilty. Now, he didn't feel much guilt at all. Why did he hit Zhang Jiadi? It was because she supported her family. Why did he only hit her, and not others? Because she deserved it. Qin Wentao answered indifferently, I understand. At this moment, Zhang Jiadi slowly spoke. Wentao, I want to go out and work. When Qin Wentao heard this, he suddenly looked up, frowned, and said, Where will you work? What can you do? If you go to work, who will take care of the children? Zhang Jiadi took a deep breath. I will find a job myself. I'll find one that can take care of the children. She then stood up and went to the kitchen. Qin Wentao didn't say anything more. Qin Guohua looked at Zhang Jiadi's choking figure with concern and even felt some resentment towards Qin Wentao. Such a good wife. Why doesn't he cherish her? After Gu Tongwen finished tidying up tools and the house, she came over to Chu Wanyin's place. These days, Chu Wanyin was on a business trip and other teachers were covering her classes. She knew Chu Wanyin would be back tonight, so she came early to cook something delicious for her. When Chu Wanyin reached the building, she smelled the aroma. She followed the smell and arrived, smiling as she said at the door, Wow, train food is terrible. Just smelling from downstairs, I knew you were here. Zhang Chunqin accurately guessed the time and saw that someone had returned. It's ready. Hurry up and wash your hands before eating. Chu Wanyin didn't bother with politeness. She washed her hands and started eating quickly. In the past, Chu Wanyin was very concerned with manners. She always ate politely and gracefully. Later, after losing her sense of decorum and dignity, she completely abandoned her elegance and noble aura. She used to live too exhausted. After finishing her meal, Chu Wanyin asked her, Old Gu is doing well lately, right? Zhang Chunqin smiled and nodded. Yes, he's doing fine. He spends every day repairing artifacts or writing documents. Chu Wanyin asked again, Has Shui Fu contacted you recently? I think she's been busy with her own things and probably doesn't have time to bother you. Zhang Chunqin nodded. We're not involved in any conflicts, so I shouldn't be her enemy. Hearing this, Chu Wanyin chuckled softly. People are hard to read. She didn't say much about Shui Fu, but she had already given Zhang Chunqin the answer she wanted. Chu Wanyin is smart. She probably guessed that Zhang Chunqin wanted to know about Shui Fu, so she played along nicely. After finishing the meal, Chu Wanyin asked about her divorce. Have you sorted out everything at home? Zhang Chunqin nodded. Yes, everything is settled. Chu Wanyin smiled. Without so many worries, your days will be better. I used to worry about my son, husband, and grandson when I traveled for work. Now I don't want to think about anything. It's very relaxing. Zhang Chunqin nodded. Yes. I used to work 3 jobs alone, and I was afraid they wouldn't have enough to eat or that they wouldn't come home. Now I don't care anymore, and it's really easy. They looked at each other and smiled. After Zhang Chunqin finished tidying up for Chu Wanyin, she left. At the alley entrance, she met Zhang Feng. When they nearly brushed past each other, he stopped her. Is my mom happy now? Zhang Chunqin glanced at Zhang Feng and said, You can see for yourself. I told you it's useless to say anything, you have to feel it. Hearing this, Zhang Feng looked upstairs and asked, Is my mom asleep? Zhang Chunqin nodded. Zhang Feng didn't go upstairs but turned around and left. Zhang Chunqin watched his back and thought of her second son from her past life, the kind and noble director. She wondered if, in her previous life, Zhang Feng had been involved with Xue Fu. There probably is one. However, she is not part of the organization and doesn't know what has happened. Zhang Chunqin also left. When she was walking through the alley, she didn't notice anyone following her. Today, Zhang Chunqin took a well-lit alley, so she was not on guard. The figure followed her at a distance, and when she nearly reached the gate of her courtyard, she remembered she had left something at Xu Wanin's house. She turned around and came face to face with the person following her. Zhang Chunqin was surprised and asked, "Zhang Zhaodi, what are you doing here?" Zhang Zhaodi looked at her and asked, "Mom, I saw you talking to a man."
Who is that man?
Zhang Chunqin sneered and said mockingly, "Zhang Zhaodi, I have already cut ties with Qin Wentao."
Who are you to ask me that?
Then she added, "Or maybe you and Wentao regret it and don't want to cut ties anymore, and you want to help me pay back the money." Zhang Zhaodi's face changed and she frowned, saying, "Mom, you used to love Wentao very much and took good care of me. Why are you acting so unreasonable now?" Zhang Chunqin chuckled mockingly and said, "Yes. I've been honest with you, but do you appreciate it? Do you think I'm just your mother-in-law?" Zhang Zhaodi looked uncomfortable and suspiciously stared at Zhang Chunqin, glancing around. "Mom, do you live around here?" Zhang Chunqin ignored her and spoke in a strange tone. "Zhaodi, I saw you and Guobao near Renmin Bridge a few days ago." Hearing Zhang Chunqin mention Guobao, Zhang Zhaodi's face changed and she became alert.
You. What did you see?
Zhang Chunqin replied coldly, "If you keep asking, I'll go to the matchstick factory tomorrow and ask Wentao." Hearing this, Zhang Zhaodi didn't bother questioning her anymore and turned to leave. She knew very well what she had done. Zhang Chunqin watched her back and sneered coldly. She then went back to pick up the documents she had left at Xu Wanin's house. Zhang Zhaodi originally wanted to follow Zhang Chunqin to see how she was doing now, but Zhang Chunqin saw her. After arguing with Qin Wentao at night, she went to stay at her mother's house. She wanted to find out exactly what was going on with Zhang Yaozu. She didn't realize the full situation until she asked, and it turned out to be exactly what Qin Wentao had said. She was almost so angry she couldn't breathe. After she got home, Qin Wentao was already asleep, but Qin Guohua was still waiting for her. Seeing Zhang Zhaodi return, he immediately stepped forward with concern. "Zhaodi, you're back? Did you find out what's going on? Is it about Yaozu?" Zhaodi nodded. "It's the same as what Wentao told me." Hearing this, Qin Guohua felt very regretful. It would have been better if he had that job. If it had been before, he would have resented Zhaodi, but now he definitely wouldn't. His idol, his hero, could do no wrong. Any mistakes were others' fault. At this moment, he felt deep sympathy for Zhaodi. She hadn't done anything wrong, yet she had to support her helpless brother, be exploited by her parents, and even face misunderstanding and mistreatment from the men in her family. "Zhaodi, go to bed early. It's getting late," Qin Guohua said with care. Zhaodi didn't have time to listen to him and immediately rushed into her room. Once inside, she directly shook Qin Wentao awake. "Wentao, when I went to my parents' place tonight, did I see your mom?" Qin Wentao, still groggy, mumbled, "Whose mom?" Zhaodi repeated, "Your mom?" Zhang Chunqin. "I saw her talking to a young man. They came out of a university staff compound." Hearing this, Qin Wentao finally woke up and stared at Zhaodi, asking, "What's going on? Tell me clearly." Zhaodi gestured with her hands. "A young man, dressed in a suit, polite. I was too far away to see clearly what he looked like, and I didn't hear their conversation, but I saw they were very close." Qin Wentao looked puzzled. "Very close? My mom owes a lot of debt. Who could she be close with?" Zhaodi shook her head. "I don't know. I just got the feeling that man seems to have some influence." Qin Wentao thought for a moment and said to Zhaodi, "When I have time, I'll go check it out." He then impatiently added, "Go to sleep. It's late tonight." Zhang Zhaodi looked at Qin Wentao's cold attitude toward her. Remembering her parents' words, she immediately climbed onto Qin Wentao's body. "Wentao, Today's matter was my brother's fault.
Please don't be angry.
I can see that my brother isn't capable of working. We don't want to find him a job anymore." Qin Wentao responded coldly with a simple reply. Seeing Qin Wentao's indifference, Zhang Zhaodi didn't say anything more and turned over to sleep. Unbeknownst to them, next door, Qin Guohua was eavesdropping with his ear pressed against the wall, acting strangely. He wished he had X-ray vision so he could see what the two people on the bed in the next room were doing. In the following days, Zhang Chunqin was very busy. She went to learn from Gu Kongwen during the day and attended night school at night. About 10 days later, old Zhang Tu returned home. He came back with a bright face. "Chunqin, guess how much I made this time?" Zhang Chunqin looked at old Zhang Tu's expression and asked in surprise, "Could it be better than we expected?" Old Zhang Tu placed a snakeskin bag on the table. Zhang Chunqin opened it and was so shocked that her mouth stayed open for a long time. "Are the prices in Hong Kong really that high?" Zhang Chunqin, having lived through a lifetime, was more experienced than most, but seeing so much money still left her stunned. What surprised her even more was that old Zhang Tu had brought back a bundle of money in a snakeskin bag. Old Zhang Tu smiled and said, "Hong Kong has many rich people. They love to show off with antiques and seem cultured. All our items are genuine. In fact, there was more to it, with Mr. Lin helping out." Zhang Chunqin guessed this but didn't ask. He took out all the money and said to Zhang Chunqin, "Let's split it according to a fair ratio." Zhang Chunqin, being clever, took half. "Brother Zhang, traveling back and forth to Hong Kong is tiring. We can't split it based on the previous ratio. From now on, we'll split it 50-50. As for how to divide in the future, once the business is more stable, we can write a formal contract." Old Zhang Tu agreed, without hesitation.
All right.
"I won't refuse." Zhang Chunqin counted out 30,000 yuan in front of old Zhang Tu. In the era of large sums of money, 30,000 yuan was a huge amount, an enormous fortune. She trembled as she held the money. This was her first business profit. Old Zhang used to work as a card dealer in Macau. He has seen a lot of money, so for him, this amount was just a small sum. Seeing how excited Zhang Chunqin was, he also smiled and said, "When I used to sell antiques over there, I didn't care how much money I made. Now that I go out to work myself, the feeling of earning money is really different." Zhang Chunqin carefully stored the money, then asked old Zhang, "Are we going to have a meal today?" Old Zhang nodded happily. "Bring your sister Hongmei along. Tonight, we'll have a big pork knuckle." Zhang Chunqin also mimicked old Zhang's way, put the money into a black bag, then carried it home. Using a black bag didn't attract attention. She was very careful, but that made her more likely to be robbed. When she got home, she hugged the money and smiled foolishly for a long time. Nowadays, 30,000 yuan is really a lot of money. She kept some as capital, planned to use some for expenses, and wanted to save 1,000 yuan. The rest would be used to buy 2 shops and a courtyard house. She wanted to take advantage of the current low prices for shops and courtyard houses to get a good deal quickly. This period, like the 1980s, was a wave of people going abroad. Many people in Beijing sold their houses to work illegally overseas, thinking they could live better lives and earn big money abroad. Most who went abroad had some savings, so buying courtyard houses at this time was the best deal. After planning how to spend her money, she went to find Zhang Hongmei. When Zhang Hongmei heard old Zhang was back, she put on a new dress and went out. Zhang Chunqin watched her, but didn't say anything. She was over 30, the older sister, but not the mother-in-law. She still needed to manage Zhang Hongmei's love life. Zhang Chunqin was from the future, and her idea was that if you like someone, you could date. Even at 80 or 90, you could date, but children shouldn't be born recklessly. Zhang Hongmei had been widowed for many years, and it wasn't a big problem for her to find a man. During dinner, Zhang Hongmei enthusiastically served old Zhang some dishes. But she was also a master at serving water, so she served herself the same amount of meat as she served old Zhang. In the end, even old Zhang noticed and hesitated before asking Zhang Hongmei, "Hongmei, do you like me? Do you want to be my partner? Otherwise, why are you so eager?" Zhang Hongmei blushed and smiled shyly, then asked old Zhang, "Can you tell? Do I make it obvious?" Old Zhang looked at Zhang Hongmei for a long time, then chuckled awkwardly. "My wife and child died in Hong Kong. I have no family here. I'm all alone. Maybe we should get to know each other first?" Zhang Chunqin watched the two people who didn't waste time or get caught up in unnecessary worries, and she felt a bit speechless. "I lost my man. The man I was with before was a very special person, and I don't have children." Zhang Hongmei quickly explained her situation. So, they started dating. After old Zhang took them home, Zhang Hongmei pulled Zhang Chunqin aside and said, "Sister, am I good? I made him into my person. From now on, when you do business, he won't dare to compete with you. You're his sister-in-law, so even if he loses out a little, he can't turn against you. Isn't that right?" Zhang Chunqin, amused and a bit helpless, said, "You really have a sharp mind." Zhang Hongmei said seriously, "Sister, I think once I found him, no one outside will gossip about us. If he becomes your brother-in-law, no one will say anything about your business. People's hearts are so dirty nowadays. I know some are talking about you too. But from now on, if you tell others he's your sister's man, no one will say anything." Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin's eyes reddened. "I thought you just wanted a man to take care of you. Turns out, you heard the gossip outside." Zhang Hongmei immediately smiled and said, "Sister, I think he's really good. Honest, doesn't argue, and very capable. He must be someone important." Zhang Chunqin hugged Zhang Hongmei for a long time without speaking. After Zhang Chunqin and old Zhang made some money, they became even busier. The profit from antiques was very high. Items that sold for 2,000 or 3,000 domestically could be sold for 20,000 or 30,000 in Hong Kong. With this market, they worked hard to find things to sell and make money. That day, after old Zhang talked about dating Zhang Hongmei, he initially called her by her name, but then changed to Big Sister. Zhang Hongmei, caring for her sister, kept feeding her meat. As for her new partner, old Zhang, she was busy piling food onto his plate. "Hongmei, you're showing favoritism. I'm eating, and you're giving meat to Big Sister." Old Zhang jokingly protested to Zhang Hongmei. Zhang Hongmei glanced at his lunchbox, then casually picked out 2 pieces of cabbage for him. "Then do hard work, eat more rice. Tomorrow I'll get you a bigger lunchbox." Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin chuckled softly. Old Zhang finally calmed down. His older sister is family, but he's just an extra. Since old Zhang got a partner, he shaved his beard, his clothes smell nice, and he eats a balanced diet. His life is getting better every day. After finishing her meal, Zhang Chunqin went out to collect scrap. She returned to her old job from her previous life. Thanks to her past experience, she could find good deals, and many antiques and valuable items are indeed passed down in her family. At the entrance of Panjiayuan, she met Qin Wentao, who was wandering nearby. "Mom, I knew you'd be around here," Qin Wentao said as he approached her. Seeing her wearing old clothes and carrying a plastic bag, he looked at her with pity. He looked at her with disdain. "Mom, what are you doing here? Why are you dressed like that?"
Chunqin lifted her plastic bag, collecting scrap.
"I have a lot of debt. If you don't help me, I have to find my own way. Who else can I turn to?" She immediately smiled kindly. "Are you worried about me? Want to help me pay back the money? Or are you regretting cutting ties with me?" Qin Wentao's face stiffened at her words. "Mom, if you want to pay back the money, you should find a decent job. Collecting scrap doesn't earn much. You owe 5,000 yuan, not 50. Zhang Chunqin stared at her son, asking him coldly, "So, you really want to help me pay it back?" Qin Wentao's expression froze, and he turned to leave quickly. He was afraid that Zhang Chunqin would really drag him into paying the debt again. Zhang Chunqin looked at his back with mockery, spitting in disgust. Logically, since he's her biological son, and considering the situations of Zhang Zhaodi and Qin Guohua, she should try to persuade him. But with Qin Wentao's attitude, she felt it wasn't necessary. Maybe if she said something, he'd think she was just trying to ruin their marriage by forcing him to pay debts. After Qin Wentao walked away, Zhang Chunqin carried her plastic bag and left. Only then did Qin Wentao dare to turn around and look back. He originally thought that his mother might not be as poor as he had believed. But today, seeing Zhang Chunqin's clothes and style, Qin Wentao's hope was dashed again. Zhang Chunqin was collecting scrap. She couldn't wear nice clothes for that. She had changed into old, durable clothes instead. Qin Wentao stood nearby, watching her distant figure grow smaller, feeling very cold inside. Other people's parents could support their children, but his parents clearly couldn't. One made him lose face, and the other was heavily in debt. He stood there for a long time, then slowly turned around. As he turned, a beautiful woman was standing in front of him. He was stunned, surprised to see her, and asked confusedly, "Excuse me, is there something you need?" The woman took off her sunglasses, her eyes charming and flirtatious. Qin Wentao looked at her, lost in thought. He always thought Zhang Zhaodi was very pretty, and he liked her a lot. But compared to the woman in front of him, Zhang Zhaodi was not even close to being as beautiful. The woman wore a flowing long dress, with wavy hair lazily draped over her shoulders. She had delicate makeup on, pushed her sunglasses to her head, and smiled gently at Qin Wentao, completely captivating him. He stared at her for a moment, then asked again, "Hello, do you need something from me?" The woman was Shui Fu. Seeing Qin Wentao looking so lost and distracted, she looked down on him with a sneer. She was a woman who knew her beauty and didn't care for men's admiration. "Are you Zhang Chunqin's son?" she asked Qin Wentao. Hearing her mention his mother, Qin Wentao was shocked and asked, "Do you know my mom? My mom actually knows someone like you?" Shui Fu, hearing Qin Wentao's dismissive tone about his mother, mocked him, "You underestimate your mother. She's very impressive." Qin Wentao found her words amusing and said disdainfully, "She's in debt up to her ears. If she was really impressive, she wouldn't be living like a joke." Shui Fu, amused, asked, "In debt? She's running her own business. How could she owe money? How much does she owe?" Qin Wentao was shocked and asked, "Running a business? Are you talking about her collecting scrap?" Shui Fu looked at Qin Wentao carefully. If she hadn't hired someone to investigate Zhang Chunqin, she wouldn't be sure whether the man in front of her was really Zhang Chunqin's son. She took a deep breath and said to Qin Wentao, "Tell me about your mother's situation, so I can be sure whether the Zhang Chunqin I know is the same person." Qin Wentao felt very confused after hearing Shui Fu's words. "My mother used to be a librarian, then she quit her job. Later, I don't know what she was doing. She owed a lot of money. To avoid burdening us, she divorced my dad and cut ties with us, living outside." Qin Wentao explained, even embellishing their family image. Hearing this, Shui Fu stared at Qin Wentao and said, "As far as I know, your mother is very rich. She sold a painting for thousands of yuan last time. She's also good at scheming and became a student of cultural expert Gu Conwen, pretending to learn from her to take care of her." She shook her head at Qin Wentao and said, "Either the person I know isn't the same, or you never really knew your mother." After speaking, Shui Fu turned and left. Qin Wentao was stunned for a long time after hearing her words. A student of a cultural expert? His mother is just a rural woman who doesn't know anything. How could she know such an important person? He looked at her beautiful back getting into the car, still unable to process what Shui Fu had said. He hesitated for a moment and vaguely turned back toward Panjiayuan. When he reached the entrance, he saw Zhang Chunqin arguing with a beggar. He watched Zhang Chunqin arguing passionately with the beggar and chuckled to himself. That person must share the same name as her mother. His mother, who was already muddled in the mud. How could she be the powerful person others talked about? In the car, Shui Fu coldly looked out the window at Qin Wentao, who seemed lost and hopeless. She sat with her arms crossed and said to the man driving, "That Zhang Chunqin is really impressive. She left her family to start her own business. What is she after? Does she think that with her age and her face, she can still attract a good man?" Shui Fu originally thought Zhang Chunqin just had a bad relationship with her family. But today, after hearing Qin Wentao, she felt surprised and incredulous. She never told her family about her personal matters. Her husband didn't say anything, and she didn't tell her children either. It was really funny. She managed to get Gu Kongwen to accept an outsider as a student. She is quite capable, the man said with a frown. Back then, old Gu didn't even look at you, so how could he be interested in Zhang Chunqin, who wasn't from a formal school? The man muttered to himself. If it were others, they might think she had an improper relationship with Zhang Chunqin. But that person was Gu Kongwen, so that wasn't possible. That's why they still couldn't understand what was really going on. No matter how capable she is, she can't escape her children. We don't need to intervene. Let her own son deal with her, the man said to Shuifu. Shuifu sneered, yes. She lied to her children, so let her children ask her for money. After saying that, Shuifu told the man, think of another way to deal with Gu Kongwen. If I can get involved with him, they might not investigate so strictly, especially for Gu Laosher's sake. The man looked serious and was silent for a long time. Shuifu, he has a good relationship with Fu Jianya. Maybe you should ask Fu Jianya for help. He treats your family differently. If you ask him directly, he will surely help. Before the man finished speaking, Shuifu coldly refused, no. I've been deceived by him for so long. I will never ask him for help again in my life. Hearing this, the man sighed softly, started the car, and drove away. Qin Wentao went home feeling lost and hopeless. As soon as he entered, he saw Zhang Zhaodi and Qin Guohua talking and laughing. He didn't feel like bothering with them at all. Instead, both of them looked guilty and turned their faces away, afraid to speak. Qin Wentao kept thinking about Shuifu's words. That woman was so elegant, noble, and beautiful. She didn't need to lie to him. Was his mother really as formidable as she said? If she was really that powerful, why did she pretend to be in debt? Why did she pretend to be desperate and cornered? In the hall, Zhang Zhaodi saw Qin Wentao go straight to his room as soon as he got home. She told Qin Guohua, I'll go see him. You go to bed early. Qin Guohua stared blankly at Zhang Zhaodi's back, unwilling to leave. Zhang Zhaodi entered the room and saw Qin Wentao still lost in thought. She looked concerned and asked, Wentao, did something happen today? Qin Wentao looked up and said, I went to see my mom today. Zhang Zhaodi was surprised and asked, how is she? Qin Wentao was silent for a moment and replied, she's collecting scrap. Zhang Zhaodi raised an eyebrow, but wasn't surprised. She owes so much money. She has to pay it back. She doesn't want to burden us, so you don't need to worry too much. Qin Wentao looked up slowly. But today, I met a woman while my mom was collecting scrap. She said my mom is very powerful and rich, and she definitely isn't in debt. Hearing this, Zhang Zhaodi chuckled. Wentao, do you believe that? Do you forget what your mom was like before? Think about it. If she was really that powerful, why did she have to be forced to divorce your dad? Why did she have to cut ties with you all? Qin Wentao nodded. I just don't understand. My mom raised me all these years. If she was really that powerful, I would have noticed by now. Exactly. After so many years, could she really have fooled the whole family? Maybe that woman was hired by Zhang Chunqin to act. She regrets it and didn't want to spend that much money, so she found a woman to try to make amends. Maybe she hopes you can all help pay back the debt. Zhang Zhaodi and Qin Wentao analyzed this carefully. Listening to her, Qin Wentao suddenly seemed to have a realization. That woman looks pretty wealthy and drives a small car. She doesn't seem like a scammer, Qin Wentao muttered. Mostly, someone like her really wouldn't need to be a scammer. Just her face alone could attract many men. Qin Wentao thought this, but didn't want to say it in front of Zhang Zhaodi. He nodded absent-mindedly. Zhang Zhaodi saw he wasn't paying attention to her and Qin Guohua, so she didn't say anything more. She turned to leave. Suddenly, Qin Wentao remembered something. He looked up and stopped Zhang Zhaodi. Zhaodi, you, and Qin Guohua. Before he could finish, Zhang Zhaodi was already excited. Myself and Qin Guohua. We have nothing. Don't think everything you see is dirty. Just now, when you came in, we were talking about your childhood. We are innocent. Before Qin Wentao could ask more, Zhang Zhaodi started talking rapidly. Qin Wentao looked at Zhang Zhaodi with confusion and frowned, saying, I'm just asking if it's inconvenient for you to live under the same roof as Qin Guohua. Has he affected you? After all, he's a man. Zhang Zhaodi felt relieved upon hearing this, and her eyes flickered briefly. It's fine. Qin Wentao nodded. Seeing that Qin Wentao had no more questions, Zhang Zhaodi turned and left. After closing the door, Zhang Zhaodi felt her palms were sweaty. Qin Guohua was still sitting in the hall, watching her. When he saw her come out, he stood up excitedly. Zhaodi, what did you tell him? Zhang Zhaodi glanced at him and said impatiently, This is our home, and Wentao is here. Stay away from me so he doesn't misunderstand. Qin Guohua's expression dimmed slightly. He looked down sadly and turned back to his room. Zhang Zhaodi was annoyed as she watched his back, feeling both disdain and frustration. If it weren't for Qin Guohua's money, she wouldn't bother with this simple-minded person. Qin Guohua had never left Qinjia village in his life. These days, he had been out playing with Zhang Zhaodi, not understanding anything, not knowing anything, and being completely clueless. Zhang Zhaodi was naturally vain. She felt ashamed standing next to Qin Guohua and thought she had lost face. But who could blame her? Qin Guohua had money. She took a deep breath, fished out her money, feeling tired and powerless. With no work from Zhang Yaozu, her parents' hopes were gone. Now, every day, she was asked by Qin Wentao to ask for a house and was pressured to give money. She looked at the child on the sofa and tiredly picked him up. Zhang Chunqin returned with some scrap. She held 2 old, black abacuses. Old Zhang Tu saw her holding a dull, black abacus and thought she was happy. Big sister, did you get something good again? You look very happy. Zhang Chunqin handed him the 2 worn-out abacuses. You fool. Old Zhang Tu took them eagerly. He held them in his hands and paused. He was surprised and looked at the abacus closely. The abacus was black outside, dirty and battered, and it was hard to tell what material it was. Is this iron? A brass abacus isn't worth much. If it's copper, it shouldn't be so heavy, old Zhang Tu asked. Big sister, how much did you pay for these? Zhang Chunqin smiled and said, I bought them at the scrapyard. I spent a lot of effort on this. Old Zhang kept looking at the black abacus again and again. He said, Sister, I can't tell much. I think you might be mistaken. This is an old black abacus. Zhang Chunqin mysteriously told old Zhang, Go get that piece of sandpaper. Old Zhang turned around and went inside to get a piece of sandpaper. In front of old Zhang, Zhang Chunqin polished the black abacus for a while. Suddenly, she revealed something shiny inside. Old Zhang saw it was yellow. He quickly stood up from his stool. Is this a gold abacus? Zhang Chunqin smiled and said, When I touched it, it felt a bit like gold.
I didn't dare say anything.
I thought I should buy it first and polish it to see. Turns out it really is. Old Zhang immediately closed the door, then turned around and grabbed several more pieces of sandpaper. He started polishing. After polishing both black abacuses, they looked like 2 shining gold abacuses. How much gold is in this? I need to weigh it. Old Zhang, who had seen big money before, had never seen such a big find. The 2 black abacuses turned into gold ones. He took out a scale and weighed them.
Wow.
1 abacus weighs 3 jin. Sister, you're really amazing. Old Zhang stared hard at the 2 gold abacuses. Since I might soon become your brother-in-law, I've never seen such a treasure before. Just sell it to me at the market price. Zhang Chunqin smiled and said, What do you want to do with this? We'll melt it down and sell it. Old Zhang shook his head. For my future children. For the children of me and Hongmei, to keep as a family heirloom. Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin's mouth twitched sharply. She had such beautiful plans just starting a date, and she was already thinking about children.
All right. If you want to buy it, I'll sell it to you.
Since business was involved, Zhang Chunqin naturally couldn't refuse. But you and Hongmei are still dating, so let's talk about the children later. Her attitude made old Zhang's smile stiffen. He looked up, confused and helpless. Sister, do you think there's something wrong with me? I'll change. Middle-aged feelings are no longer about passionate pursuit or constant companionship. He felt very comfortable with Zhang Hongmei, thought she was suitable to be his wife, liked her gentle personality. Zhang Chunqin's eyes slightly narrowed. Old Zhang, you know about us sisters, including our situation. Just ask around, and you'll find out everything.
But we know nothing about you.
Your attitude isn't serious about making a life together. If old Zhang hadn't said today that he wanted to marry Zhang Hongmei, Zhang Chunqin wouldn't have broken everything so early. But now that he has said it, Zhang Chunqin feels she must make things clear. Old Zhang was stunned for a moment, then said quietly, after I finish dealing with some things in Hong Kong, I will talk to Hongmei. Zhang Chunqin nodded and didn't say more. She simply handed him the gold abacus. Old Zhang didn't mind what Zhang Chunqin had just said. He took the gold abacus, smiled, and said, this thing isn't as valuable as those old antiques from Hong Kong. If the kids run out of money later, they can sell a piece. It won't let them starve. Those antiques, even if you're short on cash, might not be easy to sell. Old Zhang's words are rough but true. Now, many families sell their treasured antiques when they need money. Some don't even know their family heirlooms and sell them as scrap. Others have items that are valuable but hard to sell, and when life gets tough, they have no choice but to sell cheaply. But it's better to buy some gold bars and keep them at home. When life gets hard, sell some to survive. At least they won't be completely stuck. I'll go to the bank later to check the current gold prices and get an estimate of how much this gold abacus is worth. I want it. The craftsmanship is so good. Whoever made it must have put in a lot of effort. Look, they even painted it black on the outside, afraid someone might find out. Old Zhang completely ignored Zhang Chunqin's earlier words about his honesty. After all, he truly wanted to marry Zhang Hongmei, and he hadn't told her or her sisters about everything before. Zhang Chunqin smiled. I just thought the weight of the iron block didn't seem right, so I bought it back. Old Zhang stared at Zhang Chunqin for a long time, muttering, You're really lucky. No wonder my older brother always said luck is also a kind of strength. Zhang Chunqin just smiled and said nothing. It's not luck. It's because she bought these 2 abacuses in her past life. In her previous life, after she started collecting scrap metal to raise her children, she received these 2 abacuses. She bought them for 2 yuan each. At that time, she didn't understand and took her to Siwang the broker, who bought it for 5 yuan. Later, she found out that this little treasure made him rich directly. She even went to argue with Wang the broker about it. People say that for old, discarded things, it all depends on good eyes. Finding bargains means finding things others don't recognize. If everyone could tell what's valuable, there wouldn't be any bargains. But Zhang Chunqin didn't know the secret of this gold abacus. She only thought it was some ancient object or belonged to a famous person, which made it so valuable. Today, she kept looking at it on the street but couldn't figure out anything, so she guessed it was a gold abacus. Big sister, dinner's ready. At mealtime, Zhang Hongmei came over carrying 2 aluminum lunchboxes. Today, she kept her promise and replaced the old man's small bowl with a bigger one. Hongmei, there's no way you can finish so much food. Old Zhang looked at the big lunchbox, his eyes twitching. Did he want a big lunchbox? No. He just wanted Zhang Hongmei's special favor. Zhang Hongmei frowned and said seriously, Didn't you say you weren't full? I specifically got this big lunchbox for you. I looked all over People's Bridge to find it. She opened it for Zhang Chunqin, smiling. Sister, I bought chicken today. You must be tired of eating meat all the time. Zhang Chunqin's face was covered with thick layers of chicken and vegetables. The big lunchbox, just a thin layer of meat and vegetables on top with rice pressed firmly underneath. She was clearly worried he wouldn't be full. Old Zhang looked at his lunchbox, smiling bitterly. Hongmei, be a bit more caring. I want you to give me more meat. Zhang Hongmei impatiently waved her hand. Then eat more rice. What's the point of eating so much meat? You're so strong, all muscles. Why do you need so much meat? You're not out carrying heavy loads. Don't always think about eating meat. Think about how to make money. The clear favoritism left no room for old Zhang to hope. Zhang Hongmei thought, men are everywhere. If one isn't good, I can replace him. I only have one big sister. After thinking for a moment, she seriously told old Zhang. Yesterday, you left some rice. I want to tell you, food is precious. Eat what you get. Don't leave a single grain. She wanted to make him jealous of her sister, so he couldn't keep his mouth full. Old Zhang looked at the lunchbox, his eyelids twitching even more. Oh well, I just said a word. Previously, a small lunchbox was enough, but now this one is really turning into a big mess. Zhang Chunqin watched their interaction and smiled. Actually, these two get along quite well. She could tell that old Zhang is really obedient. He listens to the fighters without question, and even the gang leaders around him bow to him. But when it comes to her family's Hongmei, he listens to everything she says. A man who is tough outside but worries about his wife at home is a good man. After dinner, Zhang Chunqin changed into old clothes and took a woven bag and left. When she was leaving, old Zhang said to her, "Sister, I'll take this gold abacus first. Once I find out how much it's worth, I'll give it to you." Zhang Chunqin waved her hand.
Take it.
You can't run away anyway. Old Zhang immediately gave the gold abacus to Zhang Hongmei. Hongmei, this is for you. When Zhang Hongmei took the abacus, her hand sank a little. It was quite heavy, almost too heavy to hold with one hand. What is this? So heavy, is it made of iron? I don't read much, so I can't do math. Are you trying to make me keep accounts for you? Zhang Hongmei looked at the shiny yellow abacus, but she didn't think much of it. No one would think a heavy abacus was made of gold. This is a gold abacus bought by our sister. It's for you, as a betrothal gift. Old Zhang, with a simple smile, said to Zhang Hongmei. That silly, big-hearted look made it seem like he was just a simple fool. Zhang Hongmei froze for a moment and touched it. Gold abacus? Really? She still couldn't believe such a heavy abacus was real gold. If it weren't dirty, she'd bite it to be sure. Old Zhang nodded. Yes. Sister has taken it back. She's really amazing. She saw right away that it was real gold. Zhang Hongmei stared at the gold abacus for a long time, then shook her head. I don't want it. Old Zhang was stunned. Why don't you want it? Did I do something wrong? This is real gold. Ask our sister. Zhang Hongmei looked at him and said, I'll want it only when you're willing to tell me about your past. My older sister said at my age, I should know what I want. Don't you want me? The middle-aged, straightforward man, old Zhang, was annoyed. I still have some things to deal with. I can't tell you about my past now. I'm worried it might cause trouble for you and your sisters. Zhang Hongmei pushed him away. Solve your problems first, then give it to me. Old Zhang shook his head in frustration and handed her a gold abacus. Consider this a gift for meeting you. If you don't marry me in the future, I won't ask for it back.
Keep it.
I think you've been kind to me, so I want to give you something nice. This is how a simple, honest, middle-aged man gives gifts. Zhang Hongmei looked at the gold abacus for a long time. She really liked it and accepted it. I'll keep it for you. If you want it back later, just ask. Zhang Chunqin and her sister didn't know that this middle-aged man had many secrets, but he also had a lot of money. He was quite wealthy. Recently, Qin Guohua had been losing so much at cards that he almost ran out of underwear. Since the Qin family found out Qin Guohua wasn't doing well, they tried all sorts of ways to help him. Sun Ermiai looked for home remedies for her son, giving him all sorts of strange things like dead cockroaches, dead mice, and other odd foods. Qin Baoxiang learned some tricks from comic books and tried them out on Qin Guohua. They all used different ways of caring to try and trouble Qin Guohua. Qin Guohua was suffering inside, burdened with debt. His body was also being tormented by his mother and Qin Baoxiang. Finally, when Qin Baoxiang once again crawled into his bed, Qin Guohua threw her out completely. Qin Baoxiang, you're getting old. Do you spend all day thinking about bed stuff? Think about whether your son has found a job or what kind of wife he needs, Qin Guohua said angrily, ignoring her heartbreaking crying. Qin Baoxiang was left outside in the yard, completely. He had no shame left for her at all. This woman was ruining his health and still wanted to bother him. Qin Guohua was furious, feeling like some troublemaker was always trying to harm him. Qin Baoxiang cried loudly, if you weren't so useless, Would I be doing this? For the past 20 years, I couldn't get you or your body. Now that you're divorced from Zhang Chunqin and your health is bad, you can't do anything. You don't even have that little strength anymore. How can I not be worried? Hearing this, Qin Guohua was so angry he almost fainted. What kind of words are these? While they argued, a trembling voice suddenly sounded. Dad, little aunt, what are you doing? Why are you standing here without clothes and making a fuss? At the door, Qin Yuanyuan stood with Hong Xian, looking shocked and incredulous at what she was seeing. After Hong Xian caused Qin Yuanyuan to have a miscarriage, she forgave him with kindness and patience, and they finally got married. Last time, when she cut ties with Zhang Chunqin, Qin Yuanyuan took the household register from her family. Yesterday, she and Hong Xian took their marriage certificate. Today is their return visit. But as soon as they arrived at the door, they saw Qin Baoxiang, who was only wearing underwear, and her biological father, who was completely. Qin Baoxiang heard the noise, looked up, and saw Qin Yuanyuan with the man. She let out a loud cry, covered her face, and ran into the house. She was seen completely exposed. Today, only when Sun Ermiai and old Qin went out could these two behave so embarrassingly and recklessly. If either Sun Ermiai or old Qin had been home, they wouldn't have let these two make such a scene. Qin Yuanyuan watched the scene, feeling both embarrassed and hopeless. The Qin family had already lost face in the village. She couldn't hold her head up in the Hong family either. Dad, it's already like this, and you still want to make a scene. If you two love to play and are shameless, stay inside. What are you doing outside on the ground? Young people like excitement, but at your age, what are you doing? Qin Yuanyuan couldn't hold back her anger. She had finally married, and now they caused such trouble. Do they even care about people's feelings? Qin Yuanyuan turned to Hong Xian. Xian, my dad usually isn't like this. He probably just forgot to put on clothes earlier. Hong Xian, who already looked down on Qin Yuanyuan, now saw this and looked at the Qin family with even more disdain. People in Hongjia village all cursed his mother for being shameless, but it was the Qin family that truly lacked shame. Qin Yuanyuan, are you really bringing me back today just to show me your family shame? Hong Xian was brought back by Qin Yuanyuan under false pretenses. Qin Yuanyuan said they married and wanted to ask for a bride price and red envelopes. Hong Xian pointed at the yard. Your dad really knows how to play. I never thought it could be like this. After saying this, Hong Xian turned and left. Qin Yuanyuan looked at Hong Xian's back with hopelessness. She stormed into the house angrily. At this moment, Qin Baoxiang had already put on her clothes and come out. Qin Yuanyuan rushed forward and slapped Qin Baoxiang. Qin Baoxiang, you must be shameless. If you don't flirt or sleep with men, you think you can get by? Why do you keep doing such shameful things? If it weren't for you causing trouble with my dad last time, would my mom have divorced him? Qin Yuanyuan was truly very angry. Today, she wanted to return home proudly, but they humiliated her so badly. How could she lift her head in front of Hong Xian? How could she live her life? Qin Baoxiang wouldn't let Qin Yuanyuan go easily. She slapped her immediately and fought back, saying, You little brat, you came here yourself. Don't think you can talk back to me. Shameless girl, what are you? How dare you hit me? The two women immediately started fighting. Qin Guohua was fed up with their fighting. He turned and went inside the house. He had his own worries and didn't have time to care about their hair pulling. He was very scared and worried. He owed 2,000 or 3,000 yuan from gambling outside. A few days ago, some brothers who had guaranteed his debts started asking him for money. He finally realized he was deeply in debt. While outside, everything was chaotic, he ignored the chaos inside. Because the fight between the two women was so loud, some nosy women from Qin's village came over. They gathered around to watch and said to Qin Yuanyuan, Oh, what happened? Why are you fighting? A family shouldn't do this. Then someone asked Qin Yuanyuan, didn't Hong Xian beat you and cause you to have a miscarriage some time ago? Are you okay? Hearing this, Qin Baoxiang got even angrier and fought harder, saying, "Shameless girl, you're shameless yourself. Don't talk about others. I really gave you face." In the end, Qin Yuanyuan, who had just had a miscarriage not long ago, gave up. She had been slapped several times by Qin Baoxiang and had scratches and blood marks on her neck. She sat on the ground, crying loudly, "Everyone, please judge. They don't care about me getting married. I got married yesterday, and today I came back to visit. When I brought my family's Accusations back, I saw Qin Baoxiang and my father in the yard, shamelessly doing indecent things while." She pointed to where Qin Baoxiang was standing just now. "They are so old, yet they don't care about us children. When the new son-in-law visits, they make him watch this. They are deliberately making my life difficult at my husband's home. Can I even live my days peacefully?" Qin Yuanyuan cried loudly. She felt very wronged lately, being beaten by Hong Xian and having to hide it. She was involved in some messy things outside and had to keep it secret. She was hurt all over her body and still had to serve her family. Her mother was heavily in debt, and her father and Qin Baoxiang caused such a scandal. People around thought Qin Yuanyuan was truly upset and sighed. When parents make mistakes, their daughter also feels ashamed. The villagers of Qin's village are upset when they think about all the trouble Qin's family has caused lately. The people involved don't think it's so bad, but the spectators feel embarrassed. While Qin Yuanyuan was crying and complaining, Sun Ermiai and old Qin finally came back from the fields. Since Qin Guohua went to the city, most of the household chores were done by Qin Baoxiang, with some help from the older couple. They went to water the vegetables early in the morning before it got hot. Neither of them expected that the hidden dragons and phoenix chicks at home would cause trouble again. They saw a crowd gathered at the door from afar and knew something was wrong. Sun Ermiai angrily slapped her thigh and cursed. It must be Qin Baoxiang causing trouble again. She just won't stop. Old Qin's face was dark and gloomy. They quickened their pace to go back home. At the door, they saw a disheveled Qin Yuanyuan crying loudly. Sun Ermiai let out a sigh of relief. As long as she's not hiding in her room, it's okay. Just don't be so embarrassing. Because of all these scandals, no one dared to speak to them, and no one in Qin's village paid attention to them anymore. Sun Ermiai confirmed it wasn't Qin Baoxiang's fault, then crossed her arms and scolded her granddaughter. "Qin Yuanyuan, what are you doing?" Shouting so loudly. Qin Yuanyuan's eyes were swollen from crying. When she saw Sun Ermiai, she screamed and yelled, "Grandma, Grandpa, do you even care about Qin Baoxiang? Why do you let this shameless troublemaker cause chaos at home? Every disgraceful thing in the family is her doing. Why don't you kick her out? Why do you still keep her here?" Hearing her granddaughter's accusations, Sun Ermiai's heart sank. Was it again Qin Baoxiang causing trouble? But she thought, as long as it's not something shameful like hiding in her room, everything else isn't so bad. What exactly happened? Didn't you already run away with Hong Xian? Why are you back? Sun Ermiai impatiently scolded. Qin Yuanyuan immediately pointed at the door. "We got married. Today, I brought Hong Xian home, and guess what we saw? Qin Yuanyuan didn't want to care about her dignity anymore." She pointed at the door. "When my new husband came to visit, we saw my dad and Qin Baoxiang completely fooling around in the yard. You're getting old. What are you doing in the yard? Don't you have a bed at home? Are you coming out to cause trouble?" The villagers love hearing this kind of gossip. Although they've heard it before, hearing it again still makes them eager to listen. Sun Ermiai hears this and feels a sharp pain. It's the same old story. Always talking about hiding in the bed. Sun Ermiai feels hopeless too. They keep causing such trouble again and again. Qin Baoxiang doesn't want the two old people to have a normal life. No way. Even if Qin Baoxiang is acting up, my Guohua wouldn't do such things. Sun Ermiai knows her son isn't healthy enough for that. Qin Yuanyuan sneers. "I don't know what they're doing, but one is lying on the ground completely, and the other is just wearing shorts." Sun Ermiai's mind suddenly goes blank. She feels like her last hope is gone. She rushes into the house, furious, and grabs Qin Baoxiang. "My Guohua's health has been ruined because of you, and you're still causing trouble. Are you trying to sell yourself? Why are you messing with my son? I've tolerated you because you're Guobao's mother, but how much longer will this go on? What are you trying to do? Qin Baoxiang feels wronged and starts crying loudly. When Zhang Chunqin was here, I was sneaking around with Qin Guohua. Now that we're divorced, I want to do things openly. He can't handle it anymore. Zhang Chunqin is clever. She used a bad man for me. Sun Ermei slaps her angrily. If you hadn't given my Guohua that kind of medicine, would his health be so bad? You wicked woman. Keep talking nonsense, and I'll tear your mouth apart. Qin Baoxiang cries even harder, feeling wronged. She has wanted this man her whole life, dreamed of doing things openly, and now that he's not well, she feels deeply wronged. The family is causing chaos, and the villagers watching from outside realize the key point. Qin Guohua is not doing well. Oh my, it turns out Qin Guohua really isn't okay. It was because of that medicine he took which was supposed to help him, but it actually made him worse. Sun Ermei is busy arguing with Qin Baoxiang, completely unaware that she has revealed too much information. Meanwhile, outside, old Qin hears everyone's gossip about his son. He finally can't hold back and shouts at Sun Ermei and Qin Baoxiang, "Stop causing trouble. Do you think our family isn't embarrassing enough? Do you want to make it worse?" Suddenly, he looked angry and scolded Zhou Ren. "Have you all had enough of watching? Every family has some embarrassing secrets they don't share with outsiders. Today you came to watch my family, but tomorrow it could be your turn. Don't mock anyone." A group of women snorted softly. It's true, every family has secrets. But look at yours. Your family's secrets are always about your bed. You keep fighting over trivial things. The lead older woman spat in disgust and said, "Let's go. The Qin family is full of thieves and troublemakers. Don't look anymore. You're just polluting our eyes. So unlucky." She finished scolding and left first. People around still wanted to see the joke, but since old Qin had spoken so firmly, they naturally couldn't stay any longer. One after another, they left. Old Qin pushed his wheelchair to the door and said to Qin Baoxiang with dislike, "Qin Baoxiang, if you cause more trouble, get out immediately. You shameless girl. Aren't you tired of making a scene? Our Qin family has become a joke in the village." Then he turned to Qin Yuanyuan and said, "Why are you still knocking on the door? The Hong family hasn't paid the bride price, and no matchmaker has come. You ran off on your own, chasing after whoever you like. That's your business, but listen to me. Your affairs are no longer related to our Qin family. Get out quickly. Don't come back. You ran off with someone, and you still expect your family to take you in." Qin Yuanyuan heard this and covered her face, running away. When Qin Yuanyuan returned to the Hong family, Mother Hong was about to go out to play cards. Seeing Qin Yuanyuan, who looked like an easy target, she immediately asked, "Yuan, give me 2 yuan. I want to go play cards." Qin Yuanyuan looked at Mother Hong angrily. "I'm not a money tree. I can't produce money for you. I have no money left, nothing on me." Hearing this, Mother Hong raised her hand and slapped Qin Yuanyuan. "Didn't you say you wanted to give me money? Where is it? Now you're blaming me." Then she remembered her son and questioned Qin Yuanyuan. "You went to your parents' house with Accusations. So why did you come back alone?" Qin Yuanyuan's face paled, and she bit her lip softly, saying, "There was a problem at home. Accusations came back first." Mother Hong looked at Qin Yuanyuan and asked sharply, "Did you get the bride price?" "I married you, but I didn't get anything. Turns out, the girl who runs off on her own isn't worth much." She said to Qin Yuanyuan, "You little troublemaker, I told you, you saw my family situation. Hurry up and go out to work and support me and Hongxin. If you can't pay, then get out of my house. We don't support freeloaders." After saying that, she spat at Qin Yuanyuan and turned to leave. Qin Yuanyuan looked at the empty house, feeling scared and sad. But even now, she still believed that true love could conquer everything. She loved Hongxin. Hongxin used to like to play, but after they got married, she believed he would change. Once they had children, Hongxin would become caring and loving like other men. At this moment, Qin Yuanyuan didn't know that her marriage certificate was fake, and her marriage to Hongxin was also fake. It was just to keep her as a nanny in the Hong family. It was also because Zhang Chunqin protected her too well. She hadn't seen much of the outside world's schemes and didn't know that the age to get a marriage certificate was 18. Of course, these were later stories. Qin Yuanyuan sat down weakly on a stool, feeling helpless and trying to figure out how to live the next day. The Hong family was really poor, in debt everywhere, mostly small debts. If they could borrow money, any family could lend a few yuan. Now, when she wanted to ask her relatives for money, they would see her from afar and shut the door. After thinking for a while, she decided to go to her aunt's houses to borrow some money herself. She remembered that her fifth aunt loved her the most when she was a child, and her family's men treated her well. She thought she could borrow money from her. She got up to ask for money. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Hongxin walking in with a woman. They were chatting happily as they entered the house. Qin Yuanyuan saw Hongxin bringing another woman home. She suddenly felt wronged and rushed forward to hit Hongxin. Hongxin, didn't you promise me you wouldn't bring women home again? We are already married. How can you treat me like this? I handle everything inside and outside the house, and you still find women outside. Hongxin, who had a scratch on his face from Qin Yuanyuan, slapped her back. Qin Yuanyuan, you're the one sticking to me like glue. You better not provoke me. Look at what kind of people your family is. I used to think your family was a working-class family, but now I see they're all shameless. Seeing Qin Guohua and Qin Baoxiang, he felt more and more regretful. On the way, he kept thinking, luckily he had someone make a fake certificate. If he had really married Qin Yuanyuan, he wouldn't have a good life in the future. The woman in his arms heard Qin Yuanyuan's words and pushed Hong Xian away. Hong Xian, you have a wife. Why didn't you tell me? She turned around and walked away after pushing him. Hong Xian watched the woman he had tricked into coming back leave, and he was furious. He slapped Qin Yuanyuan across the face. He grabbed her hair and dragged her head toward the wall. You trash, didn't I tell you I hate being controlled? What are you? You're meddling in my business again. Last time, I told you I wouldn't hit you, but you kept pushing me. Are you bored? He completely lost control and started hitting Qin Yuanyuan. After the beating, he spat on her and said with disgust, Qin Yuanyuan, you are just a worthless person. If you try to control me again, I won't be so gentle next time. After saying that, he turned and left. Qin Yuanyuan lay on the ground without moving. Her head was buzzing from the hit, and her whole body ached terribly. She muttered weakly, Mom, where are you? I hurt so much. Why did Hong Xian hit me? He promised last time he wouldn't hit me again. He said he would treat me well in the future. Qin Yuanyuan was dazed and finally fainted. At the Qin family, Qin Wentao had been overwhelmed recently by an investigation at the factory. A batch of matches got damp, causing the factory to lose a lot of money, and they couldn't deliver the goods. This batch was under Qin Wentao's responsibility. The match factory had been under investigation for a week. He went out early and came back late every day for questioning, and he had to quickly replace the damp batch. Because of this, he had no time to care about Zhang Zhaodi and Qin Guohua at home. Normally, Qin Guohua had been staying with Qin Wentao for some time, and he should have been urging Qin Wentao to find a job. But recently, he was very close to Zhang Zhaodi, and he hoped Qin Wentao would never look for a job again. Growing up, Qin Guohua's only experience with women was with the village women, Qin Baoxiang and Sun Ermiai. The most well-mannered was Zhang Chunqin, but she was also someone who raised him. In his view, women were always strong. But Zhang Zhaodi was as gentle as water. Whenever he saw Zhang Zhaodi, he felt a shiver all over. And when he saw her cry, he would take out money. After the incident with Zhang Chunqin, the older members of the Qin family had already given all their savings to Qin Guohua. Qin Guohua had a lot of money now, which made him more confident. He often went out with Zhang Zhaodi to eat roast duck or hot pot. They tried many new things that Qin Guohua had never experienced before. Thanks to Qin Guohua constantly giving her money, Zhang Zhaodi no longer refused when he hugged or held her. Guohua, Wentao has been coming home later and later. Is he seeing someone outside? Zhang Zhaodi said sadly, pretending to be worried. Hearing this, Qin Guohua immediately became upset. You have me with you, and you're still thinking about Qin Wentao? Does Qin Wentao treat you better than I do? Zhang Zhaodi rolled her eyes behind Qin Guohua's back. When Qin Wentao was chasing her, he was much better to her than Qin Guohua. Not to mention, Qin Wentao grew up in the county and went to high school, so he was more knowledgeable than Qin Guohua. Also, Qin Wentao resembled Zhang Chunqin, so he had a good appearance. Unlike Qin Guohua, who looked like Qin Baoxiang with narrow eyes and a long face. Even though he dressed more fashionably now, he still carried a rustic air. He's my son. Of course I care about him, Zhang Zhaodi said confidently. Qin Guohua was annoyed when he heard this. Recently, he had been spending more money on Zhang Zhaodi, and she was getting bolder. He suddenly hugged Zhang Zhaodi and started pulling at her. Eventually, he tore off her clothes. His desire flared up, and he leaned close to her ear and said, I also want to have fun. This sentence was like a spark that ignited the surrounding fire. Both adults immediately started to get close and roll around together. Everything happened naturally, smoothly, and as expected. Actually, this was Zhang Zhaodi's plan. Recently, her parents had been pressuring her for money, and her brother had been causing trouble somewhere, asking for money more and more often. She simply couldn't afford to give so much. So she decided to trick Qin Guohua. But every time, Qin Guohua was stingy and hesitant. She had to hurry and let things develop naturally. Once they had that kind of relationship, it would be easier to ask for money. After everything was over, Qin Guohua bit her ear and asked, Is he better than me? Hearing this foolish question, Zhang Zhaodi wanted to spit on Qin Guohua. You asked me directly, and I can only say that he's impressive. That's such a silly question. However, Zhang Zhaodi still looked shy and embarrassed. Of course you're amazing. With all your strength, I was begging you, but you just wouldn't let me go. This comment boosted Qin Guohua's pride, and he felt very proud. He had always been jealous of Qin Wentao since he was young. Now, not only had he slept with his wife, but she also said she was better than him. His hidden dark feelings were satisfied. Qin Guohua stayed close to her chest and whispered in her ear, Let's do it again. Just as Zhang Zhaodi was half reluctant, the door suddenly opened. Zhang Zhaodi's face turned pale. She quickly dressed and jumped out of bed. Her child was lying on a nearby bed. After dressing, she picked up her child. When Qin Wentao entered, he saw Zhang Zhaodi coming out of Qin Guohua's room, holding the child. Recently, Qin Wentao had been upset and confused. Seeing Zhang Zhaodi come out of Qin Guohua's room, he didn't think much and casually asked, What were you two doing in the room? Why did you come out of Qin Guohua's room? Zhang Zhaodi, feeling guilty, immediately became angry and shouted at Qin Wentao, Qin Wentao, you've been away from home for so many days. Now you're back and suspect me? Our son isn't feeling well, so I just took him to Guohua's room for a check. What do you mean? Are you doubting me now? Hearing this, Qin Wentao frowned and said, I just saw you coming out of Guohua's room and asked, Why are you so upset? If I didn't know you looked down on Qin Guohua, I might even think you two are involved. Hearing this, Zhang Zhaodi's face stiffened with embarrassment. She used to look down on Qin Guohua, but now her family was pressuring her so hard she had no choice. Before, she could manipulate Qin Wentao and get money from him. Earlier, whenever she cried and made a scene, Qin Wentao would go to Zhang Chunqin to ask for money. Now, after being hit a few times by Qin Wentao, she dared not speak up easily anymore. Since she couldn't get money from her husband, she had to ask other men for money. Seeing Zhang Zhaodi silent, Qin Wentao asked with concern, Is the child unwell? Should we take him to the clinic? Zhang Zhaodi finally regained her senses and said, I don't know. Maybe it's gas. Recently, you haven't given me money, so I haven't eaten well, and my milk supply is low. He isn't eating well either. Hearing this, Qin Wentao's face stiffened. He frowned and looked at Zhang Zhaodi. Are your parents planning not to pay back the remaining money? Since your brother isn't capable of working, let your parents handle it. Zhang Zhaodi replied, My parents are old. How can they work? Qin Wentao was amused and annoyed. Zhang Yaozu isn't capable of working either. Your parents are too old to work.
Who'll support them then?
Do you want me to support them? Zhang Zhaodi sneered. Don't worry, I won't ask you to support them. Just as they were about to argue again, Qin Guohua came out of the room. Qin Wentao saw Qin Guohua and frowned. Guohua, come here. I need to talk to you. When Qin Guohua heard this, his face changed. He nervously sat down across from Qin Wentao. Since it was his first time sneaking around, he thought Qin Wentao had noticed something. He looked at Zhang Zhaodi for help. Zhang Zhaodi turned her face away and refused to look at Qin Guohua. Qin Guohua felt more anxious and asked nervously, Wentao, what do you want with me? Qin Wentao looked at Qin Guohua deeply and said, You've been living in my house for a while.
You're older than me.
It's not appropriate for a single man to stay with Zhaodi all the time. I will rent you a separate place. I've also arranged a basic job for you. Not at the match factory, but as a temporary worker at the wool spinning factory over there. Hearing this, Qin Guohua panicked. You're asking me to leave? Qin Wentao looked at him with confusion. I told you I would find you a job. What do you mean by asking you to leave? You're my sister's age, and you've been living with Zhaodi for so long. Do you think that's appropriate? If you stay together for too long, rumors will spread. Qin Guohua had just tasted the pleasures of being with a woman. Now he was being asked to leave. He couldn't accept that. He was anxious and thought quickly. He immediately said in a serious tone, renting a place outside costs a lot of money. I don't have a job yet, and I have no money. How about this? Once I start working and get my salary, I'll move out. Qin Wentao frowned. Just as he was about to refuse, he heard Qin Guohua slowly say, If you really want to rent a house, then lend me the money. Qin Wentao's face remained completely blank. He was currently giving money to Zhang Zhaodi's family in small amounts, 5 yuan at a time. He only had about 100 yuan left, which he took after making Zhang Zhaodi leave last time. Renting a house would cost quite a bit. Even if Qin Guohua knew he would pay him back, he couldn't come up with that much money. If he lent Qin Guohua the money, his household funds would be gone. He thought for a moment, maybe just 1 or 2 more months. It didn't matter how long. The house being empty was the same. Qin Wentao knew Zhang Zhaodi was proud. He had seen men who pursued her when they were in school. Those men were all very good, but she didn't look at any of them. Qin Guohua had no good looks, no money, and no charm, so he was confident Zhang Zhaodi wouldn't be interested in him. Since she wasn't interested, what could they possibly have? Then let's stay a little longer for now, Qin Wentao told Qin Guohua. He knew his grandparents' plan was to have Guohua stay with him, get comfortable, and then refuse to leave, eventually taking the house. Because he understood their intentions, he urged Qin Guohua to leave quickly. Seeing Qin Wentao agree, Qin Guohua smiled and nodded. Wentao, I see you're busy lately and don't have much time to take care of the kids and Zhaodi. Staying here, I can help take care of them. Qin Wentao tiredly rubbed his forehead. Then please take good care of them. I've been busy lately. There was a problem at the matchstick factory, and I might be even busier soon. He then took out a big bundle of money and handed it to Zhang Zhaodi. This is this month's household money. I won't be coming home for meals for a while. You and Guohua can eat well together. Zhang Zhaodi looked at the 10 yuan on the table with some disdain and forced a smile. Okay, the house is with me. I'll take good care of the kids. You just focus on your work at the factory. He then pushed the child into Qin Wentao's arms. You haven't held your son in a long time. Give him a hug. The child had already grown quite a bit. He looked more like his mother. This child resembled Zhang Zhaodi and was quite striking. The little guy blinked his big, beautiful eyes and giggled at Qin Wentao. Qin Wentao looked at his son and pecked him on the cheek. Recently, he had been working tirelessly day and night to meet deadlines. Feeling exhausted, he told Zhang Zhaodi, I'm going to bed now. I'm too tired. Qin Wentao got up and went into his room. Once inside, he collapsed and fell asleep. Outside, Qin Guohua and Zhang Zhaodi were very frightened. When they saw that Qin Wentao hadn't noticed anything, they both relaxed a little. Qin Guohua, still unsatisfied, reached out and grabbed Zhang Zhaodi's chest. Why did he come back suddenly? So unnecessary. Qin Guohua said dismissively. Then he remembered the 10 yuan Qin Wentao left on the table and sneered mockingly. Zhaodi, how did you live before? He only gives you 10 yuan a month for household expenses. He's really following my dad's example. My dad gives Zhang Chunqin 5 yuan, and he gives you 10. As he spoke, Qin Guohua took out 3 big notes of the Great Unity banknotes and said to Zhang Zhaodi, Zhaodi, Qin Wentao, and I are different. From now on, whatever money I have, I will give to you. Zhang Zhaodi nodded, looked around, then pecked Qin Wentao on the face. Qin Guohua quickly grabbed Zhang Zhaodi. When he's gone, we'll come again. Next time on your bed. Zhang Zhaodi blushed shyly, stomped her foot, and turned into her and Qin Wentao's room. The next day, Qin Wentao went to Panjiayuan again. The words water fu said last time kept lingering in his mind. He couldn't believe that such a graceful woman could be a con artist. Moreover, Qin Wentao felt that someone like her wouldn't help Zhang Chunqin deceive him. This time, he lingered outside the entrance of Panjiayuan. He watched for a long time, but didn't see Zhang Chunqin. Until just before lunch, Zhang Chunqin and old Zhang came back from the bank. Old Zhang was wealthy. He also took away Zhang Chunqin's other abacus. He said he would give both abacuses as a dowry to Zhang Hongmei. He wanted to have 2 children, a boy and a girl. Zhang Chunqin listened but didn't say much. Since old Zhang wanted to give her sister such valuable things, and her sister refused, he insisted on giving it. She didn't stop her sister from accepting. Because the money was substantial, old Zhang directly took it to the bank and deposited it into Zhang Chunqin's account. When she was at the bank, Zhang Chunqin noticed how openly old Zhang was giving her money. She realized that old Zhang didn't lack money at all. That day, she was so happy about earning 30,000 yuan that she couldn't sleep all night. But in old Zhang's eyes, that was just a small amount of money. After saving some money, the two of them went back together. When they reached the entrance of Panjiayuan, Zhang Chunqiu saw Qin Wentao wandering around. As soon as Qin Wentao looked up, he saw Zhang Chunqin talking and laughing with a man. Old Zhang's image was much better than Qin Guohua's. Old Zhang and Zhang Chunqin were about the same age, over 180 meters tall, and used to be strong fighters with lots of muscle. He had lived in Hong Kong for many years and had good taste. His clothes were more fashionable than those of men in the mainland. So, standing together, Zhang Chunqin and old Zhang looked very harmonious. Since Zhang Chunqin no longer worked 3 jobs a day and didn't need to support her children, her skin became fairer, her figure more full, her face healthier, and now that she was more comfortable financially, she also bought herself clothes. She looked radiant and completely transformed. Before the divorce, Zhang Chunqin saw that Qin's family always wore patched clothes. Last time, Qin Wentao saw Zhang Chunqin, and she was wearing durable clothes she changed into when collecting recyclables. Today, Zhang Chunqin was dressed in her usual clothes. Qin Wentao looked at the somewhat unfamiliar Zhang Chunqin and didn't dare to call out to her. At that moment, he almost believed what that beautiful woman said. He also realized for the first time that his mother could be so beautiful. Seeing Qin Wentao, old Zhang said to Zhang Chunqin, "Sister, I'm going in. Hongmei will definitely bring us food. She's quick-tempered, and if we wait too long, she'll get angry." Zhang Chunqin nodded. "Go ahead." She let old Zhang go inside first. After old Zhang went in, she walked up to Qin Wentao and asked, "What are you doing here again? Coming to pay me back?" Qin Wentao ignored her and looked at old Zhang's back angrily, pointing at him and asking, "Mom, who is that man? You and my dad just divorced, and you've already found another man. I didn't think you were such a casual woman." Zhang Chunqin heard this and sneered. "My ex-husband and I were married when he was involved with Qin Baoxiang. Now that I'm divorced, I can find someone else." Qin Wentao heard this and angrily said, "That's not the same. He's a man and you're a woman. You owe a lot of debt. Why don't you focus on earning money instead of looking for a man? Why didn't I see before that you are such a dishonest person?" Zhang Chunqin heard this and sneered mockingly. "What? You don't want me? You don't want to pay me back? Then I can't find someone else to help me? Qin Wentao looked at Zhang Chunqin in disbelief. How can you say such shameless words? The money you owe should be paid by you. Now, you should think about how to pay off your debt quickly. Once you pay it off, we are still a family. Zhang Chunqin looked at her son and finally couldn't hold back. She raised her hand and slapped him. Qin Wentao, I see now.
You must be itching for a slap.
No one has hit you lately, so you want to come and ask for one, right? As she spoke, she slapped Qin Wentao again. Qin Wentao covered his face. You're hopeless. I always knew someone like you would never have money. That woman even said you are wealthy. If you had money, we would have known. He then sneered. That woman is definitely the one you found to trick me. You go to any lengths to find someone to help you pay your debt. You're truly shameless. After cursing, Qin Wentao turned and left. Zhang Chunqin didn't bother with Qin Wentao. Her focus was on his words. A woman told Qin Wentao she had money. She frowned and stared at Qin Wentao's back. Did Shui Fu find Qin Wentao? She felt puzzled and strange. She and Shui Fu didn't have much benefit conflict, yet she kept holding onto her tightly. Qin Yuan was badly beaten this time and couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. During these 3 days, Hong Xian didn't come home. Hong's mother went out every day to play cards or chase after men, so no one cared about Qin Yuan's well-being. Qin Yuan looked at the empty house. At that moment, she finally realized she might have married the wrong person. She couldn't get out of bed these days, but no one cared about her life or death. She wanted a glass of water, but no one handed it to her. Hong's mother even scolded her for not doing laundry or cooking. Seeing Qin Yuan beaten again, she sneered coldly. Why don't you learn to behave? Why don't you say less? Can he really hit you? Why doesn't he hit others and only hits you? You must have made him angry. Which man doesn't hit his wife? Just endure it and it will pass. Be a little smarter in the future.
When he's angry, don't speak.
Men care about their pride. If you embarrass him, who will he hit instead of you? All these words sound like they are about Qin Yuan, who should be hit. Qin Yuan wanted to reply, but she didn't have the strength to speak. When she finally got out of bed, she immediately went to find Qin Wentao. She knew she would get hit. If she went to Qin's house, they wouldn't help her. So she decided to find her older brother. He would definitely help her get justice. She ran through the pain to Qin Wentao's matchstick factory. The security guard was used to Qin Wentao's family affairs. Seeing Qin Yuan covered in injuries, he wasn't surprised. He just asked kindly, "Girl, did Qin Wentao hit you?" Qin Yuan shook her head.
My husband did.
I'm here to ask my brother to help me get justice. Hearing this, the guard was surprised. Will your brother help you? Qin Wentao's reputation as a caring older brother was well known. Qin Yuan paused, softly whispering, "He's my real brother.
He will help me."
The guard looked at her with sympathy and even brought her a chair. Recently, Qin Wentao was very busy. When he heard someone at the door, he was annoyed. He ran out and was stunned to see Qin Yuan, dressed fashionably and covered in injuries. He asked in surprise, Yuan, how did you get hurt like this? Seeing that Qin Wentao finally found a support, she hugged him tightly. Big brother, Hong Xian is not a good person. Not only does he look for women outside, but he also hits people. We just got married, and he's like this to me. Last time, he promised he wouldn't hit me anymore. Qin Wentao frowned and asked, the last time you were hurt like that, was it him? I asked you before and you said you fell. Qin Yuan whispered, I thought he could change. He made a mistake the first time, but I wanted to forgive him. Qin Wentao looked at her and asked, so what do you want me to do now? Qin Yuan held his hand tightly. Big brother, it's because my family didn't give me a dowry that he's upset with me. Do you have any money?
Give me some.
Then help me find him a job. As long as he works, I will feel better. He won't go out looking for women once he's at work. Qin Wentao heard this and sneered sarcastically. Did his family give him a bride price? Did they arrange a matchmaker? He wants your dowry. Did he give us a bride price? We don't sell our daughter, but he still follows the proper procedures. Qin Yuan immediately pulled Qin Wentao aside. Brother, all of this is just for show.
I don't care about that.
I like Hongmei. That's all that matters to me. Qin Wentao, hearing this, took a step back and looked at Qin Yuan with a mocking smile. You don't care about these things, but he does. Didn't you say he looked down on you because you had no dowry?
What kind of person is he?
His family is poor and has nothing, yet he still married a wife. How can he look down on you? Hearing Qin Wentao say Hongmei is not good, Qin Yuan became anxious. Brother, how can you say that about Hongmei? He's just a bit hot-tempered.
He loves me.
We are truly in love. Why do you always talk about money? If I cared about money, I wouldn't have married him. Qin Wentao, hearing his sister's words, rolled his eyes and sneered. If you don't care about money, why did you come to me? If you truly love each other and he hit you, why come to me? Hitting is a sign of love. Why doesn't he hit others? He only hits you because he sees you as someone special. Qin Yuan was speechless, unable to say a word. She looked at Qin Wentao blankly. Brother, I've been beaten like this and you still say these things? Qin Wentao sneered sarcastically. Qin Yuan, stop coming here to show off your love. Do you think I'm your mother? Look around at who in the family cares about your pretentiousness. If you love him so much, if it's true love, then just live happily together. Don't bother others. Hearing this, Qin Yuan immediately got angry and said anxiously, Big brother, I've been beaten like this. Don't you want to help me? Mom and Dad don't care about me, and even you don't want to help me? Qin Wentao sneered at Qin Yuan. Aren't you still alive? As your older brother, I want to help you by telling you to get a divorce. You're young. Leave that man early. But what you want is for me to give you money and find him a job to please him. If you're willing, then even if you get beaten to death, don't come to me. Everyone's busy, so don't come crying after being beaten. With someone like you, you'll just get beaten more in the future. Qin Wentao left without saying anything and walked away without looking back. Qin Yuan stared in disbelief at his back, feeling angry as she scolded him. You are just as cold as Mom. I can't rely on anyone. Qin Yuan stood there feeling helpless. Is there no one who can help her? She was already so miserable. Why didn't anyone feel sorry for her? She painfully covered her face and cried loudly. After Zhang Chunqin found 2 gold abacuses, she didn't continue searching for more. Based on her memories from the past, there should still be some, but she couldn't find good things every day. If she found treasures every day, others might become jealous. The matter of the gold abacuses was handled internally. Old Zhang bought them. She and Old Zhang each collected scrap metal separately, and they split the money according to their agreed ratio. Recently, Zhang Chunqin kept thinking about Shu Fu looking for Qin Wentao. She didn't know what Shu Fu wanted to do, and felt uneasy. She thought to herself that she couldn't wait for others to harm her. She had to go see what Shu Fu was up to herself. These days, Gu Kongwen was not at home because there was a meeting at their Cultural Relics Bureau. Gu Kongwen was very resistant to others interfering in his private space. His house was a mess, but he didn't allow anyone to tidy it up or even touch his things. When she went to tidy Gu Kongwen's place, she also had to ask whether certain items could be moved. His house was extremely messy, with too many things and clutter everywhere. She had to ask about everything, and after asking multiple times, the old scholar got angry. Can't you see I'm busy? You're so annoying. After several times, Gu Kongwen only allowed Zhang Chunqin to cook. Otherwise, she had to leave quickly so as not to disturb his research. This grumpy old man had a temper that most people couldn't tolerate. Zhang Chunqin really had no choice but to go along with his temper. Because of Shu Fu's matter, she felt she needed to go ask Fu Jianya about it. When she arrived at Fu's courtyard, Fu Jianya's car was parked at the gate. Seeing the car, she assumed he was home. She knocked on the door. A guard opened the door for her. When the guard saw it was Zhang Chunqin, he looked surprised. Are you looking for our leader? Zhang Chunqin nodded. Yes. The guard hesitated for a moment and said to Zhang Chunqin, our leader isn't feeling well. He has a stomach ache and is lying down. Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin paused briefly and asked, "Did he eat anything? Does the housekeeper make any special porridge for stomach health? I can give the housekeeper a few secret recipes that are very good for the stomach." The guard shook his head. "The housekeeper has taken a month off. The porridge the leader eats is made by me from the cafeteria." Zhang Chunqin frowned slightly. "Then let me come in. I'll write some traditional medicine recipes for you. Go buy the ingredients now. I need them." After hesitating, the guard finally followed Zhang Chunqin's instructions. He knew Zhang Chunqin and that she had a good relationship with Director Chu. She had come to their home a few times before. But since the leader was really unwell, he didn't want to bother him with such small matters. "Then you go to the study. There's also a guard inside. If you have any instructions, tell him, and I will go buy the traditional medicine." Zhang Chunqin originally came to ask about Shuifu, but now she decided to wait until Fu Jianye felt better. When she entered the house, she saw another guard inside. He recognized her too. The guard who was caught with Qin's family last time was this one. The person at the door was the usual driver. This one was the one who usually handled affairs for Fu Jianye. "Mr. Fu has a stomach ache. Why didn't you take him to the hospital?" Zhang Chunqin frowned. The guard shook his head helplessly. "The leader refuses to go. If he agreed, we wouldn't be so worried here." Zhang Chunqin said nothing and went to the kitchen to cook porridge for Fu Jianye. The medicine ingredients were quickly bought back. After adding them, she hesitated and asked the guard, "Should we go upstairs to visit him?" The guard shook his head. "He's in a lot of pain and just fell asleep. Let's not disturb him for now." While waiting for the porridge to cook, Zhang Chunqin knew she probably wouldn't see Fu Jianye today. She also didn't want to ask Shuifu about it and upset him. She stood up and said to the guard, "I'll go now." The guard understood that Zhang Chunqin probably had something to discuss with their leader, but since he was finally asleep, they didn't want to disturb him. "Wait until Mr. Fu wakes up and give him the food. If he can tolerate it, you can bring a thermos every day to give him the medicine. My stomach-soothing recipe is very good. He should feel much better after a week." The guard nodded. "Understood. Comrade Zhang, shall we see you off?" At that moment, Fu Jianye came downstairs and asked, "Who is here? Why didn't you tell me?" Zhang Chunqin saw Fu Jianye come down and greeted him. "Comrade Fu, I came by today because I heard from your guard that you have a stomach ache. I cooked some porridge for you.
Try it.
I added traditional medicine, and it works very well." Fu Jianye nodded. "Old Li, go and serve me a bowl. I'm hungry too." The guard nodded and went to serve the porridge. Fu Jianye glanced at Zhang Chunqin and asked, "Comrade Zhang, you came to see me for something, right?" Zhang Chunqin just smiled and said, "Comrade Fu, eat first. We can talk after you've had enough." Fu Jianye didn't press further. He took the bowl from the guard. He ate a small bowl. After eating, he felt warm and comfortable in his stomach. He looked up. "Serve me another bowl." The guard was happy. Recently, the leader had been having stomach pains and hardly ate anything because food made his stomach worse. Fu Jianye ate another bowl. After finishing, he said to Zhang Chunqin, "This porridge is very good. When my housekeeper returns, you can teach her how to make it." Zhang Chunqin told Fu Jianye, "Comrade Fu, ask the guard to go to Panjiayuan to get some ingredients. I will cook it for you every day because it involves adding different traditional medicines, which is quite complicated. Your housekeeper is on leave this month, so for now, let the guard come to pick it up." Hearing this, Fu Jianye hesitated briefly, then asked Zhang Chunqin, "Should I give you money?" Zhang Chunqin raised an eyebrow. "If you really want to give me money, that's fine too."
Fu Jianye nodded.
After the guard packed everything, he asked, "Comrade Zhang Chunqin, is there something you want to talk to me about?" Zhang Chunqin was silent for a moment before speaking. "Comrade Fu, I want to ask about your ex-wife. Is it too bold of me to ask?" Fu Jianye shook his head. "Go ahead. My matters with Shuifu originally had nothing to do with you. Now that it involves you, it needs to be resolved." Zhang Chunqin didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "I didn't have any contact with Shuifu before. I don't know what I did to offend her. Now she keeps chasing me, and recently she even went to see my son." She paused here and said, "My relationship with my family is not good. I have cut ties with my son. I don't know what her purpose is in looking for my son." Fu Jianye frowned and was silent for a moment. Mr. Gu Qin took you as his close disciple. She did some things, hoping Mr. Gu would protect her. Then he fell silent again and said to Zhang Chunqin, "All right, I understand. I will have Shui Fu's brother handle it. Shui Fu is spoiled by her family, too arrogant and too stubborn." Zhang Chunqin nodded firmly. Yes. She nodded without hesitation. Sometimes, Zhang Chunqin wondered why Fu Jianye, a high-ranking official, would choose such a woman. Did she see him commit a crime? She had become so crazy, yet he still tolerated her. Of course, Zhang Chunqin wouldn't say these words to Fu Jianye. She only thought them in her mind. Using a fake item to replace an exhibited artifact, that takes a truly crazy person. And her goal was just money. She was utterly without morals. Seeing that Zhang Chunqin had nothing more to say, Fu Jianye asked, "I'll handle this for you in the next couple of days. If you have no other issues, I'll have the security guard take you home." Zhang Chunqin nodded. Okay. With Fu Jianye's guarantee, she felt much more at ease. She wasn't afraid of Qin Wentao knowing she was now wealthy. She was worried Shui Fu would have Qin Wentao trap her. In the past 2 days, the investigation results at the match factory came out. The damage to the matches was entirely due to Qin Wentao's poor management and negligence. Since Qin Wentao had already been punished before, the factory first suspended him. When Qin Wentao left the match factory, he felt very discouraged. He felt like the whole world was against him. When did his life become so difficult? It seemed to start when he wanted Zhang Chunqin to give her job to Zhang Zhaodi, and when he wanted his mother to take care of the children. His days should have been getting better. At this moment, his resentment toward Zhang Chunqin reached its peak. If his mother had given the job to Zhang Zhaodi, and if she had obediently stayed home to take care of the children, none of this would have happened. He kept blaming others as he walked along. First, he blamed his mother, then his wife, then Qin Guohua, and finally Qin Guobao and Qin Baoxiang. Everyone else was blaming him, but he knew he had done nothing wrong. He arrived home early today, around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. When he unlocked the door, the house was very quiet. He looked around with a puzzled expression. Then he saw the child lying on the sofa in the living room. The child was well-behaved, silently resting his head on the sofa and nodding gently. Seeing Qin Wentao, the child immediately started to make noises. Qin Wentao stood up, picked up the child, and looked at his adorable son. His restless heart calmed down a bit. After holding the child, he suddenly remembered something. Where had Zhang Zhaodi gone? Why was the child left alone on the sofa? It was dangerous. So he carried the child and rushed into the room. Then he quickly came out again, holding the child. He was about to go out and look for someone when he heard ambiguous sounds coming from Qin Guobao's room. His mind suddenly buzzed, and he guessed something he had never considered before. He didn't say a word. Carefully, he tiptoed to Qin Guobao's door. He pressed his ear to the door, listening to the intimate sounds inside. Inside the room, Qin Guohua was rolling around with Zhang Zhaodi. He had never been with a woman before, and now he was enjoying it. So these days, while Qin Wentao was away, he wanted to be with Zhang Zhaodi every day. "Zhaodi, do you think I'm better, or is Qin Wentao better? Did I make you feel better, or did Qin Wentao?" Every time it ended, Qin Guohua would ask these meaningless questions. He just wanted to get some emotional satisfaction from these questions. He finally had something he thought he could compare with Qin Wentao. He always believed he was better than Qin Wentao. The only difference was his mother. His mother was very foolish. If she weren't Qin Baoxiang, his life wouldn't be like this. Over the years, he secretly compared himself to Qin Wentao. Zhang Zhaodi was used to these words. "It's you. Of course it's you. You make me feel so good, I can't stop. Qin Wentao only lasts a few seconds and can't satisfy me. You're like a wild bull." She had practiced these words for many days and could say them easily now. Hearing this, Qin Guohua felt even more proud. He quickly turned and pressed the person down again. He leaned close to Zhang Zhaodi's ear and said, "Let's do it again. This time, I won't let you get out of bed. At the door, Green Hat brother Qin Wentao finally couldn't take it anymore. He turned around and put the child back in his room. He kicked open the door and shouted, "You shameless people! Do you think I'm dead? Having an affair in my house? Qin Guohua, what kind of person are you? You dare to compare yourself to me?" Just as they were about to start a fight, hearing Qin Wentao's voice, they were so scared they collapsed onto the bed. Qin Wentao's eyes turned red as he rushed toward the two people who were on the bed. "I found you a job, let you stay in my house, and you sleep with my wife. Do you think I'm dead? You two are too much." Qin Wentao completely lost his mind. He grabbed the person from the bed and dragged him up, punching him in the face. Blood immediately gushed from Qin Guohua's nose. Qin Guohua was strong, but at this moment, he felt guilty and scared. He didn't want Qin Guohua to be like him, weak and cowardly. So when Qin Wentao caught them in bed, he was so frightened he collapsed onto the bed. Qin Wentao had already been stressed recently. Hearing their words and seeing this scene, he lost all reason. He threw punches at Qin Guohua's face one after another. Everyone had bullied him, treated him like a fool, and tricked him. Zhang Zhaodi, who was nearby, was initially too scared to move. Seeing Qin Wentao beating them so badly, she was afraid someone might get seriously hurt. She hurried over to pull Qin Wentao back. Qin Wentao didn't care about hitting her at first, but when Zhang Zhaodi pulled him, he turned and hit her in return. "Shameless. I support your family, and you become a traitor in others' eyes. You and Qin Guohua are having an affair. Do you even see me as a person? Why do you look for someone like Qin Guohua, a country bumpkin?" Qin Wentao trembled with anger, hitting Zhang Zhaodi with each slap. After venting his anger, he turned around, grabbed a kitchen knife, and pointed it at the two bloodied people in the room. "You did such things. You won't let me live. None of us should live. Let's all die together." Now Qin Guohua and Zhang Zhaodi were truly scared. They screamed in terror, "Qin Wentao, don't go crazy. Killing people means you have to pay with your life. Put down the knife." Zhang Zhaodi also shouted anxiously, "Qin Wentao, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I promise I won't do anything wrong again. I won't dare to do it anymore. Please don't kill me. We have a child. If you kill me, what will happen to our son? Wentao, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong." She knelt down on the bed, repeatedly kowtowing to Qin Wentao. However, Qin Wentao seemed not to hear her pleas. He held a kitchen knife and slowly moved toward Zhang Zhaodi. Terrified, Zhang Zhaodi backed away, trying to hide behind Qin Guohua. "Guohua, help me." Qin Guohua pushed Zhang Zhaodi forward. "Wentao, this wicked woman seduced me. We are brothers, and we shouldn't let a woman cause such trouble." Hearing this, Zhang Zhaodi screamed in disbelief. "Qin Guohua, you beast. You tricked me into bed. You say I seduced you? How could I you? Look at yourself. Do you think I could you?" Qin Wentao's face turned red with anger as he cursed. "Everyone shut up.